Daybreak in the Colorado Rockies signals the annual return of America's second oldest motor race, a race to the clouds that remains the ultimate test of skill, bravery, and engineering. While it is a sports event, today's competition is no game. This is an arduous automotive ascent skyward to 14,110 feet, a navigation of 156 turns along nearly 13 miles of serpentine cliffside roads. There can be no miscalculation, no mistakes. There is no undo or reset. The race draws the best drivers, mechanics, engineers, and innovators, some who spend 364 days preparing for today. This is the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Welcome to Colorado. Welcome to America's Mountain. This is no Sunday drive. For nearly 70 competitors and their teams, it's all uphill from here. Hi, everyone. Welcome to coverage of this 101st running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Tommy Boileau. Alongside me, he is a 5-year veteran of the Hill Climb and the 2019 Rookie of the Year. Tommy, thanks so much for joining me today. This is my first time here, not for you, so I'm going to lean on you a lot today.
No, absolutely. I'm glad to be here. It's a special race. I mean, growing up here in the Springs, it's something that you see the mountain every day, and as a racer, you look at it and go, man, I can't wait to get back up there and drive. And obviously, I'd much rather be driving a race car right now, but this is a good way to spend the day. It's going to be a fun time and get to cheer on my buddies, and the weather's amazing, so it should be great.
It is a little bit chilly. I think we were all expecting it to be like that. 14,000 feet high is where we're going to end this event for all the competitors. There are nearly 70 of them here. Some of them new, some of them have been here before. What makes this event so magnetic? What draws people to this event year after year from all sorts of corners of the world, all kinds of racing?
Oh, I mean, there's so many different things that make this event special. I mean, number one, the road itself, right? We were talking about it earlier. It's kind of like the Nürburgring of hill climbs. So it's kind of one of those last events where there's a lot of inherent danger. I mean, you do something wrong and there are grave consequences up here. So there's that, and the fact that it's a one-and-done thing. You don't get numerous laps. You don't get the, hey, I messed up that corner, let's try it again the next time around. It's you better put 156 perfect corners together and see what you can do.
The Nürburgring, that draw to that connection, I thought about that last night, that the Nürburgring Nordschleife is about 13 miles long. It has 154 corners. We have 156 here, and it's about 12 and a half miles, and we're going all uphill, and there's no guardrail in many places here, and so there's definitely some draw to the danger of the event. But for over 100 years, this event has been running through the world wars, through all of history, and for the most part, it hasn't really changed all that much, at least the course itself. However, the pavement has brought in a whole new dynamic to this event. It made it faster. It made it scarier, probably. You're carrying so much more speed through some of these corners. Your experience on the mountain, what's your favorite section of this 156-turn course?
Oh, man, I mean, it's kind of hard to pick and choose. I mean, each one of the different segments, you kind of break it into the bottom, middle, and top like we do on our practice days. Each one's got its own draw, but for me, the bottom section's awesome. I mean, it's so fast. Your average speed's like 85, 90 miles an hour, and it's just got a good flow to it. And then you get in the middle section, and there's those really steep drop-offs, and it's visually just really intimidating. And then you get to the top, and it's bumpy, and you're kind of hanging on for dear life, hoping you don't do something wrong, and you actually make it to the summit house. So it's really hard to pick and choose, but for me, the bottom section is where it's at. It's just so fast, and you gotta just commit and put it all together, and that's how we qualify.
You've done a lot of road racing in your career. You've done a lot of racing all over the world. Where does this event rank for you? Because it is the second longest running motorsports event in the country. It definitely carries with it some level of specialness for basically everyone. But for you, where does this rank on the scheme of all the things you've ever done?
It's top of the list. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Pikes Peak, as I said, growing up here, it automatically is special to me. And then getting to run it, once you drive this road at speed, especially in something as crazy as the Camaro I've been running the past few years, it kind of ruins a lot of the other racetracks around the world just because they feel so mundane, where oh, if I make a mistake, I wind up in a gravel trap or something. So coming up here and laying it all on the line and having that moment where you get to the summit, it's just the amount of emotion and that cool factor is unparalleled. It's something that if you don't experience it yourself, I mean, I'm talking to all the rookies, and I'm like, just be ready. You're gonna be hooked. You're not gonna want to stop doing this. So it's the coolest racing event in the world, in my opinion.
We've got some great views from the circuit here this morning, as well as down in the paddock. There's a huge variety of cars here, and a bunch of different categories will be competing in today. And you told me before we went live that you expect to see some records fall today in a couple of those classes.
No, absolutely. I mean, the past few years we've kind of been unlucky with weather and different things, and There's some really serious race cars here today. I mean, you look at that Ford Super Van in the Pikes Peak Open class, which is where I was competing. Current record, Peter Cunningham at 9:24. I think it's going to get broken by at least 30 seconds. That Super Van is fast. James Clay in the M3, I mean, he's one of my Optima teammates, and he's been super fast. So I think there's going to be a couple guys under the record there. You got Matt Mullins in the BMW XM. That's probably going to break the production SUV record. You got Reese Millen in the M8, also going to break a production record. We got the Rivian going to break an electric production record maybe. We got the diesel record going to get broken potentially. So it's going to be a historic day. It's going to be awesome. The second century of this race is going to be something special.
And you mentioned a historic day, absolutely. Historic names here as well. This event draws people generations deep. We've got Unsers here this weekend. We've got Millens here this weekend. There's just so many names over the course of this history that have laid their foundation, and they continue. It's a familial story, and it continues to be so. Who are some of the names of the drivers that you've looked up to on your runs up the mountain?
I mean, obviously you got the Millens, right? I mean, Rod in himself was just probably one of the GOATs of this mountain. He's one of the best to ever do it and held the all-time dirt record, still does, because that'll never fall. So you got the Millens, you got the Unsers, you got the Vascholtz family. There's just so many of those generational families that come up here. I mean, my dad raced this event back in 2016, so technically I'm the second in our family to do it. And it's just awesome. I mean, we got Hurley Haywood driving one of the pace cars today. Like, talk about a legend. So it's the amount of draw that this event has and just some of those big names in motorsport from around the globe. I mean, it really just speaks volumes about how huge this event is and what it means for the racing community.
Well, 13 miles away and 156 corners away, DJ Clark is with us at the top of the mountain.
I am indeed, Kyle. 14,000 feet up at the top of Pikes Peak. We are right here at the start-finish line, ready to talk to drivers as they get done. It's a little cold, it's a little windy, but we are so excited to be able to bring you the action from here at the top of the mountain. It's going to be absolutely incredible to see.
Well, do your best to stay warm up there, buddy. Born and raised in Indiana, but he lives in California now, so this is a little chilly up there for him this morning. But even chilly for me down here. I live in Chicago, so it's a little chilly for everyone. But it's totally different biomes at the bottom of the hill versus the top. There is a line where the trees stop growing because it is basically inhospitable up there. And the only reason there's people up there is because we built a road to it. It's a crazy, crazy course that takes you up to where there's really not a lot of plant life, not a lot of animal life, so the conditions rapidly can change along that course. So especially fog and clouds, we call it a race to the clouds. You literally are driving into the clouds, and you might start in blue sky, but you might not finish in it.
Oh, no. I mean, my rookie year up here, 2019, started the start-finish line, or the start line. It was beautiful, perfect weather, 60 degrees. Ran through a little bit of rain at one point, ran into some clouds and fog at one point, and then by the top it was sunny again. So that's another one of the challenges about this race. I mean, the reason there's no trees up there because there's no oxygen, right? So the drivers feel that, the cars feel that, the trees or lack thereof feel that. It's super special. And then especially one of the big things up there with all the snow melt, the roads just warp like crazy. So it could change from run to run. I mean, there'll be days where you go up there in the top section and practice and the road feels pretty good. The next day you go into a corner flat out and there's a huge bump right at the apex. So you never know what you're going to get up at the top of Pikes Peak.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about the oxygen thing, because up there, I was going to tell DJ no pressure, but there's not really a lot up there to begin with. But as far as the drop in air pressure, you talk about engines losing power. It's about 3% for a gas engine every 1,000 feet that you climb. So you're down a ton of horsepower by the top. And also, let's talk about aerodynamics that require the air to work. So is that something that you can feel towards the top, engine power and maybe a loss of downforce if you have it? Again, we're not talking crazy fast corners near the summit, but it's probably something that you would notice in some of the faster cars.
No, you absolutely do. I mean, the engine power, I mean, if you've got something with a big turbo system or obviously electric, it's not an issue. But you drive something that's a little down on power or has a baby small turbo on it, you're going to start feeling that lack of power. So your mindset kind of changes. You go from kind of rolling into the throttle, expecting to get wheel spin to, hey, I know I'm down on power. I'm just going to mat it and see what happens. And then you see most of these cars have massive wings on them and all these big aerodynamic devices where you need that aero to work. And it's kind of hard to find that balance because you don't want to have too much drag on the bottom section where you've got the thicker air and then lose it up top. So it takes a lot of fine tuning. That's why we spend a whole week up here testing and getting the cars ready for this grueling event.
Yeah, and the testing, right? It's not like you could just run laps here. It's not like a normal racetrack where you can go and rent a track day and run hundreds of laps. You get a couple goes at each section. You can use simulators, but that's not really going to tell you the full story. So how challenging is it to come in and only have a few days running the course in sections and then go up there on race day and have to piece it all together perfectly in one try?
They call it Hell Week, right? I mean, you're up here. First off, you're up here every morning at like 3 in the morning, right? So you're waking up at 2, you're sleep deprived, you're expected to get up here and drive as fast as you can up one of the scariest roads that you could ever drive a race car on. And just having to piece it together. I mean, I think most practice days you're lucky to get 2, maybe 3 runs through each of these segments. So you get to see each piece of road a total of 3 times, and then it's piece it all together and go to the top as fast as you can. So that's one of the big challenges. I mean, it's another one of those things that makes this event so special is that it's unlike anything else that you could do behind the wheel of a race car. And it really just tests the drivers, the vehicles, the engineers, everybody involved with the program. This is truly a team event. And it's just one of the most difficult things you can do.
Breathtaking views from near the top of the mountain, and I think one of the most dedicated fan bases of any motorsports event I've ever seen. We were here at 1:15 in the morning, and there was a line out the gate to get up to the top of the hill. Drivers, teams, competitors, and fans alike, and they are so dedicated to climb up this mountain and sit hillside when it's 20 degrees. It's unbelievable, but it's one of the coolest fan bases I've ever seen. But joining us now here in the booth is James Clay. James, welcome. So excited to have you here. We just talked to you last week at VIR at an SRO event, so excited to have you with us here this morning. How are you?
Awesome. I'm a little chilly this morning, but thrilled to be here. This is the 5th time I've been on the hill, and this is the best morning I've seen. It's sunny. It's not quite warm yet, but the energy in the paddock is amazing, and I am pumped to be here.
Well, you're a fairly early runner here this morning, so you're going to get some of that cool in cold weather. And we were talking about the challenging conditions. You're very experienced behind the wheel of a race car. You've won races all over the country, all over the world. You've got a lot of experience driving BMWs in particular. This one's a little different. Tell us about your BMW, what you're driving here this weekend.
So my BMW is a 95 M3 of sorts. So that's what it started out with. That's an E36 chassis in BMW speak, and that was the first chassis that we built as Bimmer World, our racing company. So kind of an homage to that, when we ran this event and said, now after running it, we want to win this event. What does that take? And it takes big aero, it takes big turbos, it takes big wheels and tires, it takes a lightweight car. And we thought, okay, we want to build something like that, and we should build it in an E36 chassis. So we started that journey about 5 years ago. We had a couple of breaks due to COVID reschedules and one other break. But 2023, after that first 2017 running, this is the 3rd year on the hill in this car. It's finally all together, working like it should. 1,400 horsepower, a little over 3,000 pounds of downforce. 2,800 pounds with driver, and it's made for the mountain, and it's getting the job done this year.
So this is your 5th time running on the mountain, and we were just talking about prep and how challenging it is to prep. Again, your home track is VIR. We were just there last week. That's a track you can run many laps at and get lots of experience in every corner. Just a couple tries, though, during testing week to get yourself prepped. How have you prepped for this event compared to previous ones?
Well, it's everything here for me is incremental. I know there's guys up here that just send it immediately, and that's not me. Coming from that road racing background where you're like, okay, take it easy on your warm-up lap, feel the car out and so forth. It was never more obvious than qualifying morning, where you don't know how many runs you're going to get, so you strap in the car and it's 5 o'clock, a little bit after, and you've got this rocket strapped to your back, or you're strapped to it rather, and you go out of the gates and you got to send it hard. So those practice sessions are one of the most difficult things I've ever done in motorsports, just because you have to be so on so fast. You don't get many iterations. We were in a larger group this week. We had some tire testing a couple of weeks prior, but we had 27 guys in our group. And some days we only got 2 runs up the hill, and some of those runs we don't get the tires warm enough, the car's not warm, the shocks aren't warm, things aren't compliant. So really, I think I'm fortunate to draw from a bit of experience, not just in motorsports certainly, because I honestly consider a lot of that, other than car control, fairly irrelevant to what we do on the mountain. but experience on the mountain and understanding how the car works and knowing that when it's cold and we've had a bad day at the top just because it doesn't make sense to push hard, that's not actually the pace, and we'll be able to find the pace when we need it on race day.
So the experience and drawing from your motorsports experience, I've heard a couple drivers tell me that near the top of the mountain, the road gets extremely bumpy. And there are some places where taking what you would consider a racing line isn't really the preferred way to take it. So how do you approach that challenge? And it's something that you must have to learn with experience, right? So 5 years in, you've got some, but there are some drivers that have been here 30 years. Is it something that you feel you get faster over time because you've got that experience, or you get slower over time because, oh my goodness, I'm driving along the edge of a cliff for 13 miles?
I think you ignore that edge of the cliff thing early on, and then it's out of your mind, and so that's not a thing. I think it's, you certainly gain experience year over year, but the thing is the road changes year over year. And I was just watching a video from about 10 years ago, and it was almost unrecognizable. Surface condition of the road, lines on the road, it's just totally different. So, you know, I live in Virginia, but I'm an annual pass holder for the Pikes Peak Mountain because I go up and down quite a bit. And so I've spent a lot of time in a rental car this year, and you know, it's a different speed, so it's a little hard to translate exactly to what we do on the race car, but you can feel where those bumps are. And you know, it's not the racing line, it's not the line that's geometric that you would think of. By the time you get to the top, due to all the freeze thaw and the frost heaves and so forth, you really are finding the line around the bumps and kind of trying to paint that line. And you know, even when we do that, let's face it, it's a rough road. The bumps are not smooth, and we just do the best we can up there. I have my line picked out by now. I'm very comfortable with exactly where that is, and so fingers crossed, you know, the bump part of it will be a minimal factor.
So we're going to take a look at your car here in just a moment, and I want you to tell me a bit about the development process with this car. You have to approach this pretty differently than any normal road race car. You don't get a lot of opportunities to test it and where it's going to be running. So what's that development process been like for a chassis that you're familiar with? It's been around Bimmer World for a very long time. Iterations year over year, how much has changed over time?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Wayne Yawn and Rich Grupp. Wayne is the engineer on the project and is an engineer with our team, has been for about 15 years. Rich is one of his friends and one of mine, and just a master fabricator with tons of experience in the prototype world. So this car is, you know, it started as an E36, and what does that mean? So we thought we were going to put a 6-cylinder turbo motor in, and we knew we wanted tunnels on it for downforce and to not have so much pitch sensitivity and ride height. So that was the start of the car, and we unfortunately went fairly far along that road, and then we realized we weren't going to make the 2018 event with the new car. I happened to be driving a beautiful BMW M6 V8 road car at the time, and it just made so much power. It had so much torque out of the engine itself, which you know, the turbo size matters, the power matters, but you've got to have a drivable car. And so at that point we said, okay, we want to fit the V8 in there, so we're going to have to get rid of the front frame rails. So then it turned into kind of a semi-tube car, and we were comfortable with that. And you know, this is crazy because at Bimmer World, I work with a lot of customers on car builds, and I teach them to do exactly not what we did on this car, because this thing just escalated and got away from us even before we were finished. But you know, we made that iteration. We still kept the shell of the E36 at that point, and it basically had a tube frame under it with that big V8 motor, big twin turbos, and then we might as well move the tunnels further forward. So the tunnels got bigger. That's roughly the car we ran in 21. Then because of the bumps, like we're talking about, the bumps are so big, we cut the rear end off the car for 22 and totally redid the rear suspension. It has a three spring setup with a heave spring, which handles those bumps. We have about 4.5 inches of travel. So for something that's a high aero car, normally that thing would run about 2 inches off the ground and would travel less than 2 inches. 4.5 inches of travel, and you know, we have to run it maybe 2.5, 3 inches off the ground just so it doesn't bottom on those huge bumps. So we did that, and that was a good iteration. And then this year it's lighter weight, it's more power, it's refinement of the aero, and we just keep rubbing on it, and the guys do an amazing job, and it just keeps getting better and better.
We just saw the pace car take off. That's an Acura NSX Type S with David Malukas behind the wheel. Tommy, that's a really cool car as well. I've had a chance to ride in the non-Type S Acura NSX, but that thing rips, so that's cool to see David Malukas take that up the hill.
Super rare car, and having an IndyCar driver up there pedaling up the hill with us. I mean, he's going to be hooked. I'm telling you, within 2 years, David's going to be racing with us. So it's cool to see. I mean, that NSX is an awesome car. They look awesome, and the Type S is an absolute party machine. So should be cool to see what he can run.
It's going to be fun to watch. Well, we've got a lot of action still ahead of us today. It hasn't really yet started, but James, I want to thank you so much for being here, and good luck climbing up the mountain today. We'll be rooting for you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Tommy.
Good luck, James. I'm bummed not to be racing against you today, but you've been flying, man. You're going to kill it. And
Thanks,
everybody, look at James's shoes over there. He's rocking the flip-flops. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's chilly, but it's not too cold for flops, right?
Never too cold.
As comfortable as can be. We're going to step away for a brief moment, and we'll be right back with the 101st running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Unbelievable. What?
Welcome back to the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Good morning and welcome back. The action on track, I suppose we can call it a track, a circuit uphill up to 14,000 feet. It's about to kick off here in just a couple minutes' time. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Tommy Boylo. Tommy, welcome back. This morning just continues to get more and more exciting as we get closer. The anticipation is building. We have nearly 70 competitors that will climb the hill here shortly in a variety of classes. We just talked to James Clay. So much ingenuity in building that car over time, that Bimmer World E36 BMW, but there's such a wide range of vehicular technology on display today. And one of the categories in particular, or I guess one of the sects, I should say, is the electric cars. Now, we've got the Ford van that will be going up the hill at 1,400 horsepower. Those are such cool, innovative machines. And I think especially so because they're not impacted by the altitude as much. So that's kind of why I've got my eye on the electric cars this weekend.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason that an electric car has the all-time record on the mountain right now. I mean, they aren't impacted by the altitude, and they are incredibly fast. I mean, that instantaneous torque, and they've got Romain Dumas driving that super van. So it's going to be interesting to see. I knew we were worried about him, competing against him in our class when we came up here for practice, and the moment I saw that car launch, we were in the top section, and it was just mind-boggling how quick that thing could get off the line at 13,000 feet. It just took off like a rocket ship. So that's going to be one to watch today. I mean, I know Robin's going to be really fast in that Wolf, but he might have a little fight on his hands for that overall win today. I mean, that super van with the electric power is going to be super, super quick. So it's going to be fun to watch.
It will be fun to watch. Of course, we have our first cars on course here in just a couple of minutes as the paddock is very busy with lots of spectators and fans of this event. And we can see from high above Colorado, the distant sights of the Colorado Rockies. What a gorgeous view it is up here. And every time, again, I live in Chicago, pretty flat land out there. Every time I come here, I'm just blown away by the spectacle of this mountain, of this event in general. But look at these fans perched on the hillside. It's such a cool view. I'm a little jealous of them, I have to say. Well, I like my spot down here. I can breathe well down here. That's a great view that they've got up at the top.
No, that's beautiful. That's up there in Devil's Playground, so they're overlooking the W's, and that's one of the spots where you can see probably the most of the road that you can from anywhere else. So that's one of my favorite vantage points to go up and watch during practice, or especially if you're a spectator. You got to be up super early. Like we were saying earlier, the fans are so committed and so passionate about this race. But, I mean, it's just gorgeous up there. And it's, yeah, air's a little thin, so you got to have oxygen, especially if you're not from here. But it's beautiful. I mean, especially with weather like today, you can see miles and miles. Everything's super green with all the rain we've been getting. So, yeah, no, I'm jealous of them up there too, man.
So one of the newer categories that we've got here for this hill climb is the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. That's one of our newer categories, all for Porsche GT4 machines. I don't want to call it a spec class because that's not really what it is, because there's a couple different variants of the car that can participate. But that's a really cool concept to take cars that race in other road racing organizations, and they can basically try and transplant right in and have a run at the mountain.
No, it's incredible, and it gives people that are in their rookie year, or maybe people that don't want to drive a 1,400 horsepower BMW up the road, an opportunity to come experience the event and still compete for a win. Where if you're wanting to compete for an overall win, you're spending probably a lot more money and the risk is much higher. You get in one of those little Porsche GT4s, and I think it looks probably like one of the most fun classes out here. You get to kind of see where you stack up against the competition and have a better idea of where you stand based on driver ability, more so than just the prep of the car. So I would love to have a chance at one of those cars one of these days. I mean, they're on a less crazy tire. I mean, we're not running super soft compounds on those things. It's going to be more of a street-like tire, which kind of maybe helps you out in some conditions up on the road. You encounter some dirt or water, you're probably going to be in better shape.
Here comes David Malukas working his way up the course here at some of the more challenging sections. Look at the dust and debris there. And that's, again, the challenge as you climb the hill. The course workers have done a great job of clearing all the debris the best they can, but you just don't know what you're going to get to every corner that you turn. And I've heard lots of drivers talk about just losing track of where they are. As much as you practice, as much time as you put in, the conditions, how tired you are, the oxygen level. You can forget where you are on course, and that's a scary thing, especially when you're climbing this high, this fast. But Malukas is getting close to the top here, and I'm sure he's having a blast.
Oh, he's got to be having the time of his life. I mean, driving an Indy car has got to be a thrill in itself, but driving up Pikes Peak's unlike anything. And he's making good time. I mean, he's already up past Devil's Playground now, and we just saw him take off. It felt like just a couple minutes ago. So he's not holding back. He's having fun up there. It's awesome.
Devil's Playground, one of the names of the areas here on this course. I learned just the other day what it actually means, or why it's called that, because when there's storming and there's lightning, it just peppers all over that area because of all the iron deposits in the ground, and that is biblical in nature, I'd say.
No, absolutely. It's something where part of you goes, man, I really would love to experience that. I want to see that. But at the same time, I'm sure it would be terrifying to be up there in a lightning storm and just be getting peppered all around you. But it's one of my favorite spots on the mountain for sure. It's a cool place, and definitely, oh, look at them go. No, it's definitely beautiful up there, and you're above the tree line. I mean, Devil's Playground, our start line for practice is at 13,000 feet elevation. So it's, yeah, you're up there when you're up towards Devil Playground.
And then, of course, there's Bottomless Pit that's upcoming here on the course for Malukas, and that's a corner that doesn't really need much more explanation. That's a corner you really don't want to have a moment. There's just not a lot between that wall and a huge vertical drop. But then you head to Upper Gravel Pit, Boulder Park near the summit. Of course, Olympic, one of the final corners on the racetrack, and then you get to the finish line at 14,110 feet. That upper section is just unbelievable to look at. And again, Malukas getting the ride of a lifetime up through the top of this.
Yeah, the views up there are stunning for spectators and competitors alike, and looks like he's going through Boulder Park right now. And really from that point all the way to the summit, that's where it starts to get really rough. The road's got a lot of that freeze thaw happening, and there's a lot of bumps. So I don't know if he's experienced it yet, but you can even see a little bit on the video there. If he didn't experience it during practice, he's probably going, what in the world am I doing right now? But I'm sure that NSX is doing great, and he's just driving through it, and he's just moments away from getting to the summit now.
Yeah, you can actually see where the road actually cambers up and away, and actually in this case it'll help the driver, but it's inconsistent across the width of the road, so as you get to it, the suspension will be doing a lot of work to keep that thing glued to the surface. And of course, you see just the edge of the road there, all the gravel and things, and we'll see drivers probably try to shortcut a couple areas as best they can, but it's also something you don't want to necessarily get gravel and stuff on your tires, just like on a normal road course. You don't want to get anything on your rubber that prevents you from sticking to the road, but we're waiting for that NSX to round that one of those final corners. I think that's Olympic that we were looking at before that last run to the finish line.
Yeah, no, that was an Olympic there, and as you alluded to, I mean, there will be drivers that'll maybe intentionally or unintentionally hang a tire into the gravel, and if you're one of the guys behind him, now you've got a dirty road in front of you, so it's one of those things, and he's going around the last corner to the finish line now. He made it to the summit.
Unbelievable. It's cool to watch, and just one of many that will make that climb today there across the finish line for David Malukas in the Acura NSX Type S pace car. And there is the start line with the peak in the background. It looks like a scene or a map out of Gran Turismo. I think back to my Gran Turismo 4 days, which was my first Gran Turismo game, and looking at some of the rally stages, it just looks like that. And it's so cool. As we are now joined by Tanner Faust. Tanner, welcome. And good to have you here. Again, this is my first time at this event, and you're driving, I think, one of the coolest cars here in the paddock. You're driving the Radford Type 6.2 is the name of that car, and it's a really neat-looking car. But thanks for joining us, and this is your first time up the mountain?
It is not my first time up the mountain. It's my second time paved, and then I've done it several times when it was dirt. But it's my first time driving something this sexy, that's for sure. This car is definitely a looker. I've been saying all week, if I can get it to go as fast as it, or half as fast really as it looks, then it's a win. But I've loved the process of developing this car with Radford, with Jensen Button and Ann Anstead, and the whole team's really come together in the last 2 weeks and made magic from a piece of paper to a couple great pieces of the puzzle all over the world, bringing the car to Costa Mesa for assembly just a few weeks ago to here racing up the mountain. It's been an incredible process.
Yeah, I was told that this car was built in the last 100 days, which is an unbelievable achievement. But I want to talk about the car in general, because for me, this is a car that I didn't even really know existed, the Type 6.2 in general. I didn't know it existed until pretty recently. Tell me about the road car, I guess you could call it a road car, and then what is different about this compared to that car?
Boy, you might need to get Ant up here to tell you everything about it.
We got him coming later, I think.
Oh, good. Okay, so I won't spoil it for him. But Ant and Jensen have a car company, Radford. It's my understanding, it's an old brand. Yeah, the Beatles had Radfords back in the 60s. They reignited it, and this is really their first car to market. The road car is in conjunction with Lotus. I think the Evora shares a chassis. This particular car is very different. It's a carbon fiber monocoque chassis, and it's purpose-built for this run. Quite a lot of technology differences and geometry differences in suspension. Jubu out of Austria has done the motor at sea level, somewhere around 700 horsepower. It's supercharged, so it does pretty well up here. But, as you know, with the mountain, we're probably barely pushing 500 at the top. But the car is very lightweight, which is true to the Lotus genealogy and certainly for the new Radford genealogy. So it's quite a quick car. I've been surprised how fast it is. It's the fastest thing I've driven up the mountain. And but yeah, the road car has been for sale for a while, but this is a Pikes Peak edition. It is a one-off.
Really neat looking car. I want to talk about your background a little bit. You've got a ton of accolades. You've done a lot of driving and a lot of different championships. Of course, Formula Drift is a big one. Rally America. You've done Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, Global Rally Cross. This event, I described to Tommy this morning that it seems like it's magnetic for drivers, and it seems like it's one of those events that everyone that's done everything has to do. Where does it rank for you on those lists of things?
It's funny. This event does have a little bit of bucket list panache. People from around the world. In fact, it's probably a bigger event internationally than it is here in the U.S. And it was one of the first events I ever did. When I was in school at Boulder. Before I graduated, the guy's testing the two-step that I'll never use, but
I tell you, it sounds great. But
so I will. So one of my first jobs in motorsport was actually at Pikes Peak International Raceway down the street in Fountain, Colorado. When I graduated college, I realized that maybe I worked for an inventor, and it was contagious, the whole idea of making money doing something fun. I loved skiing and I loved driving. Had no idea how to make a living at either one of them. But I knew that driving was expensive, so I got a job at Pikes Peak International Raceway selling sponsorship for the track, and that's actually where I met Cam Douglas, who now runs marketing for all of Optima. So he was my first sponsor back when the Spec Ford Racer, Second Creek Raceway, which was just on the east side of Denver. I think it's a mall now. But yeah, so I had a lot of history for me, and Pikes Peak in 2002 was one of the first races that I did in a Wells Coyote back in the gravel days, spitting alcohol out of the exhaust and, you know, hanging on for life, shooting rooster tails everywhere. It was a lot of fun. But to be able to come back in something fast after, you know, having a good 20 years of playing elsewhere it's just awesome.
So drawing potentially on some rally experience on the climb up the mountain in the dirt days, we talked about earlier about how the course has changed over time with the additional pavement year after year, and now the entire thing is pavement. How much has that changed for you? I mean, of course, corner speeds are a lot higher, but does that increase the challenge? Does it make it more familiar, less familiar because of your rally experience? Take me through that transition over time and how your experience has changed.
For me, I think it's more challenging. First of all, it's great that it's paved because it's opened up the race to all these race cars that you see here. Formula cars, Indy cars. I mean, you have absolutely everything. Before, you pretty much had to be an off-road machine to run up the hill. But now it's opened the gates to downforce and a lot of cool things. But in the gravel, the speeds were lower. It was a bit more manageable. 2 years ago, I did the Porsche Cup in the GT4, and that was so much momentum. You had to roll so much speed through the corners, very committal. Now the Radford makes pretty good downforce, so now you're coming out a tree line, making that long right-hander, pulling a couple G's maybe, and those G's are trying to pull you off the outside of a blind corner with 1,000, 2,000 foot drop. It feels incredibly committal. This paved with this much grip. I mean, it's difficult to describe what these drivers go through. I have so much respect for the Robin Schutz of the world and the guys that are really laying down fast times, because the commitment and you know, the internal battle going on with the human condition in that scenario is absolutely fascinating.
So you got a lot of experience stunt driving as well, and I think there's as calculated as that may be at times, there's probably an element of just, quote, sending it. What's your preparation been like this week, and is this one of those things that you spend a ton of time practicing for, whether it's sim, whether it's driving up the mountain in a road car, or is this something that you've done enough times now and you know the car, you know its limits, and you're just going to, quote, send it?
There's definitely no sending it. Here in the movies, sometimes there is that element, although safety is a big thing in movies. Especially since a lot of times you're training actors to do. In John Wick, I trained Keanu Reeves for months to do his own stunts. So that was a movie where I worked one of the longest stints I've done on a movie, and I did some of the least amount of driving. But with this car, analogy I heard recently, it's kind of like fixing an airplane while you're in the air. You know, we've been up here on the mountain sorting the car out. It's got very little track time. So that's always a challenge. You have to inch your way forward to the limit. Rather than when you're out on a racetrack, you can kind of push hard, see what breaks, what doesn't break, what works, and reel it in. But on this mountain, you don't want to be too aggressive too early. We've prioritized what we wanted to fix. We've made it as reliable as we can, and I've gotten as comfortable as I can, and I feel really good compared to 2 weeks ago, 100% better than I felt 2 weeks ago. So that's a good thing.
Well, Tanner, thanks so much for joining us, and we wish you the best of luck today. Get out there and go crush it.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Good luck, Tanner.
And we're going to step away for another brief break. We'll be back in a few minutes for the start of the 101st running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Welcome everybody to Pikes Peak, and this is the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Pikes Peak, you got a lot. It's a living, breathing thing. You're looking at the road, you're looking at the grip, you're looking at where did the wind blow, is there gravel, is there sand? All these things you're trying to calculate will go in at 100 and some odd miles an hour. And you're constantly weighing out, like, how hard I'm going to push this, is it worth it? There's been times where it hasn't.
back at America's Mountain for the start of the 101st running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. The weather down here is absolutely gorgeous this morning. It's still a little brisk, but as the sun beats down, I think it's going to warm up here just fine. Kyle Heyer joined by Tommy Boylo once again. Tommy, welcome back. The anticipation continues to rise. I can't wait to start getting cars on course here. We've got 68, 70 competitors somewhere around there, all heading up the hill shortly, and they're all about to attack this mountain we've been talking about for so long. Let's talk about the time of day, morning versus afternoon versus mid-morning. Where's the ideal time to run?
It's kind of a gamble. I mean, it depends on the year. I mean, if you look at historical dates for the past couple years, the weather does tend to roll in later in the afternoon. So you don't want to be too late in the day where you run into that weather, but it gets tricky where if you're one of the first cars up, there's not anybody that's cleared some of that dust off the road for you. I mean, they do a good job as good as they can cleaning those roads, but it's not a professionally maintained racetrack. There's going to be dust, there's going to be water, there's going to be gravel. So it's kind of finding that happy medium. I mean, the track temps are going to kind of be what they're going to be. They're usually around like 60 degrees, which is super low. So it's tricky to say. I mean, personally, I like to go somewhere in the top 15. That's usually where you want to be. Robin Schutt's in a tricky position because he's the fastest qualifier. He's going to be the 6th or 7th car off the line. I don't know how clean the roads are going to be for him. I mean, no matter what, he's going to be super fast. But usually if you're a few cars after them, because they've got big aero, they're pulling some of that dust off the road, that's where I like to place myself when I'm qualifying.
And for those that are new to the hill climb and the process of qualifying and how you get your run order, tell us about the testing weekend and qualifying and then how that sets our grid order roughly for today's event.
Yep, so what we do, we break the road into 3 segments. So you got the bottom segment, which is from start line to the end of halfway picnic ground, or excuse me, right up before Glen Cove. So it's about 6 miles, about half of the road is the qualifying segment. So it's the longest segment, and it's probably one of the highest average speed segments. So that's what you do for qualifying. The middle segment starts at Glen Cove, goes to the bottom of Devil's Playground, and then the third segment at the top is from Devil's Playground to Summit. So you get to run one of those segments throughout the week one time, basically. You get 2 or 3 attempts on one of those days. We're up here at 3 in the morning. We run basically from sun up until it opens back up to the public at about 8:30. So you get to run each one of those segments per day, and then whatever you run on the bottom, that's how they seed the field. They'll run the Porsche Cup cars slowest to fastest, and then the rest of the field from the fastest qualifier all the way down to the slowest.
Yeah, so it should be a lot of fun to watch here. Again, expecting cars on course here relatively shortly. And there's a lot of the cars that we are going to be talking the most about today. Romain Dumas is coming up not too far from now. James Clay we already spoke to. David Donahue will be running not too far from now. So Gilles Nadeau is going to be the first car on track at a 2020 Porsche GT4 Club Sport. And this is that new category we were talking about earlier, which is the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. And he's already taken the green flag and heading up the hill.
He's already flying through the bottom sector. I mean, it's kind of funny. We got some of these really loud race cars. We had Tanner's Radford firing off, so I didn't even hear him take off on the line. But he's already past a ski area there. He's almost towards the bottom of that bottom qualifying segment. So he's making good time. I think it's one of his first years, if not his rookie year, and he's looking good. So good for him. Hopefully he has a clean run to the top.
Yeah, this is his second year running. Last year ran in, I believe, the same car, another 2020 Porsche GT4 Club Sport, at a time of 13:03. So that's his time to beat. And looks like, are we launching another car here? This should be our second runner, which would be Chris Becker in the 16.
Awesome. Chris Becker, I mean, all these Porsche Club guys, the GT4s are just awesome platform for this mountain. We were just talking to Tanner about how he ran one of these cars a couple years back. And as I alluded to earlier, I mean, it's really cool because it really showcases the driver. And I would be having a blast. I'm jealous of all these guys. It just kills me to be up here not driving a race car today, but I'm happy to be hanging out with you.
Yeah, Gilles, 62 years old, and this is his second attempt here at the climb of the mountain. And when asked what does racing in the hill climb mean to you, he says, this is just a personal achievement. There's nothing to prove for anybody else except myself. And that's really cool. There's a lot of different motivations for participating in this, whether it's for personal motivation, whether it's something that a team has built around you to bring you to this level, or whether it's something that your family's always done. But I think that's really cool that he's just doing it to do it. And I love that.
That's so cool. I mean, 62 years old, I'm sure his wife probably hates him for being up here because it's a terrifying event. I mean, I know my wife is just terrified from the moment we show up on race day. So it's It's so cool to see. And yeah, like you said, everybody's got different motivations, whether you're up here just to have fun and say you did it or try to go break a record. We're all here and competing on the same mountain. We all have the same mutual level of respect for each other.
And Chris Becker, who's on his way up the mountain, 56 years old, out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, running another Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And of course, he's got a lot of grassroots road racing experience and spent a couple seasons of racing learning from hill climb veterans, including Paul Dallenbach, Todd Cook, and Dave Wood. So I think we get a look again at Gilles Nadeau climbing up the hill again as the lead car here, the first car of many here today. And such tight corners here. And let's talk about wheelbases for a bit. Short wheelbase versus long wheelbase, maneuverability in some of these hairpin corners. Short wheelbase cars will be happy there, but maybe lack the stability in some of the faster sections.
Yeah, it's another one of those things where everybody kind of has their own personal preference, right? I mean, if you get something with a big, long wheelbase, you're going to feel super comfortable through all that high-speed stuff, but it's going to feel like you're driving a limo through those hairpins, man. It takes forever. So it's finding that happy medium. I think these Porsche GT4s really do have a good platform for this. They can carry tons of mid-corner speed through those tight hairpins, and it just showcases how well those cars are built. And it's going to be fun to see what happens next year when they introduce the rest of that GT4 homologation. I think it's going to be interesting to see if these Porsches have the edge because they've been developing them year after year for the past 2 or 3 years. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, great race cars, great road cars, great balance with that mid-engine layout, which is not traditional Porsche. Of course, the 911 has that engine behind the rear axle. The Cayman is a mid-engine car, but mid-engine rear drive car as Gilles works his way up the hill. And his goal was to finish the race last year. He did that. And finished third in class last year, which was not an expectation that he even had for himself. So I think the goal, I would imagine this year, is just to beat his time from last year at a 13:03.389. And he's getting closer and closer.
He's getting closer and closer. I mean, in your rookie year, that should be everybody's mentality. Just get to the summit, and then if you do decide to come back, then it's all right. Now I've got my baseline. I need to improve. And that's one of those things. Once you get hooked, it's just, especially if your main goal is just to have a personal achievement, it's just going to be trying to be the best version of yourself that you can be.
Yeah, some of these cars as well, like this car doesn't have gearing that you would be able to change and shift and shuffle a whole lot for an event like this. But I'm just watching the navigation through some of these really tight hairpins, and then you've got long sections of the track where you're getting up into higher gears. So I'd imagine some of these cars that have gear ratios that are kind of locked in place would struggle in first gear to get out of some of these hairpins.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's one of the struggles that you look at some of these crazy fast cars and you think, oh, they've got to be doing Mach 1 through picnic ground, the highest part of the track, but you're really not going that fast. You don't need to gear it for that 170 miles an hour because most of the straightaways are very brief. So it's really gearing it, like you said, focusing on getting out of those hairpins and getting that acceleration out. I think some of the fastest guys are top speeds are around 140, which is still moving when the speed limit's 25 miles an hour up here, but it's all about getting out of those corners and into the next.
Yeah, I think that's something to consider as well when we talk about 140 miles an hour. In the grand scheme of racing, okay, we're talking about speeds that are, they're not slow, but when you put them on a road where the speed limit's 25 miles an hour and there's a cliff edge, that's a whole lot of speed as we continue to watch Nadeau climb the mountain here up towards the summit of the Pikes Peak hill climb. Of course, today's coverage presented by Mobil 1 and sweeping through some of the rockier sections above the tree line now, and we talked about how it's basically inhospitable to plant life above this, and you're just climbing literally into the clouds to flight level 141 if you're a pilot. But great looking scenery here, even despite the lack of plant life. Just it looks like a model almost, like you're building a model railroad. I've always likened it to that. It's so cool.
So that section he was just going through when he came down the hill there, that's a segment they call Little Pikes Peak is the name of that corner. And there's that famous video and photo of Ari Vatanen in the Audi coming down the hill, driving with one hand blocking the sun. That's coming through that corner, and that's something these drivers are going to have to start dealing with. I mean, the sun's getting a little bit higher, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern right now. But these first few drivers, the sun's going to be in their eyes in spots, and you're completely blind going into a blind corner with a cliff on the side. That's one of those things that you don't really experience on a lot of other racetracks either. I mean, every now and then you might get a little bit of that sun glare, but up here it's a whole different animal.
I've heard a lot of drivers talk about, I can't remember what corner it it was, maybe you can tell me. There's a double left complex where you're just looking at sky, especially if you're sitting low in your car, and you're really just trusting your inputs and trusting your muscle memory at that point.
Yeah, there's a couple corners like that. There's one called Blue Sky, which is that double left sequence.
That's
and
probably it.
You're still kind of in the trees at that point, so all you see is just the tips of some of the trees. And then as you get past that tree line, there's one going to a corner called Elk Park, which to me, that's probably the most intimidating corner. Tanner was just talking about it. You're entering it in 5th gear, so in the Camaro, we're doing about 130 into that corner, and it's completely blind. You don't see where you're going. You just got to trust that your car is going to stick, and you got to lean into the aero, lean into the tires, and it just comes to self-confidence at that point. So it's just one of those things about this mountain. You got to know where you're going. If you get lost, you can find yourself in trouble really quick.
Here comes Nadeau up to Olympic and heading towards the finish line. He'll be the first driver to complete the mountain today. Checkered flags waving for Gilles Nadeau, and across the stripe, the first finisher of the 101st Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And as far as his time, I don't know if we've got that up, at least on my monitor, in just yet, but we'll share it with you when we have it. As a couple other cars have already launched, I believe Hutton McKenna has already took the green flag, and he is a rookie here for this 101st running. 29-year-old out of Norwalk, California. So we now look at the 744 car. That's George Hess, the third, that is heading up the hill shortly in that bright orange Porsche Cayman GT4. Love the color on that car. It's striking in the morning light here.
That's one of the best things about racing up on the mountain is you get cars, especially that have color like that pops. Some of the photos you get from those early morning practice runs are just mind-blowing. You get some of the world's best motorsport photographers out here, and the photos you get back after race week, those are the things that you have as your Facebook profile photo or your wallpaper, things like that. I mean, I've printed out full-blown posters and hung them on my house. So it's one of my favorite parts about the mountain.
So I have my times refreshed now, and Gilles Nadeau with a time of 11 minutes, 23.664 seconds. That is almost 2 minutes faster than his time from last year.
Elated right now. I mean, I'm sure if he would have run a 13:02, he would have been elated, but beating his previous personal best by 1 minute and 40 seconds, that is absolutely incredible. That's a really quick time for one of these Porsche Club Sports. I mean, I'm not sure how much faster these cars can go. I don't remember exactly what the record is in this class, but I think some of these other guys might have their work cut out for them. That's an awesome lap there by Joe.
I think so as well. And Chris Becker will be the next one to reach the start-finish line. Becker's best time ever, 11:40.323. So Nadeau has already eclipsed that, although that 11:40 was done in a 2010 Mazda Speed. And that was in 2020. So he'll be next up to cross the start-finish line. Hutton McKenna already taken the green flag, completed section 1 at a 1:55.755, which is the fastest first section by 4 seconds.
That's a good split right there. I mean, that 55.755, especially by a rookie. I mean, I can guarantee you, I've been in his shoes as a rookie going up there. His heart is pounding out of his chest right now. Hopefully he's running oxygen. Most of the drivers do. And I remember my rookie year, I got about halfway, and I just reached down and cranked that oxygen bottle to full blast. I wanted to slow down my heart rate as much as I could, but awesome first split there by Hutton. That's a really good time.
And he'll continue working his way up the mountain here in car number 88. And again, Hutton, as a rookie, doesn't have any lap time to use as a basis. It's now the 744 of George Hess III. Takes the green flag and starts his climb up America's mountain.
And George is just one of those guys. He's such a good advocate of this race. I mean, he's been up here the past handful of years. And remember a couple of years ago, we had my crew up there. We were in the trailer, freezing cold up at the top section. And his guys made breakfast burritos, gave us some warm coffee, just got us warmed up. So George and all of his guys, just a great group of people. And he's been doing this race a handful of years now, and he's experienced the trials and tribulations of Pikes Peak. I know he had an incident a couple years ago on one of the practice days, but I mean, he qualified pretty well in the class. Will be interesting to see what his first split is here.
And for Becker, his first split was a 1:59.6. He's almost to the summit. Then Hutton McKenna at that 1:55.7. Of course, George Hess is up next. This is his 5th year running the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. His best time was done in a Porsche GT4 Club Sport, 11:06.789 back in 2020. So that's the time to beat here for him.
This is going to be, so you sit here and you're like, oh, 3 minutes isn't that long, right? But then if you're especially friends or family or crew of one of the drivers, you watch them go through that third split, and then you're waiting and waiting and waiting, and it feels like it takes an hour for him to get through that last split, because that's that most intimidating top section where there's a lot of stuff that could go wrong up there. So I know they're all probably biting their nails off right now. I'm sure they'll be up there any minute now, but it always just feels like an eternity when you're sitting there watching the times try to come through, and now here he is coming through Olympic right now.
Chris Becker, final couple corners here on the mountain. 155 down and 1 left to go as the checkered flag waves for Chris Becker. His best time was an 11:40 a couple of years ago, and we'll see what time it is for him. 11:10.301, fastest so far of the two that have completed, and his best ever by 30 seconds.
That's a huge improvement, and like I was just saying earlier, anytime you can improve on your personal best, especially when it's the same vehicle year after year, you know that you're just getting more confident in your abilities, more confident in the road, and the better you can learn each and every one of these 156 corners, the better off you're going to be. I mean, I pride myself in knowing the road, not necessarily better than everybody, but I can sit there and close my eyes and drive through the whole road, and that's kind of been my pre-race routine the past couple years. Helps me just kind of get in the zone and make sure that if something were to go wrong, like last year when we had the fog, I know exactly where I'm at, exactly where I'm going, and it shows that these guys are learning the road more and more every year, and those are big improvements from both of those guys.
And the record, by the way, you were asking about the record in that category. Travis Pastrana back in 2018 with a Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport 10:33.897. So still some time to chop off if they want to beat that. But I think based on the times we've seen so far, and we're going to see faster and faster coming shortly, I think we're going to see something close.
I think we're going to get something close. I mean, they do run these cars from the slowest qualifier to the fastest. So that fast qualifier in these cars, I think it's Hayden Bradley. He's a rookie as well. It should be interesting to see what he can do. I mean, anytime you can be faster than Travis Pastrana in anything, you got some bragging rights there. I mean, there's a reason that guy's fast up here. He's fast on Mount Washington. He's fast in everything. It's because I think he just has no sense of fear. That guy's a nutcase.
This is an extreme sport. As far as all the extreme sports go, this is obviously you're glued to inside cars, but Travis Pastrana would probably do it in one of those squirrel suits if he could go up the mountain somehow in it. Waiting now for the green flag for Nuno Caetano, who will be in car number 77, representing Portugal in his Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and also another rookie in the field. So there's a handful of them in this category. And again, as you were saying, the first time up the mountain at speed, the first time competing, that just has to be so many butterflies for all these competitors.
Oh yeah, sitting on that start line. I mean, you get strapped into the car in the pits here, and there's a lot of people around you. There's cameras in your face, and your nerves start to kind of peak there. But once you sit on that start line and you're waiting for him to wave that green flag and you know what you're about to go do, yeah, your heart rate starts to spike for sure. It's butterflies in the stomach, and especially if you've been doing it a while, once you get actually moving, you kind of forget about that. But those moments before you go for the green flag, it is just gut-wrenching.
Green flag now for Caetano, and the climb up the hill begins. Experience in rally championships in Portugal, in GT championships, 5 podiums in Porsche GT3 Cup. The list goes on, but again, this seems to be a destination event for drivers that have run basically everything. There are some drivers that stay in a category and run this. There are some drivers that just run this, but it seems like every driver I see that has some kind of road racing experience or oval racing experience, they've done it all.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the best things about this event too. I think there was 7 or 8 different countries represented this year alone, and it just has that natural allure. It's like, hey, if I want to go prove that I am kind of crazy in a way, right? I mean, you got to be crazy to come run on Pikes Peak, but if I want to prove, hey, I'm good at driving a race car and I'm not afraid to go push the limits, this is the place to come prove it. I mean, the first year I came up here, all I wanted to do was get to the top, but ever since then it's been, I need to go win this race. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to stop until I come out here and win this thing.
And it's such a neat event, too, because it has such a grassroots feel. There's so many drivers and teams that spend their entire world, 364 days, preparing for the 365th. And the accessibility for fans as well to get up close to the cars and see them and talk to the teams and the drivers. This is truly special in that as well.
No, absolutely. And you look at the Fan Fest that we had on Friday night. I mean, it's where else do you get to go to a motorsports event that has this big of a draw? I mean, you got Tanner Faust, you got all these big name guys that are here running this event. And you can walk right up to them, shake their hand, get an autograph, do whatever you want, and then come up here on Sunday and literally be standing right next to the race car. I mean, you don't really get to experience that anywhere else when the level of competition is high.
Here comes Hutton McKenna, the number 88 tires spinning through Olympic and across the stripe for Hutton McKenna and to the top of the board with a 10:55, 7:46, fastest of the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama cars so far.
They're getting closer and closer to that record right now. I mean, like I said, there might be some records falling today. The weather is perfect. The road's in good shape. 10:55, they're only 30 seconds off there, not even. So now we got the top qualifier in the class on the line, Hayden Bradley. He's a rookie this year. I was talking to him. We were up here testing a couple weekends ago, and he was just elated to be at the summit. He was just over the moon. Young kid, I don't know how old he is, but he's obviously a great talent behind the wheel, and I'm excited to see what he can do. I think he might be able to give this thing a good run for the money.
Hayden is 18 years old out of St. Petersburg, Florida. You and I both giggled at that. I'm only 25. I feel like a young kid walking around a lot of racetracks, but 18 years old out of St. Petersburg, again, competing in this year's hill climb as a rookie. And looking at his racing highlights, his accolades, holy cow, it's a long list. Formula Car Championships in the Lucas Oil Formula Car Championship Series, NCM, WRL, World Racing League at Sebring, Road America, Daytona, Road Atlanta, High Plains, VIR, Circuit of the Americas. I think it just listed half the racetracks in the country, but this one is a distinct challenge in that the end isn't where the finish is, and that's a whole different concept.
Yeah, no, and it's, especially you look at those WRL events or some of those endurance races, it's a completely different mentality. It's about kind of taking that car and making it last throughout that entire race. Here he's hoping to make that car last about 10.5 minutes, right? So there's no managing the tires, there's no managing the brakes. I mean, there is some heat that gets built up into those systems, but the big thing here is just driving within the cusp of that limit. You don't want to be driving 110% here just because there is no margin for error. But if you can drive that car a perfect 9/10 all the way up the road, you're going to have a really good run.
So Setano across section 1 was the fastest car by about 2 seconds. George Hess slower than McKenna in section 1, but faster in section 2. And as far as section 3, kind of middle of the road there for George Hess the third. Setano, though, quickest in that first section. So if that carries on, I think the 4 different sections are so unique that one driver might be really good at one section and maybe give up some time in another, but 2 seconds to the good in section 1 bodes well.
No, that's always a good sign. I mean, and you look at George right there, he is neck and neck with Hutton McKenna. I mean, he's a 10th slower here, a 10th quicker there, and a little bit off in that third split. But I know George, he loves that top section of this road, so I'd expect George to go maybe a little bit quicker than that 311 flat that Hutton did there in that 4 split. So we'll see what happens here.
Well, let's head to the top of the mountain and check in with DJ up at 14,000 feet.
Hey, Kyle, it's good to talk to you up here. It's still cold, it's still windy, but I'll tell you what, these drivers are pushing to the absolute limit. As you've seen coming across the screen, we're seeing wheel spin, we're seeing the bumps come across, and something very crucial to keep in mind here as they rise up the hill, it is so windy, it is so cold, it's like you're coming into an entirely different world when you rise up above the tree lines, and it is very, very difficult to be able to handle. It really shows the testament to these drivers of just how much skill they've got underneath the wheel of these cars.
Thanks, DJ. Don't blow away. Let's talk about the wind for a moment, because that was the thing that struck me yesterday when I arrived here at 9,000 feet. It was breezy, and I have to imagine at 14,000 feet, the wind has to be unbelievable. How does that play into a drive up the mountain?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing out there blocking the wind unless you somehow get lucky and you're on the right side of that mountain. So it does blow you around a little bit. I mean, if you got something with big aero or a tall profile, you're going to be moving around a little bit, and that's not something you ever like to feel in a race car, let alone next to a cliff. And not only is that wind blowing hard, it is cold. So that's one of the things that you got to keep in mind. I mean, you take off from the start line here, you try to get your tires as hot as they can. They come off the tire warmers at 200 degrees. By the time you get to the top, you're going to be lucky if they're around 100. So you lose a ton of tire temp. They're not performing at their optimal. The car's moving around. You're getting a little cold at times, maybe, especially if you're in that Formula Atlantic that we see Merle Swan in. It definitely plays a role up here. I mean, there's so many variables that make this so different than any other racetrack, where it's whole different breed.
Hurley Haywood in the Porsche Taycan, the Grand Marshal for this year's event. That's a cool car and an even cooler driver. Talk about racing history here.
I mean, one of the absolute legends of motorsport, period, especially when you start considering Porsche. I mean, the Brumos brand and Hurley Haywood are synonymous with each other, and then you've got Donahue racing the Brumos car. He could be one to watch. I mean, he's getting up there in age, but he's still one of the best drivers to ever get behind the wheel of a race car, and that thing's all electric. So we'll see what happens with Hurley there.
Checkered flag for George Hess. Second quick, 11:05, 5:64. So about 10 seconds off of Hutton McKenna's time, but still more to go. Saitano and Hayden Bradley make their way up the mountain. And quick section 2 again for Saitano. That was the fastest again by 2 seconds. So I'm expecting good things out of car number 77.
And then we see Hayden Bradley there, the pole sitter, the fastest qualifier. He was barely quicker there in that first split. He was purple by, 600ths of a second. So those two could have a good battle as well. I mean, they're both rookies. They're both driving the same car. They both got the same road. Who's going to do it better? I mean, that's what it comes down to. Who's going to make fewer mistakes? Who's going to have the most confidence to go up there and push themselves just past their comfort level?
You were talking about vehicle profile, right? So something like a van probably wouldn't be the best in the wind, maybe. Maybe a 1,400 horsepower van.
Maybe a 1,400 horsepower van this stands about 6 feet tall. I mean, it's I'm sure they're praying that wind dies down, but
no.
They've got the overall mountain record holder driving that thing. If anybody can handle it, it's him. I mean, he's won the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah.
He's won this race numerous times, but yeah, I'm sure he's having a harder time than these guys in these GT4s are, that's for sure.
I can't wait. We're going to talk to Mark Rushbrook later from Ford Performance Motorsports, the global director of that program, and we'll talk a little bit about what makes that different from a normal Ford van, but one of the coolest vehicles here. It got a lot of press, and for good reason, I think. It's just a really unique vehicle. I mean, you could probably say that about a lot of the cars here.
Oh, absolutely.
But, there's trucks I've seen as well, but, a van, what a way to start.
A van, yeah. I mean, once you start building some of those prototype vehicles, I mean, you look at James Clay's car, it's a BMW in quotes. You look at our Camaro, it's a Camaro in quotes. That's a Ford Transit in quotes. They're all roughly based on that production vehicle. But that's, I think, the 4th iteration of the Supervan by Ford Performance, and they've had all kinds of different crazy builds. They had one with a Formula One engine in it and Formula One basically tunnels underneath, and now they've got the all-electric, all-wheel drive, 1,400 horsepower. It's got the whole aero everywhere. I mean, that thing just looks crazy.
Well, Romain needed to have some more trophies shipped, so that was the best way they could get it done. The Le Mans trophies are pretty big. So.
They are.
So still watching cars climb the hill here. Saitano and Bradley, the last couple in this Porsche category. And we've had a handful of them so far. Quick is still a rookie, Hutton McKenna, at a 10:55, 7:46. And once again, the record for a Porsche Cayman GT4 is a 10:33, 8:97. So to watch, I think this is Saitano still climbing the hill in the 77, nearing the peak here. And you can tell that they're getting close because the trees go away, and that's easy to spot. But as we wait for Hurley Haywood to take off in the Taycan.
Look at that electric launch.
What a cool car. And off and away and up the mountain, beginning its 12.5-mile trek through 156 turns and climbing a mile into the sky. What a cool opportunity, and what a great pleasure it is to have drivers like Hurley Haywood who are part of motorsports history. I mean, there's plenty of that here in the paddock this weekend, but that's a special one for sure.
That's a special one. I mean, when they announced that he was going to be driving that pace car, I was like, man, Hurley is going to be up here on Pikes Peak. I've always wanted to meet him. He's always been one of my heroes, and got to hang out with him. I was signing autographs next to the guy the other day. I was
so
like,
cool.
It's Tanner Faust, David Donahue, myself. I was like, Hurley Haywood. I'm like, I don't know if I belong here, but I'm just going to fake it till I make it,
I can tell you that you belong there, but that is still very, very cool. And again, I think this event has drawn, and I mentioned the word magnetic earlier. It draws and attracts the best of motorsport from around the world. That's why we've got so many different countries representing, and why there are so many different cars here and drivers that have run everything. IndyCar, Formula One, IMSA, Grand Am, Grid Life, we've got competitors, SCCA, all of these organizations all coming together to compete for one prize here in a couple different categories. Across the stripe, though, for the 77 is Saitano. And where's it going to land?
There he goes,
Top
P1.
of the board, 10:50.741.
So this is lining up to be pretty dang cool. There's 3 rookies that are going to be the 3 fastest guys. No matter what, a rookie is winning this class no matter what happens here. So that is awesome. To come win this event as a rookie, that's just unbelievable. I mean, there's a big slide there by Hayden. That was a big one.
And you're so close at this point. You're pushing And as far as timing in the car, do you have anything in the car that will tell you your section times? Do you know how much you should be pushing?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So the way that we had our dash set up, we had a Motec system in our car, and I did have the splits that are kind of GPS mapped. So they're fairly accurate, but they're not perfect. But you can kind of have an idea. You can have a live delta going. So if you start slacking off and see that thing going into the red, you know you got to put that tall skinny pedal down a little harder. And now we got Rob Stout on the line here. So he is he's the lead guy over at the BMW Performance Center West in Thermal, California. And I actually lived with Rob Stout for about 4 years. So one of my closest friends in the whole world. He's seen me run this race the past 5 years. And I've been in his ear for the past 5 years saying, Rob, you need to come to Pikes Peak. You need to come to Pikes Peak. And they told him to come run the Parade of Champions car with that brand new M3 CS, all-wheel drive. It's like 600 horsepower at sea level. And knowing Rob, he's a little bit of a madman as well. He's probably going to try to go out there and beat Hurley. We'll see. I don't think they officially timed the pace vehicles, but I'm sure Rob's probably got a stopwatch taped to the steering wheel.
So someone will on the broadcast, one of the viewers will time it for us. But climbing up the hill now, the 727, Hayden Bradley, again, another rookie in this category. It is going to be a rookie winning this class, but is it going to be a podium lockout, maybe?
That would be incredible. I mean, that's kind of unheard of. Looking at the split times right now, it looks like it. I mean, he's picked up a second on the current leader in Sector 2. In Sector 3, another 1.2 seconds. So I don't know if he's going to get down to that all-time record for the class, but it looks like he could get P1 and get the win in the class if he has a clean Sector 4.
There's that stout BMW once again. Great-looking car. And BMW Performance Parts there on the fender as they get ready to climb the mountain. And again, it would be a shame to not get a lap time. We won't see it on our scoring, but I'm sure someone's got a stopwatch.
Oh, yeah. No, somebody will tell us what it is, and if anybody, it's going to be Rob. He's probably chomping at the bit right now. He's going to try to launch this thing with the launch control. There it goes, all-wheel drive M3. Kind of cool to see.
And tires spinning nonetheless on what is a cool surface. A little bit of tail-happy oversteer there right across the start line, and begins the trek up the mountain. This is still Hayden Bradley working just through Section 4 now. This is the final section of the course. And Section 3 was a 3:11.035, which was the fastest Section 3 that anyone's run so far. And as you mentioned, Section 2 as well was the fastest anyone had run. And Section 1 was the fastest anyone has run. So as long as Section 4 is about equal with everybody else, he should be climbing to the top of the pylon here and go home a Pikes Peak winner.
He's hanging a tire there. He's not holding back, man. He's dropping a tire in the dirt. He's going to get into the bumps here in a second, which should be interesting, but I think he's going to do it.
All right. Jimmy? So climbing to the top of the mountain, Hayden Bradley finishing up his run here in the number 727. And joining us now here in the booth is going to be Jimmy Ford, who's driving car number 17 today. Jimmy, welcome.
Thank you.
This is my first time at this event, so it is a crash course of names and people and faces, but glad to have you up here. And what's it like this year, the buzz around this event? We were at the Fan Fest the other day. It just seems electric up here.
It is. Everybody's pumped up for this year. It's nice and good weather. We're all looking forward to making it to the top this year. So.
This is your second time running in Pikes Peak, but as far as your racing accolades, you've done a whole lot of racing on dirt. Now, this course used to be in dirt, now it's pavement. What's that transition been like for you running an all-pavement course up to the top of the mountain?
Yeah, actually I started out racing quarter midgets, which was all pavement, so it's natural for us. Dirt was kind of a little bit of a change-up for us, and now we're back to the pavement, so we're definitely good and ready.
And as far as your car this year, you're running a 1994 Ford Bronco. We were just joking about the Ford van that's running just because of the tall profile and the winds at the top of the mountain. As Hayden Bradley comes across the stripe, and we'll see what time it will be for car number 727. Will it be top of the board? Waiting for the time to come across the stripe. And I do not have it yet, but oh man, the anticipation's killing me to see what this is going to be.
Oh,
and yes, top of the board at a 10:48.387. So Hayden Bradley, a rookie, by 2 seconds.
Wins the class. He's going to be excited, man. I mean, that kid was over the moon to be at the summit during practice. So to get there on race day, I'll be the first to tell you, I had tears in my eyes my rookie year. So it's the coolest feeling in the world, especially to go out there and win it. Good for Hayden, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. So getting back to your, I was going to call it a car, probably not the right word to use. Tell us about your build, the 1994 Ford Bronco, and what's done to it. I bet it's a lot.
Yeah, so it's a 1994 Ford Bronco. It's all aluminum tube-frame chassis. We got a fiberglass body on it. We got a 360 cubic inch small block Ford that makes about 800 horsepower, all naturally aspirated. So, you know, it's definitely an exciting build. It used to be Vaschult's Bronco in the early 90s. They had it built for when it was all dirt, so we kind of just transitioned it over for the new era of Pikes Peak where it's all asphalt.
So tell me a little bit about your prep here. You reside in Colorado Springs, so local driver here. Talking to a lot of the drivers about prep for this event, whether they're using simulators, whether they're driving up the mountain daily to get some practice in. Of course, testing week, that's helpful, but you're doing it in sections, not all at once. What's your prep for this event?
Yeah, testing definitely helps. We didn't get a whole lot of testing, good testing runs this year. We take our personal vehicle up and we drive the mountain for about an entire day, up, down, up, down, up, down, split it up into sections, and so that definitely helps with being able to memorize it. But once you get in the car, it's totally different with the speeds, and you know, when you're in your car, you don't see the elevation as much as you do when you're in your personal vehicle, so it's definitely wild.
As far as the Bronco on course, it's probably happier in some places, angrier in others. Where does it drive the best on this 12.5-mile track?
All 12 miles of it. It likes all 12 miles.
Well, and I've got to say, so last year was Jimmy's rookie year up here, and we saw this guy rolling up in the Bronco. It's probably the loudest thing up here. It's awesome. And it's first sign of light. There's barely any sun peeking over the mountains, and Jimmy's got no headlights, and he was the first one on the line every single day, and he did more runs, I think, than anybody. Yeah. And he doesn't hold back, man. Jimmy is the dude. He's just like immediately flat out, burning the tires, sliding through the first corner, every run. Jimmy's like the hero of all the guys here. It's like if anybody is the epitome of what this event stands for, it's this guy right here.
That's awesome. So no headlights. Can you do it with your eyes closed?
I can. Yep. I dream it right before I take off. I'm sitting there dreaming it. Yep.
Yeah. And we were talking about some of the challenges of this course and the how tight some of the corners are, how wide and fast some of the corners are. Take me through a run up the mountain in the Ford Bronco and what that's like. Shifting, is it sequential, H-pattern? What do we got gearbox-wise, and what's it like to muscle that thing up there?
Yeah, so we have a Jericho 4-speed, and I mean, the engine being pushed so far back, that shifter sits a little ways back, so we're really reaching for the shifter to try to get it through the gears. But coming off the line, we bang second gear, and we're pretty much roasting the tires all the way to the first corner so we can get them nice and warmed up, we'll say.
Yeah.
But making our way up the mountain, shifting through that 4-speed, it's like the good old days with the V8's 4-speeds.
And I see that you have a 175-mile-an-hour land speed license. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I actually went to school in North Carolina, and I was working for a company, Muscle Motorsports, and they had a land speed car. So we took it down to the airport in South Carolina, and the owner was supposed to be driving it. He wasn't feeling good that day. He was a little bit older, but he stuck me in the car. And in order to get your 175-mile-an-hour license, you have to have your 125-mile-an-hour run first. Make sure it's good. You have to be within a few miles per hour of your 125. Then you work your way up to 150 and then 175. Your chute has to open at 175 miles an hour, and ours unfortunately didn't because it was a 220-mile-an-hour car. It was a Yates motor as well with nitrous on it. So it was a bad machine, but unfortunately the parachute wasn't working, so we had to pack it up and go home.
Oh. Do they give you a physical card?
They do. I do have one. It's really cool, and they give you all. It's like drag racing. You know, you get your ET times and your mile per hour, and then you get a physical card every time you get your 125-mile-an-hour certification, your 150, and then your 175. They give you a little card. It's bad.
Yeah, you make
sweet.
Real sure not to hand that to the cop when you get pulled over.
Yeah,
that's really cool. But so anticipation for this year. Last year didn't complete the climb up the mountain. Tell me what happened last year, and this year I hope it's different for you. But what has changed from last year to make this a successful run?
So we're just really watching a lot of things with the engine. That's normal for what we usually do with our engine program. We keep an eye on it and make sure that we're good, but we are actually using our backup engine for testing and stuff. So hopefully without having much time on our new engine, we'll be able to be a lot more successful this year. It was kind of rough not making it to the top for the rookie year.
Yeah, but it's going to be really exciting to watch you climb up for year number 2. As far as where this event ranks for you, again, we were talking about so many of the drivers here have run a million things across road racing, oval racing, dirt racing, whatever it may be. Where does this event stand for you on the list of achievements you'd like to accomplish?
Yeah, this is definitely one of the top events. I mean, there's nothing like it in the world. I mean, you get up here early, crack of dawn. You're up here you're getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning just to be up here testing, and you look back and you're like, man, that was tiring. But at the same time, you're sad when it's over because it's a whole adrenaline rush just to get up that early, get up here on the mountain, and see all this fresh, air and stuff. So it's pretty sweet. It's my favorite.
And tell me about your team a little bit. I'm sure there's a lot of hands that get on that Bronco and make it fast. So who's on the team making it go fast this year?
Yeah, it's my dad is the crew chief. He actually raced Pikes Peak in 1993, so he's got a little experience up here. We got my entire family is my crew, so we definitely keep it family-based. And my girlfriend's here helping us out too, so she definitely does a good job of everything that needs to be picked up. So my mom comes up from Texas for all my races, so it's pretty sweet. It's a big family thing.
Yeah, I think that we've seen that across the board, Tommy, that this is there's families that just do this generation after generation, and he seems like another example of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's such a cool event, and I mean, I know as I've watched my dad race this event, as one of those family members, it's the most nerve-wracking thing you can do, but as the driver, it's the coolest thing you can do. So it's a good thing, and you build your external family in this event as well. I mean, you meet so many amazing people in this race, and year after year, you're so excited to see these people that you now call your friends, and you stay in touch, and you end up doing other things together. So it really, the whole mountain's a family, but when it's your true family working with you, crew in the car, I mean, it's one of the best things in the world.
Yeah, I would agree. It's sweet to have all your family up here.
Does Dad want to climb behind the wheel again?
No comment.
So 1994 Ford Bronco climbing up the mountain for the second running here. What else we got here? PPR Time Attack. That's the Roval just a couple miles away in Fountain, Colorado. I've done some grid life events there. That's an interesting racetrack. Is there do you do testing at that track? Where do you test this Bronco?
Yeah, that's where we do most of our testing. That's why we were kind of doing the time attacks down there, is to test it for Pikes Peak the year before, because we were thinking about doing it. We just weren't sure. We wanted to know how the Bronco was going to handle if we were changing it over to asphalt, and it came good enough. So we decided that we would enter for it. So time attack was a pretty good deal for us.
All good. So what else? Tell me about your favorite section on this track. You said the car's great everywhere. Is there a favorite section that you like the best?
I would say Blue Sky. Blue Sky is probably my favorite, even though that's where we broke the motor last year. But that's my favorite corner.
Awesome. We're going to step away just to talk to DJ at the top of the mountain with Hayden Bradley, but thank you so much for being here and talking with us. And DJ, we'll send it up to you to talk to our Porsche winner.
Thanks, Kyle. I am up here with your winner, Hayden Bradley. And Hayden, I got to ask you, how was the run?
Oh, it was super, super crazy. It was really slippery out there, really windy, especially if you're on the top section. Really the whole time we tried to be head down, focused forward, but it ended up turning out all right. So.
Well, and this is your first time on the mountain, so talk to me a little bit about your preparation coming into this with not really being able to drive it all that much, obviously.
Yeah, so it is my first time. I got out here June 1st. June 1st I got out here. I came up here with Jeff Swart, Cam Ingram. They showed me kind of the ropes of the mountain. Obviously the first few weeks of testing it was kind of sketchy. We didn't really know what to expect. It's unlike anything I've ever done. Road course, you go off, you have runoff. Here you go off, you have a cliff, 4,000 feet down. It's not quite the same risk versus reward, but got out here, practiced it, drove it every single day. I'd come up here. My team owner Travis Smith bought me an annual pass, so I'd come up here every day, run it up and down at least 2 or 3 times a day, and it obviously paid off. So.
Well, and for folks that want to see you out not on the mountain, where can we look for you?
Hopefully IMSA in the next few years. We're going to try to run PSC next year. WRL is where we're at right now, though. So yes.
All right, thanks. Your winner here in the Porsche class, Kyle, back to you.
Thanks, DJ, and Hayden Bradley winning the category and climbing the hill at, we're talking, 60 to 100 miles an hour average, but his brain racing a million miles an hour right now. He is so excited to win that category. What a blast to see someone so excited.
I mean, I've been in those shoes as a young 18-year-old race car driver. You go win a big event like this, and you're probably out of your mind. You don't even know what's going on. It all feels so surreal. I mean, he's getting a big hug there from Derek Jordan, who's one of the official starters, and he waves a checkered flag at the summit. So, I mean, That's so awesome for Hayden, man. I mean, to be 18 years old, come up here and win Pikes Peak. He said he's got aspirations to go run IMSA. This is a huge thing to have on the resume. You come up here and prove that you can win this race, teams are going to take you seriously.
Yeah, no one's second guessing a win at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And we're waiting the next couple of runs here from the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. The weather is just so gorgeous down here, getting better and better. It is a picture-perfect day, and it looks like it at the top of the mountain as well. So I'm hoping it stays that way for these competitors to all get a nice, clean run up the hill. But we're expecting some really fast competitors in the next couple of runs here.
Yeah, it's go time. I mean, we run the rest of the field now from the fastest guy to the slowest guy. So these first 3, 4, 5 cars, this is where some records are probably going to fall. I mean, Robin Shute, I was talking to him. He's got the British accent, so he sounds fast. He drives fast. The guy's no joke. He's won this thing overall King of the Mountain 3 or 4 times. He qualified at a 3:24, which is 30 seconds clear or something of the next closest vehicle. So he's going to be fast. I was talking to him. He doesn't know if he's got anywhere near the same pace as the IDR. Some of his split times are pretty close to the overall mountain record. He's going for that overall combustion engine record right now. He thinks he can beat Sebastian Loeb in the Peugeot at that 813. I think it's a tall task, but if anybody can do it, it's Robin, man. I've watched some of his onboard, and I swear it looks like it's in fast forward. I've driven up this mountain super fast, and I'm like, dude, Robin, you're nuts.
I can't wait to see this, and he'll be one of the first drivers up. And, of course, be followed by Romain Dumas in that Ford van. Again, that feels like such a super van is the right word for it. But Robin Shute will be up in the 49 car, then Romain Dumas, James Clay, who we talked to earlier. And there's a whole long list of drivers and names that we've heard of. Randy Popes will be at the end of this run as well, and the
Tesla Plaid, yeah.
What's the name of the team? Unplugged Performance.
Unplugged Performance,
That's what I'm trying to think of. David Donahue's in this list as well. Cody Vaschultz is in this list. So there's a lot of really fast competitors, as you mentioned. Jeff Zwart will be climbing up the hill as well. So all great names that have had a long history here at this hill climb.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the cream of the crop right here. These are the guys that come here year after year, taking it as seriously as they possibly can. These teams and sponsors and drivers are investing so much into this one program. They're hoping to go as fast as possible. They want to do this race in under 9 minutes, under 10 minutes, whatever their goal is. They're sitting here right now visualizing that exact moment when they get to the top and set that record.
Yeah, as far as Robin Shute, this is his 6th time racing Pikes Peak, but this is one of those drivers and one of those cars that not having the 20-year experience doesn't seem to matter. He's just going to be flying up this hill. And there's a huge range of experience and builds today. We've got drivers that have been doing this for 30 years and some who have never done it before, as we just saw. And one of the questions I asked earlier was, does the experience make you faster, or does the experience make you more tentative up the mountain?
It could go either way. I mean, you look at a guy like Reese Millen, who's done this race 26 times or something. He's still hands down one of the fastest guys that you could ever strap behind the wheel on Pikes Peak. I was competing against him last year and just watching some of his onboard and comparing data. Just some of the corners where he knows what to do better than I do because he's got all those years of experience in all these different weather conditions and dirt conditions and pavement conditions. He knows some of those corners where you can push it a little harder than maybe your brain wants you to do, and there's a big reward at the end if you can do it as far as what's on the stopwatch.
Fast cars, fast drivers up in just a moment. We're going to take another quick break, and we'll be back after this. Back live from the 101st running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Kyle Heyer joined again by Tommy Boileau as Robin Shute kicking things off with 2018 Wolf TSC FS and beginning a climb up to 14,000 feet.
This is going to be fun to watch. Robin is, look how fast that thing is. I mean, this car is mind-blowing. So Tim Witteridge, who's doing the tuning on this car, he also works with my team, and he does stuff all over the world. I mean, when Nissan was running their Le Mans program, he was their guy. So this car is perfect in every way, and Robin knows this road like the back of his hand. This could be a historic run right here. Robin is fast.
It looks like a slot car. It's unbelievable the way that thing took off and began that climb up the hill. 12.5 miles and about 5,000 feet vertically from here. He's going to come across that finish line, and we're going to see an unbelievable time. As far as the fastest time that he has personally run, his best time was 2019 at a 9:12.476, and it's probably going to fall today.
He's going to absolutely demolish that. I know, talking to Robin, he's never had a full clean run to the summit except for that one time, which was his first time getting to the summit, and the car had issues. They had engine issues, they had braking issues, they had, you name it, they had issues. So that 9:12, I wouldn't be surprised if he broke that by 45 seconds to a minute.
And Romain Dumas also preparing for his climb up the mountain in the 2023 Ford Performance Super Van 4. Of course, Romain Dumas, a driver that almost needs no introduction. A Le Mans winner is probably one of the highlights, but won that in 2013. Overall winner in 2010, 2016. Won the FIA Endurance Championship in 2016. Four-time overall winner of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, winner of the 12 Hours of Sebring, Petit Le Mans, two-time American Le Mans Series champion in 2007 and 2008. As we watch Shute climb the hill, Dumas will be following, and these are two of some of the fastest, most formidable cars to challenge this course.
These cars are both going to throw down incredibly fast runs here. I don't know who's going to beat who. I think I'm leaning towards Robin just because he has a little bit more pace in qualifying, but you never know what can happen up top. That car sits really low to the ground. That Ford Supervan sits really low to the ground, but it seemed to be super compliant up top, and it was working really, really well. He's also the overall mountain record holder, so you know he is going to have the confidence to push this thing to whatever it's capable of. So this is going to be fun. I just think Robin's going to be so fast. I was just watching. He's already through basically the entire bottom segment, and it seems like he just launched.
It's unbelievable. And of course, Romain Dumas, as you mentioned, that time of 7:57.178, an unbelievable time. And I can only imagine what's left for him to accomplish here as we continue our climb up the mountain. Here goes Romain Dumas, and he begins his climb up the 12.5-mile trek to the peak of Pikes Peak, the summit at 14,110 feet above sea level. So we've got some of the fastest cars on track, and in some ways the crescendo happening pretty early here in the morning, but cool weather. While the track temp might not be there for ultimate grip, I believe that the engines will be running quite well, at least for the naturally aspirated, or actually I guess any of the gas-powered engines will be in good shape.
Yeah, anything that's sucking in air right now, the air is nice and cool, and they're going to be working really well. Here we see Robin, he's already up in a double cut, so this segment here is really good for this car. All these tight hairpins, we were talking about wheelbase earlier. This thing's got a ton of mechanical grip. It's got a ton of just aero grip, tons of power. I mean, look at that, 125.7, 201. So that's about what he qualified at. That's a 326 for the basically what we call the bottom qualifying segment. A little bit slower than what he ran on race day, or on qualifying day rather, but that's still incredibly fast.
Working his way up the hill, Romain Dumas also. I mean, I just took a look at the times in comparison to the previous category, and I had to do a double take at how much quicker it was. And James Clay gets set up to take his green flag here shortly. Some of the fastest cars that we're going to see here this weekend getting their launch pretty early. So unlimited class for Robin Shute, and of course the Pikes Peak Open category for Romain Dumas. And the climbs continue as Section 2 is completed at 201.481, and basically 30 seconds quicker than any other car so far in each of those sections.
It'll be more than that in these next two sections, too. I think probably 40 seconds I'd expect in Section 3, and then Section 4 at the toss-up. But don't count James Clay out here. The existing Pikes Peak Open record is a 9:24. He qualified 4 seconds under the existing qualifying record for that class. So I think there's a good chance he's under the existing record, but I mean, look at that first split by Dumas. That's moving for an open car, 34.6.
That is unbelievable. So 134.677, and it's hard to believe that's 9 seconds off of what Chute ran in section number 1 as he continues to climb up into section number 3. And almost, I don't know if I saw some lock up there, if it was some smoke from something else, but
I think
he's
it's
pushing.
just that diffuser sucking every bit of dirt off the road. So you know that Dumas and James Clay are pumped right now because there's going to be no dirt left on the road once Robin's done with it.
So Chute continues his climb. Romain Dumas working his way through section 2. We're joined now by Texas Dave. It's good to see you. I wasn't even sure. I didn't know you were going to be here, but I'm sure you didn't know I was going to be here either.
I didn't. I saw you earlier and was like, uh-oh, this is
boy.
dangerous.
Yeah.
The three of us should not be allowed up here unsupervised.
I'm so glad to have you here, and we've met through Grid Life, and that's where I spend a lot of my time, and it's so great to have you here. We have some of the fastest cars we're going to see all weekend here on track right now, but this is an unbelievable event. My first time witnessing this event. It's unbelievable.
Gosh, I'm so excited. I feel so privileged to get to be here with Tommy walking you through your rookie year.
Yeah, it's so exciting.
Stuff, man.
So what's new this year for you?
Man, I'm in a Sierra Alpha. It's about half the size of anything I've driven previously. I got in it for the first time to roll over the scales at Tech. First time starting the engine was for middle section practice. It's been an awesome week. The team at Sierra builds an amazing car. The Alpha is, it's 500 horsepower and 1,500 pounds, and it's a wheelbase so short you can touch the front and rear wheel at the same time. It's incredible. It's like a go-kart up here. And it's just been an awesome week. Our crew's been killing it. I can't speak highly enough about Sheldon Taylor and all the guys just keeping the car running. It's like the most fun I've ever had in 12 years running up here.
Yeah, this is your 11th year of competition on Pikes Peak. Your best time, 2013, at a 10:28.315, and that was in the Rally Ready PP9 back in 2013 in the Unlimited category.
Yeah, it was just an Evo that we hacked all the parts off of. So, well, I mean, you got to be cool like Robin and make up a name for your car if you're going to do it. Right?
Yeah, we were just making fun of Romain Dumas. We're going to talk to the Ford Performance folks later, but he needs all that space to keep all the trophies he's got.
Honestly, it's not wrong. Well, as you were saying, I thought it was interesting. You pointed out that Robin is essentially sweeping. This is almost like rally conditions. He's got to get all that dust off. Oh, there he comes.
See all those bumps that I was talking about coming into Olympic. It is just from Boulder Park all the way to the summit. It's just, I can't imagine what it feels like in that thing. It's got to be rattling his teeth out.
Well, here comes Robin Chute over the cresta to the start-finish line. What's the time going to be?
What'd he do?
Waiting for the time. Trip the timing.
840.
Whoa. 840.080, top of the board, and that is an unbelievable lap time. That is so cool.
That's a ripper, man. I mean, Robbins, he's the best. He's just the nicest guy in the world, and you would never talk to the guy and be like, that dude is the craziest person you could strap behind the wheel of a race car. But he's just got no fear. The dude is just a wild man. I mean, we're talking to Texas Dave, so I mean, they're kind of on the same level, but I mean, that's an awesome time by Robin, man. That's great.
Yeah, very, very different style. Robin and I are good friends. He runs a rally car down at our Rally Sprint series at my place in Texas, and his approach to everything is like very methodical. He's a complete engineer, and then it just so happens that he's also a driver. And I mean, you called it. You called that time almost exactly right. It's 30, 40 seconds quicker, and that's he'll be very happy with that. But again, the mark of a good racing driver is he'll be happy with it, but he will not be satisfied.
No, he won't come back until he's got the overall record, man. They've been developing that car year after year, and I mean, I'm sure they're elated, but at the same time, like you said, Robin's he's gonna critique every little thing that he did wrong. He's gonna engineer the heck out of it, and he's gonna come back better than ever next year.
Yeah, yep. Ain't that the truth? Well, it's super exciting getting to see him up here. I just can't believe we watched Romain in that van at Goodwood last year, the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and we were like, that's the most absurd thing I've ever seen. And then we go to PPIR, and I'm like, they found like 3 more gears in that thing. It's absolutely nutty this year.
It's a crazy looking car, and I've been, again, exposed to this for the first time ever for myself, seeing drivers that have come from every corner of the earth with all these accolades, and it seems like this event has just been the one that everyone is drawn to as something that's another feather they want in their cap, whether it's Le Mans, whether it's the Daytona 24, or the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. This is so important. What does this mean to you? Again, you spend a lot of time rallying and spending a lot of time off-road hill climbs. This event is the epitome of them all. What's that mean?
I mean, this was my third race ever when I was 17 years old. I had to use a minor release form to come race here in 2005. And there's a lot of things. I'll miss my run if we talk about how much this place means to me. Being back after an 8-year break, last time I came here, I had just bought the land that we have our rally school on in Austin, and I quickly realized it was going to be one or the other. And the hill climb became that thing that sort of just consumed me through, all the way through my late teens and 20s. And coming back now, we're getting to be the sort of sister car to Lucy Block, having Leah in the Huna Pegasus, racing with my buddy Cole, who's in the Diesel GTR with Riff Raff and Life, and just getting to see everybody. This is a place that's very, very hard to sum up or distill, but I think the highlight of this week was we brought our buddy Tom and David Williams. David Williams was Richard Burns' manager, World Rally Champion back in the early 2000s. And he's just so bummed about what, rallying looks like these days. It's just, like F1. It's very formula, very spec. And he came here and it was just, he was like a kid in a candy shop the whole time. His eyes were exploding out of his head because he's like, this is it. You can race anything here. Anything. He's like, look at that guy. What is that thing? What's that thing? I mean, it was just like, and it is, you sit on the start line in your practice section. No matter what group you're in, you're surrounded by the craziest amalgamation of cars, and they're putting in competitive times. And so 5 cars will be split by 5 seconds, and they all look like they came from completely different sections of the toy aisle.
I think it's what's so cool to me is you've got drivers from every corner of the earth. You've got engineering that is just unbelievable. And the paving of the course, at the time it was an and now it's turned into something that has increased the challenge and allowed even more types of vehicles to join the party, as you mentioned. Just so much variety in this, and really anything that you can put a roll cage in and 4 tires on, you can go run up the hill. Here comes Romain Dumas through Olympic, and like an Olympian, he's going to swing through this final corner and come across the start-finish line. Let's see what Romain Dumas can do across the stripe. Wow! 8:47, 6:82 for Romain Dumas.
I figured he was going to be fast in that 4 split because that thing is so composed up there. And you saw Robin kind of bouncing around, but I didn't think he was going to find like 7 seconds on Robin there. Well, there goes the record, man. That record got beat by almost 40 seconds. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, so the Pikes Peak Open record was held previously by Peter Cunningham in that 2019 Acura TLX GT at a 9:24.433. So that's the amount that we just switched that by. And actually, Peter was texting me earlier this week that he was jealous he couldn't be here, and we're missing his presence. But he's going to have to come back now and give it a go again. He said he didn't need to. He felt satisfied with it, but now he's going to have to go defend his record now.
I've been chirping him from the day I got up here and I was competing for his record. I texted him, go Petey, I out-qualified your record, dude. I'm coming for you, but didn't get the chance to go for it this year. James Clay is probably going to be under that 9:24.4, but yeah, he's not running an 8:47. I'll tell you that. That's an absolute monster time by Romain there.
Well, we were talking about the variety of cars, but there's also a wide variety of drivers. And one of my favorite people on the entire mountain, I'm going to introduce him because I love the guy to death. He's going to take the headset from me. And that's our good buddy who, speaking of guys who's been trying every form of racing, I'm going to pass the headset off to Di, and I'm going to go hop in the car. Gentlemen, good to see you both.
Good to see you. Thanks for checking in.
Have fun,
and you better be in a car next year.
Oh, well, I'll be up here. I'm coming for you, Dave.
All right, so come on in. Join us as we're watching some climbs up the mountain here. And it's so great to have you here with us. Thanks for joining us. Throw that headset on and let's have a chat, because we were just chatting with Texas Dave and watching some unbelievable times come across. But it's a pleasure to have you here. And we were talking about drivers from a variety of different disciplines, and you are one of those. So take me through the different challenges of running road racing, drifting, and now hill climbs.
Well, so I started with the drifting, right? So drifting and road racing is almost the opposite, because I want to, when you drive road racing or the time attack or the grip driving, you don't want to get slide, but the drifting is you need to slide. But I think at the end of the day, if you have a car control skill, you can just switch it. You just need to change the mentality, and it took me a little bit, but now I'm used to it, so it's actually working pretty good.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to watch drivers go, especially from between the drift and grip world. It is like a switch that you turn, like you mentioned. This is not your first time on the mountain. You've been up here a handful of times. Take me through your last couple of runs. I see some 86s on here, some Teslas, but now it has 2000.
Right, so I've done 4 times in the past, and 2 times with the Toyota 86 with the 2JZ power, and last 2 years we did Tesla Model 3. And we had a good result 2 times, not good result 2 times. It's not easy, right? So that's always the reason why we want to come back. And this year we got Honda S2000 RS, which built by Basic Motorsports and Ineos Motor Oil. So we have like a 650 to the wheel and a lot of aero in the Yokohama slicks. So I think this car will be the fastest that I've ever driven on the mountain. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Awesome. We can see Cody Vaschultz lining up here in what I can only describe as an insane-looking vehicle. Tell me about this, because you clearly know more about this than I do, this particular car.
Yeah, I mean, so it looks absolutely insane. The Vaschultz family built this vehicle. I think they call it the Vaschultz Special. So it's like what David is saying. You get to name a car kind of whatever you want when you build it. And looking at it, you would never expect it to be as fast as it is. Cody is continuously one of the fastest guys in qualifying year after year. Him and his dad are just both one of those families that's just monumental up here. They do whatever it takes to get up here every year, and every year they come up, they're usually both driving, or Cody used to ride the motorcycles. My rookie year, he was riding a factory Ducati. They're both really fast, and it's so cool to see, like Dai was just saying. I mean, you get a whole different mix of cars up here, and that's one that I wouldn't say it's the prettiest thing up here. I mean, you get Dai's S2000, which I think is one of the prettiest cars here. But it's just another one of those things that makes this event so cool is that you get something that's completely home built in the garage, and then you get factory Ford Supervan.
Yeah, and your S2000 really is a very beautiful car. As far as the things that you've driven, the places that you've driven, the races that you've competed in, this has certainly got to be up there on that list. Where does this rank in terms of your accolades, having competed in it, and what's left on the table for you? What else do you want to accomplish?
Well, that's a tough one, but yeah, definitely Pikes Peak Hill Climb is one of the top of my list. And the reason is this is only one time once a year, and you only get one chance to do the whole track. You get practice here and there, but it's only the section. So this is one of the most challenging competition that I've ever competing. So I don't know what's next. This is it for today, for sure.
Yeah, hopefully for today at least. Across the stripe for James Clay in the number 36 from the Bimmer World team. And what will it land for the Pikes Peak Open category driver? 247, Section 3.
He looked like he was struggling for a little bit of front lifters. He definitely chucked it in there super hard. I don't know if the tires got cold. What did he do?
Not seeing it just yet as Cody Vaschultz has launched
there
away.
It is.
Wow.
9:20.4. So he's 4 seconds under the existing record, exactly down to the thousandth of a second. But now it's no longer the existing record.
Well, Mr. Cunningham is going to have to make a return appearance, I think, for the next couple of years.
We're calling you out, Petey. Get back out here, man.
I made a joke because he's got that Midwestern humor, and he was showing me some video from his record-breaking run, and he goes, this is real time, as in real time racing. Well, technically it's past time, and he didn't quite laugh. I'm trying to get him there, but it really is a fun thing to watch records fall here as Cody Vaschultz heads up the hill. And here's that Alpine, Raphael Astier behind the wheel. This is a very unique vehicle, and it's coming from a long way, but definitely a cool car to look at, and another car that looks like it. Kind of like its sister car that would run in GT4 categories, but I know it's definitely not quite.
Yeah, no, this car, I mean, I didn't know what to expect when I saw it. I saw they announced it and I saw the photos, and it looks really cool. You get up next to that car, it is tiny. That thing is like a little go-kart. So, I mean, Raph is one of the best drivers on the mountain year after year. He's super quick, and that car can do it. So, I mean, I think he's going to give James a run for his money here. It'll be interesting to see who gets that second-place spot in Open. And then we got, Dai, so you're getting ready.
Yes, I got to get ready soon.
You've had some bad luck the past couple of years. Remember when your Tesla was doing all of 20 miles an hour up the whole road pretty much? That was a bummer. I'm just bummed I'm not going to be up there at the summit with you again this year.
I know. I'm sorry, man. But next year,
Next year. Hey, you're back, I'm back. We're both going for that. We're both going for that 847 record. It's going to be a tall task, but I'm counting on you, man. What are you going to bring? I'm bringing the Camaro back.
I don't know yet. Maybe, yeah. We'll see.
Well, Dai Yoshihara, thanks so much for joining us here. Good luck to you.
Thanks for having me here, and I want to thank my sponsors that letting me drive this year. Ineos Oil, Basic Motorsports, and Yokohama Tire, and everybody supporting my program. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys on the top.
Thanks, Dai. Appreciate it. Good
luck,
luck,
Dai.
And another car lining up on the start line, and this is a famous livery from a famous time and a famous driver behind the wheel. David Donahue in a 2019 Porsche GT2 RS Club Sport. But while that car may be from 2019, the livery on it is iconic and timeless.
I mean, we got Hurley Haywood here. He's like the OG for Brumos, and Donahue. I mean, you just say that last name at any racetrack anywhere, and it's immediately like, oh, it's royalty. And David is absolutely one of the nicest humans I've ever met in my entire life. My rookie year, when I got up there and won Rookie of the Year, he was the first one to come to my car, and he gave me a big hug, and I was crying, and it was just like so emotional to have literally one of my heroes give me a hug and say, good job, kid, that was a good run. So, I mean, I can't wait to see what David does. He's always super fast. He's the fastest qualifier in that time attack 1 class, and there's just something about a Brumos liveried Porsche that just tickles the emotions and just gets you smiling, man.
It really does. This is his 7th year racing on Pikes Peak, and he set the Time Attack 1 class record in a Porsche GT3R in 2018. His personal best time, a 9:33.404, which was second back in 2019. And I know he's is really aiming to repeat what he did last year, which was finish first in Time Attack 1. And so far, the car has been mighty quick this week as we get another look at Cody Vaschholz working his way up the hill. And 1:37.344 first section.
That's moving. I mean, to be within 2 seconds of James and Raf and those crazy open cars, that's saying something. I mean, he qualifies under 4 minutes, which a lot of people would have no idea what that means, but there's probably only a handful of people ever that can say they've been under 4 minutes in the first split in the qualifying section for Pikes Peak. So fortunately, I'm one of them. I did that a couple years ago. I did that last year. Anytime you're running that speed, your hands are shaking afterwards. So he's ripping. There's a 2:12. He's faster than Rafael Astier and James Clay, almost James Clay, in that second split there. So he's moving. Here comes Raf through Olympic.
Hauling, too, chattering the tires.
That's the rally driver in him, man. He just chucks it in and stands on the gas. Look at how fast he was across the line. That was impressive.
Across the stripe for Astier in the Pikes Peak Open category in the Alpine, which is a great-looking car. Great colors on that car. It was all that deep metallic blue. And we'll see where that time will land him on the time.
He's going to get James. It's going to be close. He was a lot quicker.
Yes.
He did it. Wow, 9:17.4.
That will land him in second so far of the Pikes Peak Open cars, behind Romain Dumas by a little ways, but that's James Clay by 3 seconds. That's an awesome time.
That's an incredible
Rafael.
time. And you look at that 77 miles an hour average speed for those guys in something that's based on a street car. But, I mean, to take it into perspective, to take anybody that pulls off the road, drives this thing 364 of the rest of the days of the year, it takes them around an hour to get to the summit. Speed limit's 25 miles an hour. If you're not used to driving up here, it is intimidating, right? There's cliffs and big drops, and it's scary. So to go from driving up in an hour to doing it in almost 9 minutes flat, average of 77 miles an hour, it's insane. So congrats to all 3 of those guys in the open class. I mean, that's where I wanted to be, man. Those were my 2 closest competitors this year prior to our crash in practice, but so excited for those guys. Anytime you can run under the record in anything, that's a huge accomplishment. I know that was James's goal, so good for them, man. I'm excited for both those teams, but especially James. He and I we've been through it. He was up here in 2019 with that car, 2020 with that car, 2021, and it's been a development. So it's Pikes Peak. I'm just going to get emotional, man. It's just my favorite thing in the whole world.
Yeah, as far as the times that we've seen so far, I want to touch on the average speed here for a second. The lower part of the mountain, you've got some pretty fast sweeping corners, but as you get into the upper section, to maintain an average speed over the course of that run at 83 miles an hour in Robin Schutz's case, that is crazy fast.
That's insane. I mean, you look at some of those hairpins, and there's a lot of them. Your minimum speed's like 30 miles an hour, so to go from 30 then immediately back up to like 110, 120, and then back to 30, I mean, that's an impressive average speed no matter what you're in.
And here comes Cody Vaschholz working his way up the mountain here, and in the open wheel category, the first of this class that we have seen so far. And this is, as Texas Dave was saying, this is the category you can pretty much bring anything.
It's amazing.
As he makes his way to the top. Joining us now, and we're going to have him sit down now, is Tyler Pappas from Tie Speed. And Tyler, you're one of the drivers that I'm familiar with from Grid Life competition in the Grid Life Touring Cup. So good to have you here joining us, and you got a crowd out here cheering for you as well.
Friends and family at home.
So thanks for joining us. So this is big for me. This is big for you. What's it been like this week?
Yeah, it's been a tough week. We weren't really supposed to be here. I was going to be driving a different car actually this year. I did this in 2019 in an M2 that we built. Did pretty well, but we got hosed by the rain. So conditions looking great, obviously, for today. So that's a really good thing. But last-minute effort. We had like 7 days to get a car together. We repurposed our Grid Life GLTC car, put some air on it, raised the suspension, retuned it, and I drove it 28 hours out here by myself. And we're here, man. We made it through the week. We finished all the practice runs, and we're taking the start. So I can't be any more thankful than that.
We talked to you at downtown at Colorado Springs just the other day, and you were expressing such gratitude for being able to compete alongside some of the greatest names in this hill climb. And you've spent a lot of time racing in grassroots level motorsports. You mentioned Grid Life Touring Cup, World Racing League, the SCCA. This is your second time running the mountain, and this has just got to be so special to run alongside some of those names.
This is really serious, man. To be here is, like you said, super special. Just to even be standing in the driver's meeting this morning next to guys like Reese Millen and Matt Mullins and Jeff Swart was just like, I just feel like a little kid. And just to have the opportunity to be here, I'm extremely thankful for it, and I look forward to coming back for years to come. So,
tell me about your team. Of course, it's a bit of a family outing as well. Your brother's here as David Donahue fires away the GT2 RS and starts his run up the mountain. Team effort there, but some family as well.
Yeah, we kind of a ragtag team we put together at the last minute. My brother, who has nothing to do with cars, has been helping us all week here. He's been my right-hand man, and it's been a really, really interesting effort. But like I said, just like the rest of us, we're here, so we really can't ask for anything more than that, and I'm really looking forward to taking that green flag up this hill.
Of course, your experience in grassroots racing, and we mentioned Grid Life Touring Cup, that's a wheel-to-wheel series, but this is really a point-to-point time attack. So how does that differ in your approach in your attack of the mountain versus a race that you'd run wheel-to-wheel?
Well, yeah, so wheel-to-wheel, you're obviously worried about your competitors and where they're at on the track and things like that, but in this event, we are just obviously dead focused on our own run, hitting our marks. That's a big slide from Cody there. What a beast of a ride.
There.
That thing is awesome to watch run up the hill. And as you know, these guys have been coming back for quite a long time. These guys are spending 20 years here before they really get good efforts in, and the fact that I've been able to run it twice and hopefully make it twice up the hill in those two efforts, I'm excited for that. But it's a difficult challenge to make it here from an engineering perspective, a time perspective, a money perspective, everything. It really changes the game.
Cool stuff. Cody Vaschultz comes across the stripe, and we'll see where he lands overall in the timing and scoring. Fourth overall, a 9:19.192 for Cody Vaschultz.
Awesome run
in the open wheel category.
Very cool.
That's a really good run as well. I can't remember off the top of my head all the records, but I know that's got to be pretty close to whatever the open wheel record is. I think Dollenbach might have it. I mean, there's so many legendary names, it's easy to get them mixed up, but a 9:19.
Whoa. Well, I can tell you one thing. Open wheel record 2020. Clint Vaschultz in a 2013 Ford Open at a 9:35.490 was the previous record.
He beat his dad in the same car.
Oh,
beat his
boy.
dad in the
Good for
exact
him.
same car by 15 seconds. That's
wow,
amazing.
that's awesome.
So a new course record for open wheel. Cody Vaschultz steals it from his dad, and not by an insignificant margin either, a handful of seconds even. So that's going to be fun to watch that familial battle reign again.
It's going to be a difficult time at the dinner table tonight, I think, when they get home.
I think they might be wrestling at the top because Clint's running that KTM Expo here in just a few
Oh,
minutes.
right.
So
Yeah.
he's going to get to the summit and see that time and probably tackle Cody, man.
As a wrestler hug, we may never know, but it's so cool. You mentioned it this morning that we're going to see some records fall already. The Pikes Peak Open and the open wheel category record have fallen, and there are still several classes to go. David Donahue firing up the hill for time attack 1, and that record is a 9:36.559. So David Donahue's first section, a 1:38.525. That's
right
all in
there.
the mail too.
He is right there. He's going to be sub 920 if he keeps that pace. I mean, the weather couldn't be better, and that's just, for me, I'm so excited for all my buddies that are here driving and all the other competitors. It's like, this is what we all hope for year after year, especially the crummy past couple years we've had. So it's, for me not to be driving right now, it's just it's becoming more and more painful, man. It's like
it's hard, man. It's like it's just so much luck that goes into this event and making it here, and that weather is that last factor. You can run well all week and run your best, and then you get the race day and it's foggy and rainy, and that's it. Your efforts, I don't want to say ruined, but certainly compromised. So it's going to be a really interesting day. There's going to be a lot of really cool things happening throughout the course of this broadcast.
So your BMW as well. It's definitely not anywhere close to stock. It's a race car that you've used before.
Yep.
What is the setup process like for a car like that that's making a hill climb versus circuit racing? Obviously, there's some notes to consider. The bumpiness of the road, you're losing power at altitude. So what has the development process been like for you and that team?
Well, it was short because we only had a few days to figure it out, but I used a little bit of an experience from 2019, and I know how bumpy this road has gotten over the last couple of years, so certainly suspension was an issue. We actually broke a shock in testing when I first got here. We were able to source that. I want to thank the guys at Winslow BMW who are supporting this event as well. They really took good care of us at the dealership and made sure we had everything we needed to get to today. But yeah, besides raising that suspension up, adding some aero, a few other things, retuning the motor on the appropriate fuel to make sure sure that it runs right up top. But we're running a naturally aspirated motor, which, unless you're coming with 700 horsepower to line, is not quite enough. So we're 390 horsepower at sea level. We're probably making under 200 at the top.
Yeah.
So we're really having to wheel that
even
thing.
got a lift up at the top? Or
No, not at the top. I mean, other than going into Cog Cut there and sort of driving off the side, yeah, there's not a whole lot of brakes being used. I could probably, it's not, they're not really that hot once they get up there, trust me. It's more of a momentum car for sure.
It's still got to be super fun. And the fact that you guys put that whole program together literally in 7 days,
yeah,
that blows my mind. I mean, it's year after year. I mean, my guys from last year's race to testing week worked literally every single day nonstop for 364 days to get us here. And you guys pull together a program in 7 days, and you're going to go. You're here on race day, and I'm not. So it speaks volumes to what you guys are doing, man.
Yeah, that's really. I'm really proud of that. And we worked really hard in those 7 days that we did have, and I think honestly, while we didn't bring the best weapon to this gunfight, we will have a good time, and we are going to make it to the top. So.
Awesome stuff. And we've got Dan Novembry also prepping for his run in the unlimited category in a 2013 Wolf GB08STC Special, a 43-year-old out of Colorado Springs. And that's a mouthful of
that was alphabet soup there.
Well, thankfully they wrote the whole thing out for me. Otherwise, I would have no idea. But David Donahue working his way up the mountain as well. And Section 2 time, a 2:15.538, also very, very quick. Top 5 or 6 overall that we've seen so far. And I expect this car to be up in that mix in the overall times.
Yeah, David knows a mountain really well. Obviously, one of the best drivers that you could ever put behind the wheel of a Porsche. And he's not afraid up here, man. I mean, I've seen him drive a lot up here, and he and I have been together on most testing days over the past 4 or 5 years. He's had some bad luck up here as well, as most everybody that runs this race does. But if he can get this thing to the top, it's going to be fast. I mean, that's a guarantee. Donahue's a professional. There's a reason he's been paid for many, many years to drive the coolest race cars ever built.
Well, Novembry is off and away in that Hayabusa 2.7-liter engine, screaming up the mountain. And Tyler Pappas, I want to thank you so much for being here.
Thank you guys for having me. Yep, appreciate it.
Good
Kyle,
luck to you.
Good luck today as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. Keep it up.
Have fun, Tyler.
And what a fun story of him last minute getting this thing prepped. And then now we continue to work our way into the open wheel category, and this time with car number 3. This is Merle Swan behind the wheel. And again, some of these cars, just unbelievable looking builds.
I mean, you've got a Formula Atlantic car, which around any road course in America is hands down one of the fastest race cars you could ever strap into. It sits so low to the ground. I mean, you're working with a lot of tunnels and aero effects underneath that car, the ground effects that are helping keep it planted and create that downforce. So I cannot imagine the nightmare these guys had setting this car up, not to only handle those bumps, but still be low enough where you're using all the aero, because those wings on that thing aren't huge. So, I mean, I love seeing Merle out here in this thing. They blew up an engine in testing, and they're running some sort of a specialty engine. I think it's specific for this Pikes Peak application. He had to drive out to, I think, Oregon, he said, to pick up the engine, drive out there overnight, bring it back, throw the car back together, and then be on the mountain at 3 in the morning. So, I mean, props to that whole Swan Motorsports team. It's impressive, and anytime you see an Atlantic with a roll cage on it, it looks cool. I don't care what anybody says. That beats the heck out of the windscreen in my eyes.
1,225 pounds is all that thing weighs. The Toyota 1.6-liter turbo engine, fueled by E85, and Merle's first year on Pikes Peak this year. So one of our rookies in the unlimited category, and what a machine to take to the top on your first outing.
I was just going to say, my rookie year, I drove a NASCAR, which I thought was crazy, but something that fast as a rookie would be terrifying. I mean, he's obviously a very capable driver. He's done a lot of stuff, but I mean, I think that would probably be one of the most fun vehicles to drive up this road. It's just purpose-built to do one thing and one thing only, and that's tear pavement up and throw it behind it.
Yeah, and as far as Merle's experience, certainly a rookie this season for the mountain, but a long-time SCCA racer as well, and a ton of accolades. 1992 Kansas Region SCCA Rookie and Driver of the Year, 2006 SCCA National Champion in Formula Atlantic, and as well as 2009, 2018 WRL race winner at Circuit of the Americas in the championship race, and just a variety. I just skipped about 8 things on that list. Just an unbelievable driver. And we talk about where those drivers come from, and some have done Le Mans, and some have done some of the greatest races in the world, and some have just run grassroots racing their entire lives, and they are the meat and potatoes of American road racing, and it's really cool to have Merle here with us, running that number 3 up the mountain.
No, absolutely. And talking, those 2 things that stood out in my mind are those 2 SCCA national championships. You go to the runoffs, That's the best of amateur road racers from around the entire country. And they all show up for a winner takes all. Whoever wins the race is the champion for the year, bragging rights for the next 364 days. And it's not an easy task. I've competed in that event numerous times, and it's something where, in a way, it's similar to Pikes Peak, where it's one and done. You get one chance to win this race. You're not competing over a full season for a points championship. So for Merle to win 2 of those is huge.
Here's David Donahue coming across the stripe now in the Time Attack 1 Porsche GT2 RS. And across the stripe for David Donahue, a historic name and a historic livery and a historic brand with the Porsche on the badge on the nose for that GT2 RS.
Look at his Sector 3 split. He was 4 seconds faster than Cody Vachholz, 3 seconds faster than Rafael Astier.
And 4th overall.
Look at that 9:18
wow.
flat. That's another. Is that another record? I mean, is that 4 already?
Yeah, that's a record by 18 seconds.
Oh my gosh!
Over David Donner from 2020. That is an unbelievable time.
I mean, I expected some records to fall. I didn't expect almost every car that launches to take a record right now. Oh no, is Merle? Oh, there he goes.
A little bit of late start. Get that clutch slipped and off and away. Goes Merle Swan climbing the hill and across the start line past the picturesque photograph there. I got a photo on my phone of that start line gantry. It is
one of the most beautiful scenes in all of motorsports. It's hard to beat.
I said earlier, it's like a Gran Turismo map, and even these glasses here. These are really cool glasses that we've got here that celebrate the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. And I don't know, I'm not sure if I could get a close-up of this. We'll get you one a little bit later today, but the mountain is imprinted on the bottom of this.
And it's got the road. You can see the outline of the road.
Oh, it does have the road.
On the bottom of the cup. So not only is the mountain outline,
man.
It's got the actual racetrack, the road up Pikes Peak. I mean, I've got one of these. It's such a cool piece to have.
It is really neat. And here goes the Dan Novembri vehicle continuing to climb up towards the summit of Pikes Peak. 14,110 feet is the elevation, which is basically halfway to cruising altitude for most of your flights on the way here.
So this is kind of cool. So this is essentially what Robin Schute's car started life as, a similar platform. Obviously, Dan Novembri's car is not quite nearly as highly developed as that one that Robin's driving, but similar platform initially that it's built off of. So, I mean, Dan's been super fast. Anytime you can run under 10 minutes. I mean, we're kind of getting spoiled right now because there's 2 guys under 9 minutes, which is unheard of. I think there's only been 5 people in the history of the 101 years running of this race that have done that. So now we got 7 guys that have ever been under 9 minutes. So we're getting spoiled. But if you can break 10 minutes, that's a massive achievement. It's a prestigious club to be sub 10 on Pikes Peak. So anytime you can do that, that's going to be huge. I think Dan's going to pull it off. He's a really good driver. And, I mean, this is too fun, man. We're just seeing so many cool cars go one after another, breaking records.
And I don't think we're quite done yet, potentially. We still got some really fast cars yet to go, including the 2023 Radford Type 62-2, driven by Tanner Faust, who we talked to a bit earlier today, as Dan Novembri works his way through the last couple corners here on his climb up the mountain.
That Hayabusa is just screaming.
What a cool sound it makes, too. The soundtrack of this, and I know we've got some electric cars here where the soundtracks are changing as we progress in technology, but to hear such different kinds of motors, V8s, 4-cylinders, V6s, inline 6s, inline 5s. We've got an Audi Quattro here this weekend. Just the great soundtracks of motorsports. So.
Oh, I love it. You get all the smells. I mean, you get the ethanol, you get the methanol, you get the race gas, you get whatever you're into. You got a diesel engine here if you're into that thing. I mean, that's one of the funniest things to see is that big diesel engine powered GTR with Cole Powelson driving. We call him Rolling Cole Powelson, man. After last year, I saw him. There was a photo of him just billowing a cloud of smoke out. And I immediately texted him. I said, hey, you got a new nickname, buddy.
Well, at least the electric cars are balancing all of that out, too. So there's that to consider. But Cole Powelson, again, has run that car across a variety of time attack championships as well, at sea level and beyond. So that car has done a little bit of everything, which is cool to see. And there's also some other things to talk about in terms of like the SCCA. We mentioned grassroots road racing. There's a new class in development to make an all-for-one class where one car can do all the things. And Cole Powelson's got a pretty good start, although I don't think they're going to use the GTR as the base for that.
I don't think that it's not the most affordable initial platform, but I mean, he's proven that thing is very versatile. I mean, you look at, they've had those cars running in Pirelli World Challenge for a while, and then they built them into crazy World Time Attack cars, and now he's got one with a Cummins motor, I think it is, driving up Pikes Peak. So it's, I mean, we just keep saying it time and time again. There's just so many cool builds up here, and it's too fun. I mean, it's something special about this race is just you can, whatever the imagination can come up with, right? I mean, you could have the coolest idea for the coolest Ford Transit ever built, or the coolest whatever you want to build. And it's one of the last motorsport events in the world where that's still the case, right?
And Ford Performance or Porsche or whoever will greenlight that project because it's special not only to the people working on it, but to the people spectating too. And we're going to talk with Ford Performance later today, and I'd love to get their perspective on what that's been like. And it almost seems like there's been a resurgence in excitement for motorsports across the board, which I think is so exciting because events like this just seem to grow and continue to improve over time. And I can tell you with the crowd packing in this morning, this event is safe for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, it holds a special place in the minds of the spectators and the hearts of competitors. And there's a massive wait list of drivers trying to get on the entry list because they only accept 70 drivers. So it's not everybody that signs up for this race gets to compete.
Dan November across the line in the number 28 Unlimited category car. This will be the second Unlimited car to cross the stripe. The other was Robin Shute at an 840.080. An unbelievable, I was going to say lap. That's probably the wrong term to use here.
Just call it a run, I guess.
Yeah, a run. And we'll see where Dan lines up on the timing and scoring. And we'll jump him to 7th overall.
9:27.6. That is so fast.
That is quick. And it's another sub 10-minute time.
I mean, I just can't believe how fast everybody is going. I mean, the weather could not be better than it is right now. The road conditions are absolutely perfect. Everybody is so dialed in. They're hitting their marks. They're driving as well as they can. They're using every bit of their car and that road that they can. And it goes to show. I mean, I think a couple years ago, the winning time was like a 9:55. We've got the top 7 guys that have gone out. They're all under that.
Continuing to push technology, innovation, and driving skill and bravery, all in the epitome of hill climb events here in Colorado. This is an unbelievable start to the day, and there's so much left to go. And we're about 14 cars into somewhere in the 60s is what we're going to end up with by the end of the day. But the pace is good so far. Not only the times on the runs, but also the pace of the operations here. So that's great to see. Tanner Faust up next in that Radford Type 62. And I didn't know a lot about this car before this week, and I'm sad I didn't because what a neat-looking car. It looks classic, but, of course, a 3.5-liter V6 supercharged engine, and it weighs 2,500 pounds, which is
that's ridiculous.
Basically nothing.
It might as well be a formula car at that point. I mean, you look at that thing. Carbon fiber, everything. It's got the John Player special livery on it, or kind of a play on that with the black and gold. It looks incredible. When this car was first announced and I saw the driver's list, I was like, what is Tanner driving? What in the world is a Radford Type 62? I immediately Googled it and went, oh my gosh, that thing is bad.
And this is, again, a long ways from the car that you can buy, but it's a one-off, as Tanner mentioned here this morning. But I had a conversation with Ant yesterday. I think we're going to have him on later today as well, about the openings that are above the front fenders. Now, I have a lot of experience in the road racing world with prototypes and GT cars where there's openings above the fenders to extract air and keep a good airflow over the car. But the way that those were designed, I asked Ant about the design of them because it basically looks like a little chimney. And that's exactly what they call those things, is chimneys. And I didn't know that. I guess I didn't know what I would have called them prior, but I would have just called them vents probably. But chimneys, because that's effectively what it's doing, is evacuating air from those wheel wells and keeping air from getting trapped under those, or behind or around the wheels, which would equate to drag and slow you down. So it's a very efficient shape. Very mathematical and calculated shape, but there's so much engineering that goes into cars like that, and it's a pleasure to see them up close. And the carbon fiber work on that car is unbelievable.
It's second to none. I mean, it looks exactly how you think it should look. I mean, it's everything that a proper race car should be. I mean, it is so cool. And one thing, I mean, you look at a lot of those vents, and yeah, a lot of it is for lessening drag and things like that. But believe it or not, one of the biggest issues that cars have up here is trying to keep them cool. I mean, you think you're only running at full throttle for a certain amount of time. You're only driving the car for 8.5 minutes, 9 minutes. But you create so much heat because there's no air up here, right? I mean, there's no air to cool things off. The brakes get hot. The engine gets hot. Everything tends to build heat and heat soak. So talking to some of the guys like Matt Mullins, who I think we're going to have on later, he said that with that big BMW, I mean, the thing weighs upwards of 7,000 pounds, I think. Same with that the Rivian trucks. I mean, there's two really heavy, high-performance vehicles that make a ton of power and are going super fast, but they're creating so much heat in those systems where they've got to manage the driveline almost like an endurance race. They're trying to keep an eye on their, whether it be the electric motor temps or the hybrid system in that BMW or the brakes, especially on both of those vehicles, so that you got to kind of drive within the limits of those to the point where you're not overheating stuff and losing performance. So it's such a weird place because nowhere else in the world can you drive a car for 9 minutes and have it just be beat up.
You run it through its paces. And we've talked about the innovation and engineering that goes into some of these cars. And I think in the last 107 years that this event has, or I guess has been existing, it started in 1916, a couple of years we skipped. So this is the 101st running. But in these 100 years of competition, the amount of innovation, discoveries in tire technology, transmission technology, differentials, and how you have to tune those and extract the most performance out of them. And then the cooling problem, which doesn't go away when you have electric motors, by the way. So that's another thing to consider is while we have advanced in powertrain technology, there are still some things that are very difficult to overcome. And talking about cooling, I'll bet that in the next couple of years, more technology will advance in cooling to take advantage of, or I guess in spite of not having air, we'll see advancements in that area because they've figured out that you can break the system by having electric motors and not lose power at the top of the hill. Now we got to figure out how to break the system and not use air to cool stuff down.
No, I mean, the amount of innovation that comes from this race alone, and one of the biggest advancements that took place in the past however many years is electronic fuel injection, right? I mean, imagine having to tune a car with a carburetor for this race. I mean, I used to talk to some of the guys that ran this back in the day when they're running carburetors. Are like, you just run it super fat at the bottom, throw a bunch of fuel at it, and let her rip. And it's just like, man, I can't imagine. I mean, talking to some of the guys that were on motorcycles, they'd reach down and start kind of tweaking the carburetor on the way up the road. I mean,
get a big old good luck lever
and
adjust it as you go up the hill.
There's just so many cool things that have taken place historically on this mountain, and just imagine the stories that this place could tell.
If the road could speak, that would be. I mean, the story, as you mentioned, the stories it could tell. Still awaiting the launch of the next couple of cars. As Merle Swan, I do not see times in Section 1 or Section 2. So as far as that progress, no updates there for you just yet. But waiting for the Radford to launch as well and a couple other cars. But a bit of a pause in the action so far. But 14 cars have laid down times. And how many cars? 7 under 10 minutes already?
7 under 9.5 minutes.
Okay, we'll do one better.
I mean, to go under 10 minutes alone is ridiculous. To go under 9.5 minutes, I mean, this would win the race most years. If you can go run a 9:27 that Dan Novembre did, that's going to win this race more often than not. He's 7th on the grid chart right now. He's 7th on the standings with a 9:27. That boggles my mind.
And sounds like we've got Robin Shute at the top of the hill, and DJ Clark is standing by at 14,110 feet, DJ.
We do indeed, Kyle. I'm here with Robin Shute after his run. And Robin said it got a little bit squirrely up there, but the time was certainly spectacular.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Not squirrely, marmoty. We got marmoty on the way up. Today we just didn't get the setup quite right, and that just made for a wild ride. Getting those rear tires a little too hot and toasty, sliding around there and just battling with the anti-lag a little bit. It was just lighting them up. But first section, really, really fun. Absolutely ripped it. And then engineers struggling to get it woed down. And then on out, I was just fighting with the car and trying to make it up the mountain. So really happy with the time considering, and really happy it looks like we have the win as well. So, yeah, good stuff.
I mean, that's got to feel good to be walking away with the win, to absolutely shatter the record like that. I mean, that's just got to be Cloud 9.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to. There was no record set today, but it's great to go and take that next win. And Romain being such a strong competitor, and that Transit van being such a fast car. It's great to go and beat a competitor like that.
Well, congratulations again, and I'm sure we'll see you in the future.
See you next time.
See ya.
Thanks, DJ. He said it was marmoty, and I had to Google the comparison between a marmot and a squirrel, and I didn't know that until today. Marmots are bigger. They're the largest members of the squirrel family.
They are monsters.
You got marmots here? Is that a thing here?
Oh, all over the mountain.
Okay.
They're all over the mountain. So when he says marmoty, he literally means there are marmots on the road, and that's another one of those things about this race. Every morning in the drivers' meeting during practice, they're like, be ready for wildlife, whether it be marmots. I've almost hit a deer before. There's bear up here sometimes. You name it. And one of the funniest stories, we were up here a couple years ago, and Travis Pastrana gets to the top, and he's all amped. And he goes, I almost hit an emu. And I go, an emu? He goes, yeah, an emu. I go, do you know what that is? He goes, I don't know. It was a mountain goat or something. I said, that's what you're looking for. There's no emus in Colorado.
No, but there are marmots, which I just learned. But we did see Merle Swan, by the way, on the record heading back, but just a mechanical as far as we know. So looks like that car will be sent back to the paddock area as we await the green flag here for Tanner Faust. There's Ant Anstead, Radford co-founder and CEO, holding that green flag, and that's a special moment to throw the green flag for your own car.
Something that you've developed that's gotten to this level where it is just an ultimate machine. I mean, the amount of pride he must have right now watching one of the best drivers that you could possibly get hop behind the wheel of his super cool machine, going ready to tackle one of the coolest races in the world. This is a really cool moment for him.
And this Radford chassis, it's so delightfully British too. I always talk, every time I'm in the SRO paddock, we're talking about different cars from different areas of the world, and I always refer to British cars, British-built cars, as swoopy. There's just something about them, whether it's McLaren or Bentley or Aston Martin. There's just a swoopiness to them, where there's, Italians, they make their cars all beautiful and pretty, and then the British have the swoopy cars, and the Germans are building brutish, awesome, strong, loud cars, and I just love the different cars that you get from around the world, and this is certainly, while not maybe as high a production, certainly it's so special to look at, to drive, I'm sure, as well. And this one of one Radford 62-2, this has got to be an unbelievable climb. This is one of those cars that I'll be searching for onboard video later just to watch it and hear it and listen to it climb the hill.
And I mentioned it earlier, like sitting on the start line, nerves are super high. Tanner, being the guy that he is, but having done so much, he's probably more excited than nervous right now. Granted, he did say this car is the fastest thing I've ever driven up here, so I'm sure there's a little bit of nerves, but he's excited because that thing has to be an absolute ball to drive.
It has to be an absolute ball to drive as well, and you mentioned the nerves of driving a car like this, and it's one of one, so there's no replacements for it. So how does that weigh on you as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of found myself in a similar situation this year. I run in the Dussault Designs Camaro, which is a 67 Camaro making 1,200 horsepower, and every single component on that vehicle is a custom one-off part built by the team. And we showed up to the race knowing we had no spares in the trailer. So unfortunately, we had an incident. And in reality, it's stuff where if you had that same incident in a regular race weekend at VIR or something, you throw the car up on the air jacks, you bolt on some new suspension, and you're ready to rock and roll in the morning. But because everything's one-off, much like this Radford, there's a little bit of extra pressure on you. We're knowing if something does go wrong, it hurts a little bit more. You feel really bad for the team.
Yeah, so while we're awaiting the launch here of the Radford 62-2, we're joined now by Matt Mullins, running the exhibition category in the 2023 BMW XM. Label Red is the official name I've got down here. Matt, welcome.
Be here, guys.
I'm just so happy that Matt is here. Matt is one of my favorite guys in the whole world. He's my former boss when I was working at BMW, and we've had a lot of good times together, and he's been running what Rob Stout was driving the last couple of years. He was driving the Parade of Champions car, and he, like I said, everybody gets the hook in him, and they need to come back, and he's got probably the coolest production SUV in the history of production SUVs sitting here. This XM Label Red is it's so crazy. I mean, you are one brave dude, Matt. That thing is a monster, and you're wheeling it so fast up there. It's crazy.
So you see it and you see the size of it, but actually everybody keeps asking me, how does it drive? And I say, like a BMW, and they think that's just a marketing answer, but it's got perfect weight balance. It's still 50-50 front to rear, perfect weight balance. I mean, and it's a 6,000-pound car. By the time we took out the interior and put in the roll cage, we're 55-19, I think. But the motivation is what makes this thing so fun. So it's the first ever hybrid M car. So twin turbo V8, and it's got the electric motor. And it's 738 horsepower, 738 pound-feet of torque. For my German colleagues, that's 1,000 Newton meters of torque. I know, they love that. So, but anyway, it is really, so you have no lag. So what makes it, where it really shines the most is in the W's. Because you come off the hairpins, right, at 25 miles an hour, and getting it back up to speed is not a problem. I mean, it really hauls. But it drives great. Super fun to drive, and it's cool. I'm so glad to be here.
No, I mean, I can imagine. I've driven a lot of those BMW SUVs, the X6Ms, the X5Ms, and they are,
you know,
they are super fun. I mean, around one lap on the track, they're pretty much faster than most of the other M cars because they've got that power, and I just can't imagine how much fun this thing's got to be.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's got some other cool features about it too, right? In that it's because the plug-in hybrid, you can be loud and rowdy. You'll hear the exhaust on that thing. It sounds fantastic. Or you could be in total quiet mode pulling out of your garage. You know, you can cruise up with some civility if you want to do it. The interior is amazing. Not this one. We took it all out, but with the way it's lit up, and it's kind of got a club feel and just like this lounge in the back seat, really special. And I was driving one around all week thanks to my buddies at Winslow BMW. They gave me the XM cruising around, so I didn't want to give it back. They told me I had to. They took it back, so I'll try to talk to them again about it.
Yeah, I mean, here in a couple of minutes, once you get to the top and have that production record, maybe they'll give you one as a heartwarming gift.
Hey, we hope. I mean, that, you know, so that's what we're shooting for, right? We're trying to break the race day record, which is held by my good friend Reese Millen. And so the crazy thing, his team is the one prepping this to try to help me break his record, which is kind of cool, right? I asked him if he would do it, and he's like, sure, let's go give it a try. So I've learned so much from him, and his guys have been amazing. Some of them are out here, and I mean, there's no way you could come here without having people that have that kind of experience. You too, I'm calling you going, hey man, help me out. I was watching your video on where you go through and talk about all the corners, and I'm just trying to soak in all the knowledge to learn this mountain. But yeah, what a special way to be here, and perfect weather. It couldn't be any better.
Tanner Faust is working his way up the mountain, and we've got Randy Popst on the starting line waiting for his launch as well. And Matt, you've got a ton of racing pedigree, NASCAR camping, or excuse me, now it's the Craftsman Truck Series, the ARCA Stock Car Series, IMSA Continental Tire Challenge, Formula Mazda, and plenty of other things. So you've run the gamut.
Yeah.
Where does this stack up?
Just means I never could keep a long-time, full-time ride, right? I had to jump around. But no, been able to race a bunch of stuff, and been fortunate to kind of instruct for over 30 years, both in the stock car world and with BMW. Been with them now for 22 years. And, yeah, so, I mean, this is just one of those iconic events. I mean, to me, this is one of those great events in the whole world that, you know, if you ask people certain ones, hey, you talk about racing and they don't know, you say, you ever heard of the Indy 500? They go, yeah. So, you know, you ever heard of Le Mans? Yeah. You ever heard of Pikes Peak? Yeah, I've heard of that. So, I mean, this is one of the ones that as Tommy said, after you come here, it gets on you. It's addictive. I had no intention of doing this. I came up to do the Parade of Champions, said, that's all I want to do, and it leads to race car on the mountain is what happens. Yeah.
That's such a cool story. I also got some fun facts here. Guinness World Record holder for the longest continuous drift and for the longest tandem drift.
Yeah.
Based on your experience racing stock cars, that seems like an obscure record to hold, but that's fun.
Yeah, that was another crazy one. So with my buddy Johann Schwartz, who's raced up here, so he drifted for 8 hours continuously in the M5. And to do that, we had to do car-to-car refueling while we're drifting, kind of like planes do in the air. And so I thought up that crazy idea and somehow talked my buddies from BMW into doing it. And some of these same folks are the ones who then I also said, hey, let's go run Pikes Peak. And so anyway, that was really cool to do. I think this one might even top it, though. This is really special. So, yeah, I've gotten to do a lot of fun things with BMW. It's been fantastic.
There goes Randy Popst taking the green flag of the Unplugged Performance Tesla. And this car has definitely had some historic moments on the mountain. Yeah, but there goes Randy up the hill.
Randy and that car have both kind of been through the ringer up here. I mean, Randy's just one of the nicest dudes, and he has probably the highest passion for driving race cars more than anybody I've ever met. Yep. It doesn't matter if he's up here in Pikes Peak in that Tesla Model Plaid, or if he's at a WRL weekend and has his helmet and some guy's got a $1,000 325i. He's like, hey, can I drive? I need to drive. I love driving. Yeah. And that's just who Randy is, man. I mean, he's been doing it forever. He won tons of World Challenge races back in the day in that Volvo and numerous other cars. I think he was the first person to ever win a race in a Mazda Miata. I mean, the dude's done crazy stuff. And, yeah, I mean, I think that car, a couple of years ago, they ended up having a pretty big crash in practice. The car was written off. They went and bought a brand new one, turned it into a race car in like 3 days, and then he went and drove the race 3 days later. So, I mean, Randy's resilient, that team's resilient, and that car is cool, and it sounds like a rocket ship, a spaceship, man. It's bizarre.
And Tanner Faust is working his way up the mountain right now. He'll beat Randy up there because he left a little bit earlier. But Tanner has some stunt driving in his career, and so do you. Elaborate on that. That's an interesting stat as well.
So I've been very fortunate. So back in my stock car days, they were making a lot of movies and commercials and all these things. I worked with a guy named Andy Hillenberg at Fast Track. We had cars, and they would need them for movies, and so we'd make up a bunch of NASCAR stock cars that looked like the real ones. And so we got kind of dragged into this. And I used to do it just because it was like, okay, I'll do that to pay the bills. Now I really enjoy it. I drive in commercials for BMW. I've done some movies. Actually, the most recent one is Gran Turismo that's about to come out, so which is our sponsor. And so I got to spend about 5 weeks in Europe driving GT3 race cars around all these amazing tracks.
That's got a rough life.
And they paid me to do it. Can you believe it? But yeah, so I've gotten to do a bunch of cool things like that, and work with guys like Tanner and Reese and all these guys. And again, it's all these guys I know too. Paul Dallenbach, I've known Paul for over 30 years, and they would always say you have to come to Pikes Peak. And anyway, once you get here now, I see why.
Yeah, it really is a cool event. And again, this is my first time, so I'm just soaking up as much as I can, experiencing the paddock, experiencing the mountain, experiencing all the names and faces that are synonymous with this event. And it's really cool. We've been talking about all the drivers that have so much experience from a variety of motorsports. You're one of them. It's been a pleasure to have you join us here, and we wish you the best of luck up the mountain today, and have some fun out there as well.
Yeah.
This is the first time, so I guess there's always pressure, right? But
sure.
Is there? I mean, how much are you putting on yourself?
Well, so again, by having the best people, right, going to Reese and his guys, I mean, they had a process, the way they do everything, from our initial testing at Willow Springs with a car that was stock, and then we go make the mods and do it, and we go back and test, and then the build up. And so everything we've done, we've had a clear process, and we knew the targets, and we know where we are. And so really now it's just kind of go do the same thing we've been doing. So I have so much confidence in these guys and in the car that I feel great about it. I mean, now it's just go do a clean run and have some fun and enjoy it. And I'm looking forward to some donuts up on top of that mountain.
I bet. And hopefully we'll have you talk to DJ Clark, who's up at the top with us. But thanks so much for talking to us, and good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
Super pumped for you, Matt.
Hey, Tommy, you're doing a heck of a job up here.
Yeah, he's
buddy.
crushing it up here.
You sound fantastic. I don't know. He's killing it.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job.
He's really helping me along here my first
he's
time.
He's doing great.
So I
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, Matt. Get that record, buddy.
And say hey to the fam out there. Wave. All right. Look at the crowd. Woo.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So Matt Mullins going to head down and climb in the car. Jeff Zwart up next in that Porsche 935. And as far as Porsches go, that's got to be one of the prettiest out there. He resides in Aspen, Colorado, Jeff Zwart does, but a 3.8-liter turbocharged engine in that Porsche. Such a beautiful car, and I can't wait to watch it.
It's unbelievable. That 935 that they built, I mean, it's such a beautiful build, and it's something where you look at it and you think, oh, maybe it's just kind of there to look good, but it performs so well. And Jeff, one of the best people to ever be on the mountain. I mean, every Porsche driver that comes up here, he's kind of their go-to guy. He's the guru. I mean, when you got David Donahue going to a guy for questions, I mean, that speaks volumes about what Jeff Zwart does. So, I mean, it's so awesome to see. And now we got Tanner coming through Olympic. He's almost to the top.
And he's pushing it, too. That Radford Type 62 is on it.
It's gonna be another ridiculous time. We're just getting spoiled. Every single person that goes
over the bumps and across the stripe for Tanner Faust and the Radford team.
Look at that, 937.3.
That is unbelievable. Another car that will join the sub 10-minute group here at Pikes Peak. What a drive!
This is incredible. I mean, the list is getting longer and longer. Soon it's just gonna be a nonchalant. Yeah, I went sub 10 on Pikes Peak. I mean, it's just. This is amazing. I am so happy for all these guys, and we got Randy now. He's looking good. I mean, I saw him earlier. He he's using up every inch on that road. Right there, he almost dropped the tire again. I mean, Randy, he knows the road really well. He knows how to drive, obviously.
Yep, Randy working his way up the hill. We're going to step away just briefly for another break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Who do you think the best driver is?
Probably Rory.
I would dust him in a lap.
Jan, all you do is play video games with some crazy dreams of racing cars.
Dad, you're the one that told us to always do something we love. You know what racing cars cost?
Look around.
It's not our world, son. What is this?
It's a contest. The best Gran Turismo players in the world get a chance to compete in professional racing.
Dude, this is real.
This is real.
I'm sorry. You really think you're going to take a kid who plays video games in their bedroom, you're going to strap him to a 200-mile-an-hour rocket? It'll tear him to pieces.
You can hate me now,
It's not going to work. The guys who race are elite athletes.
but I won't stop now.
Your kids are scrawny little gamer kids.
Well, that's where you come in.
Come on, let's go!
Cause I can't stop now.
Must be a new experience for you, moving your legs.
You puked on my lawn.
There's no turning back now.
When you're in a race, the cockpit is going to be 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The G-forces will be twice what an astronaut experiences upon liftoff.
I can't see anything.
Hey, you get extra points for that in the game? Jesus Christ.
I had to hustle hard, never give up.
This whole thing is insane, but out of the couch surfing nerds that you sent me, he is the best one. You made it.
Yes! Welcome to Team This End.
What's next?
It's major leagues. The other drivers are going to hate you. Whoopsie.
Dude, what is your problem?
It's part of the game. It's called racing.
But I won't stop now.
If you miss a line in the game, you reset. You miss it on the track, you could die.
You can hate me now. But I won't stop now.
I know this track.
Because I can't stop now.
I've raced it 1,000 times. That's what I'm talking about.
You can hate me now. But I won't stop now.
For 46 years straight, more of you have trusted Ford F-Series trucks to help save the day. Stretch the weekend, haul, or tow just about anything, anywhere. That's because they're built Ford tough. And it's why Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks 46 years straight. And for that, we thank you. Now, buy a new 2023 F-150 with 0% financing plus $1,000 customer cash only at your local Ford stores.
And we are back with the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer joined again by Tommy Boileau, who has been a persistent, helpful friend alongside me this morning, helping me acclimate to all the new names and faces and builds of this amazing competition. And Tommy, this has been an exceptional experience so far. We still have lots of fast cars coming. On the mountain right now, Randy Popes, Jeff Zwart, they're working their way up the hill, but so many more left to go.
No, I mean, we see Randy Popes, he went purple in that sector in the exhibition class there, so a little bit faster than Tanner. It's going to be cool to see what he does. But this car on the start line right here, this is probably one of my favorite cars up here, because why in the world would you take a sprint car and think, you know what, let's take that thing to Pikes Peak? And I think it's just so awesome. And I don't know if you've ever been around a sprint car or sat in one. They are the most awkward things in the world to drive. The pedals are literally vertical. They go up and down instead of forward and backward. And the steering wheel's like a big bus wheel. That guy's out of his mind, and I love it.
Randy Popes across the line, and for Popes, it is a 9:54.901. So a little bit off of Tanner Faust's time in the exhibition class, but another sub-10-minute time.
Another sub-10. Nobody has disappointed outside of these fast guys. Everybody's been sub-10, and I think Silas Montgomery in this sprint car is going to do the same, man.
Yeah, Silas hails from Sonoma, California. And as far as the weight of this vehicle, 2,500 pounds and all the horsepower you could ever want on the climb up the mountain.
Just lighting him up off the line, smoke coming off the tires. He's got that huge wing on top of that thing. I mean, these things are made to go around corners as fast as possible. Not necessarily lefts and rights, but he's going to make it work.
Well, there's plenty of rights on the uphill as well, so it'll be fun to watch as we continue to watch on the uphill. Jeff Zwart in that Porsche 935. Such a gorgeous car, and a little bit of a bobble there on the brakes, but navigating beautifully through some of the tight hairpins here.
Yeah, he's a maestro. I mean, he knows this road better than probably anybody. And that section you just came through called Double Cut, probably another one of my all-time favorite spots on this mountain. It was just gorgeous. The views from up there, you don't get to experience them when you're driving, but you come back down the hill or you go up in the road car and you can actually pull over and take in some of the scenery. If anybody out there hasn't been out to Pikes Peak, especially if you live in the area, just drive up the road, not only to see what we as racers go through and see how crazy we are, but just to see how beautiful it is. I mean, this is such an amazing part of the country, amazing part of the state, and that's just another one of the long list items that makes this race so cool is where else in the world do you get something so beautiful? We've talked about that Gran Turismo picturesque start line, and it's just the whole mountain's that way.
Yeah, it is so cool. And Silas Montgomery, by the way, who's already launched on his run up the mountain, this is his first time making the climb up Pikes Peak. Another one of the rookies in this field here this weekend as Jimmy Ford gets set up. We spoke with him briefly earlier, that 1994 Ford Bronco. What a cool looking build that is, and excited to watch him begin his climb as we jump back up to Jeff Zwart in the Porsche 935 and just expertly navigating with absolute precision all the twists and turns of this 12.5-mile circuit.
No, and just that car looks at home on this mountain, and it probably photographs better than anything else up here. Every photo you see of that car, it doesn't matter if it's taken with an iPhone or you got Larry Chen photographing that thing. It just looks at home. It looks so good.
It's got an air about it that makes it feel retro, but in a futuristic way.
Right.
It's just the perfect blend of body style. It almost has that kind of. Isn't there a long tail version of this as well?
I think
I'm pretty certain
yeah.
there is. I'm not brushed up on all my Porsche models and variants, but there is a really neat-looking version of that car in addition to the version that Zwart is running. So Jimmy Ford again out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, lining up and going to take that truck up the mountain for his second time. So a huge range of experience, and I think we still have yet to get to some of the drivers that have the most experience on the mountain as far as the number of attempts, and that'll be fun to watch and see how they attack this race.
I mean, later in the day, Paul Dallenbach, who's been on this mountain more than probably almost anybody up here, he has won this race overall numerous times. He's got records up here. He had a bunch of issues in qualifying, so he's going to start pretty far in the back because he didn't actually make a qualifying run, I don't think, or if he did, something broke. Don't count him out. That dude is an absolute beast behind the wheel, and that car is fast.
It'll be fun to watch as Zwart continues to make his way up the mountain.
And we got Silas through that first split, that 45.5 in that first split. I mean, that puts him well into the nines if he can maintain that pace.
That's certainly something to keep our eyes on. That time is, based on the other cars that have run so far, would put him near or in that top 10 overall so far, which would be a sub 10-minute time if he can continue to climb at that pace. Of course, such a short wheelbase car as we get an onboard there, or not onboard, another shot there of Montgomery climbing the hill. We see the shadow of the helicopter chasing him up as well. But short wheelbase has to help as well in some of the tighter corners near the top.
Yeah, I mean, the car's not meant to rotate, right? On an oval where that car lives, it's meant to be planted as can be and just roll through the corner with as much mid-corner speed. So I'd imagine that short wheelbase probably helps it out. I mean, they obviously had to change the setup dramatically to get it through these hairpins, but he's going into one right now. Looks really composed.
I guess the other question I would have, and not knowing a whole lot about this kind of vehicle, is I assume this is a stick axle car, differential, non-existent maybe?
So basically in those cars, you sit on top of the drive shaft. It's literally spinning at 10,000 RPM between your legs. The engine's right in front of your knees. I mean, they are crazy vehicles. Zwart across the line here.
And we'll see where Zwart lands on the timing and scoring, and it'll be 9th overall. And it will be, looks like, is that second in the time attack 1 category. Another sub 10-minute time, a 9:46.131.
These guys, everybody is just outdoing themselves today. They're putting on a show. I mean, as we already alluded to, the crowd this morning was nuts. There were so many spectators coming out to take in this event, sold out spectator tickets. They're getting their money's worth. This is unbelievable.
Just setting a new bar, I think.
No, absolutely. This is just showcasing what this race is all about. Everybody is killing it.
At the top of the mountain, Tanner Faust is standing by with DJ Clark. DJ?
Well, thanks, Kyle. We've got Tanner here, and you were saying pretty good run on the hole.
Yeah, it felt a little slippery right off the bat. I talked to David Donahue at the end. He's been up here probably 101 years. I mean, he doesn't look that old, but he's definitely done it. And, I mean, he said, yeah, it's always a little loose on race day, and I had a little bit of oversteer. But I'm so excited. I mean, a 937, we never thought we'd get there. That's just incredible. We're over the moon. So big thanks to all the guys down there where it's nice and warm still with shorts on down in the pit. Thank you guys from Radford. Just absolutely stoked. It was a good run, but I kept a little bit of margin. We just put this car together, so we haven't completely optimized it, but it just shows the potential of this little Radford race car. So pretty amazing.
Well, I can tell you I heard a big cheer from everybody downstairs. I'm pretty sure they're pretty happy to see you. Tanner, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Woohoo! Yeah!
Thanks, DJ. And as we watch a couple other cars continue to make their way up the mountain, Silas Montgomery continues to trip timing and scoring. And we continue to be joined by more guests as we continue our broadcast here today. And next up, JP joining us here. Welcome.
So, JP, I see the hat. I'm assuming you're with Don.
Yeah, Don Wickstrom. I'm from I Am Second. We partner with Don Wickstrom, and it's been a great partnership so far.
Don is absolutely one of the most genuine people you could ever meet in the whole world. I mean, he does the invocation. He's the fastest passer. He's a passer day and night, and then he's one of the best race car drivers you could put behind the wheel of a race car. And that LMP3 car that he's got is beautiful. And my favorite part about that car are the neon lights that he has on it, man. I don't know if they're going to show as well during the day, but during the morning practice sessions, those neon lights are just glowing. And
yeah,
he's a big kid at heart, and he's awesome.
That would be cool, like last couple of years where it's been really foggy out here. It would have been really a hit with the crowd. But yeah, Don's got a real heart for people, and his favorite part of the whole weekend is Fan Fest and meeting his fans, and just getting out and sharing his faith with his fans. And it's been a blessing for I Am Second to partner with them because we help people share their stories, and he has an amazing story. So
talk to me about the fans in general, because this is my first time at this event. I've been to the mountain before, but not during this event. Line out the gate this morning for fans to get up on the mountain. It is just an unbelievable event. What does it mean to be a part of something like this as it continues to grow? Again, we're 101 years in, but it seems like it's not even at an apex. It's just continuing to climb.
Well, it's just having the I Am Second on the race car. People don't understand that. Like, why would you want to be second in this world famous race? And it all started with a childhood dream of his, seeing Bobby Unser running the race when he was 8 years old, and just had that childhood dream that, hey, one of these days I'm gonna be up there and do that, race that mountain. And so obviously, 7 years ago he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and just kind of started making a bucket list, like everybody does that finds out they're sick. And one of those on his bucket list was the Pikes Peak hill climb. And by the grace of God, he's here. His family's got a lot of family and friends that are supporting him. He's got I Am Second support. We're fully behind him. And he's one of the crowd favorites.
No, I mean, the car is great, and more importantly, he is just a great human. I mean, he's another one of those guys. I've said it time and time again. At some point, if you run this race numerous times, you're going to have an incident. You're going to have trials and tribulations, and he has been through it up here. I mean, he had a really big crash a couple years ago. He walked away, and ever since then, I mean, he's been here every single year that I've been up here, and he's the first person to come up and give me a hug. And no matter what, I could run a 15-minute run, and he would give me a hug and be like, dude, I'm so proud of you. You did so good, because he's just so happy for everybody to be up here and happy to be up here himself. And you couldn't ask for a better friend than Don Wickstrom.
Yeah, his genuine love for people is just it's unmatched. 2017, 2018, 2019, he was crashed in qualifying. 2020, obviously COVID season that got canceled. 2021, there was a shortened race, and then last year he finally made it to the summit, and he felt really good about that. Bad weather and all, but it was such an accomplishment, and we're so proud of him.
Yeah, and the time last year was a 12:09, 9:72. As far as the goals of climbing the mountain, getting to the top is one thing. improving on your time is another. And at 12:09, that's a benchmark now, right? So how hard is that chase, or is it just about the experience?
I think a little bit of both. I think with the good weather, the tires are long. We got a good pit crew. He's got one of the best pit crews. I see him being really successful today. So.
No, I guarantee you he crushes that 12:09. he threw down a really good run in qualifying, and he's got the drive this year. He's hungry. He wants it. He's a very capable driver. We've got Silas under 10 minutes. So everybody's under 10 minutes. I'm just going to hold on to that same standard, man. He's going sub 10. I'm calling it.
Definitely.
And we continue to watch Jimmy Ford climbing the mountain as well, a 147.013 in Section 1, 225.879 in Section 2. So really good times for Jimmy Ford so far. But the weather here this weekend, JP, has also been absolutely gorgeous. And I think this event, as special as it is, it's great that everyone here, drivers, teams, and spectators, can enjoy this event with blue skies and sun out as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we're enjoying coming out here, meeting the fans, and obviously Don has a really big fan base that seems to double every year. He's a fan favorite. Like I said, there's many people that come to see him every year, and they make a point of it to stop by his tent and tell him. And he's one of the drivers out here that takes the time to meet with all of his fans. And you'll see him praying with some fans and asking them where they're at. We had a lady that had cancer last year and prayed for her, and she comes back this year and she's cancer free, and it's just incredible. There's so much more going on in the pits than just racing.
And as I understand, the car, which is a 2016 Riley LMP3, it started life as that. The car has a nickname.
Gianna. Yeah. And so you guys know that's the challenge of having such a longer car. It's more of a challenge than having a smaller car with a smaller wheelbase. So, he's got God on his side, and he's going to be really successful with that car. So
cars continue to make their way up the mountain. Looks like Section 3 for Jimmy Ford at 2:57.248. Pretty solid time there as well. What are we expecting here for Jimmy Ford in that number 17?
He might break the pattern here. I don't know if he's going to go sub 10, but no matter what, I guarantee you he is going to be over the moon just to make it to the top of this mountain. He didn't make it to the top last year because of that mechanical. He could go run 15 minutes like I just said, and he'd be stoked, but he's going to be low 10 minutes here, which is an achievement in itself. The fact that we've had this many guys go sub 10 is just an anomaly. He's going to go quick, and he's just the spirit of the event. There's so many good people up here, and somebody that doesn't race professionally, doesn't do this full time. He's just out there doing this on his own dime. He's got some backing, obviously, but like you said, his family's his pit crew, and he's living the dream right now.
Continue to work his way up the mountain there. You see it from high above, the Ford Bronco. Again, as far as bringing anything, this is on, maybe not all the way to the end of anything, but it's pretty close to it in comparison to some of the other cars that will make this ascent here this morning and early this afternoon. And such a picturesque section of racetrack. What an amazing creation, this mountain, this hill climb. 101 events in JP, and as far as Mr. Wickstrom, again, with that one time that completed last season on the full run up the mountain, I think, as you mentioned, a little bit of both, the drive to beat that time and a drive also just to complete this immense climb up to 14,110 feet.
Yeah, Don was able to lead chapel this morning for the drivers, and he talked about what a great, majestic mountain this is and God's creation. And you couldn't ask for a better weather. And last 3 years have been a struggle with the pandemic and the weather, and so finally the drivers get weather that they deserve. So happy about that.
Yeah, awesome stuff as we continue to wait for Jimmy Ford to finish out this final section and come across the stripe. And there is a growing group of cars at the top of the mountain, Tommy, that are going to continue accumulating up there. They can't come back down. There's one road up, one road down. So once you're up until the whole event's done.
Yeah, Rob and Schutt and those guys in those Porsches, they're going to be up there for a while. They're probably taking naps right now. I know most of the time when I get to the summit, it's like adrenaline's running. Once that kind of calms down a little bit, it's all right, I'll lean back in the car, maybe take a little nap, and you got to get the summit donuts. That's one of the best parts about getting to the top is the donuts. They're not necessarily the best donuts in the world, but when you're up at the top of the mountain after what you accomplished, like Jimmy Ford just did, good job, Jimmy. It's such an achievement, and those donuts taste better than anything else you've ever tasted at that point.
Taste of victory. Jimmy Ford at a 10:07.261 in the Pikes Peak Open category.
That's a great run. It's not sub 10, but that is an incredible run for Jimmy. I am so happy for him.
And JP, we've got the I Am Second, a piece on I Am Second coming up. Do you have a little bit about that?
Perfect. Yeah, I Am Second. We we help people share their stories. What was their life like before, they came to know Christ, and how did Christ get their attention, and then what's their life like now. And so it's a real blessing trying to helping people share their stories. And one of the things that we tell people is the best way to tell God thank you for what He's done for you is to share your story and what He's done for you. So we take great joy in helping people share their story. We have a website, iamsecond.com. We got a documentary on Don called Chasing Hope. You should go check it out. It's a really, it starts from the beginning of his childhood, where, not necessarily, pretty much a poor childhood. Grew up to have a robotics company. When he was younger, he had some teachers that told him he wasn't going to amount to anything, and he gives his life to God. In college, he tries to prove Christianity wrong, and he couldn't, and he ends up putting his faith in God, and God took over. Got a big family right now that loves him. Now he's living his childhood dream, racing the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So
inspiring story. I Am Second. Let's take a look.
Yes.
When you're set with a date, your life could expire. You're living on borrowed time. The year was 2018. I had a family, a company. Things were going really well. But then things started feeling not so good. Something was up. I'm sitting across from my doctor, and he's telling me, you got cancer. If things don't change, you got a year. There was a moment in that time where I wanted to be done with life. I remember lying awake at night, just feeling like the air could blow through me, like I was nothing, no hope. And here all of a sudden I had a God that loved me and a Jesus that died for me. That just set a lot of things in motion that I would have never, ever thought in my life. So Pikes Peak, it's a living, breathing thing. And the track moves. You're looking at the road, you're looking at the grip, you're looking at where did the wind blow? Is there gravel? Is there sand? And then on top of that, you have consequence. And you're constantly weighing out, like, how hard I'm gonna push this, is it worth it? There's been times where it hasn't. The finish line is at the summit. It's 12.42 miles and 156 turns. I want to make it to that summit. People need to know that you don't have to live in a place of hopelessness.
Back live at the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer, Tommy Boileau, and now we're joined by the Global Director of Ford Performance Motorsports, Mark Rushbrook. Mark, welcome. Thank you for joining us here today, and congratulations. An awesome run, an unbelievable run by Romain Dumas in the Ford Super Van. We have to hear the story about this, and I want to talk more generally about Ford Performance as well, but that was an unbelievable run this morning.
Yeah, we are so excited to be here as part of this event with Super Van 4, and our company has such great history with Super Vans, back to 1971 when the very first one was built, and then Super Van 2, Super Van 3, and 2 years ago we were challenged to build an all-electric Super Van 4, which we did, and took to Goodwood a year ago, and we said, let's go do something bigger, legendary. Let's take a Super Van 4 to Pikes Peak, and it took building a new one. We built a second one because we wanted to optimize the electrified powertrain, the aero, the suspension, lightweighting, everything on it. And a lot of really passionate people working on it for the last 6 months, and so happy to be here and to see it go up at 8:47 this morning.
This is my first time at this event. More generally, I've been in motorsports for a while, but the scale and gravity of this event is something like I've never seen before. I want to talk about racing as a whole, motorsports as a whole. It seems like and it feels like we've seen a resurgence lately the last couple of years, an interest in motorsports, and especially at Ford Performance. There has to be a gratification to getting a green light to work on a project like this and not only find success in the showroom but on a course like this. What's that been like to be a part of projects like this and to demonstrate what Ford can really do?
Yeah, I mean, a quick comment. Like you, I've been to racing around the world. And this is my first year coming to Pikes Peak. And I knew it was going to be fantastic and legendary. Do you want to keep talking through this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And it's exceeded my expectations, just in terms of what the event is, the magnitude of it, the spectrum of great cars that are here and the great people that are here. It is so great to be here, a part of it. But I agree with your assessment that motorsports is on a resurgence. That I don't know if it's from COVID and everybody coming out and wanting to get out and experience things, but we're seeing it in every series around the world. And our company, I feel so lucky to work at Ford Motor Company. In our part of the fabric of Ford Motor Company is motorsports. It goes back to Henry Ford, 1901, winning a car at sweepstakes, and that led to formation of our company in 1903. So that is part of our fabric, and we're still a family company with Bill Ford and Edsel Ford and Henry Ford, and they support so much of what we're doing in motorsports in so many different places. And you'll see it in sports car racing with our Mustangs going there with the new 7th generation Mustang, our re-entry to Formula One. Off-road, we just announced we're going to Dakar as a factory, and what we do with these electric demonstrators, because it allows us to, it's a rolling test bed for innovation, learning, so we learn so much about it that we can apply to our road cars, and it makes our road cars better, it makes our company better, it makes our engineers smarter. So that's why we're here, is to learn, to demonstrate, to create spectacles so that people can see, hey, Ford has an E-Transit, and yes, this is not the one that you can buy, but the engineering and learning goes into the road cars, and that's part of why we're here.
And I think for me, especially as a big fan of motorsports in general, there's so much interest I have in the engineering side of motorsports, but also there's an emotional attachment to motorsports. And I think you could choose to build pretty much anything for the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and there's obviously some history with the super van, but I think it just goes to show that there's definitely some fun left in OEMs, especially with Ford, building cars like this to compete in things like this. So talk to me about the challenges of building a super van for a hill climb. We were joking a little bit earlier about the high winds and the tall profile and all of these things that factor in. Of course, as you mentioned, not like the one you can buy, but so much engineering, so many decisions that have to be made to build a car, or I guess a van like that.
Yeah, so the decision for Supervan was a lot based on history with what we've done in the past before, to use vans as a spectacle. The first one had a GT40 engine in it, the second and third one had Formula One engines in them. But now to do it with 2,000 horsepower, and your first choice to go fast up Pikes Peak is not going to be the silhouette of a van. Right. It's just not. Yep. Because of aero, because of weight, center of gravity, and everything. But that's what engineers do, right? We've got a great aerodynamics team inside of Ford Performance Motorsports, and they spend a lot of time optimizing this to be very efficient for a lot of downforce, but also working hand in hand with our design studio so that it still looks like an E-Transit, at least some of the most important design cues. But then, so once you get the aero right, it's also optimizing the weight, reducing it. So Supervan 4 to Supervan 4.2, we took out 400 kilograms from optimization. Wow. Because we had a little bit more time and we'd learned with the first van. So we knew what we could do better. So that all matters. And then it's also the electrified powertrain. We actually have less power in Supervan 4.2. Supervan 4 had 2,000 horsepower with 4 motors. And Supervan 4.2 has just 3 motors. And that's because energy management is what matters. So optimizing the total performance. You don't want 4 motors and you can't put the traction down, but you're still burning energy. So that's how it's optimized for 4.2.
Well, Mark Rushbrook from Ford Performance Motorsports. Mark, I could talk to you all day, but we got to move on. Thank you so much for joining us here and talking to us a little bit about the challenges and the conquest of the mountain here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And Tommy Boileau joining me again as we continue coverage here. And green flag now for car number 902, James Robinson, behind the wheel of this Acura NSX, or what is left of it.
Yeah, that is definitely not quite the same as the pace car that we saw David Malukas in earlier. But James is another one of those guys. He's been up here a ton, and he's the Robinson brothers are hilarious. Anybody that gets to meet them, they are just two characters, and they're super fun guys. I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, a lot of experience on the mountain. One of the most experienced in motorsports in general is Randy Popes, and he's standing by with DJ Clark.
He is indeed, Kyle. We're up here with Randy. A great time up the mountain. Randy, how is the run?
I'm in an electric car. It's the Unplugged Performance Tesla Model S Plaid. That's 1,000 electric horsepower. So it was all about power. It's all-wheel drive. I got these Yokohama slicks that are really super cool. They're biomass, They're made partially from plants. So I'm a vegetarian, and guess what? So are my tires. We're like a sustainable motorsports effort. Electric is great because the power is so instant, so strong, no shifting of gears necessary. The other side, car is pretty heavy. The Tesla is really a four-door luxury sedan. And if you look at it in line, it doesn't fit. You got race car, wings, flares, and then, gee, that looks kind of like my mom's Tesla. And it is. The drivetrain is the same as the street car. Everything else is unplugged. Unplugged suspension, big carbon ceramic brakes, it stopped great. But what happens, these Teslas are not really meant for racing 10 minutes up a hill flat out. So the battery gets hot. So while a gas car at Pikes Peak is dying for oxygen, an electric car is trying to cool that battery. So as part of my strategy, I would lift off a little early on the straights, accelerate hard, lift off, brake. That's how it was all the way up the mountain. And the other thing that happened was our rear suspension, not happy. In practice, it was great. But in the race, the back of the car got real soft. It kind of went back to like luxury style. So it was tricky where I know these bumps. And when I saw one, I'd back off a little bit because the chassis was hitting the ground. And when that happens, you can lose grip. And with this blue sky, you do not want to lose grip. Trust me, people. The tires were great, though, all the way up. They're even better than the normal ones. It's amazing.
Well, there you go. Randy Probst, thank you so much, and congratulations on a great run.
Thank you very much. Popes, no arm.
Popes, no arm. There it is.
Thanks, DJ. And Randy's great. Always a pleasure to hear from him and hear his stories. And that was the most detailed call of a run that we've had from a competitor so far.
I mean, Randy is probably one of the biggest characters in all of motorsport. And if you let that guy talk all day, he will. I mean, he is just too funny, man. Everybody loves Randy for a reason.
And we're joined now by Phil Layton. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here on this gorgeous day. I mean, the last couple of years we've had problems with the weather, but really I've been doing this race for 40 years over the years, and to most of us here, this mountain has a spirit, and it draws people back. I mean, we see a lot of these competitors that come back time after time that are racing in Le Mans or other venues across the world. But this place is special, and for those of us that live here, I've always said it kind of has a spirit of its own. And like I said, I was born and raised here. And looking out my door at this mountain every day, it really hits to your heart. But people really don't realize what it takes to put on a big event like this. And I started out as the safety director. My background was as a paramedic. And I went on and moved on, spent 12 years with the IndyCar Series kart on the kart safety team. But every year I would come back to Pikes Peak, and it brings families together. Our kids used to race go-karts together here locally. So you see a lot of family generations of racers that come here to try to challenge this mountain. And again, even my days as race director, I would tell everybody, don't worry about what your competitor does. You got to beat the mountain first. And for a lot of people, they've never made it to the summit that have raced year after year after year after year up here. And she decides what it is that we do up here. But this is a phenomenal organization. There's a lot of moving pieces and parts, from timing and scoring to safety to technical inspections to the promotion of the race that the Sports Corp helps us with. But for me, this place really comes to my heart, and I'm sure it does to a lot of other people.
It absolutely does. One of the first people up the mountain this morning, not competitively, but in one of our pace cars, another Acura NSX Type S, was David Malukas, standing by with DJ Clark. Oh, never mind. We'll try that one again. Oh, now they're back. Let's try it again. There you go, DJ. Go for it.
Now we're back, Kyle. Now we're back. I'm standing by here with pace car driver and IndyCar driver David Malukas, who got to drive the beautiful Acura up the hill this morning. How was it?
Oh, it was a real beauty. You know, they gave me the TLX to practice a few days ago, and now today they were like, all right, you're going to get the big boy, the NSX. And man, was it fast. it was unbelievable going up the hill. What experience when you get a massive adrenaline rush, and obviously I had all my markers set with the TLX, and this one coming in a little bit quicker, and it's definitely pushing the limits on some corners. And you know, when you're coming up, you're so focused on the road, but then on this last sector, you just kind of, I looked to my left and I just saw nothing, and I'm like, oh my, and I was just inches away from the edge, and so I ended up moving a little bit more towards the middle. I was like, yeah, this is some cool stuff, crazy, but I've never experienced anything like this. Pikes Peak is very special, and wow, it's got my heart pumping coming up here.
Is it definitely something that we may see you back at in the future, maybe doing a competition run?
I think so, yes. I am very much hooked, and I love the energy from the fans and the people. That's kind of what makes it special. And at first I was complaining of the early mornings, but I feel like it kind of adds to the tradition of how like crazy and nuts this is. So I'm very much going to try to work on coming back here in the future, and I don't know, maybe work with Honda and IndyCar, kind of get something like that sorted. That would be very cool.
Well, that sounds like a pretty fun possibility. David Malukas up here on the top of the mountain.
All right, as another NSX continues to climb up, James Robinson behind the wheel of that. Phil, you mentioned a moment ago that this mountain has a soul. And I don't know if it's the iron deposits in the Rocky Mountainsides or what, but I've described it. This event is feeling magnetic for drivers from around the world, from spectators from around the country, all making their climb up very early this morning to be here. It is one of the most dedicated fan bases I've ever seen in motorsports.
It is. It's the same thing. People stood in line for hours this morning to get up here to get their prime spots. And I was coming to this race back when I was high school, and I won't even tell you how far back that was. But it breeds something. And like I said, I've always called it a she, with the spirit. And whether she changes the weather on us or whether she changes the conditions or where the crowd is, really they get these couple days of practice and they come race day, and all the turn-in points that they've learned all week long are different because people are sitting on the boulders. So this place is really challenging to some world-class drivers.
Well, it is a world-class event as well. And Phil, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspective on this event. And it's my first time here. It's been an unbelievable experience so far. So thank you for being a part of it.
I hope you come back.
I will definitely come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Phil.
Okay. So next up, the number 67. This is Reese Millen, and this is a name that is synonymous with the mountain. Reese Millen in this BMW, this 8 Series that will be heading up the hill here shortly. Gregoire Blachon is already on the climb up into the number 20, but Reese behind the wheel of the 67. Piloting this 2023 BMW Model 8, and Reese out of Huntington Beach, California, representing New Zealand here this weekend, and this is his 27th run on the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Best time of an 8:57.118 in 2016 in the electric modified class, and the 1992 Rookie of the Year. So this is, again, a name synonymous with the mountain as Reese Millen awaits a climb up to the clouds. And Tommy Boileau, as we get ready for Reese Millen's climb up, 27th run up to the top of the hill. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
No, this is going to be fun, and I mean we've got so many cool people that we're talking to and so many cool stories. But one thing I wanted to shout out: Don Wickstrom came in just over 10 minutes there. I mean 10 minutes .297. So incredible run for Don. I know he is going to be over the moon. I mean, there's about to be a couple potential record breakers here coming up. I mean, we mentioned there's already been numerous records broken. We've got Gregory Blachon out there in that diesel-powered Radical, and then we've got Reese going for that production record. So this will be fun to watch these two guys go. It's just, I think I've said that after every single person.
It feels just like that, right? I mean,
it's because it truly is. It's just so fun and so special.
12 drivers now, I think, are under that 10-minute mark. We're now joined by Rod Cooper from King of the Mountain, and thanks for being here and joining us. As we've got this behind him, we should pull this up and display this.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here. This event is spectacular, and of course, the winner of this event is declared King of the Mountain. But this is a special one, my first time here. But Rod, this is just so special.
Truly is a special event. I grew up in this area. I love cars. I knew about the race, but I'd never been to it. And I had a friend, Mike Bukowski's on the board of the race. He knows I'd done some work with ESPN 30 for 30s, and said, hey, will you take a look at this? I'm like, yeah, I will. So we're in year 3 of filming. I got to interview this fine young man here to your left, and he gave a great interview, and we spent literally 35 hours interviewing the first year, just seeing what this story is. And there's a beautiful story here. And the gentleman before me talked about the passion of this race and the spirit. And one of the things that we actually have a quote in the movie that talks from Dalai Lama that talks about people don't climb the mountain because it's there. They climb it to connect their spirit with the soulful divinity. And I think our movie and with this event captures that, and it captures these wonderful human beings and just the passion and an energy, and it makes you proud to be part of the human race, this event, and how everybody works together. I heard Matt Mullins sharing how Reese Mullins is taught him how to drive this car to make him faster, to maybe break his record. That's unheard of in competitive sports, but for this type of event.
And we have a trailer for King of the Mountain as well. Let's have a look.
Thank you.
It's hard to explain Pikes Peak to somebody that doesn't know the race.
Anybody who would try to drive as fast as they can up that road is certifiably crazy.
This place is incredibly unforgiving.
Too much risk up there on Pikes Peak. It's considered the most dangerous race in the world for a reason.
Yeah, you have to be crazy to do this race.
Pikes Peak is a huge challenge, 156 turns. It's incredibly exposed.
(14,115 feet up in the air, and you can see jumbo jets flying at the same height as you.
Pikes Peak is a unique event because you're not allowed mistakes. There's a couple reasons for that. One, you only get one try. That counts. Two, generally, if you make a mistake, there's a good chance that you're going to have a really, really bad crash.
Make it to the finish, make it to the summit. That's racing the mountain.
Being king of the mountain, it's hard to do. It's accomplishing the impossible on, probably the most beautiful playground in the world.
And back live at the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. This coverage is presented by Mobil 1. We are now joined by Lonnie and Johnny Unser. And as far as this event goes, 101 years of operation, there are some names that just are synonymous with the mountain, and the Unser family is one of them. And it's so glad, I'm so glad to have you guys with us here today. And Lonnie, you're participating in an Acura Integra that you'll be taking up the mountain in your second year. This, of course, is such a special event for your family. Tell me what it's like to be here in your second year participating in this event.
Absolutely. I mean, after last year, I continuously say this is the coolest thing I've ever done. I mean, there's nothing like it. I grew up in the mountains in Idaho, so I always have such a deep love for the mountains. And then, of course, racing cars is in my family. And so it's really a combination of the two things I love the most. And it's just unreal. Everybody in the paddock, everybody is so kind and so helping. And it's just cool to see everybody run and all the really cool cars that are out here.
Yeah, it's awesome. And Johnny Unser to my left. And I just mentioned how much this event means to your family and racing means to your family across a variety of disciplines. But this one is special for so many reasons. Fundamentally, the layout hasn't changed in 101 years or since 1916 when it started. So what's it been like watching the progression of this race and then watching your family continue the legacy of the Unser family?
It's pretty neat because the Unser family, obviously, we got our start in racing
right here on Pikes Peak. So it's a pretty special place. And, you know, when it was all dirt, I ran it, it was all dirt. But to come back last year when Lonnie ran it and it's pavement, it's neat. It's the same mountain, it's the same road, it's just a different kind of race. So it's a different kind of car, and the evolution of the technology has been fun to watch. It's fun to walk around and see all these different cars and the technology and how it's progressing to adapt to the road.
And as far as your experience competing in this competition, 1 year under your belt so far, you've got lots of grassroots road racing experience as well. And I want to talk about the preparation for this event. Of course, you got a lot of family members to lean on and teach you all the hints of the mountainside, but it's changed some. What's the preparation process been like for you? Simulators, driving up the mountain, taking notes. What's that like for you leading up to this?
You know, it's everything combined, right? You want to do everything you can to know the road as best as you can. 157 corners, it's a lot to remember. So when I started to learn the road last year, I was living in Boulder, Colorado at the time, which is about an hour and a half away from here. So I just come up here and I drive the road as much as I possibly can. And I think that was really, really important in my development on the mountain because it really enabled me to understand the road even better than I could through videos and simulators. Of course, you use simulators and video to help kind of substitute that as well. You want to use everything to learn. And second year back, I'm still learning stuff about the mountain, and I'm sure I will be years from now as well.
Yeah, I think the mountain continues to change, even with the pavement now. How much has it changed after the pavement, of course, but also the preparation process? Back when it was dirt, when video, was maybe not as accessible as it is now. Lots of changes in how you prepare for the event, but how much is the same and how much is different there?
Well, technology is making a car handle good there's a basic setup, but when you go from pavement to dirt, it's a different setup. But you're still, dependent on your tires. I think tires now are very critical to have a good tire underneath you, and you can see how important it is to keep those tires up to temperature right before you go to the start line. And it's kind of interesting today because we've been running in, early in the morning, right? And the track has been very cold and it's hard to keep temperature in the tires. And I think, actually for Lonnie, I think it's a great starting time because the day is so nice. Now we're going to have some track temperature tires. We're not going to lose so much temperature at the start line. And I think she'll be able to, get the most out of the tire more quickly than you would on these test days. So I feel pretty good about where we're starting. How about you, Lonnie?
Yeah, I think it'll be great. These Yokohama A005s, are awesome. They're a really great tire to run up the mountain because they get up to temp relatively quickly. So especially in the cold mornings when we've been running all week, I've just felt really confident in them. And they're really sticky, which is what you want. So I think it'll be a good time to start starting 46th. So.
And as far as the car this year, running a different division than last year, ran in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. This year, though, 2023 Acura Integra, different division, different car. What's that experience been like adapting to a new chassis?
Yeah, so I'm in the all-new Acura Integra Type S. So this is the debut of this car, which is really, really cool. Everybody I've been able to work with at HPD and Acura have been phenomenal, and the car is handling really, really well. We did a lot of testing in California before we came out to Colorado, and we got the setup really dialed and got the engine really dialed. So we've been really confident on the mountain all week and through testing. So I'm just really excited to be running this Acura Integra Type S.
Awesome. Well, Lonnie and Johnny Unser, thank you so much for joining me here. And Lonnie, good luck to you. We're going to be rooting you on here from down at 9,000 feet on your climb up to 14,110. So best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to step away for just a brief moment. We'll be back with the 101st running the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
I just started feeling not so good, and something was up. When you're set with a date, your life could expire. You know, you're living on borrowed time. Everything gets a sense of urgency. And yet, so many things don't seem important.
Once again, America's Mountain posing the largest challenge of all for over 70 drivers and their teams, climbing up to 14,110 feet. Welcome back to the 101st running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined as always, so far, I guess, by Tommy Boileau, as we await the continuation of entries and climbs up this amazing 12.5-mile, 156-turn course. Just spoke with Lonnie and Johnny Unser. That's going to be an exciting climb to watch. Dai Yoshihara getting prepped as well. We spoke with him briefly earlier. The names that are synonymous with this course, with this event, continue. We are chatting with them, watching them run up the mountain. It's been an excellent day so far. The weather is out. You could not ask for anything better than this. I'm about ready to take this jacket off, too. We're getting close.
It's getting close. I mean, I just stood in the sun a little bit while we were talking to the Unsers there, and it literally could not be any better right now. It's amazing, and the times are showing it. I think while we were talking, 2 records just got broken while we were talking to the Unsers. I mean, the records continue to fall. The times are ridiculously fast. This is an incredible year. I mean, Reese, I believe, don't quote me on it yet, what is the current production vehicle record? Because I think Reese just took it. And he beat his own record, of course.
The production car record was in 2019 set by Reese Millen in a 2019 Bentley Continental GT at a 10:18.488.
So we beat that by 6.5 seconds almost.
All right, another record falling, as you mentioned. And you totally predicted it this morning that we were going to see records continue to fall, and who knows if we're done yet. There's also some, this is one of those non-division records. We have class records, and we have our non-division records, production car, production SUV, electric production car, and a variety of others to update you on throughout the morning and afternoon as well. So continue to watch drivers climb up this mountain and lay down some of the best times we've seen in the history of this 101 year running of this event.
Yeah, it's just, I think a lot of it does attribute to the weather, but just the world-class drivers that show up. I mean, Reese Millen, once again, we've talked about the synonymous names. Millen family is the same as Pikes Peak, right? They're the same thing. And to go out there and the only pressure is to beat your own record. We got Dai stopped right after the start line.
Yeah, Dai Yoshihara stopped, and
he's in reverse.
Reverse lights.
Oh, his left rear wheel. Oh no, is that just a wheel cover?
Yeah, he's just got. I think he's got the. I don't know if they're aero discs exactly, but they are some kind of wheel cover. But so tell me, because this is again all new to me. If you don't cross the timing and scoring line, can you go again?
I don't know. I've never seen it. I'm assuming yes. I'm really hoping something didn't break on that car. Dai, we were talking to him earlier. He has had bad luck up here. And we were talking to Phil Layton, former race director, earlier. As he said, the mountain's got its own spirit, and the mountain decides. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm sitting here right next to you instead of up at the summit right now. I've never seen anybody put the car in reverse on.
You know what this reminds me of?
Peak.
It reminds me of there was a loophole in NASCAR a couple of years ago where if you spun out on your outlap, you could just drive backwards and then launch again. But this time, Dai Yoshihara is off and away, and that S2000 is at full song now, climbing up nearly a mile high. Here comes a car across the stripe.
That's our boy Texas Dave.
Texas Dave, and where is he going to land? On the timing and scoring.
10:04.665.
There it is in the open wheel category, which will land him position in class. Looks like third.
Yep. Good run there for Dave in that Sierra Alpha. I mean, those cars were really cool. He hadn't seen the car, let alone sat in it or driven it until Tech Day.
That's crazy.
I mean, to go run almost sub 10 without ever sitting in the vehicle before, that just shows how good of a wheelman Dave is. I mean, he's just a big character. And he's another one of those guys who's just a big kid at heart. He just loves being here. He just loves driving race cars and hanging out with his buddies.
There are so many variables in the calculus of this hill climb. I'm never going to solve the equation, but these drivers have sorted it out already. I'm not sure if it's perfectly solved, but 840 at the top of the board by Robin Shute, and now I think 11 drivers
11.
Under 10
Don
minutes.
Wickstrom was so
It's
close.
so close.
So close, Don.
10 minutes, .297 for Don Wickstrom in the modified Riley LMP3. All right, here's a KTM getting ready to take the green. This is the car number 81.
Yeah, that's Clint Baschultz there. So we saw Cody run earlier, and Clint, he's one of those guys that has been on the mountain forever. I mean, I saw a photo that he put up the other day of one of his first races up here, and he looked like he was about Cody's age. So, I mean, he's been doing it longer than I've been alive almost, and he, another one of those guys, much like everybody up here, just salt of the earth, one of the nicest guys you can meet. He's helped me a bunch throughout my years up here on the mountain. He's been super supportive. He actually tried to help get me into a car earlier this year after we had our incident with the Camaro. Didn't quite work out, but he was doing whatever he could. He was vouching for me, and it just, once again, the camaraderie up here is just second to none. It's such a cool event for that matter.
And here is car number 72. That's Derek Boyd continuing his climb. Huge wing on the back of that Evo. Is again leaning on aerodynamic downforce as you get towards the top when that air gets thinner. As there's a look at your Time Attack 1 running order as it stands. David Donahue, Jeff Swart, and James Robinson, 918, 946, and 1011. Those top three right now. So that's your provisional podium, but still some more cars to run, including this number 81, which is in that Time Attack 1 category. And Clint Baschultz, again, this will be his 30th year on Pikes Peak.
So longer than we've both been alive. He's been up here driving this thing. It's, I was kind of guessing. I didn't want to throw him under the bus there and call him out, but I mean, he's a legend up here. He and Cody are just great.
I've got the stats.
You got the stats, man.
His best time was a 9:35.490 in 2020. How are we feeling about the KTM breaking that?
I don't know if he's going to be able to break that. He was running a factory McLaren with Flying Lizard Motorsport then, and I mean, that's a GT3 car. This is more of a GT4-ish type car. I mean, I don't know the exact specs on this thing, but either way, I mean, he's going to be fast. I wouldn't be surprised if he did go sub 10. I mean, we're going to have the 12th driver to the sub 10 list today. You never know with Clint. I mean, if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be him.
We'll see on the O'Reilly Auto Parts mountain cam there as we get a look at the driver compartment. It's like a canopy on a fighter jet that you climb into this thing. And it's such a unique vehicle. I guess it started life as a GT4 car, but it's got some modifications. But very unique even in that category, and it's definitely here as well.
Yeah, I mean, you see these cars on the racetrack, and when the canopy's closed, you don't think much of it. But then you see it sitting here like this, and you're like, wow, that's definitely something you don't expect to see on a race car. But I think it adds a cool factor to it. It may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I personally think it's pretty rad.
Dai Yoshihara's first segment, 1:43.765. That's pretty quick.
That's up there with Tanner Faust in that Radford. So that's technically on pace as of now to be 9:40-ish.
That is unbelievable as Dai Yoshihara continues to sweep through the mountain curves here. And he said when we talked to him earlier that you just flip a switch when you go from drifting to grip driving to whatever else he may be doing. He's currently competing in the TC America Series in a TCX category car, also a Honda, but this S2000 continues to climb. And as he mentioned earlier, it's definitely far from stock.
No, and those cars are just, I think they're timeless. Honda always does a great job with both Acura and Honda. And the S2000, I raced one for a number of years in SCCA competition. Nowhere near prepared as this thing, but looking at that car up close, it is beautiful. I mean, those guys just do an awesome job with everything they build, and it just goes to show. I mean, hopefully whatever happened on the start line there wasn't an issue, but there he goes, second split. He's right there with Tanner still pretty much. This is going to be another sub 10-minute run for Dai.
It will be fun as Clint Baschultz gets the green flag. He will head to the start line of the number 81 KTM to start his 12.5-mile run up to the top of Pikes Peak. Now, he's running in Time Attack 1. He has 24 division wins, which is the most of anyone. So even if he doesn't get it today, he's still going to have that record under his belt. But we'll see. Time Attack 1, David Donahue at a 9:18. That's going to be a tough time to beat. But he will make his way up the hill as Dai Yoshihara continues his ascent to 14,110 feet.
No, like you just said, David Donahue, that 9:18, a course record for the Time Attack 1 class. And one thing that I think we may have skipped over, I know it's not a divisional record. What was, I should say, because I think it's been broken, what was the diesel engine record? I know it was Scott Birdsall.
Alternative fuel record diesel in exhibition was Scott Birdsall in the 1949 Ford F1 at 11:24.065. So
Gregory Blechon beat that by almost a minute. I mean, I just cannot believe how many records are falling today. The 101st running of this race is something special. Is Dye slowing
looks
down?
a little bit off pace, but it's hard to tell again at some of the altitudes here, and without having the other challenging thing about this is effectively as a time attack competition is you don't immediately have other cars that are just like it right next to it to tell when something's going to miss, but looks like it's a little off pace from where we could expect.
We could be a little bit hazy because we have seen some of the fastest cars to ever go up the mountain, so maybe we're just a little numb to the speed right now.
Kind of reset the bar just a little bit, right. So as far as understanding the vision of speed, it might be a little bit off on our side there. Duncan Cowper getting set up in a 2009 Cowper Dax Rush Pikes Peak Special. I love all the custom names on this.
So Duncan Cowper, this dude is absolutely living his dream right now. He has been dreaming of doing this race for the past 20 years. He built this car 18 years ago. He lives over in England. And over there, I think he's a mason. They call him the fastest plasterer. So we got Don Wicks from the fastest plasterer. We got Duncan Cowper, the fastest plasterer, and he is, once again, I say it about almost everybody because that's just the nature of this event, but one of the nicest dudes ever. He has been doing everything he can to get here from England, and he's been running pretty quick times. He runs a lot of amateur level kind of grassroots stuff over in UK, and he does really well over there. And it's been his dream to come out to Pikes Peak. He's come out here a couple times to help support me and some of my stuff. But to be here driving, I know right now he is a kid in a candy shop.
This is his first time racing the Peak, as you mentioned. And he's, again, one of the drivers that's just done a whole bunch of things. Racing highlights, held the fastest lap around the UK Top Gear track in the dry and the wet, held outright lap records in the UK at a whole bunch of circuits. Pageant of Power, finished second overall there in 2016. It's basically an event similar to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Couple production class wins and some other championships in Great Britain. But as you mentioned, coming all the way from Great Britain to join us here, global. This event is truly global. And for someone like Duncan to climb behind the wheel of a car like that and drive it up this hill.
Oh, and that car is not a slow car. I mean, that thing is quick. And we were just talking to the youngsters. They were mentioning tire compounds and how that progression, those tires on that car they're gummy bears, man. You can poke your finger into them. They are the stickiest, softest tires I have ever touched in my entire life. So he's going to have the grip. The road conditions are perfect for those tires. Duncan could throw down. I was talking to him. He's like, if I can go faster than 12 minutes, I'm going to consider it a win. I'm like, dude, you are going to go so much faster than 12 minutes.
Discussion earlier about the advancement of technology along the history of this race, from engines to transmissions to aerodynamics. Tires is another big one. And I don't know that there's more of an ultimate surface test as the dirt to road transition that we had for a handful of years, where you had to make the tire do a little bit of everything. Now that it's pavement, maybe it's easier in some aspects, but the road conditions change from every section all the way up to the top. So that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, and there's different types of pavement up there. I mean, obviously it's all asphalt, but it's been laid at different points. I mean, they paved it one section at a time. So the farther down you go the road from the start line up, I mean, it gets newer and newer, and then there might be sections that have been repaved, and there's no consistency in the actual green of that asphalt. So that's another thing that can catch you off guard. You might have a ton of grip in one section and another one on the same tire and everything. It's going to be a lot less grip. So it can be tricky. But, I mean, those tires, like I said, gummy bears, man.
Yeah. We're in a bit of a hold. We're going to step away for a brief moment. Here's a piece from Optimal. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Here we're at the 99th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. 3 of my Optima Batteries teammates are all here for the same reason, but their backgrounds are incredibly diverse. James Clay, okay, BMW guy, loves to tell you that the little emblem is a propeller from an airplane or some BS like that. Then you've got Mike. Mike is a Camaro guy with a name like Mike, come on. It's a 67 Camaro on the surface. Underneath, it's a freak show of a monster. Then you've got Batim. Batim hides behind an incredibly chiseled beard. Literally goes into a magazine to find out the hipster length of the week. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. Like, the guy's a freak. Does he build fast cars? Yes. Do they all build fast cars? Yes. Who's gonna win? I think I know. Sure, I'll say.
This is my 1996 BMW M3, probably the most built and developed E36 in the world.
This is my 67 Camaro that we have been working night and day on.
This awesome car, a 2015 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car. Her name's Lucy.
Last week it was pretty rough. The suspension wasn't working, so we just lopped off the rear suspension, had new shocks made.
This particular race weekend, we've had a few gremlins kind of sneak up and get us that have caused us some issues.
We got here a week ago. We were supposed to start testing, but we kept breaking things as we started to push the car harder and harder.
The race changes so much here. The track is dynamic. The pavement changes overnight.
Our entire race effort that's a year in the making is coming down to me being successful between 10 and 14,000 feet.
What you would think would be a static environment, it's not. Even the road changes because frost heaves change bumps in the road.
If all goes well, I'll be celebrating at the top with all my friends. You know, I have a time in mind. We don't talk about that.
This thing's fast enough if we stop running into gremlins that it can go do exceptionally well. And I think a class win is absolutely within our grasp.
I have a singular vision, and so does my entire crew here. Singular vision of first in class, beating Mike and beating James.
We're great friends, but of course, we all have a competitive spirit. Mike, your car looks like something you airbrushed on a t-shirt. But Tim, I know you're a smart guy. We'll see how that shakes out for you.
We all want to beat each other. We don't want to be the slow guy on the Optima team. The BMWs, it's kind of like driving around in a sedan, dude with the weird pop collar and the gold chain. Porsches are designed to go fast, but if I'm going to be honest, I don't think he has a chance in hell of beating my Camaro.
Hello, Mike and James. The way this is going to go down on Sunday is you guys will be battling for second place. We'll be in first.
So, side bets.
The guy who wins out of the three of us, the other two have to wash his car.
I should buy them a bucket and some soap and all that too, so it's convenient for them. I don't want them to go out of their way, but I just want to be comfortable when we finish first.
A little bit of rain on Thursday, and maybe that was foreshadowing, so we'll see. It's just been sitting, waiting, and ready to run up the mountain, and we're going to do it.
There's a ton of nervous energy with everybody. Is it going to be raining? Is it going to be snowing? We're all excited. It's looking like we might be able to get some dry runs today. It's going to be a good day.
Feeling good. The weather is the wild card. We're prepared for everything but snow, but we'll do what we can there. The team worked incredibly hard to get this thing back online.
And back at the start line for the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer alongside Tommy, and also we're now joined by Francois Latorte, the Alpine Pikes Peak project manager. A successful climb up the mountain this morning. Congratulations on that. And what's it been like being here with this Alpine and developing the car for this mountain?
Well, we are very happy with the result, of course. We got fierce competitors, so to be in front of them is a good feeling for sure. I mean, for us in particular, Pikes Peak represents a lot. You know, it's very famous in Europe. But to be there and be on top three is, it's a mega thing, clearly.
Tell me about the car. How much is changed? Did it start life as a GT4 class car and then modified? And how far did you take it? What have you done to the car to make it ready for the mountain?
So yeah, basically you're right. The car was based on our GT4, which is based on the road car. And clearly, I mean the chassis and the bodyworks remain from the road car. So we just slightly adapt, I would say, the GT4 car for Pikes Peak. You have to consider that we have a rally car as well on our catalog. So we did the best compromise between our rally car and our GT4 car. And we just, some parts are clearly specific for this event, you know, we work on the frames. They are specifically designed for the geometry of the suspension for Pikes Peak. The engine remains from the road car as well, but we clearly worked a lot on it just to make sure we can reach the performance at the top of the summit as well.
What's your experience been like at this event? Clearly, this is a large global event with teams, manufacturers, and spectators from all around the country and the world. What's been your impression of this event so far?
Awesome. I know you use this word a lot, but clearly awesome, amazing. Well, I mean, you clearly have to consider that this race is very famous in France, in Europe. So to be there, to compete, it's like, you know, everyone has been very kind to us. I would like to thank them for the support. Everyone has been very kind to us since we arrived 3 weeks ago. So, I mean, and we can see here a lot of people, good weather. The fan fest was awesome on Friday as well. So, it's unbelievable.
Tell me about Alpine and the goals of the company, building a car like this for an event like this. What's the goal of Alpine globally as you obviously motorsport ambitions, GT4 competition? Where does this event stack up, and what's the goal of Alpine in this competition?
Well, basically the main goal of Alpine, as every car manufacturer, is to sell cars. So I think US market is pretty interesting, as you may know. So you know what I mean. So, and although for us regarding motorsport activities, we got a GT4. There are several GT4 events here in USA. So if maybe in the near future, we will see some GT4 cars here as well on your soil.
That's exciting. What's of course we've talked about the mountains specifically and the event specifically. What's your impression of this area of the country? Of course, France has some beautiful countryside, but this is unlike nothing else, I'd say.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, between the test week and the race week, we had the opportunity to take a couple of days off to go around Colorado, and it's like, you know, wow. I mean, for sure, I will come back one day to take some holidays, to do some camping. I will rent a 4-wheel drive because this is exactly what we started to do. But because of the race, we couldn't do more. So we just have a small taste of Colorado. So for sure, we will be back at some point.
And what's next for the group, for the team? Is it going to come back next year and to continue chasing records here? Or are there other events in the country that you'd like to?
Well, the main aim at the beginning was to come here and with the real GT4 car and compete against the Porsche GT4 cars. But it was a specific class this year. It will change next year. So I believe if we will come back, we will probably try to bring a couple of GT4 cars in the GT4 category. This one was more one shot, you know.
Sure. Tell me a bit more about the process of setting up the car for the mountain. It's not like there's a lot of testing time.
You're right.
There's not a lot of circuits that are like it to test on, or maybe not even at the altitude that you'll be at. So what was the process like? Where did you test the car? What circuits around the world or the country?
So we did all our tests before coming here. We did them in France. We started on a small circuit where we know the track pretty well. So it was just a small shakedown, working on the engine map mainly. So we did 2 days like that. After we went to another place in France, which was a rally stage, which get closer to what we have here. And then we went to Val Thorens, which is the highest ski station in Europe, but it's lower than the start here. So as you could imagine, when we arrived here, there was still something that we needed to figure it out. Yep. But you know, it's a compromise. Here, it's a compromise. Sector 1 is completely different than Sector 2. I can't speak about Sector 3 because it's crazy there. It's so much bumpy, and there is for the driver, to me, there is no repair. It's like you never know when the corner is going to end. So, yeah. It has to be a compromise, you know.
It definitely a compromise, but it's been fascinating to watch the project, and it had a very successful run this morning.
Yep.
So congratulations
Thank
on
you.
that, Francois.
Thank you very much.
And make sure the team knows that they've done an excellent job as well.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Francois Latorre from Alpine, thanks so much.
Thanks. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
And again, we've got cars continuing to make their climb up the mountain. And next up on the list will be car number 50, and this is Catherine Mead, who will be climbing up the hill here in just a moment's time.
So yeah, I believe this is the 2020 Rookie of the Year, 2020 or 2021, Catherine Mead. She once again got hooked into the event, and she has come back for, I think this is her 3rd year in a row now. She's one to watch out for. I mean, this is a Club Sport GT4 RS, so I don't know what's different between this and the Porsche Trophy cars, but I think she could probably go faster than that class winner Hayden Bradley did.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We're now joined by Juan Segarra, the crew chief on car number 49, the Sendy Club. Juan, thanks for joining us here. We've been talking to a variety of people from makes, models, manufacturers, from race teams, drivers that have kind of been a one-man or one-woman show since the day they started racing. This event is, I've used the word magnetic a bunch of times today. It's huge, it's enormous. What's the experience like for you so far?
Awesome, man. This is our, I believe, 5th year running the car. Same group. We've lost a couple team members just to life commitments, a lot of kids. They, go off, get married, have kids, things like that. So the team has changed a little bit, so some young faces this year, but we were able to throw it together. Robin was supposed to go race in an Aston Martin, but that fell through last minute. And he gave me a call and was like, hey, let's get the team back together. I'm like, okay, let's do it. So we made it happen. Got a couple of parts improvements on the car, got some good speed out of it. Yokohama's been helping us a lot, developing tires. All our sponsors have been awesome, just getting the car ready to go, on track, testing, tuning, dialing it in, ready for today, and we did all right, I think. So.
Yeah. I mean, year after year, this mountain keeps changing. What does this mountain mean to you and the team? Again, year after year, improving, making adjustments, making improvements, and you're setting yourself goals, yes, but also setting goals against the competition. So what does it mean to you, and where do you set your goals? Is it battling against yourself, battling the mountain, or battling your competitors, or a combination of all of the above?
Yeah, it's really a lot of the mountain. You never know what the mountain's going to do on race day, or test days for that matter. So the big thing is make sure the car's ready, make sure the team's ready, make sure everyone is knows what their job is on the team, and does the best that we can with what we have. So.
And as far as the testing procedure, we've talked to a bunch of different drivers and teams about how little testing there really is, and how there's not a lot of great analogs to the run up the mountain. So what has your team done? Where do you guys test? What's the plan before you come in? Because testing week, qualifying week's not all that long.
No, it's not, and the amount of time you actually get on the mountain, every day, it's 2 or 3 runs, maybe you get lucky, get a 4th or 5th one in, but there's just a lot of cars. Everyone's just trying to get in there and get as much time on the mountain as they can. So we test down in SoCal. We're LA based, so we go to Streets of Willow, which I think we have the record there now. So, but we found that's it's a pretty bumpy track. It's pretty similar to conditions up here, where you have some bumps, you have some high-speed turns, things like that. So we dial the car in for that track, and we find that it correlates pretty well to the mountain. So.
Yeah, and car number 49 already made the run, I believe. Is that correct? Yes, top of the board for that was the Robin Schutz car.
That's Robin Schutz, man.
That's us.
Yes, that's
the king of the mountain right there again.
Currently, and I don't think he's going to get dethroned.
Yeah, I don't see anybody taking him down.
No, but and we watched that drive earlier, and it was, again, this is my first time here, if that wasn't obvious. But I'm learning so much so quickly. But what I thought was so amazing about Robin Schutz's drive is how insanely fast and glued to the road that thing is. So Willow Springs, the bumps, making a car that's fast and compliant has got to be a big challenge.
Yeah, so we try and make the car as soft as possible, the suspension as soft as possible to really absorb all those bumps and impacts. I mean, 2018, they repaved it, so it was pretty smooth, but every year after that, just with the ice, the cold, the heat, the road just changes, new bumps develop. And they've done a good job of trying to patch things up and fix the really bad areas, but it's still really bumpy up there. And if you haven't gone up, you should definitely go up and see what the racers see and experience the road that they drive on. But yeah, it's a challenge every year.
a challenge that you guys have surmounted in the 49 at the top of the board. Thank you so much for joining us, Juan, and it's a pleasure to be here, and what a drive. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. As we continue to climb the mountain here with a variety of cars and teams and drivers, Catherine Mead, 154.020 on the first segment there. It looks like there's a couple cars that did not quite make it all the way up, at least yet, as we continue to make our way through this.
Yeah, I think we got Dye. He hasn't made it up yet, and I think because of that, Clint got turned around. So Clint's going to get another shot at this. If you do get turned around in the middle of your run, they give you 20 minutes to get heat back in the car, heat back in the tires. So I'm sure we'll see Clint line back up and give it another shot here in a second. And then we just saw Duncan working his way through that top section there. He's got some good-looking times, man. I mean, he's going to be tickling that 10-minute barrier. If he can do that, he said he's going to party until he has to fly home. So I believe every word of it. It's going to be fun to see if they can pull it off. No matter what, he makes it to the top. It's a win in his book.
I have to imagine that the top of the mountain, where everyone is congregating with these completed runs, that just has to be the most joyful amalgamation of race car drivers I think you could possibly amass. I mean, this is one of those competitions, like you look at cross traditional motorsports, so you've got class winners and you've got winners of the event, but just finishing this event is such an accomplishment. And I think at the top of that hill, there's got to be a lot of people that are just high-fiving and hugging and all the above.
Oh, it's just jubilation up there. I mean, every single person is just either really excited that they made it to the top or really excited that they won, or no matter what, if you make it to the top of this mountain on race day, you're having a great day and everybody is happy. And yeah, lots of high fives, lots of hugs, lots of bench racing telling you about, oh, I came through picnic run and whatever. Like, everybody's got some story about the run because it's never a perfect run. So everybody's got a story of how they made it to the top, and it's one of the best parts of the whole event.
So Clint Vascholtz getting turned around, what's that like for a driver, right? You've made it up at least a segment or two, and then you're getting turned around and told to do it all over again. So that's a challenge in itself. Maybe you had a great run, and then you've got to repeat it all over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I've had it happen, not on race day, but it's happened to me during practice days where you get red flagged in the middle of a run because something happened in front of you, and you got to reset and rewind. And I mean, a guy like Clint who's run this race 30 times, I'm sure to him it doesn't matter, right? But maybe it's going to play in his favor where he goes, oh, I had a little bit of a slide coming through one of the corners. I'm going to get another chance to correct that and run a little bit quicker through that first split.
I guess that's 50-50, right? It's either it's going to be an improvement or it's not. I guess you can bisect it down to just those two options, very black and white there, as Catherine Mead continues the climb in the number 50 Porsche in the Time Attack 1 category. Paul Girard in the number 31 in Unlimited is also tripped the timing and scoring, at least here at the base.
And Duncan Cowper to the top. He did it. Another driver under 10 minutes, 9:57.0 for Duncan Cowper. That is awesome.
An awesome run there for Duncan Cowper on his run up the mountain. And we're joined now, as we continue watching Catherine climb up and waiting for some more, by Ant from Radford. And this morning you guys had what I would call a wildly successful climb up the mountain. We were talking briefly yesterday about some of the engineering on that car, but all of that engineering, all that work in the last 100 days to successfully climb the mountain and run an awesome time.
Yeah, one of the, you set out to basically get to the top, right? This is a race that you just want to set out to finish. And in my mind, anything above that is a bonus. And then Tanner sits in the car, you can smell the fumes, you feel the engine, and then all of a sudden that goes out the window. You're thinking, actually, how can we get up there incredibly quickly? And, Tanner has been at this race a few times. He's never, ever done a sub 10-minute mark. And, I feel incredibly proud of the really small but very talented Radford team that have given him a car that's capable of throwing out a 9:37, I believe. Is that right?
He crushed that 10-minute mark.
9:37, look at that.
And you got to wave the green flag for it,
stuff.
which had to be cool.
Yeah, that's one of those kind of childish
boyhood things. I think that car a couple
things.
years ago, they ended up having a pretty big crash in practice. The car.
So that's just a really cool moment for you, I'm sure, to wave that green flag for your own car to climb the hill, and then a 9:37. And Tommy and I were mentioning how many cars have broken the 10-minute barrier. We've got, 12, almost 13 cars that have been under 10 minutes in a field that is so competitive. To be in the mix of that and be part of that
It
story.
kind of feels less of an achievement now, but thank you for taking all the wind out of our sails.
No, it's impressive that even amongst one of the fastest categories, the fastest groups of cars ever to be here at the mountain. You guys are right in the midst of it. That's awesome.
Yeah, look, when push comes to shove, when you're a team principal, a team owner, you want your team to be successful, but ultimately we're all here because we're passionate car fans. I want everybody to be successful, and this event it's just unlike anything on the planet. I'm obviously a Brit. I live full time in America, and I'm incredibly proud of 101 years of doing this. And I'm a bit of a historian buff, so I love looking at those images. When it was a gravel track with those boat-tailed, open-seater racers, no seatbelts, no harnesses, no roll bars, and you think, what's happened this year, this 101st year is going to be stamped in the history of this event. And Radford, this small team, has come here. And if somebody was to scroll back in another 101 years' time, at the 202nd year, and they look at this year, they're going to say, yeah, Radford was present, we did our bit. And also, the fact that we're getting faster, all these teams out here doing sub 10 minutes it's incredible. And it's such an achievement. And the sun shining, which as a Brit is a bonus.
Yeah, I guess that's a bonus as well. But I want to talk about the car and dive into some of the engineering of it just a bit. Because I asked Tanner about it. Tanner's like, oh, you got to ask Ant about that. So I want to know, of course, we know about the Radford road car. Gorgeous. It's very British.
Thank you.
I love it. But I want to know how much has changed. Basically everything, I'd imagine, from the road car.
Yeah, it's night and day, and it's really I'm a car nerd. Okay, I'm an engineer, I'm a mechanic, and I really enjoy wandering around the paddocks and seeing cars that are effectively an evolution of something that we already know. There's cars that we see that are familiar to road cars, and our car is the same. You look at it and you think, well, actually, that's got the DNA of our Radford road car, but in truth, from an engineering perspective, it's absolutely night and day from any of our road cars. But our road car is a really good, solid place to start the engineering. We currently build the world's lightest supercar that's available today. We won the Supercar Award at Goodwood last year, super prestigious award, which for a young company we're incredibly proud of. So as a starting point, we've already got an incredibly effective, fast performance vehicle that looks great. How can we make this car even better? And actually, we started the project saying, well, look, let's just take a road chassis, road suspension, make it a bit more performance driven. But in the end, we threw it away. That is a complete carbon tub, carbon monocoque, completely new wishbones, upright suspension, brakes, everything down to the wiring loom. And we've worked with what I think are the world's best partners. We have our engine gearbox setups done by Jubu in Austria. In my opinion, the best V6 builder on the planet. Joe Scarbo, the lead engineer, he's had a big hand in the Hoonigan car. That guy is an absolute genius. So for me, we're here creating a television show. We're here providing a platform for these really cool brands. And I want people to talk about Joe Scarbo and Scarbo Engineering. I want people to talk about Jubu. I want people to talk about our partners that. Only 100 days ago, I picked up the phone and said, hey guys, we're going to do a race. We're going to go to the top of the mountains, Pikes Peak. It's going to be hugely challenging. We've got time constraints, budget constraints. It ain't going to be easy, but if you're in, say yes, but say yes now. And every one of that team said yes. Our road car is beautiful to look at, and it's really lovely. I walk around the paddocks and I listen to car fans, people that have got up in the morning because they love this industry. And just listening to people talk, look at the car and go, wow, that's beautiful. And our road car's beautiful, but, our designer, Alan de Rosier, a French lad, forgive him for that, a French lad, he really took something that was already beautiful and made it even more beautiful, which I think is really difficult to do, but it still has that kind of curvaceous 60s, it feels a bit like a Lola going down the Mulsanne Street.
I said earlier, and my experience in the SRO paddock working with a lot of supercars from all over the world, there's something about British cars that they're swoopy. They've got these.
Well, not all British cars. I mean, we can throw a load of British cars under the bus if you like.
Well, we're talking about supercars here, I guess. Well, maybe there's even some brick-shaped supercars from England, but I just think there's a design philosophy that they seem to have, and that when I said it's delightfully British, it's just as you mentioned some of those cars from years past. It looks both classic and futuristic at the same time, which is hard to accomplish and look as great as it does and proportional and all those things. And so the design knocked out of the park, absolutely. The engineering knocked out of the park. And also, I'm sure there's things in these 100 days that you've learned that you could bring back to and make an evolution on the road car as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just to touch upon the design ethos, you're right. There has been over the years some really beautiful, well-executed British vehicles. My favourite supercar has got to be F1, right? McLaren F1.
Yeah.
Has to be,
Yeah.
I think, for most people. And there is you've captured it, there is a curve, a sort of a femininity to the shape that is often lost in supercars. And, I look at our car in comparison to other supercars that are quite brash, big, bold, loud, and, they're often rubbish colours as well, which I think also helps. Getting that design philosophy right is really difficult because actually you have to be restrained. As a designer, you have to step back. And, it's been such a privilege watching Alan work and, his partner Sam. Together they've created this kind of effortless shape. It feels to me like a piece of art. And then to answer your question about, does any of it trickle down to our road cars? The answer is absolutely yes. That is the point of racing. My business partner, Jenson Button, Formula One world champion. And that is the point of F1. It is established so that we as engineers can make advances in safety, performance, efficiency, and that is effectively supposed to trickle down. So we have done an awful lot of learning on this car. This car is now going to see a completely new range of carbon fibre monocoques for our road cars, completely new uprights, new steering, new brake packages, new wiring loom even. And we've even now offer a carbon seat because of this car. So if you think about, we set out of this really ambitious exercise to build a race car capable of conquering the mountain. But as a car manufacturing business, we've doubled down and we've built a car that's capable of making our road car even better.
It's such a cool story, and that car in particular. And I feel unfortunate that I didn't even know it existed until a couple
What?
weeks ago.
That's it. I'm out, guys.
Isn't
Guys, I'm
that
out.
terrible? And you know what? I saw that car and I said, I can get that. I mean, not right now, but someday I could buy one.
Yeah, I mean, show me your shoes. I'll tell you if you could.
I'm not sure that today's the best day to make that selection, but it's just an unbelievable car. And you mentioned the colors as well, and I think there's something very classic about that gold and black. Going back to the Lotus and Lola and all the liveries of the 70s, 80s, and 90s in sports car racing, it just looks the part all the way.
Yeah, that's very, very deliberate. I mean, Jensen and the other founder, Roger, and myself, we were very, very lucky. And if you think about iconic race liveries, John Player Special, the iconic black and gold, for us, is, for me, it's one of the kind of best-looking liveries ever. We managed to acquire that brand, so we have taken custody of the John Player Special brand. And, you think about the history of that iconic livery, Fittipaldi, world champion. Andretti, world champion, Senna's first ever win. And the last time a John Player Special car turned a wheel in anger was 1986-87 Formula One season with Ayrton Senna at the wheel.
Really? Wow.
So, one of the things we set out to do at Radford is to keep an eye on our heritage. And, we're proud British engineers, and Jensen's a proud British Formula One driver. And, the car was a modern-day homage to the 1958 Type 62. It's our version of what would that look like if it was made by Chapman today. And then, when you said about tackling a race event, it has to be black and gold. It has to be JPS. And, I'm really thrilled for Tanner. Tanner is an exceptional person. He's a very, very close friend. Let's not sit here and rave about what a great driver he is. We all know what a great driver he is. But away from being behind the wheel of a fast car, he is an exceptional human. And it's just effortless working with somebody like that. And the moment I told Tanner, you do realise that you're going in a JPS car, and the last time a JPS car went to an event was Ayrton Senna. And you could see in his face this moment of, wow, that's historic. That's very cool, right?
Goosebumps thinking about it. No pressure necessarily, but at the same time, it's like the car's got a proven history and a track record of going out and looking the best out of all of them and performing really well. You guys still got the #1 next to your name. You're still leading the class.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to mention it. This is one of the things. Tanner's had an exceptional quali. He and the team have managed to fettle the car into a position when it came to qualification, we qualified first in exhibition, but very, very closely chased by the brilliant team with the Tesla. But, you know, this is a race day. Anything can happen. So until the last exhibition class car runs, I'm not going to jinx it, and neither are you.
Hey, I take back my words.
Okay, good.
I didn't say anything. All I know is that it's an exceptional drive by Tanner and exceptional build by your team. And thanks for being here also. I mean, being a part of the story of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. You mentioned it earlier. Every year we write a new page in the history book. And now you're a part of that. And thank you for being here and being a part of that.
No, it's been such a privilege. And you guys have really put on a sensational event. You know, I was lucky enough to be here 2 years ago. The weather wasn't as great, and I can just feel this event, the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, is growing year on year. And, you know, I'm incredibly excited for next year. You know, I have a lot of friends in the paddocks, a lot of friends in race teams, and everybody is already talking about 2024. So I want the paddock to grow. I want us to get more cars sub 10 minutes. You know, I want us to see more engineering creations because that's the sector that we love to be in, right? We all remember when we were little kids, pushing our little toy cars around, and now we're doing it as still little kids trapped in the bodies of grown men. But it's such a privilege to be here, and thanks, guys, for having me.
Thank you so much, Ant from Radford Motors. Thank you so much. Congratulations on that run, and best of luck holding that spot for the rest of the day. Thank you. And Dan said from Radford Motors, what an unbelievable accomplishment for that team as cars continue to make that climb up to 14,110 feet. We've had a lot of fun people to talk to today. Tommy Boylo alongside me, Kyle Heyer, as we continue to make our trek towards the afternoon. We started just after 7:30 a.m. local time here. It's now just after 11, so we continue to work our way through the day. Times continue to get up on the board, and I still don't think we're done knocking people off the scoring pylon yet.
I don't think you're wrong there, and yeah, we're approaching the halfway point, so I mean, there's still a lot of impressive cars to come. I mean, you can't always do well in qualifying, so just because we're running slowest to fastest doesn't necessarily mean, oh, the rest of the cars are going to be slow. That's actually the exact opposite. There's guys that maybe broke an axle or had engine issues, or who knows, anything can happen up here. So you could be the very last car to go and still go out there and bump off anybody, maybe except for Robin and Romain.
Yeah, if your qualifying went well, you've probably already gone as far as if you're at those top categories. But for the rest of the drivers, there are still many fast cars that didn't have qualifying go their way that will start towards the bottom of the field is in terms of the running order. And one of those drivers that we'll be talking about a bit later is Kendall Samuel, a driver that I know from Grid Life competition, and they had a big clutch issue earlier in the week. And so they'll be starting towards the end of this running order, but there are lots of fast cars and fast drivers that are going to get to go a little later. As the track warms up, the road will heat up. That's going to maybe slow some things down mid-corner speed, maybe, but up at the top, it's still really cool.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we kind of had the conversation earlier. When do you want to go? Do you want to qualify first and go very early, or do you want to go later in the day? I think right about now is the sweet spot. I mean, the sun's out. Up at altitude, the road is going to soak in a little bit more of that sun. But with that being said, I mean, we are still, ambient temperature is probably 60-something degrees, so it's not crazy hot here. The asphalt's going to get to a reasonable temperature. I don't think that heat's necessarily going to be an issue. As long as everybody keeps it clean, there's no oil or anything, I think it's just going to keep getting better and better. So as long as the weather stays and the sun stays out, I wouldn't be upset if I were the one taking the green flag later in the day.
And Paul Gerard, who was climbing the hill in car number 31 in the unlimited category, had an issue climbing the mountain, and here is a look at it, Tommy, and it looks like just some sort of mechanical problem potentially keeping it from finishing the climb, and did a great job pulling off course and keeping it clear for the drivers behind.
And that's a bummer to see. I know Paul had another deal lined up, and much as it happens in racing all the time, they just kind of fell through last minute. Yeah, I think they were literally 6 or 7 days out from getting to the race, and his team called and said, hey, sorry, we had an issue. The car's not going to be there. So he's on Facebook. He's on all the socials reaching out, trying to get a ride. And that's Dan Novembre's car that he ran a couple of years ago. Dan did run sub 10 minutes in that car. And Paul was excited. They were kind of getting the car suited to his liking. And, obviously is a very, very capable driver. He was the Stig on American Top Gear. So bummer to see that for Paul. Like I said, it's part of it. The mountain decides. It's been kind of a common theme over all these years that you never know what's going to happen. You just got to swallow that pill, say, hey, it's not my year. We'll come back next year, and we'll be up at the top of this board.
Yeah, we've heard plenty of people tell us that the mountain decides, and this is why you've got drivers that come back 20, 30 years, just continuing to improve, running different cars, running the same car, evolving that chassis, the aero, all of that to continue to improve over time. Mike Whittet, Mad Mike, is a rookie. He's on his way up the hill right now in a 2022 Mazda 3, which has got a lot done to it. It is a 2.6-liter 4-rotor turbo under the hood of that car, so that is a very deceiving-looking vehicle. I think there's a lot of cars that are like that. You open it and you go, uh-oh, that's not what I was expecting to see. But Mad Mike working his way up the hill in that exhibition category, which is certainly a tough one to beat. Tanner Faust, 937.326 right now, leading the Post and Millen and Wachon, the rest of that group. There he is.
And there he is, Mad Mike. I mean, and he is mad. I mean, he's just a crazy fun guy to be around. And I was talking to him a couple days ago and said, how's it going? What's your plan for race day? And I think he's, much like some of the other guys, mostly comes from a drifting background. So he had, I'm just going to try to keep the thing pointed straight. We'll see what happens. And he was driving a little crazier than I would have expected, but he's keeping it under control now. He's not cooking those rear tires too bad, it doesn't look like. As I say that, he's got them lit up. But he's a fun dude, and that car is awesome. There's probably not a cooler sounding race car on the mountain.
Again, rotary engines, what an awesome piece of engineering and a very unique car. And I also always wonder the differences in the types of internal combustion engine, how much they're affected. You'd probably think they're all pretty similar in terms of the altitude.
Yeah, I'd imagine they'd be the same. I don't know enough about the rotary to be giving you a definitive answer,
Sure.
But I mean, anything with a turbo up here, I mean, that's kind of been the recipe up until all these electric cars started showing up and kicking butt. But no, it'll be cool to see what he can do. And then Andy Kingsley out there, he's another one of these local guys that he's been developing his own personal race car year after year after year, and he's been successful. He just crossed the finish line, it looks like. Let's see where Andy wound up.
11-12. Andy Kingsley,
11-12,
11-12, 0-2-1 in the unlimited category.
Not a bad run there for Andy. I don't know what his personal best is, but I mean, he's one of those guys that he comes to this race every single year, and it is the highlight of his entire year. He is just so excited to be here, and it's just...
Whoa, little oversteer there for Whittet. He's getting after it in the Mazda 3. Spinning those rear tires, and we were talking about grip level and things of the sort at the top. The road's still cool. The tires, though, hot as across the start-finish line. There's, as you mentioned, Andy coming across, and next up would be Whittet in that number 123 Mazda. So Andre Matroska also just took the green flag in the open wheel category, car number 47 in a 2014 Apex Sosette. I like that modification. Third time on Pikes Peak, best time of a 16:16. I imagine that time will fall significantly.
I'd imagine you can go quicker than that today with the weather conditions the way they are. That should be an achievable goal there.
And then up next, so at the start-finish line is Mattis Huska in the Pikes Peak Open Division in 2010 Audi TTS. Out of Wheat Ridge, Colorado, representing Slovakia here. This is Mattis' second time racing on Pikes Peak. Previously with a 2011 Audi TTS, DNF'd then. So this will be hopefully the first time they complete that.
He did, yeah. Last year, I can't remember exactly what happened. They had some sort of an incident, and it's like anybody. You can't just give up on it. You can't go out like that. You got to come back and see if the mountain will give you the thing that you need, and everything seems to be working out for most everybody today. I mean, it's never going to be a perfect day for everybody, but this is I mean, it's a beautiful car. I've always thought those TTs are really cool looking, and no, we'll see what he can do. That 16-16 should go down right now.
Yeah, waving the door just to get some cool air in there. While it's relatively cool outside, it's probably hot in a lot of these cars at the moment, especially with the engines just getting warmed up to temp for Mattis Huska. So Audi with such a deep and rich history in rallying, especially. I'd have to imagine the Audi Quattro back in the 1980s and 90s competing here on the all-dirt course. And now that the road's all paved, they're still competing in form here with those all-wheel drive systems. And we've got one of those Audi Quattros here.
We've got the Quattro here. It's going to be coming up later, and that car is beautiful.
It is gorgeous. Saw it downtown at Fan Fest.
Yeah,
such a cool looking car.
It sounds so good. It looks so good. And anytime you get an Audi Quattro build on Pikes Peak, it's definitely something special.
Yeah. So as we wait for more cars to complete their climb up, I think that we're looking at Andre Matroska here on the Exocet, climbing up a 153-254 first segment, which in the open wheel category would probably be looking around fourth place at the moment. And down in maybe, just guessing off the section time, somewhere around 20th to 25th overall so far. We've had 33 cars trip the timing and scoring as we make our way through quarter past 11 a.m. here in Colorado. So waiting again for that 212 to light the fires and spin the tires, as they say, and begin that 12.5-mile climb from 9,300 feet to 14,110 on the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mountain Cam there. Green flags in hand, and here we go. Mattis Huska, beginning the climb and accelerating towards the start line.
Yeah.
Flying start here at the Pikes Peak.
Yeah, that's another one of those unique things. The launch isn't super critical. I mean, you can gain a little bit of time there, but you can also, Paul Dallenbach a few years ago threw a half shaft.
Whoa.
Oh,
Wow.
Hold on to it, Mike.
Big slide for Mike Whitted
Holy
across
cow.
the start through the
Like
finish
I said,
line.
he said, I'm going to try to keep it straight. Made no promises, but he made it to the top in one piece.
Big slide. That was getting after it.
That one had me a little nervous, I'm not going to lie.
Leave it all on the mountain, I guess. But that was, you definitely can't say he didn't give it his all there.
You know he's having fun more than anything. That's at the end of the day, racing's all about having fun, and every single person that gets to the top of the mountain, guarantee you, they just had the best time of their life.
And 10:34.980 was his time. Here's another look at it. Big bump there. Car washes out, hits the bumps, and then it's just hard to settle it back down. But got ahead of the steering and was able to correct it and keep it straight across the line and run a 10:34.980 for Whitted in his rookie season.
That's basically what I ran in my rookie year, 10:34. So that's a good run there. I can contest to that, and we might have to check in with DJ. He might need a change of underwear. He was pointing right at him there. That was a moment.
Yeah, hopefully we'll send DJ after him here. Bit of a wiggle there for Andrei Matroska, chasing the edge of the road on track out. And we talked about how you're not necessarily running the traditional racing line as you would in many places, but using the full width of the road in some places will gain you a bit of time. Also noticing the rear wing on that car kind of shimmying and shaking and shuffling, and shouldn't affect the downforce or aerodynamics all that much, but it's definitely a consideration when you're watching it
something
shake.
to keep in mind for
Yeah,
sure, I'd
definitely.
imagine. But just watching him go through there, to me, that says, hey, this guy's done his homework. He knows where the road goes. That's through, once again, that section called double cut. There's a little bit of piece of, not really pavement there, but like concrete for the ditch, where it's fairly level with the racing surface, so you can use that if you know it's there. But if you just kind of threw it in there not knowing it was there, that'd be kind of a sketchy move. But some spots have dirt, some spots have a little bit of that paved runoff, so that says, hey, this guy did his homework, he's using the road, driving well. That was cool to see.
The 101st Pikes Peak Hill Climb will continue in just a moment, right after this.
I can taste it. I can taste it. Taste it.
The sun is shining and the skies are blue here at the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Getting a great look at our O'Reilly Auto Parts Mountain Cam as we get set to send the BMW SUV up the mountain.
I'm super excited about this one. We talked to Matt earlier, and this thing could be, once again, another record breaker here today on the 101st running. This second century of this race is historic already. this thing just looks cool. I mean, it looks mean, and it still looks like, hey, my mom could drive that to the grocery store, but she could get there really, really fast.
So the current production SUV or crossover record is held by Reese Millen in 2018 in a 2018 Bentley Bentayga in a 1049-902. But Matt Mullen seemed pretty confident in this vehicle, and he said it drives like a BMW, which is about the highest praise you can give a car like that. So I'm really excited to see him climb up and give it a go here as Mattis Huska works his way through the S sections now, and there is the flagman with the flag in hand, getting ready to turn that BMW loose and send it climbing. And this is probably one of the heaviest vehicles here, I think north of 6,000 pounds, which is definitely 3 times or maybe even 4 times the weight of some of the other vehicles competing here. But that's the beauty of this hill climb.
No, it's that we've been talking about it all day, just the conglomerate of all these crazy vehicles, and you get something. I think this is the second heaviest vehicle behind that Rivian, but it makes all kinds of power. Look how hard it goes off the line. And Matt Mullins, obviously. Oh, hold on to it, Matt. Whoa.
Kicking the rear tailpipes out. Neil Moreno giving it the beans there with the green flag, the XM manager there. And what a great way to launch. Again, just like the Radford crew, getting to wave the green flag on your own vehicle's run. It's got to be a special moment.
It's got to be so cool. And now the nerves kick in, and this is the longest, hopefully faster than 10:49 minutes of their life. It's going to be fun to watch Matt. I've been watching him drive all week doing testing and stuff. He's been putting segment times that should put him under the record, but he scared me there, Matt. That was. I don't think he lifted, though. I don't think he lifted. Mullins just stayed in it, man.
You said that the launch wasn't that critical, but it's definitely not as cool if you're not leaving the line peeling tires. I mean, that was an awesome launch to watch. 6,000 pounds of BMW getting up to speed very, very quickly.
Yeah, that thing is just an absolute rocket ship, and now we're watching Matus come through the double cut area. Let's see if he uses that same extended piece of the pavement there. A little bit more conservative, but he was right at the edge of the road.
I was going to make a comment earlier when you were talking about that just like at any normal road course racetrack, any time that you have any pavement anywhere near the racing line, if you pave it, they're going to use it.
Oh, yeah.
And as far as track limits here, that's always a fun conversation when every time we go to places like Circuit of the Americas or Watkins Glen. But you come here, the track limit is a cliff, so you can use as much as your heart desires as long as you're feeling confident.
It's kind of a self-limiting thing. They do.
Yes.
The race directors get on us. They say, hey, make sure you're driving white line to white line, and I'm not going to say this, but I don't think any of us stay within both white lines. We're racers, man. We use up all the road that we can, and as much as we're comfortable using, and sometimes it's more than you might want to.
Yep. There's a little shoulder in some places, so why not if you can drop a tire and gain a little extra speed. 2002 Chevy Camaro rolling up to the line, and Steve's hauler rolled in last night, and I saw it's basically a self-contained unit. That it's like it's all like one big box truck. It was really, really cool.
Yeah, Steve Gaglon, he's been running this race forever, since it's been dirt, and he's another one of those guys, him and Vaschholz, and he's been running I think that same car for a number of years. He ran it on dirt for a while with dirt tires, obviously, and he's had to adapt that car now to run on a full pavement course, and he's always fun to watch. That car makes all the right noises, and it's cool.
It's cool to watch for sure. Here's a piece from Yokohama. We'll be back in just a moment's time with the continuation of coverage from Pikes Peak.
Are you ready? Because I am.
And back live from the mountain, America's mountain, the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We're going to head right up to the top of it with Michael Whittet and DJ Clark.
Well, Kyle, we are here with the driver of the fastest Mazda, the fastest rotary engine, Mad Mike. That was a run.
Still trying to catch my breath. We weren't planning to be the fastest Mazda, the fastest rotary, but the goal was to make it to the top, reset at the bottom. He came and saw me before his run. I'll stay at the top to enjoy some donuts, but babe, I know this is for my wife. It's been probably the most nerve-wracking project, the most challenging for myself. I'm not a circuit racer, I'm a drifter. Yeah, we drift some of the world's craziest roads, but I'm in my comfort zone. When the car's sideways, I got my tools, I got my handbrake, my clutch, nothing like that with this, trying to learn the tyre, but just the support I've had from all around, from the Millens, all week. You know, I've been studying this project since Mazda pitched this project to race Pikes Peak. It was initially set out to race a Mazda 3 in the production class, front-wheel drive, 4-cylinder. And Kawato-san, you know, we've been best mates since 2009. We've won some of the biggest championships of drifting. And we pitched them to, like, transform this Mazda 3 into what we know, rotaries, man. We love rotaries. We've been doing them since, you know, we were teenagers, 13 years old. We didn't do them because they were cool and a fame thing. We did them because they were loud, they were cheap, they were obnoxious, they were fun, fast, and we could do them. You know, I never met my father, self-taught mechanic. Grew up with my mum, who's, you know, had some amazing support. Yeah, and wife and kids, just, I know that they'll be pleased to see that I'm standing on top of the mountain now. Look at the views. But just the challenge, bro, like learning not just the car, learning the hill, 156 corners. I've been putting in so much time on the simulator. You know, I think I've got it. Then my son will jump on the simulator and beat me by, you know, half a second, and then got to go and retrain myself. But it's huge learning curve.
All right. Well, we've got to ask you about the finish, man. I mean, you were all kinds of slideways coming on there. How'd you hold on to that thing?
Dude, it was like that the whole way up. I mean, they said this mountain, you know, they talked about how much power the cars lose. Obviously, like, even right now, it's really hard to breathe. There's such a lack of oxygen up here. I was running oxygen in the car, you know, just driving it into my nose. I was actually trying to find it to crank it up more as I was coming up. But, man, I still felt like we had the 1,400 horsepower, 4-rotor twin-turbo across the finish, man. There was no lack in power. Temperature, the water temp, we're 132 degrees, which is just, you know, a testament to my team. The parts, all genuine parts. We're hand-building the cranks in New Zealand. Just testament to everything we use, like the parts on the cars. And, yeah, I just lost for words and lost for breath.
I feel you, man. It's a great run. Congratulations, Kyle. Back down to you.
Well, Michael Whittet is breathless, and it was a breathtaking run to the start, or I guess the finish line there at the top of the mountain. Joining me now here in the booth, on my right is Cam Ingram, on my left is Joey Seeley. You've run Porsches a couple of years here, Cam, but this car in particular is very, very cool. You have to tell me all about this car, because I know very little about it, and I want to learn more.
Well, I think Joey Seeley is the guy. He's the gentleman who built it, so let him kick it off.
Sure.
It started as a factory 991 GT3R professional race car, retired from Japan, and then we stripped it down, got rid of all of the original stuff, and, you know, made some real horsepower, you know, which required all new electronics, all new wire loom, and even a different engine, actually. So we're making about 1,200 horsepower at the crank at max boost, which we're not going to be running, but it's still really, it goes quick, you know, and it's a passion project for me, and even for Cam when he first saw it. So, you know, a year later, he's now driving it.
Yeah, what a cool build it is. It looks amazing, by the way, and it has to be an absolute pleasure to drive this car. This is your third year running on the Pikes Peak. The previous couple of years in the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama category in GT4 class machinery. This, of course, is going to be a pretty large step up in horsepower. So your best time previously, 11:22.691. Expecting to knock that down today by a bunch.
I would think so. Obviously, with the horsepower and the way Joey has the car set up, it should be easily on a day like this. That time was last year with all the inclement weather, so we should be able to do that pretty easily.
And, of course, with your experience with Porsche, you're the co-owner of Road Scholars, which is a shop that restores and services exclusive Porsches and returns them back to historic authenticity. So this, of course, being a GT3R, being stepped away from its original form. But tell me about Road Scholars and what you guys do there.
Sure, we just celebrated our 21st anniversary as a company, and we sell rare Porsches, blue chip collectibles, if you will, and we restore also mostly historic race car Porsches. So mainly aluminum cars from the 50s and 60s, as well fiberglass race cars from the late 60s and 70s.
It's really, really neat. You've said in the past that Porsches are tools that are meant to do a job and should be driven, and I think it's no truer statement than taking a car like that up a mountain like this. Tell me about your experiences climbing up the mountain in Porsches. They're great race cars, they're great road cars, but definitely they are a formidable vehicle up a formidable mountain.
Well, the Porsche Pikes Peak class by Yokohama, my very first race ever was in that race here at Pikes Peak. So that was my jump into the deep end. And then last year we were fortunate enough to win the class. And I've watched Joey. I've known Joey with his work on my family's 935 that Jeff Swart drives, pilots, and all the development work he's done on the suspension on that. And then what he and Reese were able to accomplish on this GT3R. So it was just an opportunity to jump into even a bigger deep end of the pool. And I admire, we have same philosophies about small business and craft and detail. So it's such a pleasure to work with him and his team. And that's what's been so rewarding about the journey so far.
Taking a GT3R, which is a race car that has been designed and built very carefully by Porsche, and then modifying it and changing it, there has to be so much attention to detail, as Cam mentioned, to improve upon it. So talk to me about the weight balance, the electronics, all those things that you changed. How much detail goes into that? How many hours are built into this car?
We did about 2,200 hours, over 6 months last year, just to get here, and all the development that continued. The rear engine layout works really well for putting the power down. Reese really struggled to get any wheel spin last year, which is absurd. And we did a lot to try to move weight forward, because you're pointed uphill for a lot of these turns, and you want as much front grip as possible. So, yeah, we spent a lot of time to keep the compliance and keep it fast. And, it's always about putting the power down and managing the bumps.
So what's left of the GT3R?
Yeah.
Most of the appearance, some of the suspension geometry, parts of the transmission.
Okay, parts of the transmission. So I take it that's been taken apart and built up and pieced together?
It actually, it can hold the power. What we had to do actually is we backdated the engine to a 997 GT3 engine, but built it to be a turbo engine. Mm-hmm. And that required a different bell housing. And Porsche, with the 991.1 GT3 Cup, it was a Metzger-based engine. So we were able to take that bell housing and adapt this engine to that transmission. So it was actually all factory parts in that regard, except for the clutch. Obviously we needed a much more robust clutch.
And then, of course, the challenge of taking a car up this mountain. The road now, being completely paved, eliminates one variable, but there are so many other variables from the first mile to the last of the 12.5 miles and 156 turns. The road goes from smooth to bumpy. You've got off-camber elevation change everywhere. What's the biggest challenge of engineering a car for all of those different components?
Well, you said it. The biggest challenge is engineering a car that is for 3 different road courses or types of courses. So it's a big challenge to make it fast on the lower section, which is more like your typical circuit, and then be manageable, for weight transition, and then even more importantly, keep the wheels on the ground over the bumps at the top without breaking anything. Even axles are going to be really taxed, under those conditions.
As a driver, when you get behind the wheel of a car like this, is this something where you can feel the amount of hours that's gone into it as opposed to anything else that you've driven? I'd have to imagine that a car purpose-built that's had so much attention to detail put into it has to feel like it's built for the road.
I think at the end of the day, it's a real testament to Joey and his team, because jumping from a GT4, 420 horsepower, 300 horsepower here at altitude, into something this mega, it's a proper premier race car of Porsche. And it's a real testament to his team, because for me to be capable in the car and be somewhat fast in it, again, is really indicative of his team and what they've built and how good it is. I think they showed that. They displayed that last year with Reese driving the car, setting a record and qualifying. And as that week went on, they just kept laying down faster and faster times. So this whole thing came up when my father recently passed away, and I knew the car was kind of available and a chance to work with Joey. So it was just kind of stars aligning, if you will.
So much development on a car like this. Where do you take it? I mean, certainly you've got things you can do in the shop, but in terms of actual physical testing on racetracks, is it something that you do on courses near where the shop is, or is there other place that you take it that's more like the mountain that's the best to test it on?
It's so difficult to simulate the mountain. You know, there's nowhere that you can have this kind of altitude. But what we do is we go to the desert where it's really hot, you know, and really, because we talk a lot about suspension, but really managing temperatures here is difficult. You know, you need to make power at high altitude, which means you're creating a lot of heat. And then the thin air won't cool it, you know, so you have to do a lot of work. So for us, the desert, you know, running at 100, 110 degrees ambient, you know, which means about 135, you know, 140 track temp, you know, it really starts to tax all of your, you know, thermal capabilities.
As far as driving the mountain, I guess the question that I've got to ask everybody is what's your favorite part and then the most challenging part, and are they the same part?
Well, you know, this is a whole different challenge because driving the GT4 is such a momentum car, and I have so many miles in the club sport. I have over 60,000 miles in that model in my own car, and so I was able to really squeeze a lot of performance out of that just because of how comfortable I was. I've always respected the mountain, and now I have to respect the mountain and the car, and that's the biggest challenge in all three sectors because I'm going quite a bit faster in this car, like 6 to 10 seconds faster per mile, so it's a whole different ball game. So I'm really respecting the car, respecting the mountain, and now I have to change all my visual turn-in cues, braking zones, all that. Now it's driving by muscle memory. Again, the car's going so much faster, so it's a challenge. I love challenges. That's, you know, Joey and I are simpatico with challenge and doing great things. So I'm looking forward for, like, we're doing a multi-year program. This is really a learning year for me in the car here, and then we're do more development work with the car.
This is my first time at this event. I've said so many times today that this has a gravity to it.
Yeah.
What does this mean to you to be participating in this in your fourth year, running a car like this at a place like this with a crowd like we have here today as this event continues to grow?
I mean, this is the most, you know, I just saw Hayden Bradley win his class, and we've raced together last year, and the camaraderie of the competitors. We're all racing the mountain. The mountain gives what it's going to give, and the camaraderie of this event and the grassroots, but also the professional nature of it is what makes it so special. And you've said it over the broadcast. It's the accessibility, all the spectators here. Just yesterday, seeing them set up, grilling. You know, I wish I could have had a beer with some of them, but it's just a blast. I mean, this is the most unique. Anyone who does this race from any racing background who's never been here says, this is crack. Like, it is such a special experience because this is an event that has a lot of soul to it.
As far as building cars for this kind of thing and being here at this event, what does this mean to you to build a car and see it perform at an event that has so much scale?
Oh, I mean, it gives you legitimacy, you know, at the professional level, but it really is just something really deep and special. You know, we all work so hard to build these cars, and to see it succeed under these extreme conditions really is an accomplishment, you know, and I think that's why everyone is drawn back to it, is because it's so difficult waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning and having your
the month-long gauntlet,
short of breath and thirsty, and you know, it's brutal, and by the time we get here and all the hoopla and excitement, you know, it really makes it worthwhile, and it's you know, it's when you're fighting back tears half the day.
So for both of you, this is I mean, today we've still got lots left to do, but what's next? Cam, let's start with you. What's I mean, multi-year situation here, but is there anything else on the bucket list? This has certainly got to be at the top, but I'm sure there's others that are up there as well.
Oh, there are. You know, we're really looking forward to developing the car together, him on the engineering, me driving. So we're talking about maybe global time attack as possible, something we're interested in doing, and this partnership with Mobil 1 that we're doing in Yokohama. It's been such a great partnership with them as well. Mitch from M Engineering has been great to work with. Just the whole team effort has just been so special. So I think we're just kind of having an open mind about it. This all came together in, the last 2 months, Joey?
Yeah,
So,
really.
I mean, literally phone calls, acquiring the car, doing testing at Willow Springs, which I'd never been to, Joey wondering if I was actually going to be capable of driving it, which I wondered myself, and Austin, his colleague. We just had a great time so far during this whole experience.
So Pikes Peak is today. What's after Pikes Peak? We mentioned global time attack. By the way, it's also not the first time we've heard Willow Springs mentioned as a test track. So that's an interesting parallel, but I think because of the bumps and the speeds and things of the sort. But what's next for this car? What's next for you as an engineer?
No, well, first is some time off.
Yeah, that first, of course.
And then, catch up with our, he's got a successful business he's running, so he's going to catch up. I'm going to catch up. But we will likely, go through the car and get it ready for, the next round of testing and start further developing the car because, we didn't do anything over the off season with this car. It was really well baked from last year, but, when it sits for a year, there's stuff that could have been done. And we look forward to, upping the ante, for next year.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Cam Ingram. Thanks for joining me
thank
here.
you so much.
Joey Seeley, thank you for being here.
so
Great
much.
looking race car.
And you've had a great broadcast. Tommy's done an amazing job. I'm so pumped to be racing in this category with people like Tommy, who's developed his car, and it's inspirational. And James Clay threw down a world-class time today, so the open class is really rocking it. So thanks for having us.
It has been an unbelievable experience. Again, my first time here, and having Tommy alongside me, thank goodness. so much experience just walking me through all the names and faces and getting me acclimated. I don't know that I would have known a time when this road didn't have some sort of pavement on it either. So it's I'm learning a lot very quickly, and it's
deep end. You're throwing it just like me in the car. You're in the deep end of the broadcast.
Definitely the deep end, absolutely. But thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
So the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb continues as cars climb the mountain. Steve Gagline works his way up with a 2002 Chevrolet Camaro in the Unlimited division in car number 27. And 157.004 in Section 1, 234.081 in Section 2. That is trending to be a fairly solid time for that Unlimited class car. Should be maybe 6th in class potentially. Has to beat Andy Kingsley to be in that position. Cars continue to line up as next up is car number 66. Dan Awita taking the start line in the Ford Mustang and getting set to climb as a couple of the drivers that have not made it to the top so far today. Merle Swan, Dio Shihara, Clint Vaschultz, Paul Gerard, Matt Mullins, who might also still be working his way up the hill here as we continue to work our way through the day. Here's Gagline working his way up the mountain and almost to the top of that 2002 Chevy Camaro. I was saying right before we brought in the other guys, what a cool tow rig it is. It's basically a box truck, and they run that thing right up the tailgate of it. Just a cool looking car, and kind of looks. Does it have Trans Am background? It feels like it should. Okay.
Definitely got Trans Am vibes all over it.
Yeah, Tommy Boileau joining me again here in the booth at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And again, thanks again. As Cam pointed out, it's great to have you here walking me through this day and all the drivers and competitors and teams. And we continue to work our way through it. We've still got some names and faces that are very familiar upcoming. Cam is in the last dozen or so to run. So, and we've been interviewing drivers about an hour before their run. So we're getting there as we make our way through this day.
We're getting down to it. And like I said earlier, I mean, just because somebody's going towards the end of this field, just like Cam, that has no reflection of what their real time is going to be. He had some issues in qualifying. He's way more capable than what their time shows. The car's way more capable, so expect him to jump way up in that running order once he does get his run in.
Yeah, I believe this is Rodney O'Malley. 151.305 was the Section 1 time. That's pretty quick and would put him in the top 20 overall if he could maintain times equally as quick through the other sections in the open wheel category, which has been pretty hotly contested today. 9:19 at the top with Cody Vaschultz smashing that record by quite a bit. Silas Montgomery in second. So Matt Mullins is one of the drivers that didn't make it up all the way up the mountain here this morning, and here is the result of that. And it looks like an incident while climbing for that BMW, unfortunately. But there is Matt coming back down and high-fiving and hugging. And unfortunate end to the climb, but good to see him.
No, I mean, I was looking forward so much to seeing what Matt could do in that XM, but more important than anything, he's okay.
Absolutely.
I mean, anytime you see, obviously, that thing looks like it maybe have gone over. So to have him get out and be okay, that's the most important thing. I mean, we're a big family here. All the competitors, all the spectators, everybody involved with this event. The last thing you ever want to see is somebody crash. And hey, I was there literally a week ago, and it sounds like it was right around the same exact spot that my incident happened. So glad to see Matt get out and walk away. It's just, that's a bummer. I mean, it's part of it when you're pushing the limits, especially in something that's not necessarily designed to come race. Incidents happen, but it's most important thing, he's okay. So
yeah, absolutely, and that's the part of this hill climb. That's what keeps drawing people back every year. Is there are some days that you're going to succeed on the mountain, and some days that you're going to have to kind of wipe the dry erase board clean and start over again for next year. So.
Yeah.
That's the frustrating part of it, but that's also what makes it the sport that it is the challenge and sometimes the failure that comes with it. But the overcoming eventually will kind of wipe that away, and that's the great sports culture is you overcome those obstacles year after year, and despite all odds and all conditions, Matt Mullins will be back and he'll be on top.
He'll be back. He's got the bug. He's hooked, and I mean, you can't say anything bad about Matt. He's an incredible driver, and it's just part of what happens. Motorsport's inherently dangerous, and there's this saying, if it was easy, everybody would do it, right?
Exactly. Steve Gagline across the stripe of the unlimited category Chevrolet Camaro. We'll see where his time will slot him in that unlimited classification, and Dan Oweda soon to be on his, or actually is on his way in that 2012 Ford Boss 302S Mustang. And Dan out of Boulder, Colorado, another relatively local driver, which seems to be the case. It's funny, Tommy, it seems like about half the drivers are from a 1 hour radius and half the drivers are from New Zealand or France or wherever else. It's just an amazing mix of cultures and talents in cars here today.
No, that's one of the cool things. It's like all the guys that are local, most of the guys that are Colorado natives that have run this race or are running this race have been doing it for a long time. So I'm kind of one of the anomalies where I kind of built my career elsewhere and then kind of got involved with this event. So it's that's one of the cool things. And then, yeah, looking at Steve Gagline there, 11:02.7. So that's a pretty quick run.
Yep, and not quite his fastest. He ran a 10:30.7 in 2014, but not a bad time at all. P6 in the unlimited category. And Rodney O'Malley working his way up to the last few corners here on this 12.5-mile trek to the clouds. And almost there in that number 65.
Going through the crowd there at Devil's Playground. That's always one of the cool spectator areas, especially as a driver, because you never get to actually go through that portion at speed. That's where we pit during race practice week. And coming through there at speed for the first time, you've never really seen the road, and there's just suddenly a huge crowd there, and you're moving through there. I mean, it's a fast part of the road. So spectator and driver-wise, it's a really cool portion to go through there, and it's always high fives on the way down there,
Yeah,
too.
how much of that do you notice? I mean, as a driver, you're focused on the road, you're focused on your run. Is it something that's apparent to you on the way up that all these fans are here watching you, or is it on the way down that you really sink in and soak in the experience of having all those people watching?
You definitely don't notice it as much as you might think, right? Obviously, there's the big spectator areas where you go, okay, yeah, there's a big crowd here, but you're so hyper-focused on the task at hand where you're not thinking about it. And then on the way back down during that Champions Parade, you really just see people come out of the woodworks, and there are fans everywhere on the mountain. It is such a cool feeling doing that Champions Parade, giving the high fives on the way down. It's another one of those things that makes this event so special.
And it's just amazing to consider that every single one of those people had to use the same road to get up and the same road to get down, the same very road that we're competing on here today. There's no other option unless you want a helicopter in, which I'm certainly not going to be able to do. So just a really cool story. Chris Rimmer, by the way, getting set to go in his 2007 Subaru Impreza. He resides in Sag Harbor, New York, but representing the United Kingdom here today. Best time of 11:21.582 in 2017. And as far as I can tell, it looks like it was the same car.
Yeah, I've seen that car up here a handful of times, and that is one of the cool things about this event. There's so many guys that come back year after year with the same car, and sometimes they make upgrades. Sometimes they just say, you know what, I'm here just to get the car out and give it a rip.
Great turbo sounds out of that Subaru as well as it climbs the hill. And Subaru, one of those makes that's always kind of thrown in the conversation with rallying and hill climbs and things of the sort. All-wheel drive systems on those are pretty fantastic. And this one is down to 2,200 pounds, which is really lightweight for a Subaru with all of that drivetrain underneath it. So that should be fun to watch climb. This is his 5th year on Pikes Peak, and he is the next driver to make his way up the mountain as he will join O'Malley, Oweda, and now himself, Chris Rimmer, on the cars on course. Now, next up, this is car 29, Brent Dickey behind the wheel.
Adding another country there to the list of drivers being represented. Is that Australia or New Zealand?
Well, it would be Australia, and he resides in Melbourne, so a long way from home. The 29-year-old Brett Dickey piloting this 2001 Honda S2000. This one looking a bit less chaotic, perhaps, in the aerodynamics department than Dio Shihara's. But here comes Rodney O'Malley through Olympic and now heading up towards the finish line in the number 65 in the open wheel category. Needs to beat a 10:26.697 to be fourth or better. And across the stripe for Rodney O'Malley, it will be a 10:42.070, fifth place in the open wheel category.
Rodney's another one of those guys. Been running this race forever, and it's a family ordeal for those guys too. And that car is so cool. I mean, they call it the O'Malley Special because it's another one of those cars that they build themselves.
Trouble for that's Dan Owita in the Ford Boss 302.
Looked like maybe a little tire smoke. Maybe you just got a little bit too much of a lead foot coming out of the hairpin there. And just got a little wheel spin, almost spun her out, but
Just
kept her pointed the right way.
Yeah, real low speed oversteer there for Owita as he exited that hairpin. But managing torque is a challenge even at altitude for a car like this, making all the power and torque it does. If the earth won't move this road, that car will. I'll tell you that.
Exactly.
But making its way all the way up to the top, Dan Owita in that number 66. Now, Owita's best time, I'd have to go back and look and see his personal best was a 11:51.202. So that's his time to beat in his third attempt here at making the climb up to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, that little slide cost him some time, but I mean, you start looking at all these fast guys. I mean, everybody pretty much in probably the top 10's got some form of driver aids. They've got ABS, they've got traction control, they've got all these systems that prevent things like that from happening. So when you have something maybe a little bit less sophisticated, it relies a little bit more on that finesse. And it's like you said, it's tricky to do. Managing that torque, preventing that wheel spin, it's something that it's a challenge for everybody, but especially if you're not having a really highly sophisticated driver aid system, it can be a headache.
And there's a consideration of aerodynamics, right? This car's got some, but at such low speeds, it's not doing much of anything, especially at altitude. You're relying almost entirely on mechanical grip, which is going to come down to the balance of the car, the tires, the stagger of the tires if you're running larger rear tires versus your fronts. But looks like maybe more issues for Owita. Just
fueling issue, maybe? I mean,
yeah,
usually when I see that little jerk of the wheel, that's a sign to me that maybe you're trying to slosh some fuel around, get it back in the pump. So hopefully,
there it goes, picks back up again. So maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, maybe there is some sort of an issue. We're trying to blame it on him. Maybe it's just something the car's doing.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that little snap back to the right. As soon as he went through a right-hander, it seemed like it picked right back up again. So I'm not exactly sure where the fuel pickup would be on a Ford Boss 302 Mustang, but we could take a guess, assuming that that's the situation on that car. But almost to the top, a couple issues for Dan Owita, but going to give it his all nonetheless.
And that's something that people don't take into consideration. Obviously, when you come to this race, it's only 12 miles, so either fuel economy is not a concern for you because you burn so much fuel that you just fill it to the brim. That's kind of the instance that we're in. Or you're trying to cut weight and get it so close to the limit of where you need it to be where you miscalculate it by a couple liters and you're in trouble.
A couple liters is a big deal here, especially when you're climbing up. And the fans that are here that are climbing up watching their fuel economy meters on their cars, you'll notice how low it drops even in cars that would otherwise do well. They're struggling for air. They're struggling on the grades. But just an interesting battle as Chris Rimmer in that 555 Subaru continues to circulate 156.978. Pretty solid first segment there. And again, on pace, that would put him in the top 30 overall, maybe 27th, 28th if he can keep that. As now loose is Brett Dickey, the Melbourne, Australia driver that will take that S2000 and climb up to the clouds, or lack thereof today on a day like today.
Thankfully, there's a lack of clouds today, and that's always a good sign when you're strapped into the race car.
So we're continuing here. We're almost, I was going to say this afternoon. It is exactly 12 noon right now as we are now about 5 hours in to our coverage here presented by Mobil 1 for the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Kyle Heyer joined by Tommy Boileau, and we've had a fun day up here today watching some records get broken, and here comes some real fun cars. This, I believe, is this Hackle.
David Hackle in the Audi Quattro. This is another one of those cars that is a fan favorite. I mean, there's so much history with those cars up on this mountain, and he's done such a great job building that car.
So the number 2 of David Hackle is going to get ready to roll here in just a moment's time. David resides in Arvada, Colorado, and this is that Quattro we were talking about. It's just such a pretty cool car.
The 5-cylinder, baby.
And they had the hood open at the Fan Fest the other day, and it was just neat to look in there and see the 5 coil packs and whatever up on the top of the engine. But best time for Mr. David Hackle was 11:10:177 in 2020, and that was in this car. So there is a time to beat on the table. We're joined now by another guest. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and you're the creator of some of the coolest cars here in the paddock.
Oh, thank you. My name's Batim Barisha with BBI Autosport. This is actually celebrating our 10th year running here with the organization. Love it. My favorite event on the planet. The biggest, to me, forget the cars for half a second.
Sure.
But let's talk, and I know you guys probably already talked about the fans and the people who come through. It's incredible. I've spent so much time just talking with people and putting people in cars and sitting there. It's incredible. And I think if you haven't been to this event, this is a bucket list deal that you have to come, and make sure you come like Thursday night so you can get to Fan Fest. Go check that out. The culture and what everybody represents here in the motorsport world, to me, is so pure, and it's awesome. So I want to thank every fan. I want to thank every person in the Pikes Peak organization for making a home for us for once a year that we can all come to and just have a blast.
It really is an impactful event. It's my first time being here at this event. Not my first time to the mountain, but definitely an impactful one for sure. But we got to talk about the cars.
Okay.
And you're the creator of, I think, one of the fan favorites here as well.
Yeah. BBI Autosport is responsible for building the Hoonapig Assist. But more than that, we've got so many people involved. Scarbo, who actually designed and brainchild the car. We had the bodywork made in Sweden. And we tried to do this car, and we built it in 6 months last year. And there was a very unfortunate event. Right before qualifying, we lost an engine. And so we couldn't make it. And then, the elephant in the room with the passing of Ken, we didn't know where we were going to go with the project. And then Leah Block stepped it up, and through miracles of how this universe works, said she's going to jump in the car. So we were at Pueblo testing. She got in the car, and I'm not joking you, it fit her like a glove. The way she drove it, the way she spoke about it, the way she handled the car, it felt like a second, to me, watching, it was like a second home to her. So that car is down here in pit 50 or 31 if you guys want to go check it out. We got the whole nose off of it right now, just checking things out before Leah takes a tribute run up the mountain as a sweep run after everything here. Another cool car, the Brumos number 59 Time Attack 1 car that we built at BBI a long time ago. That car is nicknamed Sunny. Just took the Time Attack record away from us.
Yes.
Yeah. So they got everybody involved from AirTech, Yokohama, Porsche Colorado Springs, Brumos, and David has been after it so heavy, and he's so focused. And I was watching his sector times down there, and when you're watching the screen, you can kind of see the screen. I don't think you can see the screen here, but you're watching the screen, your heart is pounding per sector. You see the first sector, you're like, oh, he's not, he might not have it now. And then the second sector is like, oh man, he's got some time to make up. Then he goes to the third sector and just rips. Pulls a 240 out there, and then he does a 243, getting him the 918 time, which blew our last record, which we held in 2019 by a full 5 seconds. So the weather is amazing right now. The track conditions are amazing, and as I heard you guys earlier, records are falling.
Lots of records.
Yeah,
it's been fun to watch, and I think I feel almost. It almost doesn't feel real that my first event we're watching so many records fall. Like I shouldn't be allowed to have an experience like this.
This is one of those cheat years for
Yeah.
you. It's like my first year. Look at all this magic happening.
Wow.
Yeah.
The weather's amazing, as you mentioned, and you mentioned the fans already. As we're going to wrap things up here shortly, but thank you so much for jumping in and chat with us just for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It's been a blast to watch these cars take to the mountain, it was such a great day. And thanks for thanking the fans as well. And I think they're going to appreciate overlooking some of your work over there as well.
Thank you, Tommy. We're going to work together soon.
Let's do it.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And up at the top of the mountain, driver that we spoke with this morning and ran an amazing amazing time of a 9:20.433. James Clay is standing up there with DJ Clark.
He is indeed. James Clay with me right now. A 9:20 lap, a sub-10 lap time, as we've got a car whizzing by us right now. That's right, the action never stops. James, you've got to be feeling pretty high right now.
Yeah, that was a good lap, right? 40 seconds faster than I've been before, 40 and change. A little shy of what I wanted though, but it's crazy. I was talking to David Donahue, and I think he's the wisest guy I've spoken to today. He said that every time when you run this mountain and you make it up here, you look back and you have a little regret, and you wish you'd gone a little faster. You wish you'd pushed a little harder, but that's why you made it up here. And so we did what it took to make it up here. I think we had a super clean run. The car was just flawless. I'm assuming the guys are still watching the live stream down there, and really appreciate it. You guys did an amazing job this year, this month, this week, and today getting this thing ready. It was an awesome run.
Well, it's fantastic to do it, and I'm curious, you've been doing this for a number of years now at this point. What's your advice to somebody coming in for the first time? Kyle and I are rookies doing this, and I want to know, what's your advice for somebody driving it for the first time and somebody attending for the first time?
Somebody attending for the first time or driving, bring warm clothes, right? because it's 90 degrees down in the Springs, and it's like freezing on top of the mountain. So no, it's be prepared to wake up early, to get plenty of sleep, drink plenty of water. You're up here in the mountains, and just do the safe thing. I always build over time, and over a span of 5 years, over 3 years with the current car, we've gotten faster every time, and just continue positive progress, build a foundation, grow from there, and I think that's what we've done, and we've had a successful year.
I'd certainly call it successful. James Clay, everybody.
Thanks, DJ, and an excellent run as well. And we also have some other news that our Time Attack 1 competitor, Chris Rimmer, top 5 in Time Attack 1 and of the time of 10:57.351, smashes his personal best by almost a minute. So that's awesome for the Chris Rimmer-driven machine, the 555 Subaru. I mean, he's run that same car a handful of years at a best time of 11:21.582. So to run it, 30 seconds still. 10:57.351, that's an unbelievable time.
That's a big improvement. I mean, it's either breaking records, whether it be a class record or a personal record. Everybody's doing what they need to do today. And, I mean, leave it to James Clay to go up there and run 4 seconds faster than the existing track record and say, there's still some left on the table. And,
yep.
I mean, that's just part of it, and that's true. You get to the top, and you always think, I could have been a little bit more aggressive here or there, but as Donahue told him, I mean, you got to leave a little bit on the table. You got to respect the mountain and drive what it gives you, and to get up there at all is an achievement. To do it as fast as James did, that's blowing it out of the water.
So Brett Dickey continues to work his way up the mountain as well. David Hackle is on his way to the clouds. And DJ Clark is standing by with James Robinson right at the top of the mountain at 14,000 feet.
I am indeed. James Robinson up here with me. And James, we were just talking. It seems like you had a pretty clean, good run going through.
Yeah, no complaints. It was great. I mean, the weather's awesome here. Nice dry track, maybe a little bit of dust here and there, but honestly, just beautiful. Great conditions.
Absolutely perfect conditions. And so as you run, as you continue to go up here, what's next for the rest of the day? What's your kind of cool down moments after you're done running?
Burgers.
All right. There you have it. Burgers, burgers, burgers. And what's next for you after you're done here on the hill?
Honestly, just get back down to the team. We'll have a nice big dinner, I think, together. It's just fun. We've got a huge volunteer group coming from Honda that runs this program. It's just wonderful to all get together, and we can celebrate how much fun it is to come to this place.
And I'm assuming burgers are going to be involved in that.
Duh, yeah.
Well, there you have it. The high recommendation of burgers. James Robinson up here on the top of the mountain.
I'll take one. Thanks, DJ. As we head back down here, we've got cars on track. We mentioned David Hackle. Cole Powelson will be hitting the course here in a moment. In a 2010 Nissan PowerStroke GTR diesel power going to take to the course here in a moment. To my right is Jim Jordan joining us here representing SRO TC America and a couple projects here running the mountain here this weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The gentleman right before me talked about this being a bucket list, and for me, I'm old enough, done enough of this stuff, my bucket list is pretty small, but when Melissa Eichhoff, the new executive director here, told me she was coming here and then I had to come, she didn't have to ask twice. So absolutely fantastic, way exceeded any expectation I ever had of being up here. And again, just what a wonderful event. But also, like you said, some exciting stuff going on that relates to my employer and some of the things going on.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about the range of drivers and the range of competitors and teams from all over the world, but from American Motorsport, from Grassroots Motorsports, from Grid Life, and from SRO running in GT3 competition, GT4 competition. Rob Holland is here, but also TC America, which has a touring car component. One of the competitors, Daiyoshi Hara, ran earlier today in his S2000. So there's some exciting things on the horizon as well.
Definitely. One of the things that when Melissa started here, she knew I worked for the SRO. And again, Melissa and I have had projects from Baja to Le Mans. She and I have done projects together. So she said, you know, what do you think about a class, one of the homologated series class for international cars? And from my perspective, the GT4 class is absolutely perfect for Pikes Peak. There's probably 250 of those cars here in North America right now. It's the most popular class worldwide. There's actually a couple of GT4. There's actually 3 GT4-based cars that are running here. That Alpine that is way up the top of the list, that started as a GT4 car. That KTM is a GT4 car, and also there's a tricked-out Supra that started as a GT4 car. So for next year, we've reached an agreement between the SRO and the Pikes Peak Hill Climb people. They are now licensed to run GT4 here. And in talking around the paddock, lots of interest from manufacturers. If I had to guess, at least 4 manufacturers will be coming with cars next year. I don't want to spoil anyone's announcement and stuff, but you had a guest here or a little while ago who's very interested in potentially bringing a new model that they're introducing here. Our friends at Toyota have expressed interest in GT4 cars up here. I also forgot, I left out Rob Holland. That's a GT4 base car too. So it's a really popular class. And it's configured in such a way that they're reasonable to run. So they're reliable, they're reasonable to run, they're factory engineered, and it's certainly a good starting point for someone who wants to run Pikes Peak and never knew how to do it. You look at the pictures of Pikes Peak and just walk around, there's so many just amazing cars here. But if you're someone who really doesn't know GT4, you know, a couple people I said, hey, we're bringing GT4 to Pikes Peak, and one in particular just said, I have access to a GT4 car. Okay, we'll bring it on next year. So really exciting. And I'm just going to keep talking because I'm really excited about Lonnie Unser's car. So Lonnie Unser's driving that new Acura Integra S. It would be absolutely perfect for my TCX class. And excited to see how well it's doing. I think if that car matches up next year against the BMW M2, which has been the dominant car in the heritage of TC racing in North America, Acura versus BMW has been such a great story, and I'm hoping next year we get to continue that story.
I hope so as well, and I really enjoy hearing that manufacturers are interested in the GT4 program. Such an approachable platform for road racing, and you mentioned how popular it is globally as well, so that can draw teams from overseas and also give fans, as much as the variety of cars is amazing, there's also something to be said, I think, about having cars that are all in the same category, that are all homologated with each other, so you can directly compare, and I think that gives a manufacturer something to chase as well.
Absolutely, and the advantage of a homologated car. There's disadvantages, of course, to a lot of the people here that want to build their own car.
Right.
And what I love about Pikes Peak is there's a huge opportunity for someone who thinks that they have a better idea and are going to go ahead and do something like that. But a homologated car, you don't have to fabricate parts. You don't have to fabricate anything. There's ECUs which are controlled by the factory, so it becomes a very competitive, very reliable platform that just will allow a variety of people to compete. I know the other thing, though, wouldn't it be nice to have Ford versus BMW versus Toyota. You bring in the Alpines from Europe, and just such a wide variety of cars, all looking different, but they should go up the mountain about the same speed. So it should be, again, we're very excited. As part of the SRO, we're very proud that we have that licensing agreement, and we're just really looking forward to next year.
It's such exciting things on the horizon. We just saw the finish line for David Hackel in the number 2 Audi. Cole Powelson is on his way up the hill. And again, these are amazing cars. This is like a time capsule in some ways, watching that Audi climb the hill. And certainly there is representative cars from the past, but I think, Jim, in many ways, the categories that we're seeing in SRO with GT4 and TC America as well, those are some of the categories for the future as well. And there will be cars that will be running here 50, 60, 100 years from now, and we'll go out and look at how cool that is, that 2023 Acura Integra Type S. That's cool.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's a great time for for Pikes Peak. It's certainly a great time for us, production racing. It's a great time for spectators. What a beautiful day. I truly feel like a very blessed person today.
Well, it's been great to have you up here, Jim, and thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure as always.
Yeah, great seeing you, and give my regards to DJ. Keep him from freezing.
I
up
will.
there,
I don't know if
okay?
I can keep him from freezing, but we'll bring him back down and thaw him later. But Jim Jordan with SRO and TC America, thank you so much. As Cole Powelson works his way to the top of the mountain, we're going to step away to break here. As Cole works his way up, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
For 46 years straight, more of you have trusted Ford F-Series trucks to help save the day, stretch the weekend, haul, or tow just about anything, anywhere. That's because they're built Ford tough. And it's why Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks 46 years straight. And for that, we thank you. Now, buy a new 2023 F-150 with 0% financing plus $1,000 customer cash only at your local Ford stores.
Back to blue skies and climbing the mountain here at America's Mountain, the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. Coverage presented by Mobil 1, and cars climbing the hill once again, continuing throughout this afternoon of action. It's been a long day so far. We've still got lots left to go, though. We've got some big names upcoming shortly.
Yeah, we've got Unser, Dallenbach. I mean, all the Acuras pretty much, other than the NSX. So, I mean, there's a lot of cool cars coming up, and there's going to be a lot of parity between these cars. I mean, it's starting to get down from, we've seen all the crazy stuff go. Now it's all the guys that are competing against each other more so than just the stopwatch. So this is going to be, it's going to be interesting to see where a lot of these cars start to stack up against each other.
Yeah, Cole Powelson, who he stepped away from on his, just at the tail end of his climb, has not yet crossed the start or the finish line. He is almost there. I keep saying start finish because of my circuit road racing brain, thinking that we start where we finish and we finish where we start. Not the case here, as we're going to head down and get a great look there at Guitar, who is piloting one of the, is that an Acura Integra, the 735 car, and begin their climb up the mountain.
Here comes Cole into Olympic right now.
Oh, yeah. Here comes the GTR up, spooling up and to the final corner of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Checkered flags waving for Cole Powelson across the stripe in the unlimited category. Where will Cole land in this familiar
quick
car?
Across that finish line. I mean, it's going to be the weirdest sounding GTR of all time. Let's see where he winds up.
In the unlimited category, it will be an 11:06.535 for Cole Powelson.
So I know that's not his personal best. When he was driving that Sierra Alpha, he has gone sub 10, but they've been just trying to get this car figured out. Putting a big turbo diesel in a GTR, I'm sure, is a massive task, but if anybody can do it, it's going to be those guys, and I'm just glad to see him get to the top. They've been struggling with that thing, so it's a good job. Congrats, Cole.
And we just got a glimpse at Robert Robles. That's the 2020 Toyota Supra, and Robert hails out of La Habra, California. And this is his first time running Pikes Peak, and he is almost there. Just completed Section 2 and is continuing the climb up towards the top. Now, got next up Jordan Guitar in this Acura TLX Type S, excuse me. So this is car number 735, and Jordan hails out of Ostrander, Ohio. And this is that great-looking TLX. A lot of Acura representation here this weekend, which is great to see with the pace car, the NSX. Of course, we have the TLX, and we'll also have the Integris climbing up the mountain here in a moment's time. There's the O'Reilly Auto Parts Mountain Cam getting a glimpse of this car as we jump back to Robert Robles in the Supra, continuing his climb. And as far as chassis go, I don't think the Supra has anything left to prove. This newest generation Supra has just proven itself time and time again, whether it's time attack, whether it's road racing, or whether it's here at the hill climb. It is a great car, great chassis, great engine combination, and it just continues to be a great automobile.
And it looks great. And as Jim was just saying, I mean, this was based on a GT4 car, so it started its life as one of those homologated cars. Obviously, they've changed some stuff to make it a little bit more Pikes Peak ready. But I would love to see some of those GT4 homologated Supras out here next year. I mean, as he was saying, that is such an exciting time, not only for the entire motorsports community, but especially on Pikes Peak. I mean, I would love, once I've kind of done and proven what I can do in a super fast car, getting something a little bit more tame and duke it out more head-to-head against some drivers and similar equipment.
And as I said with Jim, and these cars that we're witnessing now, these homologated cars, these are the cars in 50, 100 years that people will look back on and say, man, that was a cool car. And while the category has a whole bunch of OEMs, and right now maybe they don't share the initial specialness of some of these older cars, they are going to be that someday, if they are not right now, to some of the crowds. So just really cool to watch that program and the partnership with and the licensing via SRO to get that sorted. So really, really cool stuff. As Bouchier in the exhibition category, another rookie to the mountain, climbing up the hill in this Porsche. And a Porsche, another name that's been synonymous with success here at Pikes Peak.
No, absolutely. Those Porsches are just always something to watch out for, and there's a reason they've got their own trophy. There's so many of them up here because they are very impressive vehicles. So it's something to be proud of. If you can take home the fastest Porsche award, it's a really cool looking trophy, but it's bragging rights because there's a lot of those guys up here, and to be the fastest one is really, really cool.
And snaking his way through the twists and turns of this 156-turn course. There's another look at Robles and his continued climb up the mountain, just right, left, right, over and over and over again. It feels like to me, Tommy, that perhaps when you get to the upper sections, is this where you start to lose context a bit because everything kind of looks the same?
Yeah, especially as a rookie driver coming in your first year, there's pretty much all the big, fast entries to the corners there look almost identical. And obviously there's not a whole lot of reference point you can use up there. It's, oh, maybe I see a mountain in the distance, but fog rolls in one day and now you can't see it. So for me, that's where just putting in the work and making sure you memorize the entire road. You don't want to just memorize certain bits of it. That's kind of where you start out. You memorize the important corners, but then you got to start going, okay, if I don't know it, then I have to leave time on the table.
Well, Jordan Guitar is going to get up on the power for that Acura TLX Type S and storm towards the finish line at 14,110 feet, right past the start gantry, looking good, sounding good on that run up the hill.
That car looked really planted through that first corner. I mean, we've seen some guys get a little bit squirrely through there, so to see that car that well composed, getting through there well on the power, and it got off the line well. We've got Lonnie in a similarly prepared car, and honestly probably one of my favorite liveries on the whole mountain. That whole comic book look, it's so cool.
It suits this car well, and as Jim Jordan told us earlier, the story of Acura versus BMW in racing is just timeless, and Acura, certainly a thoroughbred racing company alongside their road cars. Here comes Robert Robles across the stripe. And what will it be for Robert Robles in the number 87? That's a Time Attack 1 category car, 10:59.725, sub 11 minutes, but just 0.3 of a second under.
As long as you do it, it doesn't matter how much you do it by. He's under that 11-minute mark. As a rookie, that's a huge accomplishment. awesome job.
And Lou Boucher continuing the climb in the 208 Porsche. Jordan Guitar now making his way up through, that is now Section 1. And Lonnie Unser, we talked earlier with Lonnie and with Johnny Unser and had a really great conversation about the familial heritage of this event, this race, with their family and how it's just a part of Lonnie's career, and it's going to be a part of it, I imagine, for a very long time.
Oh, I'd imagine so. And it's cool hearing Johnny say that their family, who is one of the most iconic families in motorsport, got their start here on this mountain all those years ago, and they've gone on to win numerous Indy 500s, obviously numerous King of the Mountain titles here at Pikes Peak. So it's something where Lonnie hasn't been driving all that long, but she's already taking right after that Unser name. She's super quick, super well composed, and I'm just so excited to see her up here. A few years ago, one of the first times she ever drove a race car on a racetrack, I was her coach. So it's so cool to see her up here doing well, kicking butt in that Acura, and it's going to be cool to see what she can do against Jordan Guitar there. They're very similarly prepped vehicles, and he may have a little bit more experience up on the mountain, but I think Lonnie might be able to take him. They were really close in qualifying.
Watch the Porsche now snake through the uphill sections here above the tree line. All that's there is just a little bit of moss and a whole bunch of snow. There's a lot of ice up there, but not on the road, thankfully. But that's the challenges of the mountain, is the weather can be so unpredictable. And I mean, despite the snow that's accumulated there, it's still a little chilly. It's just great, pleasant weather, and it has been all day, which I think we're just in for just an absolute fantastic completion of this event, with the sun out and the blue sky around us. So here's Lonnie Unser awaiting the green flag, and I love that livery. I hadn't really gotten a great look at it just yet, but you mentioned it, the cartoon styling on this, it just fits it. There's a slightly kind of matte finish to it as well.
No, they've got like an anime that they made that includes that car, and Pikes Peak's included in the anime. So
that's cool.
It's pretty cool to see that. And you know, Johnny right now, Johnny Unser, who we just spoke to, her dad, he's sweating bullets for the next 11 minutes or so.
So on the climb there's a look at, is that Jordan Guitar on the TLX climbing in the 735 car and sweeping elegantly line to line, as you mentioned, maybe a little bit tight on that inside apex, but it just looks so majestic, just carving through these roads. And, you know, if you weren't doing it so fast, it would be a nice relaxing drive in portions. There are some portions that are far from relaxing, even at pedestrian speeds, but it's cool to watch Jordan Guitar from high above here. And this camera is mounted on the ground. That's for
amazing.
Reference of how far we're looking on top of this car. It's almost directly underneath the camera, and it's on the same road.
That's so cool. No, I mean, that's up in that Devil's Playground section we were talking about earlier, where you can see more of the road than anywhere else. And that segment we just saw him come through now, that's where they end the qualifying. So that's right about the halfway point. It's about 6 miles into the road. And he got there in pretty good amount of time. Looking what he's doing here, 158 through that first split. He's about to trigger the second one here momentarily. So pretty good run so far for Jordan.
Yep, and looks like there's that second split now, the second section of 239.649. And Cole Powelson in the Nissan GTR is standing alongside DJ Clark at the top of the mountain.
We are indeed, Cole. You're up on the summit. The Diesel made it up. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, man. What a battle it has been from last year. We didn't get a summit. We didn't even make it to Glen Cove. We knew we had a lot of work to do, and the team got together and has been pushing really hard, especially the past few weeks, just to make this a reality. And it was all about getting on the summit. The time was secondary. We did reach the goal time that we wanted to, and it eclipsed that, even with all the alarms and stuff going on off in my face telling me to slow down. But we pushed through, and we did it. Here we are.
Well, here you are. What's next for this car? What's next on the agenda? What are you going to plan for it?
So the Riff Raff GTR, it's going to head a lot of events. It's a very unique car. It's a GTR, which is a known sports car, with a super odd combination of a Ford Power Stroke engine. So something you'd see in like a full-size Super Duty truck, we wedged into a car. So as we push the engine development on the Ford 6-liter, we're going to hit a bunch of different events with that car and develop it even further and get even faster.
Well, Cole, we can't wait to see you there, my friend. Congratulations again.
Cool car that Cole Powelson has, and I got an even cooler driver sitting next to me now. This is Paul Dallenbach joining us here, a driver that almost doesn't need introduction, but this is your 30th appearance on Pikes Peak, and I watched a documentary on the hill climb on my way here. You were in it, so that means a lot for you to be in that, but this has been something that's been a huge part of your life.
Yeah, this is, like I always say, this is my Indy 500 never made it to the Indy, but this is one of the biggest races in the world, and I love it. It's in my home state, and it's just so addicting, so challenging. This week has been very challenging for us. We have not made any practice runs, so this is going to be pretty much an unknown. I think the car is good. I think we got it figured out, put a new motor in it, and but it's just I'll know after the first couple corners if I can push it or not.
Lonnie Unser taking the green flag here and starting her run up the mountain. Paul, you've run a variety of different vehicles here, 89 Oldsmobile, 92 Chevys, a Davis PVA 01, 2006 DR, but across this challenging 30 years that you've run, 30 runs up the mountain, this course has changed so much. It was originally dirt, now it's pavement. It's just an evolution year to year.
Yeah, so I was able to do the whole evolution. Won it in all three categories, where it was dirt and then half dirt, half pavement, and then all pavement. And the dirt was obviously a lot of fun. It was a beautiful road. The most challenging was when it was mixed, because they would pave the bottom and then 2 miles of dirt and then paved, and it was really hard to find a tire choice. The road now, though, it's fun, it's fast. It's the bumps make it the challenge every year, and they change every day, so you really don't know what you're going to get. But it's a challenge every year. I mean, we come up here, we think we're set, and we're not. And I just got to give a shout out to my guys. They've been working 15 to 20 hour days, trying to figure out what's going on, and I think we got it. So yeah.
So you've been here for a lot more than I have. This is my first time, and I'm just blown away by this event, and I feel very lucky to be here looking at the times on this screen, and our top 12 are all under 10 minutes. I mean, how impactful is that to have the speeds pick up? I know the pavement has changed the times a bit, but to have this many times under 10 minutes seems like a pretty monumental moment for this as the times continue to improve.
Yeah, well, I think the really cool part is that you see the different times in different classes that are so close. So you can come up here in a Pikes Peak open car or an open wheel or time attack and still be top 5. So that's the really cool part. But yeah, I mean, you never know each driver has their own challenges going up and what's going on, but yeah, it seems like a very competitive year, especially I'm looking at from third down to 7th or 6th. It's pretty tight. So I always shoot for a top 5 up here overall and win on the class. Cody did a great run. I think that's going to be hard for me to beat, but if I can pull off a second on the week we had, it'll be a victory. I hate second place, but it'll be the best second place I can get, but you never know.
So we've talked to a lot of drivers about their goals and aspirations and what they're really racing. And for some, it seems like it's their competitors. For some, it's the mountain, and for some, it's themselves. Where is it for you?
It's everything, because you always want to do better than the year before, and then you got to look at your competition. But the road always dictates who wins this race or what happens. We've been fortunate today with all the bad weather we've had over the last month and the last 2 years that we have a dry day. So it makes it even for everybody. Usually not qualifying and me starting where I have to start last would be basically put it on the trailer because there's going to be rain. So very fortunate this year that we have a good day.
Well, it's going to be exciting to watch you climb the mountain again, as we've got there's some great names still up and coming. We've got Lonnie Unser on track, and the Unser family, of course, synonymous with the mountain, and much like yours has become. And what does that mean? We've talked a lot about this being a family event, and for it to be basically passed down through generations as a cultural experience. It's got to be so special.
It is, and Johnny Unser is one of my best friends. Known him, he was my co-driver in road racing several times, so I know Lonnie, and it means just so much to the Unsers to be up here, and Lonnie's down to that next generation of she'll be up here for years. She's so young, so it's great. Next year, Dellenbach, I don't have any kids, but I have nephews. I keep saying it's my last year, but I keep coming back. I'm sure we'll be back here again next year. It's such a great mountain, and the families with the Vaschels and the Unsers and Jimmy Ford, so many people, they come up here as kids, they watch it and they get hooked and they want to try it, and then and then it's so addicting. And so it's great having Unsers up here. It just helps with the race, bringing notoriety.
Yeah, and of course, you got so many names and faces that are familiar to this. There's also a lot of names and faces that are new. We just watched the launch of Tyler Pappas up for, I think, his second attempt in a BMW M3, a car that he races wheel-to-wheel in Grid Life Touring Cup. So a driver that's trying to make a name for himself in this hill climb and begin passing on down that tradition. But it's just such a special event, and I really felt the gravity and magnitude of it here in my first visit here. I've been to the top of the mountain once, but not at speed.
Yeah.
And just watching everyone conquer this place, it's been awesome. It's been an incredible
Yeah, well, I'm
experience.
glad you're here and enjoying it, and spread the word. This race has so much potential to be, and it just unfortunately it's bigger around the world than it is here in the United States. It's big here in Colorado, but around the world everybody knows Pikes Peak, and it'd be great if Pikes Peak was like the Indy 500 here in the States, if people would just really come up, because like you said, you came up here and you're just in awe.
Yeah.
So you just got to get people up here.
And again, coming from a traditional motorsports background, road racing, oval racing, this is a time attack where you're ending a mile from where you started. I likened it to the Nordschleife, similar in amount of corners, but there's no guardrail here in many places,
Yeah.
and when there isn't, sometimes there's a big drop, and it's just a challenge unlike anything else in the world.
Yeah, and you can't. Here's the thing about this race. We're going more into the temperature of the day than when we practice, so the cars do act a little bit different on race day than they do in the morning when we're testing at 5:30 a.m. So really, the smart thing to do is you go up here and you take the first couple corners and see how it feels, and then you go from there. If you can push it or not. But this mountain will throw you a curveball all the time, whether it's fog, groundhogs, or whatever you call them that are up there.
Marmots?
Marmots.
I heard about that just
marmots.
today.
There's mountain goats up there. I think I've almost hit a deer one year in testing, and it's just there's so many elements that are here that are not in other forms of racing, and all makes it special.
Well, and Paul, just your experience up here. I mean, when I was here my rookie year, you've always been one of the guys I looked up to in this race because you were winning it all these years, and you're one of the fastest guys. And being a family friend of ours, you have so much wisdom, and that's one of the big things that you gave me was take what the mountain gives you, and it's going to change. It's going to be different from when we were testing to come race day. And I mean, we've been through it all up here, and especially you. And it's just so cool to have you up here still. And it kills me to hear you say you think you're going to be done, man. You got to keep coming back. The mountain's not the same without you.
It kills me that you're not in a car, and it's tough, especially when something happens like what happened to you. It could happen to anybody. But
Paul Dallenbach, thank you so much for joining us up here.
Appreciate
Absolute pleasure. Good luck to you. Thank you. And Paul Dallenbach, a legendary name here on the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. And of course, we've got some other great names that are coming and joining us here shortly. And we've got some other names that have yet to run. We talked with Cam Ingram earlier as well. Tyler Pappas is on his way up the mountain. I know Tyler from Grid Life, and it's great to see him competing here as well. Joining me now to my right is Leah Block. And Leah, it's such a pleasure to have you here joining us. So thank you for being here. This event is so special. It's my first time here, but I can really sense how special it is to everybody. And for you watching Lucy race today, this is going to be such a special experience.
Yeah, I'm super excited. My mom is going to be rolling past here pretty quick. But yeah, just super excited to get to the top and see her get to the top.
Yeah, and you're going to be driving the Huna Pegasus a little bit later. Tell me about that experience, jumping behind the wheel of that car. It's certainly very special, I'm sure, to sit in the driver's seat of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy car. It was built so well. I mean, BBI did a great job. It just handles the track and the mountain really, really well. I'm just really excited to drive it.
Yeah. So as far as your run up the mountain so far, have you ever done it before, even just driving in a road car? Where's your experience level at? How have you prepared for it?
I mean, my first time being at the mountain was only this week. So got a couple of drives up in the rental car, and then we did the middle section and the top section, I believe, 2 days ago. So all I got.
So not a lot, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun to do that. And talk to me about the scale of this event. There are so many people here that are just putting in the time and effort and energy to be here and watch this event. And that car and the Block family, this is going to be special for them to see, and I'm sure special for you to partake in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to be here. It's like a big rally stage to me. You know, it's like you got to memorize it all, and I mean, I've gone from road and circuit racing, so just being able to try and memorize it is a really cool thing. And then just seeing all the different cars out here and being in the pits, it's just a really, really cool experience.
Yeah, so as far as seeing you back here in the future, can we expect you to be running up the mountain at speed in the future?
We will see. I mean, I would really love to. So
I hope so. And I know you want to get out there and watch Lucy Block in car number 430. So I don't want to hold you for too long, but we've been watching some great cars climbing up the mountain. Before we let you go, though, I just share with me the significance of being at this event with some of the names of rallying, of hill climbing, of road racing, being here in this paddock. There's a lot of grassroots folks here that have made their living doing this, but there's also a lot of people here that are really special to the community. So what's that been like to be in this paddock around?
I mean, it's really cool. I got to see a bunch of people that, I mean, my dad knew, and I get to now know, but it's just cool that this brings so many different type of motorsports together and so many different type of drivers. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, an amalgamation of pretty much every corner of the motorsports world. Leah Block, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And enjoy spectating. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Good luck, Leah. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Leah Block joining us here, and we've got a list of others joining us here on the mountain in just a couple of minutes. Lucy Block will be headed out shortly. We've got Cash Singh's coming up. I know Cash from Grid Life Competition as well, but for the Block family, getting the Hoonipigus out there on course, it's going to be special for everyone just to watch.
No, I mean, it's such an incredible car. We got to talk with Batim earlier, and he's the kind of the brainchild behind that project with his team there at BBI. And I mean, having that car up here last year and competing against it was such a cool experience. We were out there the very first time Ken drove it on track, and that car in itself is just not only one of the coolest looking cars probably ever to race on this mountain, but so impressive as well. I mean, that all-wheel drive system, it's got active suspension, all kinds of crazy stuff that, I mean, they rushed getting that car together in 6 months. If they were to put a little bit more time and energy into it and really dedicate to, hey, we're going to go take this record, I think that car can do it.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a car to watch. A couple updates on cars that were running a moment ago. Jordan Guitar in the exhibition category in that TLX at 11:12.164. And for Lonnie Unser, 11:34.709 in that Acura Integra. So great run there for Lonnie. As we continue to work our way down this list of drivers, Tyler Pappas on the mountain right now is Pappas at the first segment, a 159.080 and a 240.893. Tyler, for him, that car started... it's been put together. This program has been put together. He drove that car here. And, again, it's something that races wheel-to-wheel in Grid Life Touring Cup. And Tyler's so excited. He's got his family here, his brother Ryan, as we talked about this morning. Just a lot of energy. And it's cool to see people that are new to the hill climb being as invested as those that have had 25, 30 years experience.
I mean, to drive the race car to the mountain and then race it, that's such a cool thing to do. And you could just tell he's so thankful to be here. He said it numerous times. I mean, it really is a privilege to come and drive in this event. Like you were just talking with Leah, I mean, there's just a list of famous names and all these heroes of motorsport that have competed on this mountain. To go say you've done the same thing, no matter what it's in or how fast you go or how slow you go, it is such a cool thing to do, and it's something that not a whole lot of people can actually say that they've done and competed in this event. So it's so cool to see Tyler out there, and his splits are looking good. I mean, like we talked about earlier, none of these guys are going to go out there and run an 840. It's just not going to happen, but there's such a high level of competition. We look at the gap from like 24th all the way down to the bottom. It's a pretty small gap, so there's a lot of parity between these cars. All these drivers are giving it their all, and most of these cars are probably NA, so you don't have that turbo or any of that boost to help you up the mountain. So those cars, they're feeling a little anemic up top. They're running out of air.
I was talking with Tyler. So that class that car runs in normally is a power to weight category. It's a 12.5 to 1. So Tyler's car is a V8 BMW M3, but in Grid Life Touring Cup category, you can't run it uncorked. You have to detune it. So he's probably real familiar with it running on low power. So I think he'll be quite comfortable with it at the top of the mountain as he continues to make his way up on course. Up next, we've still got a handful of drivers. Lucy Block's going to run still. Cam Ingram, who we spoke with earlier. Robert Prilica, Scott Birdsall, who is a record holder here, as you mentioned earlier. Was a record holder. Rob Holland will run with us later today, another one of the drivers of those GT4 Porsches that we've talked about. And Rob's a great guy. I spent a lot of time chatting with Rob. And then Paul Dallenbach and Leah Block. So we're going to on a bit of a hold here for a moment. So we're going to show you an Optima piece on the donuts at the top of the hill. I would love one right now. Can't have it. So let's take a look at them in just a moment.
We're here in Colorado Springs for the 99th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented to all of us by Gran Turismo. Now, there's a lot of folks that come here for the cars, the excitement of the racing, maybe a chance to rub elbows with their favorite drivers. But I'm here for a higher purpose. I'm here to find the world-famous Pikes Peak donuts.
It's not about the money. It's not about the trophies, the accolades. It's about the donuts. I know now.
Is there glory and is there fame to being fastest up Pikes Peak? Yeah. Is that what Sebastian Loeb remembers? What Rod Millen, Michel Mouton, Romain Dumas? No. They remember the donuts.
Our BMW E36 is probably the most built and developed E36 in the world because I think that's what it takes to be the first to grab one of those donuts.
We have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of hours on this car. And really, it's for those darn donuts.
How much money did we put into this 911 to get up to the donuts first? Whatever it is cubic dollars. A lot. It's just a lot.
I know it's six figures and at the high level of that, but can you really put a price on a world-famous Pikes Peak donut?
Oh, there's been a lot of money put into getting this car up to get these donuts. No, not my money.
She'll be coming round the mountain, she'll be coming round the mountain, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm here for the world-famous donuts. Are there road signs that will direct us there?
There are not.
There are not?
No.
How do I find them?
Just gotta know where they are or follow this road up.
She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes. She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes. So, have you ever heard of the world-famous donuts out here? No. I think you actually lose weight when you eat these donuts.
Oh, perfect.
Because you burn so many calories just getting there to get them that it's like a net loss. You've had the world-famous donuts. You work here, right?
I actually have not had the world famous donuts.
I was going to ask you what kind of employee discount they give you.
I can't wait though.
Yeah.
Really excited.
We take a drive to the top of the mountain to meet Jacob Leitner, the donut maker of the world-famous Pikes Peak donuts.
So my name is Jacob Leitner. I'm the chef here at Pikes Peak, home of the world's tallest kitchen and highest elevation deep fat fryer in the world. Son House began making world famous donuts here in 1916. Still using the original recipe. I would keep it in a safe, handwritten. I've never put it on a computer. It's made at 14,000 feet. It can't be made anywhere else, this particular recipe. And if you take them down the mountain, they're hockey pucks by the time you get down.
So here we are, top of Pikes Peak with the world famous donut. Time to give it a try. It's light, very airy, not a bad donut. I can see why it's world famous.
Besides Pikes Peak having world-famous donuts, the surrounding area is also known for its numerous Bigfoot sightings.
You know, I think Bigfoot hangs around. You can smell the donuts. It's the same principle as you give a moose a muffin, you give a Sasquatch a donut, and you'll never get rid of them.
I was talking to some hikers. They said they had an encounter with a Bigfoot. They weren't really sure. He was off in the distance.
Have you guys seen Bigfoot since you've been up here?
Last trip. Now, granted, we found this new bourbon called Breckenridge.
Oh. You'll notice there's a Bigfoot on there.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen any?
Not yet, no.
I say that plural like, I only saw one.
You never really get to see him. It's just a glimpse. I've had a couple glimpses. Even dang near as tall as you.
Man, you are a lot taller.
Nobody ever says good looking. It's always, he's so tall.
You never good-looking guy.
Don't say it if you don't mean it.
No.
Here's an extra sticker for you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Here's another one.
Oh my gosh.
And another one. Well, if you see them, have your camera ready.
Right, yeah. You don't want that walking away shot.
Well, that wasn't the Zapruder film. What was that film called with the Bigfoot walking across the stream? That was the Kennedy assassination. I know, but it was a famous recording. So we're back down off the mountain in Colorado Springs now, and Chef Jacob warned us that if you took the donuts off the mountain, they would change. And he was right. I didn't believe him, but it changed, so we're gonna have to pump this back up a little bit. That's better. Mm-hmm. Much better.
I've done thousands, maybe millions of donuts. But right now there's only one donut on my mind, and it's the world famous Pikes Peak donut at the top of that hill. I've already brought my own coffee, so dip the donuts in. I'm not messing around.
All I can think about right now is those famous Pikes Peak donuts.
It's like 5:30 in the morning, and I could really use a donut right now.
The weather is the wild card. We're prepared for everything but snow. You know what our test is going to be? We come out of here and we go to the start line to make sure everything works. That's it. That's the best we can do. But that's going to be good enough for us to get those donuts.
Back at the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. As the runs continue here at Pikes Peak, we're going to head back up to the top of the mountain with DJ Clark and Lonnie Unser.
I am indeed here with Lonnie Unser, who just finished her run. And Lonnie, you were telling me it was pretty good up there.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, the conditions today, it couldn't be more beautiful. And the views up top are great, so what a good day.
What a good day indeed. And the Acura held out and just seemed like it was absolutely melded to you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Acura Integra Type S, this is actually the first time this car has ever been raced. So I'm super honored to be racing it up Pikes Peak this year. And it just handles really, really well. It does everything you ask of it, and it's just the perfect car for the mountain.
Well, the perfect car for the mountain and one of the perfect drivers for the mountain. Lonnie Unser up here just finishing her run.
Thanks, DJ, and congratulations to Lonnie as well. And as far as our hold, as far as I know, we're still on it. I've heard an update that Tyler Pappas has come back down, so we presume that whatever happened was ahead of Tyler, so he should be able to get to rerun in his BMW M3 for the Tie Speed group. So another rerun, and that's just got to throw you off. But as you said earlier, 50-50 shot of a better run next time.
Yeah, and somebody like Tyler, I mean, he was so excited. And in my eyes, if I were in his seat right now, I would be excited because it's like going to hockey and getting extra overtime, man. It's an extra period of hockey. You get to drive more than you signed up for. It's great.
Yeah, and you see him there behind the wheel, door open, just kind of cooling off. And again, it can get pretty hot and toasty inside a lot of these machines. Even if you're in one of the open wheel cars, they can get pretty toasty. So the heat is always something. Despite the ambient air temperature, that becomes a challenge. Now, the ambient road temperature might be picking up potentially, I'd imagine, as the sun continues to beat down here. It's pretty comfortable down here. Again, it's still going to be cool at the top, but those conditions always changing, and the longer Tyler sits, the more it's going to change. And he hasn't gotten to segment 3 or 4 just yet, but he still doesn't know what he's going to expect up there.
Yeah, he's seen about half the road in that first run he got there, and honestly, in another way, it could be a good thing in the fact that maybe the nerves aren't quite as high now, right? I mean, you're sitting on that start line, go, get on the line, get ready to go. and then you take off, and its nerves are through the roof. So you've gone out there, you've seen it, you've done it. You just get back in the mindset of, dude, I'm just driving a race car. So I think Tyler's going to go out there, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes faster than he did in those first 2 splits in his first attempt. And maybe the track's better, maybe it's not. Who knows?
Yeah, 1:59.080 was his first segment time, a 2:40.8 his second segment time. Now, that first section was pretty quick. That second section, I think he probably wants to take a second or 2 out of that to jump up on the board there in the time attack 1 category. There have been 7 that have attempted so far, 6 with finished times up to the top of the hill, and Tyler Pappas getting ready to rerun here, rolling back. And Tyler getting set to rolling back behind the start line there and getting reset to go in just a moment's time. Now, as you mentioned, maybe less nerves, and hey, you got a half a practice run in the conditions that you're going to be on in just a moment.
No, exactly. Just like Paul Dollenbach was telling us, I mean, it's different from when you're practicing at 5:30 in the morning to when you're running up in the middle of the day. So, yeah, you got to go out there, see what the road's going to feel like. Maybe, I mean, you don't have any time to make adjustments to the car physically, but if you got some dials on one of the steering wheels or something, you can get in there, twist a couple knobs, get a little bit better setup, and give it another shot. Yeah, so again, more about Tyler. Resides in Jackson, New Jersey, and this is Tyler's second time racing Pikes Peak. Last year, a 12:28.242. That's the time that he's going to try to beat. It was a 2017 M2 that he raced last year, or sorry, 2019. So he will give it his best shot here again. And racing highlights, WRL, SCCA, some vintage racing, and Grid Life Touring Cup, like I mentioned. And he'll be headed out on the mountain here momentarily. Look at those views from the top. It is just absolutely, I just can't get over, as living in the Midwest like I do now. I just don't get to see stuff like this. And even on a stream, when I'm down here at 9,000 feet, it's just unbelievable to look at. The views from the summit of Pikes Peak are hard to beat, especially on a day this clear. You get up there, and it is so good. And here goes Tyler now, second attempt. Let's see if he can improve on that 1:59.0 and that 2:40.8.
And off and away, he will climb the mountain and begin his trek up to 14,110 feet. And again, what a climb. And getting to rerun the first half again has got to feel good, because now you're just dialed in, you're in tune, you know what to expect with the conditions. It will be a blast to watch him climb. So we'll get things back rolling now. So that will signal that the rest of the field will should start behind him. Again, Raymond Guerrero would be up next, then Gardner Nichols, David Meyer, Kevin Murdoch, Cash Singh, Lucy Block. Those are the names that we're expecting here the next couple of minutes. And then we're really down to the last dozen. We're getting to the end of this grouping, and some records have been broken. I still think there's some battles within the categories we're expecting to see here. So it's going to be fun to watch the rest of this.
And there's still one more record that could potentially be broken. We got Gardner Nichols in the Rivian R1T. It's a full production Rivian. So they're going for that production EV record. I think it's currently held by a Tesla, and they're trying to beat it in a 7,000-pound Rivian. So I'm pulling for him, man. He's part of Team Optima. He's one of my teammates, and stoked to see what he can do.
So Raymond Guerrero jumping behind the wheel of his Dodge Viper. And he will get rolling here in just a moment. The Viper, what a legendary car that is. We talk a lot about the makes, models, and manufacturers that have made up Pikes Peak or made up road racing, but the Viper certainly in that list of cars that is special in some way, for sure.
No, anytime you get a big American muscle car that just makes all the right noises, they look cool, and I've driven them a handful of times, and they are a handful.
So we're joined now by Makina Norton, the Girl of the West for Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo. Makina, welcome. This is a really cool event. It's at altitude here, and you're trying to get your hat back on over the headset. Got to keep the whole look intact, sparkling in the red, white, and blue. So welcome here to the booth.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
This is such a cool event. My first time here, again, as I've said all day, and of course Tommy Boylo next to me has run up the mountain a handful of times. What's been your experience so far enjoying the sights and sounds of the Pikes Peak Hill Climb?
Yeah, so this is actually my first time being here as well, but it truly does remind me of rodeo, all the adrenaline and the fun, and the crowd's just so great, so I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, your title I was given, the Girl of the West for the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo. Tell me a bit about that. I know a lot about racing, not a lot about rodeos.
Yeah, so the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo is another Colorado Springs tradition. Our rodeo is July 11th through the 15th at the Norris Penrose Event Center in Colorado Springs. Our tickets are selling very fast. We have sellouts that are expected because we actually added 2 more performances this year after last year's sellouts. So yeah, be sure to get your tickets today online at pikespeakerbust.org.
All exciting things, and of course, this is fun to have just a variety of spectators here, and of course, rodeos in Colorado culture, and it's just neat for me. Growing up in the Northeast, living in the Midwest, it's all different. It's all really, really cool. So, again, the fans here are some of the most dedicated that we've seen. How early did you have to get in this morning? Because we were here at like 1:15. So how early was your morning to get in?
Well, I woke up around 1 a.m.,
Okay.
but we got here around 3.
Okay,
so
yeah,
not
so it's
terrible.
been a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course the road closes because we're racing up to the top. Have you been to the top of Pikes Peak before?
I have once when I was little, but not recently.
All right, well, we should get you back up there again. I'm owed some donuts, but they tell me that if they bring them back down, they get flat. So I don't know about that. You know about the donuts up top there?
I do. They're very good, yes.
Yeah, it's a really cool story. But McKenna Norton from the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo, thank you so much for joining us here, and enjoy your stay here at the Hill Climb.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So that was McKenna Norton, Girl of the West for the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb as we get ready to climb the mountain here with the 888 of Raymond Guerrero as he climbs the mountain here and heads up in that Dodge Viper. I want to talk about the Viper a little bit more and the challenge of this car in particular, and I want to read a bit more about this car, but rear-wheel drive, these things are known for being pretty wild, though, Tommy, so you got to dial it back maybe a little to keep it under you.
Yeah, those cars are a handful on any track, so you take it up here on a regular street that's not a purposely maintained racetrack, so it's going to be a handful for Raymond there. I know he's driven this car up here a handful of times, and he's made it to the top, I believe, every time, so he knows what he's doing behind the wheel of that thing. He's got that throttle management down, because that's another one of those cars you don't have a lot of driver aids. There's not traction control. There's not a lot of those systems that are there to help prevent that wheel spin. So it's all on the driver just to modulate that throttle, make sure you're not getting too heavy of a right foot. See if he does a big burnout off the line or if he behaves himself.
And nice, clean getaway for Guerrero. And he's run this event 6 times previously. Splitting that experience amongst the 2008 Dodge Viper and a 2011 Porsche Turbo S. His best time was an 11:13 in the Porsche. His best time in the Viper is an 11:19.3. So we'll be keeping an eye to see if he can improve that time. This car has a 9-liter naturally aspirated engine, so that's about as big a motor you could pack in the nose of one of those things. But what a cool looking and sounding car.
Oh, I just love those Vipers. They're such cool cars, and you start looking at like street car lap times around most of the racetracks here in America, and the new ACR, what was the new ACR, it's a few years old now, has most of those records. It's a really impressive vehicle, and it would just be so much fun to drive one of those up here.
Yeah, a lot of driving and experience and a lot of karting experience as well, and a ton of experience in this Viper. But this is a car, or I guess a truck, or I guess an SUV or something in the middle that we've been waiting on all day.
Yeah, no, this is one that could be another potential record. Going for that EV record currently held by that Tesla. I'm cheering for my Optima teammate here, man. It's going to be super cool for Gardner to go run this thing. He's a rookie, I believe, so he's got nerves through the roof right now, but I was talking to him over at FanFest. We were signing some autographs together, and he's in the right mindset, man. He knows what he's got to do. He's been telling me how they were struggling with some brake heating stuff, which was actually costing him time. So by backing up some of those braking zones and being a little bit more conservative under braking and forcing himself to carry as much momentum as you can in a 7,000-pound truck, he found some time on the road. So it's going to be fun. I think he's got a good shot at it. The road's perfect, so if all the stars align, he's going to go break that record.
There's sights of Tyler Pappas climbing the mountain in section number 3. Section 1, 2 minutes, .235, so a hair slower than his first attempt, but a 240.343, his second section here as he makes his way through section number 3 and only has one section after that left to go. Pappas in the M3. Then Raymond Guerrero after him. Section 1, a 158.921. Not a bad start to the mountain climb.
That's a good start. And then going back to Tyler, I think that first attempt he had was a 59.8. So
close.
Just a little bit slower, 0.4 slower, but he picked up over half a second in that second split. So his net gain's about a tenth from that rerun, so he's going a little bit quicker. Let's see what he does here in Sector 3.
And the driver behind him is in the same category, so they are competing on the same playing field with different tools. Definitely BMW versus Dodge and M3 versus Viper, but we'll see what Raymond can do in sector number 2. He was just a hair faster, 0.3 of a second, or 1.3 seconds in section number 1. So if he can keep that up across the board, he might leapfrog Pappas here as they battle for currently 8th in class.
Yeah, and then looking up there, 6th place right now, we got, can't quite see it, we got Robles there, the rookie. He ran a 57.7 in that first split, so Raymond's not too far off there. There's a good chance he could bump into the top 6, top 5 maybe, if he can really pick up some time in these next couple segments. So it's going to be a battle for top 5 in time attack 1.
Yeah, Tyler making his way through that the double cut area again, or is that?
That's going up into Devil's Playground.
Devil's Playground.
Yeah, that's where the split ends for the middle segment. Whoa. Oh, big slide! He did the same thing coming out of that previous hairpin. That big V8 is eaten. I love those E92 M3s. They're such a cool chassis and one of the coolest engines BMW's produced, I think. I mean, it makes the right noises. Anytime you got a V8 in anything, it sounds cool, and they are a blast to drive.
I've driven one once, and it was a memorable experience on power, I can tell you that. But, yeah, just a little bit of tail happiness, but again, in an area where mechanical grip, that's really all you've got to lean on. The aero isn't doing much for you, and it's fairly controllable. You just can't let your steering get too far behind and let the lock get away from you, and you won't be able to pull it back straight. But Tyler doing a good job and continue to make his way up. Here's another look at it, and just center of the road here, gets back on power. It just washes out, but gathered it up pretty nicely, and a little bit of a power slide getting back onto the power there.
That was a nice recovery. He got it rotated really nicely on entry, probably a little bit more than he anticipated, and went to gas and got a little bit of a wheel spin, but it looked like fun.
So we documented that BMW SUV earlier, 6,000 pounds. Well, this Rivian, it's got a boatload of power, but it's got a boatload of everything else too. 7,100 pounds, by far the heaviest vehicle here today. I don't think it's going to hold it back all that much, though. Let's be honest. The power to weight, it's still got a pretty good ratio.
No, it's still got a really good ratio, and we saw earlier with the electric super van. I mean, anytime you eliminate the equation of we've got a combustion engine, we got to fight turbo tuning, things like that. It's instant power, max power all the time. So as long as you can keep it cool, which is really a tall task for something that big on this long of a run, it should be pretty impressive.
I've always wondered what their battery charge is when they get to the top and how that differs. And 12.5 miles isn't that long as the crow flies, but going up the grade that we do, you have to imagine you eat a pretty good portion of that battery away. But again, at full charge, they'll make a little bit more power than they do right at the bottom of their charge, but I don't think it'll be hugely significant as long as they're not draining it all the way down, which I can't imagine they would do. But it's a cool vehicle. Your roll center's a little higher, your center of gravity's a little higher, but despite all that, you've just got tons of power to overcome it on corner exit, and that power doesn't go away.
And I think it's one of the funniest things to see. They've got the race car, the race truck, parked here in the Optima pits, and right next to it is their pit vehicle, and it is another Rivian. So they've got literally the exact same truck that they're racing is their support vehicle. They've got all their crew working out of it, all the spare parts, everything they need, all right there in the exact same truck. It's just a little bit different, probably a little bit heavier with the cage in it, but another one of the ones that I'm really looking forward to watch.
Yeah, one of my favorite features of this truck is that little side component drawer, basically, just to the rear of the door there. There's another component that you can open up, and there's a grill or something you can store in there. It's just a really practical vehicle on top of being neat looking and fast as well. Here's Pappas really hunting for speed here into Olympic. He's on the limit into the brakes.
That looked really good on entry. Another little power slide on exit, but not nearly as dramatic as what he did in the Devils. Now he's got one corner left. That looked really fast through Olympic. Let's see what he can do.
Across the stripe over the big bump right before the finish line. The thing almost took air. Tyler Pappas across the stripe. He will be at 11:14, 996 in that BMW. So I'm sure he'll be all right with that, getting that second run in. It was a nice, clean run.
No, absolutely. That's a great run. Anytime you're close to that 11-minute barrier, that's a really, really solid showing. So it looked like there's Raymond. Okay, we do still have him.
Yep, there's Guerrero working his way now through. Section 1 was a pretty reasonable time at a 1:58.9, but we hadn't seen him trip Sector 2 yet. So I wonder if there was a holdup or something that prevented him from running a time we would expect, which would be 2:40-ish.
Yeah, he should be tripping it right here. The timing loop for second splits right coming out of this corner, so he should trip that. Let's see if it's a really extended time. Maybe he he had some sort of an issue, or maybe we're just confused.
And Guerrero, 158.921, continues his climb up. The Rivian's got the siren blaring to let everyone know it's about to begin its ascent up to 14,110 feet. Love the livery, the colors on this truck too. It looks great.
And then Raymond just came through, so yeah, second split there, 5:07. So maybe there was a spin, maybe something obviously happened. Obviously, Raymond's not going to go out there. He qualified better than that. So unfortunately, that's going to take him out of contention for that top 5. He was looking promising with that first split, but yeah, 5:07 in that second.
Yeah, and that will hurt the mountain climb. Gardner Nichols, though, off and away, and that Rivian is absolutely flying through the first corners there. Unbelievable start, and that's that electric power just getting put to the ground and put to good use.
Just off the line like a rocket ship, and it's funny with that stock suspension, you see it just pick up the nose, and it looks like it's trying to just pull a wheelie there, but he carried a lot of speed there. That looked really good for a big old truck.
Yeah, and he's got a whole bunch of accolades as well in grassroots road racing, whether it's NASA or SCCA. He's raced at the Nordschleife, so just straighten it out and run it up a mountain. That's basically what we're doing here today. And has also had experience as a extreme experienced supercar instructor, which is really neat. And now a Rivian automotive test driver, so fit right in.
Not a bad job title to have. I'm sure he has a lot of fun, but this is going to be the most fun that anybody could ever have in one of those trucks, I believe.
So David Meyer, the 24, is coming up next. And I don't even know what this thing is, but we're about to learn.
Politov.
Yes, a Politov D2TT is the full name of that. 49-year-old out of Colorado Springs, another local driver and racing Pikes Peak since 2012, 11th year of climbing the mountain.
Yeah, David's coming around up here a bunch. I believe his son's running as well, and they've made some changes to the car over the offseason. They didn't have as big of a front tire on that. You see the extended fenders that they made. Those carbon fenders are looking really good. Big old Hoosiers on the front, sticking out wide. So it'd be interesting to talk to him afterwards and see what he thinks of that car, because it looks like that front track is pretty wide. So it's going to be interesting to see how it rotates through some of those tight hairpins.
Yeah, so carbon fairings on the nose of that thing, and we'll get rolling here shortly. His best time, 10:38.795. That put him 5th in his category in 2018. And he'll be running in the Pikes Peak Open Division this year.
He's got a chance to get another top 5 there. We got Matheus Huska at the 10:53, so if he can go replicate what he did in his best ever run, or maybe improve on it, he could be looking at top 4, top 5 in class, which with how steep the competition is in Pikes Peak Open, that'd be a really good run.
Yep, and he'll be headed up shortly. I don't know what bird that was. I'm not much of a bird watcher, but we'll see. As now there's Raymond Guerrero continuing his climb up the mountain in his Dodge Viper. Joining us now to my right, it's me, Ben Ryan, the driver of the number 122 Mini Cooper. And as the mountain climbs continue, Ben, welcome aboard. This is, again, such an enormous event. Every year it just continues. It just seems like it's been growing the last couple, especially since the pavement project has been completed. Bringing the Mini Cooper up the mountain, though. Tell me about that car and your experience here at the mountain.
Yeah, no, this is actually my rookie year here, so we were kind of a late addition to the event. We were notified about 45 days ago to come on board and fill in, so the other car we were originally planning on running wasn't going to be ready in time, so we threw the Mini Cooper together in 24 days just to try to be here and get a run up the mountain.
It seems like that's been a story we've heard a couple of times. We started it in April. We had 100 days. We had 24 days. Tell me about your Mini Cooper. What's been done to it? How much is left? Because as far as I can tell, just looking at the stats here, there's some things changed. Some things have been left alone.
Yeah, no, it's got some engine upgrades and suspension. Like I said, we've been fighting some issues with the car. We lost a cylinder head and a transmission in it that we had to replace during testing. So we're definitely the underdog up here with only 180 horsepower. So that thing's like driving a go-kart. So a lot of gas and no brakes is going to be the way up the hill for us today.
And so I see a bunch of racing schools in your experience as well, not only in Skip Barber and some GT racing schools, but also the Dirtfish Rally School as well. So getting experience in a variety of different categories, which seems to be the case for so many of the drivers that have found success here on the mountain. coming from Le Mans or Formula Drift even, rallying. So what's that been like, taking all of the experience from all those different areas and applying it to this 12.5-mile conquest?
I think every little bit it helps because the mountain is such a challenge, and especially for me being up here a rookie, taking a little bit from everything that I've learned over the years definitely helps you to get a good, solid, smooth run up that hill. And the bottom's so different than the top, so kind of tying that all in together and making the car work. It's very difficult, very mentally draining, but I think all that contributes to helping you get up the hill.
As we watch the Rivian carve its way through the mountain, what a cool thing to watch.
And that first split, 2 minutes flat in a big old Rivian truck. That is ripping. That is awesome.
Cool. Awesome. David Meyer just got released. He will begin his run up the mountain as well. So Gardner Nichols continues the climb into section number 2. Ben, getting back to your preparation for this event, getting a call not too long ago to jump in here. What's that prep been like? First time on the mountain, simulators, driving up on the road car. What's your cheat sheet been?
Yeah, luckily I'm local, so I've been able to drive up the hill quite a bit. But obviously given that time frame and having to do the car, not as prepared as I would like to be. But we've made the most of it with sim and getting some drives up the hill, and was lucky enough to get all the training days in, so practice days, so that's definitely helped.
As Guerrero works his way through Olympic and coming up to finish, and again, this will be not a time he was looking for, Tommy, unfortunately, but he'll get across to the finish line and at least put another completed run in the books.
No, you make it to the top. Like I said, no matter how fast or slow you do it, it's always a victory. And yeah, he's going to be disappointed with whatever had happened in that second split there. 5 minutes is it's a tough time to have in that second split. It's about twice as much time as you need to spend down there. But he's at the top. He made it to the summit. He's going to have a donut.
And Ben, talking about the car's preparation, obviously, as you mentioned, kind of outgunned a little bit perhaps. What's the expectation? Just to complete? Is there a personal goal to set?
No, for me, just this year is just getting up to the top, honestly, getting that experience under my belt, and just to be up here with everybody and all these cars and people. It's just been an amazing experience and made some awesome connections, and looking forward for doing it years to come, hopefully.
Awesome. Well, Ben, thank you for joining us here. Good luck on your run up the mountain, and enjoy it and soak it all in. It's awesome.
Will do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. The Rivian R1T continues carving its way up the hill, 7,100 pounds, defying every law of gravity and towing all that mass up the hill with speed. Section 2 for Gardner Nichols at a 2:42.650.
No, it's going to be close. What is the current production EV record? I know it's not an official class record, obviously, but he is on pace to be in the mid-11s, which I think is going to be pretty impressive.
So for electric vehicles, there hasn't even been a SUV or crossover record set previously, but unless I'm reading this wrong, you can tell me, but I don't see anything in that marker for a record for electric production.
So I know they were going for the overall electric production anything. So that production car record 11:02. He's going to have to carry a lot of speed through that top sector, but thinking about what that thing is, it's a big truck. Those bumps aren't even going to be noticed in that truck. So he's going to fly no matter what. I mean, it's going to be impressive. That thing it looks like it's got to be a ball. I mean, tons of power. He's driving it really, really well, using up every inch of that road.
Kevin Murdoch getting ready to roll in the 1991 Chevrolet IROC Camaro. Talk about cool cars. This thing looks and sounds the part of a hill climb car, and probably elsewhere in American racing too.
No, it's such a cool car, and it's been up on the mountain a handful of years. I know Ralph Murdoch, he's been running this race forever. He used to drive that car. He ran it last year, and it was so awesome to see him drive. And, I mean, like you just said, it looks the part, it sounds the part, and it's sponsored by a distillery. I mean, what more could you ask for?
A little bit of American muscle going to climb the mountain here in just a moment in time. Here comes the Rivian R1T once again, continuing its ascent skyward to 14,110 feet. Cheers to the crowd down here in the paddock watching this thing continue the climb.
He is looking fast there through Devil's Playground. That crowd has to be loving seeing that big Rivian go ripping by him.
And almost to the top now. Section 3 for the Rivian R1T, 3:18.201. And now just one section left to go.
That's a pretty good third split. I mean, that fourth split, I think, is where that thing's really going to shine. It's not quite as tight and technical as some of the bottom segments. And like I said, that thing's not going to feel any of those bumps. So I think he's going to be in the low 11s here. He might be able to get kind of close to that overall fastest ever production EV.
And waiting for the 30 of Murdoch to get the release to begin the climb up to the top of Pikes Peak. in a historic 101st running. Began in 1916, only a couple of years off for major world events, but it continues year after year. Despite the changes to the road, despite the changes to the mountain the drivers have overcome, the Rivian R1T continues to carve up the 12.5-mile, 156 turns. And this is definitely a fan favorite down here in the paddock.
No, I don't think I've heard this much cheering since anybody's been up there. So everybody is absolutely loving watching Gardner go ripping in that Rivian. This is so cool to watch.
Almost there now is the final section. There goes the 30 of Kevin Murdoch climbing the mountain now. And that muscle just making it known.
That's how you do a launch right there. Just pedal to the metal, let the rear tires smoke. I absolutely love it.
And again, the Rivian back on camera, and the corner is not necessarily its friend, but all the straights between them, there's 156 turns. There's at least that many straightaways between them to accelerate and then get it all slowed back down again.
Absolutely. That thing's going to shine in all those straights. And, I mean, it should do pretty well in the corners as well. And then, yeah, I mean, I'm still just keeping my eye on that 4 split. We're going to see Gardner coming through and David Meyer coming in 2:38 through that second split. So he's right there on pace to be pretty close to some of those guys right ahead of him in class.
Yep, and Meyer and Murdoch that have both launched, both in the Pikes Peak Open category. Of course, Gardner Nichols in the exhibition category, but first year running up the mountain. And so far, 9 vehicles have taken the green in the exhibition category, so Gardner will be the 10th of those. And as we are now on our 51st entrant, we are whittling them down to the last couple as well. And there are still some big names and faces that are on their way to make this climb and trek up to 14,110 feet. So still fun to watch, and Gardner Nichols on the way. There's David Meyer in car number 24, and the carbon fiber fairings getting the blunt end of the icy wind there at the top of the mountain. And here comes Gardner Nichols in the Rivian R1T through Olympic and climbing the hill, accelerating, maybe some tire marks as well, checkered flags waving, and we'll see what exhibition time this vehicle will set down. Huge moment at the final corner and across the stripe, and it is an 11:23.983.
Not quite that production EV record. I mean, you're comparing a Tesla to a Rivian truck. I mean, it probably weighs almost twice as much. I mean, that's still a really good run. It looked to me like he was flashing his headlights. It might have just been the bumps, but he's probably just pumped, man.
Yeah.
He made it to the top of America's mountain in a Rivian truck that weighs 7,100 pounds.
And just 20 seconds shy of the electric production car record, which, as you mentioned, is held by a Tesla Model 3, which is significantly lighter in many ways. So that is an impressive drive up the mountain. And now we have another record to chase for next year as well. It'll be a new category to chase, electric truck or SUV, whatever category you put it in. You will have another one to chase moving forward into 2024 and beyond. So David Meyer still working his way up in the number 24. Kevin Murdoch as well, both in the Pikes Peak Open category, which has been pretty hotly contested, especially kind of midfield there. So we'll keep our eyes on. And there is David Meyer.
And he came through that first split, or Kevin Murdoch just came through that first split at a 2:03.3. So he and David Meyer are going to be pretty close. I don't know which car is going to shine more in this middle segment, but David making his way into Devil's Playground right now.
And last couple of corners on the horizon for David Meyer. Once he completes that third section, only one left remaining for David Meyer. And such a lightweight vehicle as well, 2,400 pounds. An E85 fueled car. And there is the 78 of Cash Singh. Seen this car in grid life competition before at Pikes Peak International Raceway. And you can see the unlimited class sticker on the side. They're still got the grid life decals on it, but he'll be ascending the mountain in this 2017 Ford Mustang. And again, this is one of those cars that has just seen a lot of changes to the chassis and to the engine and to everything.
And one of the funniest things about Cash, the camera just got pretty close to the window there. You could hear his music. He runs music in the car while he's racing up this mountain. The guy is just an absolute madman. He loves this event probably more than most, and he is a character. Cash has been here so many times, and that car has seen just so much evolution over the past handful of years, and it's a really fast car. But look, you can listen.
Oh, man, that's amazing. He's just getting in the zone, getting ready to climb the hill in that Ford Mustang. 13th time racing Pikes Peak for Cash Singh. His best time, an 11:38.388. And I wonder if he can do better than that. Last time he ran last year was a 13:12, so was not a clean run all the way to the top. He's run the same car, and that was what ran the 11:38. So this is a chance to improve and improve on his own personal record.
No, I think today, if it's going to happen, it's going to be today. The weather could not be better. Obviously, last year with all the fog that we had throughout the race, everybody was disappointed with their runs last year. I think the winning time with our current and fastest guy that we've seen, it was 11 minutes or something. So the fact that it was that slow for even the fastest cars, it goes to show even Cash last year driving through the fog to do 13 something, he's going to be able to, I think, take his personal best time today. The weather is perfect.
In 2016, he was turned around 5 times because of red flags for competitors ahead of him, and he holds the record for most red flag restarts during the race and the most miles driven on this 12.5 mile, what should be a pretty consistent mileage for everybody. He's got the record for most miles driven on his run up the hill because he had to do it a handful of times. Now, hoping that's not the case for him today, he can get a nice clean run up the mountain and go for a personal best. 11:38 is the time to beat, and off and away goes the Ford Mustang up the hill.
I'm just curious what he's listening to more than anything.
Well, it's whatever it is, I hope it makes him fast because it's going to be fun to watch him. That thing sounds great as well. That flat plane crank engine just makes great noises. And he says that he came out of the Fast and Furious era, so maybe that's where the music thing comes from. But first saw the hill climb on the History Channel and the story about how the road would be paved. So that's where he learned about the hill climb from. So that's all interesting stuff for Cash Singh. And his passion for racing and all things cars traced back to early junior high, where the walls of his bedroom were adorned with images of race cars and exotics of the 90s. And I always wonder, that little kid putting posters on the wall and ended up climbing Pikes Peak in a Ford Mustang that looks and sounds the part. That has to be a pinch yourself moment, especially when you make it to the top. And as many times as he has done it, I have to imagine, despite doing it that many times, the celebration and the elation of that have not worn off.
No, Cash is always excited to be here. He's one of the guys that you come to the event and you see his smiling face at Tech or on one of the test days, and you just know he doesn't care if he breaks his personal record. Obviously he wants to, but he's just so happy to be here. He's hanging out with his friends, his family, and he's built such a really good community here in the Colorado area, even though he doesn't live here. So it's always fun to watch Cash drive, and he's always got the music going, so he always gets style points in my books. And there's David across the line, a little bit of a bobble. That was we've seen that a lot.
Yeah, there's a bump right before the finish line that it seems really aggressive, and it seems like it's almost, obviously it hasn't gotten worse since the start of the day, but the builds that we have seen attacking this course, we've caught at the end. They've had some big moments over that, the big slide earlier as well that we caught in the Mazda, so it's definitely a challenge. And at the end, you can see that finish line, and nobody's lifting at that stage. Once you see those checkered flags waving, they're going to hold that throttle to the floor and counter steer for all it's worth.
Yeah, no, you run through there obviously on your testing days, and you know that bump's there, but when you're just going through testing, you're never full throttle through that segment. But come race day, you're giving it every last bit of throttle you have, and it's a little bit different when you're at full speed.
So Lucy Block is lining up on the start line, getting set to go running in a 2023 Sierra Echo out of Park City, Utah. And of course, the Block family, we talked earlier with Leah, and just synonymous with motorsports, especially with extreme motorsports. And it's going to be fun to watch Lucy climb the hill. Here is Kevin Murdoch again. A moment ago, we saw him have a bit of an oversteer moment, leaving one of the hairpins. But again, maintaining your grip level at the rear tires in a car that makes so much torque, leaving such a slow corner, that's a challenge, and he's wrangled it and continues to climb. His Section 3 time at 3:11.134 with just a couple corners to go.
I'm getting ready to watch Lucy take off here in that Sierra Echo. This is a really cool vehicle. So they've had numerous different engine configurations and drivetrain configurations in these Sierra cars. This is the first one that's ever been fully electric. So we got the siren going. That means she's about ready to go. Power to weight wise, I mean, very, very similar to what we saw Dave Carpathian, Texas Dave, run in that Sierra Alpha. Just a little bit different, not quite as much aero, and you don't have the thrill of the roar of the engine, but we'll see what Lucy can do here.
Yeah, Hypercraft electric engine powering this machine, 1,300 pounds, basically a go-kart with crazy electric motors strapped to it. So we'll see what Lucy Block can do here in the Unlimited division. And going to start climbing the hill here in just a moment's time. Look at all the fans waiting and watching.
No, this is a fan favorite. The livery on that car is great. We see Leela there going and giving her mom some props and getting ready to go tackle the mountain. She's been having a blast in that thing. It's about go time. Nerves are high as always.
Cash Singh, Section 1 at a 2:05.151. Waiting on a Section 2 time as Kevin Murdoch is awaiting his run all the way to the stripe. And there's Cash Singh, Section 1 complete, Section 2 underway in that 2017 Ford Mustang. And looking very composed right now, not using all the road to the left there, but knowing where the limits are. Lucy Block, though, green flag on Lucy's run up the mountain to 14,110 feet. It all starts here.
It's going to be fun to watch this one. This car makes a ton of power. They've got really good Yokohama tires on that thing. And obviously, Lucy's just been building her confidence. This is so much different than a stage rally in so many ways where you got to memorize the road rather than relying on that co-driver. So that was one of the things she said. It's different than trying to memorize the road and trying to have your co-driver tell you where to go.
And while we watch Cash Singh climb up the mountain, we're joined now to my right by Drew Dayton from Yokohama. Drew, welcome aboard. This has been an exceptional event so far, and we're getting down towards the end of it. And it actually pains me to say that because how much fun I've been having. But welcome aboard. Of course, Yokohama, one of the tire companies that is synonymous with this hill climb. We've talked a lot about the challenges of designing tires for a course like this over the generations. But what's your experience been so far?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having us up here. This is a great event for us. We love being here. We have a big field out here on Yokohama tires, and we've already secured some wins, some records, and some podiums. So, we're really excited to be here. Just from the tire standpoint, the mountain, the weather really comes into play, right? The number one factor here. It's cold. It's overcast in the mornings when we test. We don't know what to expect race day. We need tires that work in near freezing conditions up to sunny like this right now. So you really got to be prepared for everything, but kind of just use what you learn in testing and try to make it work in race day, basically.
I have to imagine that's an immense challenge from an engineering perspective, but also from a setup perspective to have a tire that, as we watch Kevin Murdoch come across the line there, the number 30, to design a tire that not only has grip at low pressure right when you start your run, but also grip at high pressure when you're up at the top of the mountain. You mentioned the surface changes, the weather. We've been blessed with really good weather here this weekend, but all those challenges, and it makes drivers pretty selective. And so to have as many drivers as you do on Yokohama tires, it has to be feel good and to be supporting a category as well with the Porsche category that is relatively recent. So that's all very, very exciting.
Yeah, we have at least 29 drivers here from my count, so that's about 44% in the field. So big numbers here. Lots of different platforms we're supporting, and with tires, it's always about balancing the trade-offs. There's not a tire that works amazing in wet and dry and dirt, for example. So we're really focusing on the dry conditions and just bringing the best compounds we have for the operating temperature range and what we're working with on the vehicles.
We were speaking with some of the manufacturers earlier about how it seems like there's been a resurgence in motorsports the last couple of years, both from a fan interest level, from an OEM interest level, and also it seems like, from at least what I've been following in tire categories, especially in the autocross tire world, the grassroots road racing tire world, it seems like there's a resurgence in competitive tires that are relatively inexpensive. 200 tread wear is a huge category. The 100 tread wear is a huge category. So all of these things, racing, competition, that's got to be great for Yokohama and increase investment in development for tires for competition.
Yeah, we love seeing a resurgence in motorsports. Motorsports is one of our core values out here at Yokohama. This year we're actually celebrating our Advan 45th anniversary. Advan's our UHP performance tire line. It's also all of our motorsports products fall under the Advan line. And so 45 years ago, the Yokohama team, they committed to motorsports. They developed their own factory for making the tires. They created a team of engineers just to develop racing tires, just to go show the world what we could do, basically, against the other manufacturers. So we love seeing the growth in motorsports. We're here to stay. We're not going anywhere, and Pikes is kind of core to our vision and our values going forward. So this is a big event for us that we love.
It's one of those events, and we've said time and time again today how many drivers, teams, manufacturers spectators come from all over the world and the country to compete, to watch, to be a part of this. As far as the grand global scale of events, I've had a lot of people tell me that it's even bigger outside of America than it is here. And while we want to grow it everywhere, it seems like for tire companies like Yokohama that have such a global reach, that performing well, having cars on the podiums in the different categories is pretty intrinsic to those motorsport values.
Yeah, it's definitely a global effort here. Yokohama. We're based in Japan. All of our motorsport tires are made in Japan. But we're really focused on bringing the best product we can, basically, for the guys and girls racing up here. And just like I said, it's core to us. It's what we love. We love being here. And a lot of what we've brought here is actually off-the-shelf product. We have a full catalog of motorsport tires, from racing slicks to gravel rally tires to rallycross tires. So we have a great catalog to choose from, and then we have some special support we received from our team in Japan with the Super Formula tires for Robin, or the Biomass tires for the Unplugged Performance Tesla. So we really is a global effort to pull this off, and we really appreciate the support from our parent company as well to make this happen.
Well, we appreciate you being here and being a part of this as well. Thank you so much. Drew Dane from Yokohama. Thank you so much. Lucy Block continues her climb up the mountain, and just dispatched from the starting line is Scott Knott in the 141. And we were dropped off some notes, and I love when competitors do this because it helps me especially. This car, one of the most raced Lotus Elises in North America. It's been a race car since 2005. I was 7 years old in 2005. I'm 25 now. And this car has run time attack, hill climbs, and 3 Newfoundland rallies as well. So it's seen a little bit of everything. And Scott Knott behind the wheel of that red Lotus Elise, taking it up the mountain again.
Those are awesome cars. I mean, once again, you got a mid-engine car, so it's similar to some of the other stuff we've seen. So those can be a handful, but with that short wheelbase, it's going to rotate really well around these tight hairpin corners. It's a pretty small vehicle, and with all the experience that Scott has, I think they should have a pretty good showing here.
I think so as well. And Scott Knott is a rookie here this season. We're running in the Time Attack 1 division, and Scott calls Miami Beach, Florida home. And this particular Elise, a light car from factory, but this one weighs 2,100 pounds. Of course, it has that Toyota-sourced 1.8-liter supercharged engine. The supercharged will help at the top of the hill. Here's Lucy Block, though, continuing her climb to the top of America's mountain and switching back in some of the most picturesque mountain roads in all of North America. And that car just glued to the inside there. It's got so much grip. It's got a very wide track for how small it is, and it just is looking like it's carving the mountain beautifully.
No, this is where it's going to start to shine. I mean, we see that second split that Lucy laid down, 2:36.9. That's a really quick time. You look up pretty high up where we have here, like the top 20, 25 cars. That's about where she's going to need to be. First split, she was a little slower than where some of those other cars were, but from here on up, I think that car's really going to start to perform really, really well.
And it looks like next will be Dan Obert behind the wheel of this next vehicle. And Dan is another rookie in a Volkswagen Polo R WRC and calls Sweden home. So this is, again, one of those international teams and international drivers making their effort and their way to get all the way out here to Colorado to run the Pikes Peak hill climb. First time for Dan to run on Pikes Peak, but won the FIA European Rallycross Championship in 2020 and 2022, and in 2020 and 2021, the FIA World Rallycross Championship and the Nordic Rallycross in 2020 and 2021 as well. Just another driver that's got a ton of experience, and this is going to be paved, but a similar challenge, I think, to a lot of those rallies.
No, that's an awesome car to have up here, I'd imagine. I mean, anything that says WRC at the end of it, you know it's going to be a proper race car, and it is a monumental task for some of those guys coming from overseas just to get here for this race. I mean, I know it's just months of preparation, trying to get through customs and everything. I talked to Dan briefly at Tech Inspection, and the car wasn't there because it was still on a shipping container on its way up from Dallas from the port. So it was just a task for those guys to even get here for this race, and now he's on the start line, and he's getting ready to go tackle this thing. It's going to be fun to watch. He's obviously a great driver, won those rally championships, and the car looks good. I mean, I just love the way these cars look, and all-wheel drive. It's probably got launch control. We'll see if he kicks on the two-step and lets it rip.
I'd have to imagine that a WRC built car has to be one of the best kind of pre-built, not specifically for this road cars to take on the mountain. It just seems like it's going to have a really good balance of power, of braking ability, and of balance as well. So we'll see how it does, but I just have to imagine that's going to be a fun car to watch as we await the finish line here for Lucy Block. That's Cash Singh first that will come across the stripe, and Cash Singh in the
11:54.6 for Cash there.
All right.
So didn't quite get down to his personal best time, but no matter what, he's having the best time of his life right now.
Yeah, and I think maybe it was that third section, perhaps, maybe section 2, section 3, perhaps a bit off of where maybe he was expecting to be, but still not a bad run, and completes it again for the 13th time as we jump back and have a look again at that 141 car. Scott Knott piloting that Lotus Elise. These are little cars, and there is some
little bit of
smoke trailing from it as well. Could be a tire rub as well. It looked like it was maybe just through the right-hand corner.
Yeah, you can haze tires if the differential starts slipping or something like that. You can burn off the inside tire. You're really leaned over there. The car's G'd out. So any number of things. Doesn't look like it's still smoking. So let's see if it does it again through this next hairpin.
Maybe
hard to tell with the trees, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but still making its way up the mountain, so it doesn't seem like it's going to cause any strife, at least for the time being, for Scott Knott on his first attempt up the mountain with this car that has seen and done so much. Been a race car since 2005. I love hearing stories like that, people in grassroots racing that have been racing a Miata or something for 30 years. And some of them, I even heard about one, EG Honda Civic that had been raced with the original motor without having been swapped or even gone over. So that's pretty cool to watch. As Den Oberg waiting the green flag launch here to take that Volkswagen Polo RWRC to the top. There's the green flag. And
there's the launch control.
Here we go. Making a lot of noise. Here comes the speed and power. Away we go. The 71, Dan Oberg, up and away towards the green flag, the start line at 12.5 miles and 156 turns away. And I bet most of them will be sideways like that.
Absolutely. That's what that car is designed to do. Just slide through corners, all-wheel drive, just digging super hard. That looked like a blast through there. He's just got that wheel pointed straight, full throttle. Let that all-wheel drive do the work for you. Let's see what he does in this first split. We just got Scott Knott through Sector 2. There's Lucy coming into Olympic.
And Lucy Block climbing the mountain, dropping the right rear tire over the edge. And Lucy Block, final couple of corners, checkered flag waving for Lucy. And across the stripe, completing the 101st running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And across the stripe, job done.
She did it, 11:25. You heard the roar of the crowd there as soon as she made it across that finish line. Big sigh of relief from the crew, and everybody is just so excited to see her up here.
And back again to Scott Knott in the Lotus Elise. Talk about balance and talk about trackability. What a great road car. Maybe compromising on a long journey, perhaps, but there's probably not a lot of cars better suited for twisting roads than a Lotus Elise, and it is making its way up right now. Again, a 1.8-liter Toyota-sourced engine that is powering this car up the mountain, and with that, using a little bit of road there on the left and still piloting it up the hill. And Scott Knott's first section, a 207.724. Section 2 at a 247.952. So running the Time Attack 1 category. And maybe trying to slot ahead of Tyler Pappas or maybe around where Raymond Guerrero is. And an overall time, Guerrero's down the order at a 13:40. So unobstructed, Scott should be quicker than that. And here is Kendall Samuels. Subaru getting ready to go here in just a couple of moments. This is a new car. For those that are familiar with Kendall Samuel and his competition in Time Attack, whether it's Grid Life or elsewhere, this is not the same Subaru Impreza that he's run in the past. This is a car that was built again, we keep talking about the last 100 days, but in April this car was just a bare chassis sitting on a stand, and now it's a full car. And they still have the other one, which is I've seen that plenty of times at Grid Life, but all new car, and I don't want to say untested, but there's still a lot to learn, I think, with any new build.
No, and you can come up here with something you've been developing for numerous years. I mean, you look at James Clay, who was top 3 in one of the most competitive classes up here, ran a record-breaking time initially, and even with that, I mean, that car's been developed so heavily over the past 3 years. So taking something that's literally 100 days old and never been up on the mountain, it takes a lot of tweaking to get the car happy.
Yeah, and continue to watch Scott Knott work his way up the mountain in the Lotus Elise. Kendall Samuel out of Hendersonville, North Carolina. This car, 3,100 pounds, Subaru's 2.3-liter turbo flat 4. Again, another engine that's synonymous as a little bit of a hiccup there,
Got
perhaps.
an issue maybe? It did sound a little flat coming out of that last hairpin. Maybe an engine issue. Maybe that was smoke we were seeing.
Yeah, but still making power, but just not a lot of it, as Scott has completed 2 sections of the 4. Now
he's
just
pulling
stripping
over
across
there.
the 3rd, and it looks like Scott Knott will pull to the side and might not complete this run to the mountain. You see the smoke just
we
beyond
got
the crowd
steam
there.
or smoke coming off that. I mean, the good news is there's a lot of fans there to give you support,
Yeah.
so it's better than pulling over on the side of the road where there's nobody to console you after a bad day like that. That's too bad for Scott Knott. I was looking forward to watching that thing get all the way to the summit, just add more to that storied history of that car.
Well, I bet you that it will add more story next year because it's going to conquer it next time around. But Scott Knott doesn't look like he'll make it all the way to the top this time through. More on Kendall Samuel in terms of his accolades. I mentioned that he's run in grid life before, 3rd overall in unlimited class back in 2018, 4th overall in track modified in 2022. And then as far as some other competition, SCCA time trials, unlimited class at CMP, won 1st there as well. And he's also a driving instructor at Grid Life as well. We've seen him there in the past. So great guy to talk to, and was always very willing to share with me his experience here this week getting the car set up. But excited to watch Kendall climb the mountain.
No, it's going to be fun. I mean, we were talking to them and watching them. We were running in their group during testing, and they were experiencing the true Pikes Peak. They didn't have anywhere near a perfect, clean, issue-free run through all the testing. So the fact that they're even here today on race day is awesome, and they're on the start line getting ready to go, and he's going to get to the summit. I mean, a guy that's got that much experience, and if you're an instructor for a big program like Grid Life, you're going to know what you're doing. So it's going to be great, and I just love the way that car looks. They call it blue steel, I guess, with the side window there, the picture there, and I just love those cars. That 2002 era Impreza is just a really, really beautiful car.
Yeah, and very well put together for having been such a recent build as well. And I think that's the other thing we should note is the fit and finish on these cars across the board, whether it's an open wheel car, an unlimited car, time attack car. They are so well put together, all clean and tidy, and they're going to have some Pikes Peak dirt and dust on them by the time they get to the top. But so much effort is put into the presentation of these vehicles, so much time. And I said in the intro to this at the very top of the show at 7 a.m. this morning, a lot of these drivers spend 364 days of the year preparing for the 365th, and that's today. This is their new year, and it all starts again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, especially if you're one of the guys having an issue up here today. You got Dio Shihara. I know those guys are immediately on the computer figuring out what's going wrong. They probably already got data somehow from the top of the mountain, and they're going to be grinding. And that's the same thing for anybody, whether you go win this race like what Robin Schute's looking to do, or you don't finish. You're going to be immediately planning for next year, getting the next 364 days of just hard work and effort to get right back here next year.
So Kendall Samuel, running the number 197 Subaru, is one of our last dozen or so drivers, but still to come. Cam Ingram, Robert Prilica, Scott Birdsall, Paul Dallenbach, Leah Block with the Huna Pegasus, and Rob Holland is also on that list. We spoke with Ben Ryan earlier in the Mini Cooper. He's on this list as well. Satoshi Yagi will be jumping up there in a little while as well. So still some names and faces that we're awaiting that will make their run up to the top of the mountain as we approach 2 p.m. here Mountain Time here in Colorado. Thanks for joining us again on this coverage for the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. This coverage brought to you by Mobil 1. It's been a heck of a day. I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of people, shaken a lot of hands, and I can't wait to do it again next year, but we still have a couple scores to settle, I think, in a couple of these categories.
Yeah, no, there's going to be some fast guys. You know, some of those guys, we talked to Paul earlier, he had some issues, and talking to Rob Holland, it wasn't an actual issue with their car. They hit a deer on the way to the racetrack in the morning, so they did a lot of damage to their tow vehicle, it sounded like, and that's the only reason that he didn't get a qualifying time. They couldn't physically make it up here, so he's going to be one to watch. Rob's obviously an incredible driver. That car's really capable, and fortunately for him, the weather's looking to hold out, so he's going to get a clean, dry road, and years past, that wouldn't be the case if you're rolling off the line 60th.
And coming off of a double victory in his SRO competition last week, won both races in the GT America category in GT4. So 2 wins last week at VIR, and then travel across the country and try to do it all over again. Just Rob's, again, one of those drivers that just likes to drive, and this is one of those just drive events on top of the competition that comes with it. It's a bucket list item, as so many have said today, and Rob is, I'm sure, looking very forward to taking his car up the mountain, especially in that GT4 category. So, and it looks like we might be on a bit of a hold here for now as we wait. They might be checking the course perhaps for anything that might have come out of the Scott Knott machine here. But we're going to step away for a few minutes, and we'll be back with more coverage from Pikes Peak and America's Mountain.
Unbelievable. What?
And back from America's Mountain. Welcome back to the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. To my right now is Rob Tinson, the Vice President of Sales at Helipagid, and part of Rob Holland's team that will be running up the mountain here in just a little while. Rob, thanks for joining us. And we were just talking about Rob Holland, and I know him very well from the SRO competition series in GT America and GT4 America. It's a pleasure to have you here with us.
No, it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, what a great event.
It's a great event. My first time, as I've said so many times today, it's overwhelming almost. I know Rob has been here a handful of times, but talk to us about that program that Rob's running and the challenges this week getting here to the racetrack and even to participate in this week's event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rob will tell you best. He's had a tough week, but nonetheless, he'll be out here in a few minutes. Hit a deer on his way down with the trailer. So set him back a little bit, but nonetheless, that GT4 is ready to go. And Helipagid brake systems, we couldn't be happier. We've got customers here. We've got folks who are enjoying this event, and we can't wait till he takes off. He's ready, as he always is.
Yeah, and he's always so great to talk to, and I think that's one of the things for me, anytime that we talk about any motorsports event, there's one person behind the wheel, but it's a whole team of people that make it possible, and the sponsors and the partners and people that make it all possible. So talk to me about the team and about Helipagid and how it all comes together to support a program like this and get someone up a 12.5-mile climb up to the mountain.
Yeah, so Helipagid brake systems, Rob's been with us for a while. We couldn't ask for a better driver, a better team. Rotec Racing, awesome group of guys. They put us out there in front every time, every race. So yeah, this is obviously the big race everybody wants to be at. So the crew's ready. We come out, we bring a bunch of folks, and couldn't be happier. Rob makes it special for the fans. Anybody who hasn't been by to visit him, he is more than happy to go out and have a kid sit in the car, shake a hand. So Helipagid, we're thrilled to have him. And this type of event, this series in particular, is unlike any other series. Your access to the drivers, and a guy like Rob, who's so outgoing and never takes it for granted, understands how important this is especially for the young kids. He's the best. So couldn't ask for a better better race car driver, better owner in Rotec Racing, and Helipagged, we're thrilled to be with him.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time talking with him in the SRO America paddock, and even in the busiest of weekends, he's always willing to shake a hand and stop and talk with us, and gave me some advice coming into this. Is my first event here this weekend, and told me that there's so many stories to follow, right? Everyone's story, and even his with the complication of hitting the deer on the way in here this weekend. But working with a guy like Rob, working with Rotec Racing, and being here, witnessing this event, the spectators, I think this is one of the most dedicated fan bases to any motorsports event I've ever seen. Rolling in here at 1 a.m., line out the gate to get in here. What's that been like for you to experience this and see this event as it grows and continues in its 101st running?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, it started for us Saturday. We took a group up in a couple SUVs. Rob was behind a Suburban. I think he thought it was his Porsche. But we took a few folks up here, and he knows this track so incredibly well. He knows this run. He knows where every little bump is. He knows where he's got to, lay up a little bit. He knows where he can go hard. Talking to us the whole time, giving that fan experience. That was super cool. And then coming out this morning, he says, guys, leave early because there's going to be a line. And it was spot on. We left the hotel and got here just in time to be able to enjoy this with everybody else. But yeah, just looking around, it's not an easy place to get to, and it's there's different parts of the track that certainly you can see everything, but just to have all these fans out here and the dedication, I think, is awesome. It speaks volumes to the legacy of the race.
And what great weather. And I think we've been spoiled a little bit this year in my first running. I think with all the times we've seen so fast and the weather is so perfect, Tommy we're kind of teasing each other that this isn't really the initiation. The initiation's probably when it's snowing and 30 degrees out and the road's icy, but it's just been a phenomenal experience, and I hope that you had the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always look at the bright side of things. Even, going a little bit later than obviously expected for Rob, the track's in great condition. And, got to see everybody else and see how they perform. And I know Rob's dialed in and he's figured it all out. So I think although he didn't, start maybe when he wanted to in terms of time of day, I think it's all going to work out to his favor. So look for that Helipagged Porsche out there. I know he's gonna turn a good time.
Well, Rob Tinson, thank you so much for joining us here, and enjoy Rob's run. We'll let you get back out there so you can get trackside and watch him go up the mountain.
Great, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. And continuing coverage here from the 101st running, the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, coverage presented by Mobil 1. I hope that everyone at home is enjoying this. Again, there are such huge challenges with this event and bringing this event to you at home. I think it's hard to explain the complications of an event like this. We've said at length how hard it was to get in, but also to set up, and the complications of how far away everything is, vertically and horizontally, all the boulders and things in the way. It's just an incredibly difficult event, but the team here this weekend, both running the event, running the broadcast, have done an amazing job. And as we continue to await what we presume is a track cleanup, we're going to step away for a few more minutes with that fluid cleanup, and Dan Oberg is going to get to run again. So that when we come back. And back on America's Mountain, I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Tommy Boileau all afternoon, all morning, since basically dawn. We've been here getting ready to go today, and while we await some course cleanup a little bit further up the mountain, I want to thank you again for being here and coaching me through this first of mine event here at this Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It has been a pleasure so far. We saw some records fall earlier, some unbelievable times at the top of the order. Let's just recap some of what we've seen so far today in terms of the time. times. But at the top of the board, Robin Shute with an 8:40.080. Unbelievable time, in Romain Dumas in the Ford Supervan 4, an 8:47. 2 sub-minute times this year.
Yeah, I mean, when you see that 8:47, especially by Romain Dumas in a Pikes Peak Open car, that to me is mind-boggling. And we all knew Robin was going to go out there and throw down something crazy fast, because that's what he does. There's a reason he's been king of the mountain numerous times, and I'm not taking anything away from that 8:40. Anything under 9 minutes is insane. But to be within 7 seconds of Robin Shute driving a Ford Transit, I mean, come on, it's impressive. And then in all of these top 6 guys, I mean, anything sub 9, anything. But I mean, we've got 5, 6 guys all under 9:30. That is 7 guys all under 9:30. That's just insane.
And right in the perfect part of the day, the kind of mid-morning hours when the track was gripped up, the air was cool, and we just saw such incredible lap times. Robin Shute, Romain Dumas, Raphael Estier in the Alpine, which we spoke with their team manager before as well. David Donahue leading that time attack 1 category, as sounds like we are about ready to go back green and turn loose once again. Dan Oberg in that number. Kendall Samuel will get the green flag. There he goes in the 197 Subaru, off and away in his first attempt at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Oh, man, he's just got to be so excited right now. There's just the amount of effort that's gone into their program just to get here on race day, and this is where it all comes to shine, man. This is what it's all about right here, right now. The next 10 minutes or so are going to be so thrilling for him and so stressful for his crew.
And his crew and his family and everyone that's been a part of this project. And about maybe 10, 11 minutes from now, they're going to know where he stands and have a time to shoot for next year. And I think that's, we've talked a couple times today about personal goals, the goals to beat your competition and just to beat the mountain. No one's ever going to beat the mountain, but they're going to try to do their best to conquer it. But you've got such distinct goals depending on your experience level, what you're driving, what category you're in. And for some of these drivers, it's just set a time, set a benchmark so that you can come back next year and beat it.
No, 100%, especially if it's your rookie year, first attempt on the mountain. Your only goal is getting to the top. Anything on top of that's just icing on the cake. So you set the benchmark, you come back next year, you evaluate what you did well, what you maybe could have improved on, and then you take that ball and let it roll.
Paul Huber is getting lined up for a run in the 2023 Acura Integra, 32-year-old out of Marysville, Ohio, and getting set to take that 1.5-liter Honda engine to the top of the mountain. Another great-looking Acura Integra. And you know what? These things look great in race trim, I'll tell you that. You throw a livery on this, and Acura's got a deep, rich history in North American road racing. Of course, you can't mention Acura and North American racing without mentioning real-time racing, without mentioning Peter Cunningham, whose record fell this weekend. And I'm going to tease him. He already told me that if it gets broken, he is not going to come back, but I'm going to make sure that I tease him enough that it bothers him deeply enough that he'll come back and try to beat it again.
I think we're all going to be in PDs here, man. I mean, this car kind of reminds me of those old real-time cars. It's got the orange and the white on it, and they do just look incredible in that race trim. But all these Hart guys, all these HPD guys, a lot of these drivers in these Acuras are actually engineers that work in the factory, and this is their one time to go shine. And not necessarily they're not going to be driving other stuff throughout the year, but this is their big event, man. This is their Super Bowl, and they're here to have the time of their life and showcase what they do day in and day out and make sure that they keep impressing with these awesome Acuras.
Yeah, this Hart team, again, we've seen them in road racing all over the country at times, and I know some people that work on the team and have worked on their touring car program in the past as well. But circling back to real time and Peter Cunningham, I bet you he's already texted me, but I can't get service up here, so I won't know until later. I'll get a barrage of texts from all sorts of people, but Peter, just even yesterday morning at 5 a.m. was asking, where can I watch it? Where can I watch it? And so we sent him the link to Mobil 1 where you could watch the broadcast. So just a really cool story that he had with that real-time car. And the Acura legacy continuing with the Integra. This one, though, with the 1.5-liter engine, just under 3,000 pounds. So it's not going to break records today, but just set benchmarks for this Integra to continue to beat as we carry on.
No, and when we were talking to some of the other manufacturers, I mean, they use this as a proving ground. It's, hey, we've put in all this engineering work and all these hours and all these big brains working on getting these cars to where they're going to be, and they're taking everything they learned up here right now and putting it on those street cars so that when you go buy one off the showroom floor, it is proven to be capable of doing pretty much anything.
And then, of course, there's the famous draw to the Nordschleife and all the cars that were designed on the Nordschleife and engineered to perfect that lap. But it is so, I don't think you can perfect a car for the mountain. You can get them really close, but I think that's maybe the draw for these OEMs is, yeah, you can get a car to drive really good on the Nordschleife. Try to get that same car to drive really good all the way up the hill here. It's not going to do it unless you just put in so much time, so much effort, so much energy into data analysis. The driver has to be really good. You have to understand the conditions. You have to get lucky a lot of the times as well. And sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good, but a lot of these OEMs, a lot of these teams are lucky and good. And up at the top of the mountain, DJ Clark is with Lucy Block.
I am indeed Lucy Block here. And Lucy, I've got to ask, how was the run?
It was really fun. It was fun to get to the top, and it was a Sunday drive. That's what I told myself.
Well, that's the way to do it. Now, I want to ask you about the car itself. I mean, a pretty unique combination with the electric motor put into that chassis. How was it coming up the hill, and what was the impetus behind it?
Well, I didn't, design the car or anything, but for me, they suited to drive my driving style. I love the suspension. I love the torque. My whole goal was to manage my right foot, because that's my problem, is putting it down. But we did that. We made it to the top.
You made it to the top. Go enjoy some donuts, Lucy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, DJ, and thanks, Lucy. And managing the right foot, that is probably a pretty important part of managing this hill climb. Managing all the pedals in the car, whether you got 2 or 3 of them, is a pretty big part of making it up the mountain as Kendall Samuel works his way up, managing all 3 pedals in that Subaru. Heel toe downshifting, clutching the upshifts. That is an art that someday might be lost, but for now we get to enjoy a couple of cars on the hill climb. Actually, a lot of cars on the hill climb. Still managing 3 pedals in an H-pattern gearbox.
Yeah, no, it just adds a whole nother element to being a driver up here when you've got those extra little things you're doing. I'm spoiled in my car. I'm just flat shift, paddle shift, and it's like you're playing on a video game, but there's higher consequences. So having to row through the gears and blip your downshifts and heel toe, it definitely I think it just adds to the experience. I had to do that my rookie year up here, and I'm in that big NASCAR. I had probably 2 feet of throw in the shifter. It was just a big old boat, but it was still probably the coolest thing I've ever done, was racing that big thing all the way to the summit.
So Kendall Samuel's rookie section, Section 1, Section 2, 201, 748, 245, 132, as there goes Paul Hubers, and beginning his run up the mountain. 12.5 miles and 156 turns from now, that Integra will have a time, and he will be joining Kendall Samuel on that run up the mountain. So that Integra is off and away. Kendall Samuel, as I mentioned, already through Section 2. And everyone's nervously awaiting that Section 3 time, I'm sure, on that team, because that third section takes a little bit longer than those first 2. And so everyone's just waiting and watching that timing and scoring to see where it pans out.
Yeah, it's a little bit longer time-wise. Obviously, you're going to be going a little bit farther than those first 2 splits. But more importantly, everybody that's sitting there waiting knows how much sketchier it gets visually up there. You're above tree line. There's big cliffs everywhere. So the stress level is definitely a little bit higher from both the driver standpoint and from the crew standpoint when you're trying to work through those splits. But looks like he just is about there. A couple more corners to get through that second split, or that third split rather.
Yeah, looking pretty composed right now, line to line, and see some of that fluid clean up there. And that's a tentative moment there, I'm sure, as you see some of that oil dry on the road surface. And you've gone up the mountain a handful of times. Have you ever had to navigate a cleanup situation like that, where you know or saw that there was some kind of cleanup? And how does that change your approach to that corner?
Yeah, I've had to work with it a little bit. I mean, the safety crew up here is so on top of everything. They come up to you, they let you know exactly where it is, exactly what to expect, if it's going to be just oil dry down, if somebody dropped water, coolant, oil, whatever it may be. They give you a heads up. They say just be ready for it. So mentally you prepare yourself, you see it, you recognize it. And unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of road to work with. So there's not a whole lot of trying to work around those oil spills at some points. It's usually just go through it cautiously and then continue on.
Yeah, so Paul Huber's up the mountain. It looks like Dan Oberg's going to get to roll again here. He was one of the drivers that was turned around, so a bit out of order now in that number 71 Volkswagen. But they will head up the mountain here momentarily and begin their climb once again. And Oberg had run up through 2 sections before getting turned around. So just like we saw a bit earlier with Tyler Pappas getting turned around. And now the goal is to not only beat the time that you're going to beat, but the 2 times that you set in those previous 2 sections, as Kendall Samuel now heads up and begins another switchback climb here. Looking pretty nice and tidy, composed, and turns it in. A little bit of understeer you can hear just in the front tires as they go for grip, but looks and sounds good.
No, that car looks amazing. It sounds great. Such that just distinct Subaru sound. And I know there's a lot of Subaru fans, especially out here in Colorado. We got the #1 volume Subaru dealer in the world here in Colorado Springs. So I guarantee you there are a handful of Subarus in that parking lot, and they are pumped to see one go and drive by.
Kendall, section 3 at a 326, 696. And one section left to go for car number 197 in the unlimited category, Kendall Samuel. Dan Oberg still getting prepped at the start line to begin his rerun before we work our way through the final handful of cars. Earl O'Malley, Cam Ingram, and a handful of others before we wrap up today's action at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. 71 still working some air into the cockpit there, moving the doors back and forth. And the longer you wait, I mean, again, some of these drivers are just so clinical and the weight's not going to bother them at all. But the temperature as it climbs there as you're waiting and idling around.
Yeah, and Dan already went out there. He got the heart rate up. He was 5 minutes into his run, so he's trying to just regather himself, get the car back to where it needs to be. And who knows, they may have needed to put fuel in it. These things burn so much fuel. We've talked about that a couple times already today, where you maybe got to refuel, try to get a little more heat back in the brakes and the tires, and then give it another shot. But we saw Tyler do it earlier. He improved on his cumulative time between those two splits. I think Dan's probably going to end up doing the same.
Kendall Samuel working his way through. There's the green flag once again for Dan Oberg, and will roll once more in his attempt to compete and climb in the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. A little bit of smoke out the tailpipes there as it begins the climb up the mountain. I'd have to imagine that is perfectly predictable in a car like that.
No, absolutely. That thing's got one purpose-built reason, and that's just to go throw pavement out behind it, just like some of the others that we've seen. And he was a little bit more composed through that first corner this time. I think maybe he gave himself a little bit of a reality check, said, all right, back it off just a touch. might be getting a little too crazy in this rally car, but we got Paul Hubers now through Sector 2, 2:52.5 for Paul.
All right, and Kendall Samuel is almost complete with his run up the mountain as well. And we're going to be moving on shortly in the running order to Earl O'Malley, Cam Ingram, and Satoshi Yagi, and Robert Prilica. Some names and names that sound very familiar to those that have been around the mountain for quite some time. But Paul Hubers, as you mentioned, sections 1 and 2 complete. Kendall Samuel is through the first 3 sections, and Dan Oberg again going to reset his first section time, which was a 2:04.361, and I guess jury's out on if he'll improve that or not.
Yeah, we're moments away from finding out. I mean, like I said, my guess is he probably picks up a little bit of time. He looked a little bit more composed through that first corner. Based on the behavior of that corner or that car through the first corner on that first attempt, he was sliding around. I'm assuming he was doing that everywhere, so we'll see what he does.
Is there a preference of balance? I mean, this is probably a per-driver thing, I'd have to imagine, but would you prefer to have a bit more rotation or have the car be maybe a bit more predictable and lean towards some understeer as a safety mechanism more?
So obviously, I mean, each driver is going to have their own preference, but for me personally, if I'm driving around most other racetracks, I like a car to be a little bit more loose. I want it to rotate a little bit and be more free. Up here, I tend to lean towards more understeer. It just tends to be more predictable, and it just doesn't catch you out as easy. It's a lot easier to correct an understeer. You just got to back off your speed a little bit, rather than if that car tries to snap on you and cause a spin, there's not a whole lot you can do with zero runoff.
Kendall Samuel, 11:40.859. That's his time for next year to beat. His first run up the mountain is a successful one for Kendall Samuel in the number 197 Subaru. Completes the run with some sparks flying off the splitter on that bump coming to the checkered flag. That was fun to watch as Paul Hubers continues his ascent up the mountain. We've already sent Dan Oberg, and up next, this is Earl O'Malley, and this is another very rapid-looking machine, very lightweight-looking car.
Yeah, we saw Rodney O'Malley earlier. I believe this is his brother, and they've got similar builds on these cars, so I'm sure there's maybe a side bet going on between the two to see who can go a little bit quicker. And then we just saw Dan Oberg come through. He picked up 3 seconds in that first split.
Wow.
So he definitely figured something out in that little reset period. I think he's going to find probably more time. It's a little bit longer segment in split 2. Let's see if he can improve on that 2:43.2.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch that approach as Earl O'Malley gets set to go. This is again, with the fun names here, the 2015 O'Malley Special Spec 3 out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. This thing weighs 1,375 pounds with a Subaru Source 2.5-liter turbo engine. That's kind of a unique engine combination for this chassis.
That really is. I mean, usually you see somebody building something like that and they want to get something maybe a little bit beefier, but honestly, with how light that car is, that seems like it's a great combination. And obviously, Rodney went out there early and ran pretty well, and we'll see what his brother can do.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that's a Boxer as a Subaru 2.5 liter. That's probably something that you'd find in an Impreza of some kind. And one of the things about Boxer engines, low center of gravity. If you can get it low in the chassis, you're going to have a go-kart on your hands. So that'll be fun to watch, as if it needed help being that.
Yeah,
at
1,300 pounds.
But the scary thing for all the competitors that are against O'Malley and runs in the Colorado Hill Climb Association Series, 20 first-place finishes in that category. So that is pretty unbelievable. Joining us now on the headset to my right is Michael Kaiser from Hart Racing, an engineer on a couple of those cars. And, of course, we've had the NSX, the Integra, and the TLX all on display. So, Michael, welcome. This is a big event for Hart Racing, for Acura, for Honda, and HPD. What's your experience been like this week? Yes.
It's been running well. We're just hoping to get to the top with a good time.
Yep.
Great weather.
Yeah, it's been great so far. Paul Huber is on his way up the mountain right now in that number 41 in the exhibition category. What's been the goal with this class? We were talking earlier about OEMs maybe setting goals to bring some engineering back to the road cars, but as an engineer, your job is just look at that data, figure out what to do better next time, what could you have done, what did you do right. So there's got to be a lot of data analysis. So take me through that process, both in developing a car for something like this and analyzing it afterward.
Certainly. So when we start off, we get the car essentially as you would get it from the dealership, and our objective is really just to showcase Acura products and what they can do.
Absolutely, and that Integra, a relatively new car to the lineup for Acura, and we've seen a couple really different, pretty solid time. Take me through engineering in HPD or for Hart Racing and the different chassis, and how much do you have to change and learn, and how much is similar from car to car?
So it very much depends car to car. So certainly, oftentimes we'll start off with a factory performance model where really we're just showcasing the car as it is. In the case of Paul's car, we have some suspension modifications, but overall drivetrain is mostly stock car.
Gotcha. What's your background? How'd you get into engineering with Hart, and where'd you go to school? Where are you from?
So Hart, overall, the purpose is it's an associate engagement program, expand on the knowledge of our engineers. So everybody on our team is a Honda associate, working nights, weekends, just to build a car and come race here.
It just seems like such a passion project, and I'm sure if I mention the name Eric Catil, is that a familiar name to you? Maybe not. Eric has worked on the Hart team before in the touring car category over on the IMSA side, but I know him very, very well. He's actually in Japan right now working on some projects, but it's got to be so satisfying and gratifying to head up the mountain. And what's it been like for you experiencing this? Is this your first time here?
So this is my 4th year here.
Okay.
All times with Hart. It's been a great experience. A lot of opportunity to see many different cars and get to know our own products at Acura. So for my day job, I'm working steering design, so getting to see the other areas of the car is definitely a lot of fun.
It's really cool, and it looked like we just had a run across the stripe for Paul Hubers. We'll see where that time lands, Paul, in the exhibition category in the number 41 Acura Integra. Looked like a nice clean run all the way up to the finish. And waiting for the timing and scoring to update and tell us where he has run. He jumped up to 10th in the exhibition category to 12:08.535. So how are we feeling about that? Just over 12 minutes.
Definitely really happy with that.
Awesome.
Great result. First time with some good weather.
Good stuff and great weather indeed. Michael Kaiser from Hart Racing, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on a successful run and enjoy the celebration later.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. As we're going to move on now to Cam Ingram's run. He's going to get started and set here in just a moment. We talked with him earlier. We had the O'Reilly Auto Parts mountain cam there, and he will begin his climb up the mountain in that very modified Porsche 911 GT3R.
This car is absolutely one to watch, and we see Dan with some smoke. So he improved a ton on that second split, but that car does not look happy.
Yeah, well, we saw some smoke at the beginning, and we're like, yeah, rally car. And maybe we were a bit too much, yeah, rally car. Maybe this is, rally car
Right.
at this stage. But that does not look ideal, but he's still on it and trying to get to the top, I imagine.
Looks
but,
like he may be joining Scott Knott there up at the Devil's Playground parking lot. That's such a bummer. I mean, coming over all the way from Sweden, and is he going to drive through it? He's going to drive through it. Hopefully there's no oil coming out of that thing, but no, with Cam Ingram on the line there, that car is going to be one to watch. Cam has he's got some experience up here, and that car is absolutely incredible. That's the same car that Reese Millen drove last year and was the fastest Pikes Peak Open car in 2022. So the car can do it. Cam can do it. They had some issues in qualifying. That's the only reason he's running this far down in the order. But I told him, kind of on a side note, that's one of my all-time favorite cars up here. It's just a timeless look to it. It's always been such a cool car, rooting for him at Le Mans, events like that. And to have one that's been taken from already super, super cool and fast, and then you throw anti-lag at it, you throw a bigger rear wing at it, and you make it specifically designed for Pikes Peak, it's pretty awesome.
I just love that car. I love the chassis. I love what they've done to it, and making an awesome car even more incredible as we continue to watch mountain ascent here. The time to beat in Pikes Peak Open, though, that category, as it stands, is Romain Dumas' car at an 847.682. Does this car have that in it?
No. I would say I don't think so, but I know it doesn't. I mean, that I don't think any combustion engine vehicle will be able to get down to an 847 until there's just some more advancements in turbo systems or tires or brakes or whatever it may be. That electric package just really has a little bit of an advantage up here. You don't lose the power. You can, especially with the all-wheel drive system in that super van, you can get off the corners, especially in that middle section, really well. But he does have a good chance. I mean, if he could put a clean run together, he can be top three. James Clay at that 920.433, that's a super, super fast run. But that car can do it.
Well, that'll be fun to watch, and we'll keep an eye on that battle for third in the Pikes Peak Open category as Dan Oberg continues the climb. So despite some smoke coming out the tailpipe, kept the foot in it and keeps rolling up the mountain. Earl O'Malley also has made it through 2 sections. Oberg has made it through 3. And as far as everyone else, I think that is all that's left on the mountain right now. So we've got 3 drivers still making their way up to the summit. And next up is a rowdy-looking car. This is the 831 machine of Satoshi Yagi behind the wheel. This 1990 Toyota Starlet. What a unique car to have in this lineup.
I don't even know if I've ever seen a Starlet, let alone a Starlet race car. So this is pretty awesome. Coming over all the way from Japan. You know, he is just thrilled to be here. Anybody that comes over from overseas, they take this event so seriously. They put so much time and energy and money just to be here. And we've been saying it time and time again, just getting to the start line's an accomplishment. He's got one more task at hand. Let's see if he can put that thing all the way to the top of America's mountain.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that car and the driver here just a moment. Earl O'Malley continues the ascent in the open wheel category. 2 sections down, 2 more to go. A 206.1 in section 1, a 246.2 in section 2, and just very clinical and making the right moves at the right time and tucking it in. Using the road all the way line to line, and Oberg's car continues to spit some ugly-looking smoke out the back, but it doesn't matter if he can get it to the finish line.
He's got
and
it to the finish line. I would do the exact same thing. I don't care if that thing blows up right now. You made it to the summit. You can go down on the back of a hauler. I've done it.
So Dan Oberg finally gets the Volkswagen WRC car to the stripe in the unlimited category. We'll see how far up the order that car will climb. There have been 14 cars in that class so far. We'll see how many he can eclipse. It definitely seemed like a pretty reasonable time.
Yeah, no, those first 2 splits were really good. Obviously, with that engine starting to let go, maybe he lost a little performance in that 3rd split. But we'll see what that 4th split is. He may be able to get it up there pretty high.
And Dan Oberg up to 12th in unlimited at 11:58.496. So sub 12 minutes there for the Volkswagen WRC. But I think that team, that driver, I think they'd like another run next year with the engine on all cylinders, or I guess without whatever smoke was coming out the tailpipe, keep that in the engine and have another shot at it.
Yeah, maybe that rerun they had to do wasn't quite the blessing that we initially thought.
Right.
Maybe that thing only had about 5 minutes left in it, and they ran it 5 minutes too long thanks to that rerun, but you never know.
Earl O'Malley climbing the mountain here still in the 119 car in the open wheel category. Section 1, 206.1 as we mentioned. Section 2 at a 246. Then Section 3 and 4 still remaining. Looks like Section 3 completion here at this point for O'Malley. And what will that Section 3 split be? As far as open wheel, the next car up the order to chase. That's a ways up, isn't it, as far as the lap times for that open wheel category. But let's talk about more about this 1990 Toyota Starlet. This car weighs 2,300 pounds, maybe on the north side of that, 2,400 pounds. A Toyota 1.3-liter turbo engine. And this is Satoshi's first run on Pikes Peak with this Starlet. But as far as hill climbs, has done a whole bunch of those. The Brig Hill Climb Challenge Series won that in 2020. Has a couple other podiums in 2018 and 2019. And All Japan Rally, first place in the two-wheel drive division. Or first round, 16th place rather, 7th place in the 4th round in the two-wheel drive division. So going to pilot this Starlet all the way to the top of this mountain.
And as he's about to take off, we've got Cam Ingram's times coming in super fast on that first split, 146.9, and then another really, really quick one through that second split, 224.4. I told you Cam's going to be one to look out for, man. That car's fast, Cam's fast. He's going to go quite a ways up this running order here.
And when asked when it was the first time he drove up Pikes Peak, this is his first time on this course in real life, but he's driven up the course 100 times so far in the sim. Has gone off 50 times in the sim. So hopefully the record a little better today. Up through the gears, a little puff of smoke as he slams through the gearbox and begins the climb up to 14,110 feet in the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo with coverage presented by Mobil 1. And Earl O'Malley, one section left to go. Cam Ingram, good split one at a 146.986. Good split two as well. That's a quick lap that Cam is putting together.
No, Cam's putting together a good run here. I don't remember what the faster open cars were running, but he's going to be somewhere in the top 5 in that class for sure.
Yep, and that'll be fun to watch. So far, there have been 13 that have taken the green and tripped the timing in Pikes Peak Open, and Cam Ingram, as you mentioned, will likely jump up into the top 5 in that category. And really, James Clay would probably be the target for that car, but I think Cam is going to give it all he's got. And the engineering behind that car, we got to talk with one of the gentlemen that put that together, and just a fascinating car. But so is Satoshi Yagi's vehicle, the 1990 Starlet. That's on its way up. There's a look at Cam Ingram. Something about this bodywork, something about this livery, just what a beautiful piece of automotive machinery.
It just looks at home on the mountain. It looks like it was just born here. It's such a beautiful car, and it goes super fast, but because of the way those Porsches are designed, they don't look like they're going all that fast until you kind of get a little bit of a wider shot, and then you go, oh my gosh, Cam is moving.
And one of the things that they described was the weight balance of the Porsche 911 with that engine completely behind the rear axle. It's proven itself time and time again. It's not like it's a disadvantage in any way, shape, or form, but here on the mountain in particular, that can be a massive advantage with all that weight over the rear wheels helping grip the car up, especially leaving corner exit as Earl O'Malley rounds Olympic and heads up towards the start-finish line in the open wheel category. And he's aiming to beat Rodney, I'd say.
I think he's giving it his best shot. We'll see if he can do it. Rodney ran a 10:42, 11:59, so didn't quite catch Rodney there, but really cool. They both made it to the top. That's something you go and give them a hug and share a donut.
Share a donut and a coffee maybe, and enjoy the celebration there as those drivers make it to the top in that open wheel class. And what a range of time as well. Cody Vaschholz again in that 9:19.192, just such an unbelievably quick time. Silas Montgomery in his rookie season, 9:55, a sub 10-minute time in his first run up the mountain. Just such an impressive drive. Texas Dave, we talked to him earlier. He was just psyched to be here. 10:04, 6:55, and here comes Cam Ingram once again. Just well balanced, getting down on the loud pedal and letting that Porsche 911 just do it.
It sounds so good. Those are some of the best sounding race cars in the world. And as you were just saying, I was talking to him about I was struggling for rear grip, couldn't get the power down. He said he had zero issues with that. That thing makes 1,000 horsepower, and he can just hammer down on the throttle thanks to that weight over the rear axle. So he's making his way up to the top. We should see a third split for Cam here any moment.
Okay, this is awesome. Whatever we've got lined up here, this is truck number 15, Robert Perillica. This is the unique vehicles that hit the circuit here. This is unbelievably one of my favorites so far. 2023 Ford Shelby Super Snake Sport with Robert Perlica behind the wheel. 4,000 pounds, a 5-liter Ford turbo engine. This is going to be fun to watch.
Thing makes a ton of power. It's a truck, so it's kind of the opposite of what we were just saying about Cam. No weight over the rear axle, and he's still on street tires from what I understand. So this thing is basically off the showroom floor with some safety features. Look at those tires. That's not a race tire.
No, it is not, but he's going to run it in a race up to the top of Pikes Peak. His prior entries in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, he's run a handful of times before in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, very different than this vehicle. A 2009 Chevrolet Corvette, very different than this vehicle. 2014 Porsche GT3 Cup 991.1 and a 2022 Ford Shelby GT500. So this is a very different vehicle than he's ever taken up the mountain, but he has some experience and should feel right at home.
Yeah, no, Robert's been up here a bunch, and yeah, he's driven a lot of different vehicles up here, but there's really nothing that you could compare to this Shelby truck out there. It's going to be really fun to see him. I'm sure he's going to be sliding around and having probably the best time out of anybody.
Cam Ingram continues to carve corners. Satoshi Yagi in the Starlet continues to navigate Section 1 for Satoshi at a 216.458. Not a bad start at all, I'd say, in a car that, again, this mountain is a big mountain for that little car.
Yeah, it makes it look smaller than it already is. So it's, I'm sure he's given it all that thing has, and he gets farther and farther up the road, higher up in the elevation. It's gonna be hurting more and more for power, but he's given it.
1.3-liter Toyota engine. You could fit that in my back pocket, I think, here today. So just a very neat vehicle. We're down to the last couple of drivers and teams here joining us. And joining us here now to my right is Melissa, the executive director of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. And Melissa, I have to say, we spoke earlier this week. This is my first time at this event. I have been absolutely blown away by this event, and this has just been an unbelievable experience. So tell me about your experience so far with this event. Started off this morning. Just getting all the massive amounts of people in here was a challenge, but man, isn't it exciting to have so many people excited about the hill climb and excited about motorsports?
Oh, it's the best. We sold it out for the second year in a row. It's a small mountain. It's one road up, but we got them all up here, and everybody's sticking it out. Couldn't ask for better weather. I mean, this is amazing. It's been a while. I think the mountain is, these competitors deserve good weather. And here it is. No, I really love it. It's my first year, making some changes, taking it all in, looking what we can do in the future. This live stream's kind of one of those pieces that we kind of brought back in-house, and we added some stuff. The mountain doesn't always cooperate connectivity-wise, but have big plans. Things don't always work out. But next year we'll have a little bit more, and I'm really glad everybody's hanging in there and sticking it out with us.
It's been great so far, and we were just talking earlier about the challenges of putting on a production at an event like this. This mountain is certainly challenging just to get people to it, let alone infrastructure to it, but I have to say I've been very impressed so far with everything and with the team here. I said this before, being prepped. I got a call to do this a couple of weeks ago, and having never been here, I was just blown away by all the resources that were provided to us, so thank you for that. And it's an unbelievable event, and talking about how excited everyone is here and the names and faces that have been coming for decades, and the generational families that continue to return and call this one of the ultimate motorsports journeys. It has to feel very special to be a part of that and continue to grow it as it expands into its second century.
Yeah, it's a huge honor, and that's probably one of my favorite things is just roaming around the community, getting to know it. It's just all the stories. Everybody has a connection to this race, and every story is unique and new, and that's probably, I love getting out there and learning all about that. And it changes, every time somebody comes up, it's like, oh, I get it, I get it. Even from racers, like talking about David Malukas, it's almost like drivers around the world know this should be on their bucket list, but they're not 100% sure why. Then they come and see it, and they're like, oh yeah, this is it, I'm in. And it's just because it's so unique.
Speaking of unique,
oh yeah.
I mean, this as we continue to work our way down our competitor list, Scott Birdsall and Tommy, this is a truck that I think you know probably a lot more about than I do.
Oh yeah, Old Smokey calls it. This truck is awesome. It's a Ford F1. I think it's like a 49 or something like that. And yep, 1949 Ford F1, and it's another one of those things that's been in development and has made so much progress from year one to now. And it previously held the diesel engine record here. We'll see if he can go give Gregory a run for his money. he's been through it this week as well. He's had to put backup engines in it. He's blown turbos. He's had a typical Pikes Peak experience. The mountain's always rough, so everybody loves this thing. I mean, there's Hot Wheels of it. There's little custom cars that people make of it, and it's just such a cool, unique truck that has tons of potential and tons of performance in it.
It's just, you were speaking about how unique this event is, and I think the proof is in what's on camera now, the variety of vehicles. And of course, we talked with Jim Jordan about the inclusion of GT4 next year, which is a category that's recognized around motorsports, but the diversity of vehicles across the paddock and how excited everyone gets about the different generations. We've got historic vehicles here. We've got cars that are from the future here this weekend as well. That's got to be so exciting to bring this race into its second century and continue the legacy of innovation, advancement in engineering.
Right, along with legacy, right? We got to keep the grassroots, we got to keep all the uniqueness too, but it's got to be a balance of both. And our team works really hard. Our competition committee selection, we take all that into account when we chose this field, which, having 100 applications for 70 entries is crazy. But there were such great entries. It was a really difficult decision this year.
I'm sure it always is. In trucks, cars like this, entries like this, just from a demonstrative perspective, to watch something like this attack the mountain like this is going to be unbelievable. I can't believe this held a record, but it did. That's the crazy thing about this hill climb and this challenge, and the record taken away. So we'll see if Scott Birdsall can bring it back and pull the record back to this 1949 Ford F1. 49-year-old out of Santa Rosa, California. This thing, again, weighs 4,200 pounds. A Cummins 6.7-liter turbo diesel engine powering this thing up the mountain. His fourth time on Pikes Peak. And we'll see what he can do this time around, Tommy.
No, it's so awesome to watch Scott. He's another one of those guys that cares so much about this event, and he has so much passion for it. And he built this truck and has run it up here. I think this is his third time with the truck, fourth time up on the mountain. And he's been through it. He's hit deer. He's crashed his trailer, kind of like what Rob Holland did. He's been through the ringer, but the truck is always a fan favorite. It's such a cool piece of machinery, and not only does it look really cool and unique, it is fast. So it's going to be fun to see Scott. As long as that thing holds together, I think he could get up there and try to get that diesel record back.
It should be a lot of fun. Melissa, thank you so much for joining us. I want you to experience the end of this as well as we get down to the last couple of cars. There are some big names that have yet to run. But thank you so much for being here and putting on this event. It really is unbelievable. My first impressions have been amazing. And I've seen a lot of motorsports events. This is top of the list now. It really is special. Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate it. So a couple of competitors left to go. Scott Birdsall in the truck, making his way up the mountain here in just a moment. There's the green flag for Birdsall, and up and away goes the 1949 Ford truck. And a little bit of black smoke out the tailpipes, and up it goes to 14,110 feet.
I guess they call her Old Smoky for a reason, right? It's going to be fun to watch. That thing is always just it's amazing to see what it can do.
Up at the top of the mountain with Jan Olberg, also kicking some smoke out of that car. DJ Clark is standing alongside him at the summit.
I have indeed. Maybe the smokiest driver on the day, but Dan Olberg on the top of the mountain. Dan, that was an interesting run.
Yeah. The way it should be. Yeah. That's the thing with a supercar. It's a present it's a gift that always keeps giving in the negative way also sometimes. I'm not surprised.
All smoky, but you made it up here. You said you kind of had to fight it a little bit on the way up. You had some problems about half the way up, but you got here.
Yeah. First I got to run. The ALS didn't work, anti-lag system, so we had not as much boost as I want, not enough power. But we ran and tried to do the best out of the situation. But then I got a red flag in the middle of the course, so I had to, because the car in front of me broke down, so I had to go down again to the pit, fill it with fuel. So I asked them, can I also fill with some engine oil, because obviously, as you saw, I have it's a little oil eater that I have, but I couldn't fill it with engine oil. So, but then we did the second run, and on the second run I lost the oil pressure because the car uses some oil. Lost the oil pressure every turn, so I had to keep an eye on that. And then the coolant water was up on boiling point, and then 40 Celsius over boiling point. That's why I decided to just turn it off and to just make it to the top. It's boring, but we are at the top at least. So.
Boring, but I'm going to go on record and say that's an impressive run right there.
Boring maybe was the wrong word, but a little disappointing, but not surprised.
Not surprised. There you go. Dan Olberg up at the top.
Thank you.
About as much oil in that vehicle as there is air at the top of the mountain right now, as Satoshi Yagi came across at a 12:33.959 in the Pikes Peak Open category. As we get our look down at the Prilica machine, that's that car number or truck number 15. A couple of trucks in a row here towards the end of this show, and marching up the mountain section by section.
Yeah, it's like the old school with the modern stuff, and then the modern one with no big upgrades. So
this is like 70 years of Ford trucks all in one go here.
No, this is super cool, and we got Robert through that second split there, 3:05, and then Scott Birdsall through the first split really fast, 1:57. So absolutely crushing it in the bottom split there for Scott.
So we'll keep an eye on Scott Birdsall as he climbs to the top of the summit. Ben Ryan, we spoke with earlier briefly, 2006 Mini Cooper S. And he told us this is a little outgunned, this car, for this mountain, but he's going to give it his all. And he'll be launching here in just a moment. The fifth to last of our competitors, Rob Holland, will be after Trevor Oweda, Paul Dallenbach, and then Leah Block rounding out our day. But this Mini Cooper, Minis, despite their small appearance, they're pretty rowdy vehicles. And if you build them right, they could really be a lot of fun.
No, they're a blast. I've raced one before, and it's... they kind of had a bad rap for a while as kind of like what the Miatas had, a hairdresser's car, right? But then you get one out on the racetrack and start kicking some butt, and people start to take it a little bit more seriously. So I think Ben should have a fun run here. Like he said, he's outgunned. I think he said 160 horsepower, and that's probably at sea level. Right. So he gets to the summit. He's lucky to have probably 50% of that. But no, here comes Robert Prilica.
Yeah, up and around, and DJ at the top of the mountain, he owns a Mini, so I would not be surprised if we end up talking with Ben Ryan just because he's gravitating towards his Mini brethren. But the 15 of Robert Prilica continues to make his way up the mountain. That truck does not look super elegant through the corners, but it's powering up the straightaways and making it up the climb. That torque is going to pay off here as he makes his way through section number 4.
Yeah, he's probably just working his way, just nursing it through the corners and relishing in the moment he gets that thing pointed straight and can open it up.
And Ben Ryan still waiting for his launch in that Mini Cooper S, and you can tell we talk about being outgunned. You can't hear it as you do with a lot of the vehicles that just left, but I'm sure we'll hear it tack up and rev up as it takes the start in just a moment's time. But Prilica and Birdsall continue to work their way up in their very different, very generation-separated truck equipment, and there is Scott Birdsall with the smoke billowing out the stacks there as it climbs up the mountain. Look at that thing. That is a spectacle like none other. Looks like a steam locomotive
and he's
climbing
just got
the hill.
Tons of mid-corner speed. I mean, it's doing everything that a 1949 Ford F1 should not do. I guarantee you nobody has ever thought of that.
Okay, now I can hear the Mini. Off and away goes Ben Ryan. And bringing that four-cylinder up to the top in the mountain in the distance is what he is trying to climb here in the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo and coverage presented by Mobil 1. It has been an excellent day so far, and we are getting to the closing moments of it here. In the next few minutes, Ben Ryan, Rob Holland, Trevor Oweda, Paul Dallenbach, and Leah Block. There is Rob Holland lining up here in his number 99 Rotec racing machine. And the Helipaget brakes on the side of that. We spoke with Rob Tinson from Helipaget and was talking about that relationship with Rob and how much fun he is to talk to. But that is a 2022 Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport, and he's getting ready to rip that thing up to the top of the mountain. And Rob has done this before many times, and we'll see what this time holds for him.
Yeah, just another day in the office for Rob, and he's just one of the best. I mean, he's raced all over the world. He ran British touring cars for a while, and now he's kicking butt in SRO. So it's just another day in the office. He's got a lot of seat time in that car, a lot of experience up on the hill. And there's Scott Birdsall, rolling coal.
Making his way up and almost to completion. Robert Prilica still working through section 4. Birdsall through section number 3. Still stomping on the loud pedal and kicking out with it a whole bunch of diesel exhaust on the climb up to the peak here at Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. So Ben Ryan, wow, look at it. It's just so much fun to watch. It's just billowing. It looks like he turned a steam locomotive on its side, like you're watching a big boy on the Cheyenne high plains there, but just so cool to watch in that number 128. And it just looks the part. It looks like a time attack vehicle through and through. And as you said, something that would never be designed to do what it's doing right now.
Not at all. And it's kind of funny thinking about that as a driver. I'm thinking, man, he can't lie to his engineers about when he's on the throttle because it's just very evident when that thing's on the gas, man.
All the data you need is on the cameras for when he's on throttle there, absolutely. So Rob Holland getting ready to go. His best lap or best time was a 10:51.423. That was back in 2020. His best finish was a 4th place back-to-back 2016 and 2017. And he has run this car once before. That was 1 year ago when he ran an 11:48.252. As here comes the 15, Robert Prilica to the final couple of corners through Olympic and coming to the checkered flag.
And just all the motion through those bumps. That truck's just eating them up. Let's see if that big one catches him out here. We saw Cam Ingram come through. I swear I saw Cam's front wheels come off the ground. And Robert Prilica is through 13:03.5.
And here comes Birdsall through section number 2 and up into section 3 here momentarily. And we'll see if the faster of the two trucks is the older of the two trucks by about 7 decades. This is the kind of automotive excellence that is going to inspire the generations of hill climbers to come. There are so many young people here in the paddock walking around and enjoying this with their parents, with their friends, and being inspired by builds like that. Drivers like Rob Holland, shaking hands, sitting in cars. The access to an event like this is like none other, and across such a wide variety of vehicles as well. It's just unbelievable. Rob Holland getting ready to go here momentarily as well, and waiting for his green flag to fly in his category, which will be time attack 1. So this could do some damage in that time attack category, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Rob, as we've been talking about, very capable driver. We've seen this car already run about 6 or 7 times in various configurations. So I think it could have a really good shot to throw down something that would be maybe tying or beating his personal best finish.
And this is the GT4 RS Club Sport, which is the newest model of this GT4 Porsche, which has the 4-liter naturally aspirated engine versus I think it was a 3.8 in the previous car, so a slightly larger engine to go with it. But don't be fooled by that. It's still a 2,800-pound race car. It's got race DNA through and through in Porsche's pursuit of perfection of road racing vehicles. Scott Birdsall continues his climb as Ben Wright has tripped Section 1 at a 2:16.791.
Yeah, not a bad first split there from Ben, struggling with that lack of power. And then we see Scott Birdsall through Sector 3 with that 3:14.905. Looking up at the list of other Sector 3 times, he's not slouching in that thing.
Definitely not. He's absolutely cooking right now in the Birdsall 128. And here's a look at Ben Ryan once more in the Mini, carving the corners, which is where this car is probably going to feel the most at home here, especially at the lower part of the mountain where it's still generating as close to stock horsepower as it can. But now climbing up the hill again, short wheelbase car, pretty nimble, but Rob Holland is off and away. Green flag for the number 99 Rotec racing car, and his climb continues again. 7th attempt to claim a victory here on Pikes Peak. 4th, DNF, 5th, and 10th in his respective categories in his prior 6 runs, and looking for a better one this time around. And I guess the time to shoot for is the time from last year at 11:48.252. If he could improve on that, I think he'd be happy.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to improve on that. The weather last year was nowhere near where it is today. So as long as he makes no mistakes and the car just behaves itself, he's going to be thrilled just to get to the top. I mean, he barely made any runs in practice and testing, so it's I think he only saw one of the segments the entire weekend. So it's going to be finally putting it all together in one run and just making sure you remember where you're at, making sure you hit your marks, and let the rest happen.
I think one of the interesting things about hill climbs, or really time attack in general, and I'm going to relate this to Rob's road racing experience in SRO. And in his GT America races last week, when he held off the field twice to win both races that weekend, he was playing defense a lot of the time. When you're racing on a mountain, you're on offense all the time. You're never looking in the mirror. You're always looking at what's up the road. Is that comforting, or is that would you like to have someone in the rear view once in a while? Maybe not at a course like this, but it's definitely a different concept.
Yeah, I mean, it can be good and bad, right? I mean, there's a certain point where you're only needing to focus for about 9-10 minutes, so you can really just give 100% of your attention to what's in front of you and just keep your eyes up. But at the same time, it's easy to get those horse blinders on, right, and just get almost too overly focused. So every now and then you do kind of just want to look around, stay loose in the car, don't overthink things. You're just driving a race car, right? I mean, Rob does this every single weekend almost. So business as usual for him. He's just got to hit his marks, and it'll all come together.
And watching Ben Ryan continue his climb up the mountain. And speaking more to running wheel-to-wheel like Rob does on a normal basis, you've also sometimes got a rabbit to chase. And I think in some ways that might be easier on the mountain if you had someone to follow to make the mistake before you. But you're all left to your own devices, and I think that's what makes this such a great event, is it's up to you to remember. It's up to you to hit your marks, and no one else can really dictate how your day goes. Your car can, maybe your engineers can, but the driver, you're limited in what you've got to do as you get to the top of the mountain. But Rob Holland is off and away, and next up on the list, as we do have a stoppage, but waiting in the wings will be Trevor Rueda in the number 117, and this is another really neat car, a 1984 Audi 4000 with a VW source 2.8-liter VR6 turbo. And as far as historic vehicles go, that's on the list.
That's right there with that Starlet, man. Those two cars, it's something that nobody ever really thinks to turn it into a race car, but then you actually put it in that environment, and it performs better than 99% of the population would imagine. So Trevor's run this race a couple times. He had this car up here last year, and it's one of those things. You got the Audi badge up there flying around on Pikes Peak. It's kind of iconic.
It really is. And we're waiting on the stoppage here. Scott Birdsall, by the way, we'd expect to see that Section 4 time come in there, so that's something to keep an eye on. Ben Ryan continues his climb through Section number 2, but of course, with any stoppage, depending on where it is, if it's behind him or ahead of him, he would have to potentially rerun. So we'll keep our eyes on this and let you know when we have any more information on the update. We're getting down to the very last couple of competitors here. So Trevor Rueda is our third last car to run the course here. It'll be Paul Dallenbach and then Leah Block finishing out our day here at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So that's how close we are to the end of this thing, and just the nerves continue to climb for some of these that are awaiting their run.
No, we're getting down to it, and it's going to kind of be good to finish with a bang. Paul Dallenbach, he's a multiple-time winner up here, so I have full confidence that he's going to go wow us. He's not going to go out there and just drive it to the top and do the Lucy Block Sunday drive. Paul's going to be going out there trying to if not win this thing, at least get second place in that open class, because Cody Vaschholz was super fast, 9:16. Paul has the potential to get there as long as everything kind of falls in line.
While we wait for more, after this from Yokohama. It has been absolutely perfect weather here for the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo with coverage presented by Mobil 1. Welcome back to the coverage of this amazing hill climb event. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Tommy Boylo beside me. Another stoppage on course, but thankfully we haven't had a whole lot of those today, but this one might be up near the top, so a couple of drivers might need to rerun, but we are getting down to the last few drivers making the runs up the mountain.
Yeah, no, it's been an absolutely historic day. So many fast times laid down and so many records broken, which I kind of boldly predicted this morning.
Yes,
and
you did.
And it's all coming together. So it's no, I mean, this is the perfect way to kick off the second century of this race. And we've got so many impressive cars laying so incredibly impressive times down. It's I couldn't be happier unless I was sitting up top right now.
Yeah, and of course, I wish you were here on terms of you've already won the thing a million times, so you were bored of it. But thanks again for joining me here today and walking me through my first time here at this amazing, historic event. It really is, as we've talked to so many people today about what it means, how impactful it is. It's magnetic and draws drivers from all over the world, all over the country, spectators from all over the state, all over the country as well, and some of the most dedicated motorsport fans I've ever seen lining up last night, this morning at, I would call it morning, but like 1:30 a.m. doesn't really count as morning to me, but just amazing dedication by all of these people and the crew that puts it all together and is producing the show as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, the crew producing the show, the crew producing the event, all the race crews, I mean, those guys are so dedicated because they have to go through the exact same hell week that all the drivers go through, and all they get to do is just be panicked and nervous at the bottom the whole time. So, I mean, us as drivers, we're kind of spoiled. We have to go through it, but we get to have all the fun while everybody else is sleep deprived, working on race cars till midnight to sleep an hour or two and do it all again the next day.
There are 54 drivers at the top of the mountain awaiting their return back to the start line. That will happen after the completion of this event. There are about 3 or 4, maybe 5 with some reruns left to go, and that leaves us with 5 or 6 that didn't complete runs today, whether it be for an incident or a mechanical issue or some other reason. But so far, I mean, we've seen some really competitive action, especially at the top of all of our categories with the times that you mentioned before. A lot of rookies in this field peppered throughout the running order. Lucy Block in her first event, Kendall Samuel, Gardner Nichols, we've seen Lou Bouchier in this event as well, Satoshi Yagi, and many, many more that have made their first run here. If we scroll up on my timing screen, Silas Montgomery in his rookie event, Duncan Cowper, Michael Whittet, who came across the line in style in his Mazda 3, Hayden Bradley, Satano, and so many more that have made their first mark on this mountain. And you have to wonder, 15, 20, 30 years from now, will they be 20-year veterans of this with 5 class wins, 10 class wins under their belt as well?
You'd imagine so. I mean, you look at, Hayden Bradley, for example. He's got the win officially in that Pikes Peak trophy class. That's huge. As a rookie coming up here and winning your class, I mean, rookie 1-2 in that class. There's so many fast rookies up there. I mean, we see the top 25. There's at least 5 of them I can see. I would hate to be the person making the call for Rookie of the Year. I was fortunate enough to win that in 2019, and it was a little bit more of a clear decision because I was the fastest rookie by a bit. There's some really fast rookies and rookies winning their class. I wouldn't want to be the one making that call.
No, definitely not. And as far as making their mark, again, families like the Unser family who made their name or began racing here, maybe made their name in other organizations, but have continued to come here and show off what they are capable of, what they're able to do. And you just have to wonder every year, what is the new driver, the fresh face on the block, what 18-year-old, as we've seen even today, is going to continue to be that name that's going to end up lining the record books? What great races will they win in the future? And it's literally history in the making, and I feel blessed to be here in the 101st year. Of course, year 100 was big. 101 feels big, too, as we embark on the second century. And also, you have to think about 1916, when this event was concepted, this road was created. The Broadmoor Hotel, all of the connections to the history of this place. What the original organizers would think if they came back and saw it today.
Oh, if you could get Spencer Penrose and drop him here right now, he would probably be losing his mind. Not only just to see the state of the mountain and the state of this event. I mean, there's so many spectators, so many high-end programs, millions of dollars being invested year after year for people to come compete in this race that he thought would just be a fun thing to do in his backyard.
And so much tradition is locked here over year, and so much advancement in technology. But it's balanced, as Melissa told us. It's balanced with that history, with the classic cars of the cars that have run here for years, and makes and models and manufacturers that have run here for years. But also the new cars, the electronic cars, the diesel cars that continue to push technology forward, and cars like Robin Shute, Romain Dumas putting in incredible runs. But we still have a couple more to do. We're going to step away again for another break while we are on a hold here at Pikes Peak International. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
Unbelievable. What?
Still in a holding pattern at the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb here as we get closer to the tail end of the day. A handful of drivers left to run here, but the hold, we can confirm, was for Scott Birdsall in that Ford 1949 Ford truck. Now, we have also gotten confirmation that he is okay. That's good to hear, but unfortunately, chasing that record, it doesn't look like he's going to reclaim that diesel record today. And that truck, again, we don't know. We haven't seen it, but it's unfortunate.
No, that's unfortunate. And anytime you hear rumors or you suspect somebody has an off, especially in that top section, it makes you nervous. So really glad to hear Scott's okay. Sounds like he got out of the truck under his own power, and he was close enough to the summit where he could walk to the summit house. So being that close and having an incident, he's got to be beating himself up, but glad to hear he's safe.
Yeah, and again, that's the challenge of this event is, a lot of times you'll see drivers complete it, and there's a lot of celebration and elation had at the peak of Pikes Peak, but there's also those that don't make it every year, and this is one of those years for Scott Birdsall, but we know he'll be back and do it again, of course, I'd imagine, right?
No, he's hungry. I think he said this was the last year he's going to run Old Smoky, but he'll be back. He's got an old Le Mans prototype car that he's put a diesel engine in. He's a diesel guy, kind of like Cole with the GTR. And so he's got that prototype. They were just wanting to give the Old Smoky one last hurrah here. So hate to see it go out that way, but that's racing sometimes.
And honestly, going out that way, well, he's getting after it. Didn't leave anything out there at the very least. So good to hear he's okay. But again, Birdsall is the reason why we're under this hold and awaiting the remainder of the runs here. I'd have to imagine there's a couple turnarounds as well because there was a few drivers behind him already in progress. And I believe those to be Ben Ryan at the very least, Rob Holland certainly. And then that would leave us with Trevor Owita, Paul Dallenbach, and Leah Block as the remaining runners in this 101st running of this historic hill climb event.
Yeah, no, I mean, you hit it right on the head there. We're going to have probably two guys get a rerun. We got Ben in the Mini, and then Rob probably didn't make it very far until he got his red flag. We see Ben there at the start line. He's back, fueled up, and ready to give it a second shot.
All right, so it seems like with Ben on his way back that we might be working our way towards another rerun and getting Ben Ryan back underway. And Ben Ryan, again, making his first climb up the mountain, which is really cool. Of course, Paul Dallenbach will be running in a couple of runs, and it is definitely not his first time. He's a very, very experienced. And such a wide range of experience has made this fun to see how different drivers attack it and what builds they bring. And some drivers flip-flopping classes every year, trying different things, and some will take the same car and just evolve it every single year.
Yeah, and I think that approach is definitely something where it's difficult to learn a new car. So especially for these guys that hop into a car that they've never driven before, or in Dave Carpathian's case, never even seen it before until race week. You don't want to be learning the nuances of a car up here because there is no margin for error. You can't have a little bobble or spin out or anything like that. So as a result, you have to drive a little bit more reserved, which if you're coming up here to win, it's never a recipe for a win. But yeah, I mean, Paul Dallenbach, he had those issues in qualifying, but he's one of those guys that knows the car, knows the road better than probably anybody. He's going to go up there, and he's going to be the last guy, give us a hurrah, and then we get to see Leah drive the Huna Pegasus up.
I can't wait to see that car in action as well. And Trevor Awida in the 117, we saw that Audi lining up to go as Rob Holland had already left, so we were so close from that incident, unfortunately. But again, everyone's okay. We've gotten confirmation of, so that's good to know. Ben Ryan will be taken away in the Mini Cooper again shortly, followed by Rob Holland, Trevor Awida, Paul Dallenbach, and Leah Block, which will round out the day here. But I just have to repeat how lucky we have been with the weather this weekend. The course has been in great shape, and a big thanks to all the people that make it safe for us, brush it off, make sure that it's ready to go running, and all the marshals along the way, the safety teams along the way that are attending to drivers. It takes a village on a mountain, I suppose, to run this event. And as Melissa pointed out earlier, there's always things to change and work on. But I honestly, there's such a great base to work from every year that it's just an evolution, just like the cars that take to the mountain.
No, it's incredible. The weather literally could not have been any better. We had weather like this on Saturday last year, and then on Sunday we had a horrible storm roll in. And the past couple of weeks here in Colorado near Pikes Peak have been pretty rough weather. It was looking kind of grim for a little bit. We weren't even sure, even as late as qualifying, that we were going to be able to go to the summit. But the mountain delivered. She wanted a clean run this year, as we've heard. She decides, and no, it's amazing. It's a little bit of a sore subject, though, man. I mean, having weather like this after the past 2 years when I actually had a car to drive.
Yeah, sorry. It's just tough. Well, again, I'm glad to have you here with me, and it's great that you've been able to share your experience and your insight with the fans and so many people that are watching from home on the broadcast that might not have had experience to this event before. And as we continue to try to increase coverage on this extremely challenging environment, it's just great to have insight like yours. And I guess, in a way, I hope that we don't talk to you again this much next year, because I hope you're driving. I would share the seat next to you any day. So thank you again. We still got a little ways to go, but it's been a pleasure.
No, it's been an absolute blast here down here with you. It's not quite as fun as driving the race car, but I'm having an absolute blast. I get to watch all my friends drive up a perfect road, and it just makes me hungrier for next year. And who knows, maybe if DJ hates the wind and cold up there, just stick a mic in the race car, and I'll do some reporting from up top after I finish my run.
There you go. I mean, hey, your run's 11 minutes. We've been having fun here for 8 hours, so we're spreading the excitement all throughout the day. But DJ Clark up top again, putting in the effort up there, running around, trying to get all the stories from us up top. And we're going to step away again while we wait for the racing to continue here from the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. We'll be back again in just a moment.
Welcome everybody to Pikes Peak, and this is the 100th running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
Pikes Peak, you got a lot. It's a living, breathing thing. You're looking at the road, you're looking at the grip, you're looking at where did the wind blow, is there gravel, is there sand? All these things you're trying to calculate will go in at 100 and some odd miles an hour. And you're constantly weighing out, like, how hard I'm going to push this, is it worth it? There's been times where it hasn't.
The mountain has given us a show today. Welcome back to the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Tommy Boileau, as we are just a moment away from restarting the action here with Ben Ryan behind the wheel. Rob Holland actually will be lining up to kick things off for us first in that number 99 Rotec racing car. So we Rob, and then right behind him is Trevor Oweda, then Paul Dallenbach and Leah Block to finish out things here as we get a great look from our O'Reilly Auto Parts mountain cam. Rob Holland will be the first one to head up the hill. And one of our last 4 competitors here, Tommy. So the fun, I was going to say it hasn't ended so far, but we're getting closer.
We're getting down to the end here, and it's always a sad feeling. It's such a cool, fun event, and the energy's so high, but as the paddock empties out, the race cars all leave, and it just, everybody's kind of tired. It's been a long week for all these crews and teams, and it's, I hate to see it end. I want it to keep going as much as everybody.
Now, I've always wondered, maybe you know the reason for this. Why not a 2-day event? Maybe just closing the toll road is probably a big reason not to, but expanding to a multi-day event, it feels like there's demand for more.
I think there is a demand for more, but I mean, I know that this is a very, very popular toll road, and it's I think it's kind of just because of the history of the event and how long it's been going on. That's the main reason we get to keep doing this year after year, and obviously with that great new team and the leadership from Melissa now, it's gonna continue, and I would love to see a 2-day event. Let's get 200 cars out here. Let's do this. Let's just do it as much as we possibly can.
I definitely amen to that, but waiting for the green to fly here. It is just a moment away. We have run, as we mentioned, about 54 cars to the top of the mountain. They are all still waiting up there. Again, one way up, one way down. There's no back road in. There's no side entrance. Everyone goes up the same road that they come down. So they're all waiting for the event to complete so that they can all parade on down. And if you'd like to watch the parade of the cars coming on down, you'll have to come see it yourself. And I think I'm going to enjoy watching that myself. Again, we've been watching the monitors all day, and right behind us, all the action's been firing off. So to see all those cars feet away on their victorious drop down from the mountains, it's going to be a blast as well. So Rob Holland behind the wheel, getting set to go in his Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, and right behind him, Trevor Oweda in the Audi 4000. That kind of olive drab green behind him, a great looking color on that car. The metallic blue on Rob Holland's car is about to be a flash and gone, because Rob Holland is heading up the mountain. Green flag back in the air for the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. As we get a look at the Perkins Motors start cam as it climbs up the mountain, Rob Holland on his way to 14,110 feet.
And he was looking quick through there as always. That first run, we didn't get to see a first split for him. He got turned around before we got to get to that loop. But I know Rob, and we all know what he's capable of. So it's gonna be fun here, and let's get this thing going again.
Yeah, Ben Ryan in that Mini, we saw him return back to the paddock area. I hope he gets to go again. He had completed 2 sections of the 4, but was not back ahead of Rob Holland where he would have been prior to, he would have been prior to Rob. So maybe he'll run a little bit later, but I hope he gets another shot to go in that 2006 Mini Cooper. Otherwise, it would be Trevor Oweda, who was lined up behind Rob Holland, and then Paul Dallenbach, car number 98, who will roll off shortly thereafter. So waiting for Rob's first time to come across in section number 1, and I think Rob is anticipating the end of this as much as we are.
Yeah, no, he's been waiting around. It's been a really long day for Rob. I mean, it's been a long day for everybody up here, getting up here at 1, 2, 3 in the morning, but to do that and then have to wait all day to strap into the race car and watch everybody else go and going, oh man, what are these clouds doing? But like we've been talking about, the weather's been perfect. So Rob is he's doing it. He's racing up the mountain right now, and he's living every little kid's dream, driving a Porsche race car up America's mountain.
And he lives a dream on a weekly basis, and he definitely reminds you how grateful he is often to work with the team that he does, to be a part of the race team that he is, and then to be the driver that he is, and the person as well. It's just a pleasure to talk with him, as we've talked about before. Engine fired on Trevor Oweda's car, though, the 117 Audi. This is a 1984 Audi 4000. E85 fuel. This is Trevor's 3rd attempt at Pikes Peak, and this is the son of Dan Oweda, who raced in the Pikes Peak Open category, and will be climbing. And it was when asked what it means to be racing with your dad, it just means a lot. His dad got him into racing at a very young age. He says he doesn't know where he would be today without his unconditional support. To be able to race alongside him in this incredible event is an honor and a privilege that he can't wait to experience, and he is about to experience it.
Oh, it's the best. And my dad ran this event back in 2016, and I feel the exact same way that Trevor does. I would not be sitting here today or anywhere near a racetrack if it wasn't for the support and love from my parents. So big shout out to them. I know my mom's probably watching from home, and Dad's been here all day with me. So it's like we've been talking about all day. There's so many cool families and father-son duos, and even more so than just a father and son that have come up here and done well.
In some areas of the country, families like that will head to their local short track or maybe their local road circuit. But here in Colorado, for many of those families, it is the Pikes Peak Hill Climb that they return to each year. So looks like he is about to get ready to launch there as Rob Holland runs a 1:53.114 first section. That's quick. And isn't that quicker than his first one?
So we didn't get to see the first split, but that is quick. I mean, looking at those Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy first splits, I mean, that's going to be faster than those cars. But we expect that. He's got a little bit bigger engine, maybe a little bit more of a prepared car, but that is right there.
It's right with him.
He's right there with the current winner in that class of Hayden Bradley. So this is going to be it's going to be interesting to see what that little bit of improvement in that car can do versus kind of the older spec.
Yeah, it will be fun to watch. But Rob, in that Pikes Peak Open category, and there he is now circulating the corners and carving through the mountains, the Colorado Rockies, as he makes his way up a linear mile straight up from here. And there is the green for Trevor Ueda, and he begins his launch only for the second time piloting this particular car. So last year, 2022, 11:51.202 is his time to beat. That's not slow, so we'll see how he does as we go back to Rob Holland carving his way through.
And Rob's getting close to that second split now, so it's going to be interesting to see where he lines up there as well. He's looking quick, but it's always hard to tell from this sky view from way up on the mountain.
Yep, and again, cars, depending on their layout and how frantic they might be on power, can look faster or look like they're off a bit. But Rob Holland is just with such careful attention to detail in the way that he drives. He places the car clinically around this course and others. And again, coming off of 2 wins in the GT America Series last week at VIR, so came straight here after that event. So did Jim Jordan, who we spoke to earlier, also from the SRO paddock. And again, what a cool experience it must be for him to race against a field of cars 1 week and then bring it all the way up to the mountain and compete against himself and a handful of others in that time attack division. As there we go. Looks like Ben Ryan's going to get another go at this here as he's lining back up at the start.
Yeah, I know if you do get turned around, the race officials give you a 20-minute window to just get everything back to where it needs to be. Obviously, with the road conditions as good as they are right now, tire temps probably aren't as critical as they would be if it were a cooler day. But you burn a lot of fuel. He was almost to the top of that third split there, so I'm sure they splashed some fuel in it, maybe went over a little bit of driver data, watched some video if he felt like he needed to do that, and he's just getting back in the zone.
Getting back in the zone for the run up to 14,110 feet. Here's Rob Holland now getting above the tree line in his Porsche 708 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, and looking very tidy indeed. Nice tight right-hander there, nice double apex. He's going to swing it to the left here. Such a slow corner for a car that, again, where the gearing is not really a malleable option necessarily. You're kind of stuck with what you got. Great for road racing, maybe not ideal leaving corners here, but first gear in these cars also probably isn't something you use a lot in the road racing side of things. Probably second would be the lowest you'd see. So getting digs out of very slow corners, something this car is good at, but not really used to.
Yeah, no, it's special unless you're running somewhere like Long Beach where you've got a hairpin that's basically as tight as what we see up here. Yeah, first gear is basically just to get moving in those things, and having to use it up on the mountain. It always feels weird downshifting a race car into first gear while you're at speed, but it's that whole segment that we just watched Rob go through there is one of my favorite parts because it's one of the fastest segments of the track. In the Camaro last year, I was doing 148 miles an hour through there, and then it's immediately down to 30 to get through the hairpin. So it's just it's such a fun rhythm section through there, and because it's not a proper racetrack, there's lots of weird off-camber stuff through that segment, so it's really challenging as a driver to get through there as quickly as Rob just did.
Yeah, you're chasing all sorts of different road conditions and cambers and bankings and rocks and mountainsides and cliffs and all those things. It's definitely, those obstacles don't necessarily move, but that doesn't make them any less of a challenge to climb up the mountain each year. And certainly, as someone described earlier, I think it might have been you, where you've got spectators now on some of the rocks that you were using as a marker, so that makes it challenging as well, as Rob works his way now through to the left-hand hairpin and continues his climb. And we'll keep an eye on his time so far. 1:53.1 was section 1, a 2:32.8 was section 2. And that is right on par with where he needs to be to get himself up into the top 5 in Time Attack 1 and compete with those out-of-class cars that are that Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama entries.
Yeah, those similarly platformed cars there, those other Porsche Caymans, he's a little bit quicker in that second split, so that makes sense. It makes a little bit more power, and that's kind of a big section where acceleration and top speed is pretty critical. So it's good to see him going, and I know we got Trevor coming through now. He just ran a 2:01.4 in that first split.
All right, so 2:01.4 in section number 1. Rob Holland, a 3:01.401 is his section 3 split. Again, that is a really quick time, up in the top 20-ish overall of all the cars that have run today. So this is going to be a pretty on-pace lap for Rob Holland. Trevor Rueda on his way up. Ben Ryan, again, still waiting for the green. And I just saw Paul Dallenbach's car roll on by, so that's headed to the start line as well. And he is one of our final competitors to run, and by no means does that mean it's going to be one of the slower cars out there. That thing is fast, and he's ready to rip it.
That thing is fast. I think he's won the King of the Mountain in that car, so do not count Paul Dallenbach out. He's going to be ripping. And we see Ben going underneath the timing loop there for the start and his second attempt to climb to the top of this mountain.
Rob Holland still, every time we cut to this angle, it still feels like they have such a ways to go. It just looks like a different planet up there. I mentioned different biome. Let's try a different solar system. It looks like something out of Star Wars on this climb up the mountain. It's just an unbelievable landscape, beautiful in its own right. And I'm sure I was a little bit jealous of DJ, our compatriot up there at the top of the hill there, getting to watch the sunrise from the top of that. That is something I would have liked to have experienced.
Experiencing the sunrise at the summit of Pikes Peak is something that very few people get to do. You either get to drive up there in a race car during race week, or you have to hike up the mountain, which I'm not climbing a 14er at 3 in the morning. There's zero danger of that. So it's one of the most beautiful sights I've ever experienced in my entire life. And no, I think next year it'll be cold, but it'll be worth it.
I am jealous of the photos that DJ will have on his phone later. I'm sure he'll rub them in my face, but I have not been freezing cold all day, although I still have my jacket on. But there is Paul Dallenbach's number 98. And you mentioned this car as a King of the Mountain winner before. And Paul, with so much experience here, absolutely clinical behind the wheel. This is going to be a blast to watch this car roll out in just a moment's time.
No, it's a great way to end the whole program here. It's been amazing throughout the entire day. We've been here for, I don't even know how many hours, but it feels like it's blown by in a hurry. And to go out with Paul Dallenbach and then Leah Block and the Hoona Pegasus, it's going to be really the best way to wrap out the 101st running of this race.
And there is Trevor Rueda continuing to circulate. Here's Rob Holland through the final couple of corners. And this is going to be an exciting lap. This is going to be a quick one for Rob Holland in that Porsche 798 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And across the stripe for Rob Holland. And now let's see where that lands him. A 10:37.499. That is very, very quick. And that will land him as far as his category. I'm not sure where that will land him just yet. I have to wait for it to jump up on the ticker. And I had him as a Time Attack 1 entry, but is he running that?
I think he may be Pikes Peak Open, so I'm showing him
Gotcha.
22nd overall now.
That's right.
So Pikes Peak Open, very fast cars in that category, but a 10:37, that's his personal best ever up here. So awesome job there by Rob. He's going to be elated to not only have made it to the top, but have done it so quickly.
And that's an exciting moment for Rob Holland as well. I'm sure he'll be bubbling with that engine fire on Paul Dallenbach's car as it roars to life here with that Buick 228 cubic inch turbocharged engine on a 99-inch wheelbase, 2,000-pound car. And I say 2,000 pounds to emphasize how light that is for how much power this thing is going to make. 30th appearance on Pikes Peak. You mentioned King of the Mountain before. And first in 2003, 2004, and all the way in 1993 as well. So we'll see what he can do again in the open wheel category. Second last year at an 8:24, 2.3s. Oh, that was 2006. A lot more first place. 2007, 08, 09, 2013. 2015, 2018, 2019, 2021. So a lot of time King of the Mountain.
Yeah, he's won King of the Mountain a bunch. He's won the class even more. And he's, like I said, he's done it in this car. This car was purpose-built for this mountain. And, I mean, just look at the size of that wing on the front. Look at the size of the wing on the rear. That thing makes a ton of downforce, has a ton of mechanical grip. It's lightweight. It makes a ton of power. It's a perfect recipe to maybe go get a top 5 here.
Yeah, my stats sheet went onto a separate page, and I wasn't even paying attention to the years because there's just so many of them that he has participated in at a high level. And looking at these records all the way back to 1989, other than a DNF in 1992 and a couple others along the way, almost never not competitive, always in the mix. First so many times, top 5 most of the time, and only a few finishes outside of the top 5. Just not only to run this event year after year, but to run it competitively and to win so many times. Just blown away. And Paul is such a great guy to chat with, as we got to chat with him earlier. And we wish him the best. He's getting set to climb the mountain as we checking with Ben Ryan, who is making his way up now in that Mini as he circulates up the hill in that 160 horsepower Mini that had to go again. But here he goes.
Working his way into the corner that we call Sump. So this is a fun corner, long double apex. We've seen a couple guys get it wrong. One of those being Randy Popst, one of those being the fastest passer, Don Wickstrom. So they've got a little fence post sign down there that's called Popst and Pastor's Pond. There's a little drainage pond down there that they unfortunately both wound up in, but they're both at the summit right now celebrating awesome runs.
Trevor Ueda working his way up through the course. Section 3 is complete. 2:01.4 in Section 1. Section 2, a 2:42. Section 3, pretty reasonable time at a 3:11.558. So that Section 3 time is pretty good as Ben Ryan makes the right-hander and continues his climb up in, I don't know if these are new section times or old section times that we're seeing just yet.
I think that's a new first split. He's not quite to the second split, so that's an improvement. I think he was at 2:22 on his first attempt, so he picked up almost 8 seconds there, and he just picked up a little bit more on that second split as well, so he's making a big improvement on his first run, learned some things, and here goes Paul. This is going to be fun.
Paul Dallenbach, one of the names that is synonymous with the hill climb, roaring to life and starting a 12.5-mile trek of 156 turns, climbing to the top of America's mountain. What a sight that is, and I think a lot quicker than we're expecting he's going to be at the top crossing that finish line.
No, absolutely. I would not be surprised at all if we see him in the top 5. I mean, Cody Vaschholz, 9:19, 1:92. Paul's going to be right in that ballpark. I'm not surprised if he's top 5. Guarantee, as long as he gets a clean run, he's in the top 10, sub 10 minutes again. That'll be our 13th sub 10-minute driver this year.
Is that a record? That's got to be a record, right?
It's got to be a record. I don't know if I've ever seen more than 2 or 3 in a year. So this is just, once again, another reason why this 101st running is so historic.
Trevor Ueda, final couple of corners through Olympic in that 1984 Audi 4000. And navigating the bumps very nicely, looking pretty composed and across the stripe for that Audi 4000. Trevor Ueda in car number 117. We will see how that pans out for Trevor. And here is the Huda Pegasus.
This car is amazing, and to see Leah Block driving it as a tribute to her dad, it's giving me goosebumps right now. This is what this race is all about. This is what racing in general is all about, is just making statements like this, going out there and taking one of the coolest race cars ever and putting 16-year-old Leah Block behind the wheel to drive up Pikes Peak.
I think even more emotional there is the Ken Block above the door there, and Leah climbing behind the wheel to bring it up the mountain. And it's a special moment, I'm sure, for the family as well. Again, I spent a lot of time at Grid Life, and Ken was kind of in our circles as well. So it's just what a great way to end, and a symbolic end to the hill climb here in just a couple of minutes' time as Ben Ryan continues his climb up to the top of Pikes Peak.
Just waiting to see what Paul does in that first segment. And I know we saw a couple really fast times there. I'd expect something in the 140-something range. It's going to be quick no matter what.
The anticipation's killing me there. We're watching Ben Ryan on the screen, but our eyes glued to 146, 296, Section 1, and that is going to be a pretty quick time. That should land him right in the midst of that open wheel battle, so we'll see what time he can make up in sections 2, 3, and 4, but that would put him on the podium if he can maintain that pace through the rest of the run.
No, that's a really quick time there. And knowing Paul, as he said, he kind of is a little bit conservative off the bat, gets a figure for what the car is going to do. These next 3 splits, especially those top 2, that's where he really shines. He's so comfortable and so confident, much like Reese Millen in that top split alone. I think he may make up some time there for sure on some of those guys in his class.
The Huda Pegasus roars to life, and the door will shut with the number 43 on the side. And in just a moment, it will begin a symbolic trek up the 12.5-mile, 156-turn course. And there is the green flag for Leah Block as she ascends America's Mountain.
And it's a tribute run, but you know Leah's a race car driver. She's not holding back.
No, she didn't
She
hold
very
back.
clearly was sending
Yeah.
that thing into the first couple of corners there. This is just so cool to see.
What a great story for her to be behind the wheel of that car, and for the builder of that car to say how she just dropped right in it just fit her perfectly, and she's been like a puzzle piece into that machine. So that's really, really neat. Ben Ryan continuing to just challenge the course with this Mini. It doesn't sound happy, but it's getting up the hill.
That little thing is working hard. He's through the 3rd split. We should see that time here any moment. He made it further than he did on his first attempt there before that red flag. And now he's just a couple minutes away from getting to the top of this mountain.
Got to keep that thing revved up real high to get all the torque out of it there at the high end of the RPM range. But Ben Ryan going to give it all he's got in that time attack 1 category. And he mentioned getting the call to jump in this a couple of weeks ago, really, and to fill in a car that, again, really is outclassed as far as the competition goes. But the experience, the run up the mountain for his first time, just get a time on the board, come back next year, and try to knock it down. As we're waiting for Paul Dallenbach's 2nd split time. It should be any moment now. As you mentioned, more and more comfortable the longer the run goes on, and we should see these times just continue to trip and be very, very quick. So continuing the climb up the mountain for Paul Dallenbach and more, including Ben Ryan, who's almost done a 351.890 in section number 3. So Ben Ryan almost there, final section in the peak and the horizon. So Paul Dallenbach making his way. Go ahead.
I just got word from one of his crew members that he pulled off in Brownbush. So
no!
Unfortunately, it sounds like Paul is not going to get to the summit. He had such a fast first split. They've been battling mechanical issues and electrical issues and you name it with that car this year. Man,
that's frustrating.
That's frustrating.
Again, and Paul has known both sides of the coin there. Again, I documented his story the last 30 years, winning many times and only a handful of times not making it up the mountain, but it looks like it will be the latter this year, and that is a frustrating way to end for a driver that is as competitive and is as dedicated to this race as Paul is. But Paul Dallenbach in that open wheel category will not make it to the top of the mountain. This Mini, though, Ben Ryan, he's given it all he's got to get this Mini to the top, and he's not that far away.
Just a minute or so away now. Granted, that's probably in something that's making more than that thing's got to be making under 100 horsepower now. It's just working so hard just to get up all these steep grades. And I mean, we heard it coming into Devil's Playground, which is 1,000 feet lower than the actual summit. So it's going to be interesting to see what his feedback is once he gets back down to the bottom. I'm sure he's going to go, man, this thing just had no power.
Well, the challenging thing about hill climbs is that the power goes away as you climb, but the weight doesn't. And even though the Mini isn't really all that heavy of a car, it's still dragging equivalently more as you climb up the mountainside and make it all the way to the peak at Pikes Peak. So Paul Dallenbach was going to be the last timed competitive run, classified run, so he will not make it, but Leah Block still making her way up in that very special tribute to her dad in the Huda Pegasus. And of course, such an impactful figure, not just in the ways that are obvious, but just in motorsport in general. Ken Block had such a huge impact, and that loss was felt across the nation and the world. And for Leah to be behind the wheel of this and piloting this number 43 up the mountain, it has to be special for everyone. It's certainly special for us to watch and to be a part of. But there she is, Huda Pegasus, carving its way through the Colorado Rockies en route to 14,110 feet.
It's just such a good-looking car, and it's purpose-built for this race. We talked about Tim with BBI earlier, and they put so much thought into every single aspect of this car. It's like you look at it and it's a total work of art, and it also performs incredibly well.
Well, here comes Ben Ryan in his first attempt at climbing Pikes Peak. The Mini is going to make it. One more corner to cross the stripe, over the bumps, and he's done it. Ben Ryan brings the Mini across the line. Well done in attempt number 2 after getting turned around. The little Mini that could across the stripe at the top of Pikes Peak. And then back to Leah Block, bringing this Hunapicus machine up to the top. This is a marvel of engineering. But for Leah Block, young in her career, it has so many things left to do. But just to participate in this, even in this exhibition level, just to put that feather in your cap, I think is such a special moment. And put this on the calendar for next year, because I think she'll be back.
I think she'll be back. We've been saying it all day. You come up here one time and you're hooked, whether it be as a spectator or especially as a driver. Leah's got to be having such a good time driving that car. And for your first time on the mountain, it's probably a good thing that this isn't a timed official run, because that car is a monster, and it would scare almost anybody, a seasoned driver, let alone a rookie.
Yeah, and she's doing a great job making her way up the hill right now as the last car to run up the mountain here at the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo with coverage by Mobil 1. This has just been an exceptional day as we close this out with this symbolic climb up to 14,110 feet. And the pictures, the photographs, the footage that will come out of this run up the mountain, I think, are going to transcend not just this year, but decades and maybe centuries as this event continues into the future. It is a historic event, 101 years in, no signs of slowing down. And again, as you mentioned, Spencer Penrose, if he could see what this has become and how special this has become for so many families, for so many motorsports fans to watch this this run, I think he would be very, very proud.
Oh, he'd be thrilled. I mean, Indianapolis 500, the only race in America older than this one, and it is equally as iconic. There is nothing like it. We talked to Paul earlier, and he said, this is my Indy 500. He never got to get to that level like some of his family, but it's still one of the biggest races in the world.
I think if you ask some of the drivers here, this is the level as far as motorsports goes. There's only a handful that can get to Indy for a variety of reasons. So you're going to be measured against that stick. But here, when it's open to so many people and so many drivers from around the world, you're measuring yourself against the best of the best of the best from a huge variety of motorsports. We documented road racing, drivers from Le Mans and the 24 Hours of Daytona and Sebring, oval racing, dirt racing, a rally cross, basically everything. I'm sure there's pilots that have raced planes or something, boat race. They're probably in there somewhere. It's just it is a racer's event, and I think that's the biggest takeaway for me is if you win this event, you've won against a whole bunch of people that have experience from every corner of the motorsport world.
No, absolutely, and you cement yourself in history, not only just running this race, but especially if you can be one of those guys that goes out there and throws down a time fast enough to win this event. Whether it be a class win or especially that King of the Mountain, you are officially in the history books as a winner of one of the most iconic motorsports events in the world.
Leah Block ascending above the tree line on her mission to complete Pikes Peak. Heading through the hairpins now, this car, again, all the phones are out taking photos, all the cameras snapping pictures. And man, if all the satellites surrounding the Earth could all focus their energy for 1 minute and take a picture of this car, I bet they would. It's just going to be an unbelievable moment.
No, and as you just said, I mean, the photos from this event are always amazing, but this car in particular, on this very instance, is going to get so many amazing photographs of it. And with the amount of snow that we have up top, it's kind of unlike anything I've ever seen in my years past. There's more snow up there, which leads to a really, really cool backdrop. Especially we were talking about, it looks like Mars up there. Those photos are going to be awesome. I mean, these camera shots that we have overlooking the road in that top section alone, it's just amazing. It's such a cool thing to see.
If you grayscaled that image, it would look like we're driving on the moon right now. And we're probably about halfway there, but based on how far we're climbing up. Helicopters flying around. I didn't even know helicopters could fly this high, to be totally honest, before this weekend. I mean, 14,110 feet. One of the factoids here for the pilots that are watching, you can't fly above 13,000 without oxygen legally for beyond a certain amount of time. So you're at 14,100. You're up there. And again, that's been the goal today, is to climb this mountain and assert dominance in your category against a field of competitors that, for some, this is their entire life. 364 days of planning for one day of competition.
And she's getting close to the top now, just a handful of corners left. And she's not holding back. She's definitely getting what she can out of that car. Obviously still respecting the fact that she's not being timed. She is a rookie, but she's not holding back. This is so fun to watch.
And I'll bet that every moment that passes in that car, she is taking mental notes for future runs up this mountain, because every time you make this run, if you're not taking in data with your eyes, with your ears, with the seat of the pants feel, I think you're missing an opportunity, and she is not going to miss that opportunity to learn in a car like this, in a moment like this, on a hill like this. I think she's going to take in everything she can.
Yeah, no, this is invaluable. I mean, you take all the information and all that mental data from this one run, and as she's going to come back. We all know we're going to see
Yeah.
Leah Block up here on Pikes Peak again. She's going to take all of that mental preparation and all this data she's collected herself and come back better, stronger, ready to hopefully fight for a win. Imagine if we have a Leah Block King of the Mountain up here one day.
I can imagine it. It's a very clear imagination. I think, again, as I mentioned, there are names that have become synonymous with this mountain, and the Block name in general synonymous with motorsports, and there's no reason it couldn't or won't be synonymous with the Pikes Peak Hill Climb in the future. And we talked with Melissa, one of the organizers of this event, that the past, the present, and the future are all represented here, not only in the cars, not only in the builds, but in the people that are here making it happen behind the scenes, in the cars, working on the cars, marshaling the whole event. It is really it transcends time, this event, and I think that's the thing we'll remember most. But Leah Block, the final few corners through Olympic in a Herculean climb to the top with Ken Block on the roof, but Leah behind the wheel. The Hoona Pegasus will climb to the top of Pikes Peak, 14,110 feet, and the climb is complete.
That's awesome. You hear the roar of the crowd. I don't know if that's over here, up at the summit. I'm sure it's around the globe right now. Everybody watching is cheering for that moment.
What an exceptional moment to be a part of, to witness here. I feel blessed to have been here this weekend and to see something new in the motorsports world. Again, my context, my background is in road racing. I'm still relatively new even to that world, but to step foot into something that's been happening for 100 years, almost as long as the Indy 500, it is just an unbelievable event. And to all the fans that have been here, to all the crews, to all the race drivers and officials, what an event this is, Tommy.
No, it's something special. We've said it time and time again. There's just the magnetizing factor about this race, and every single thing about it is special, and every single thing about it makes you want to keep coming back.
Well, it was a historic event, the 101st running. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from today, Tommy, and let's relive some of those special moments we saw earlier. There is the Radford 62 with Tanner Faust behind the wheel, taking that thing to the top of the mountain. What a drive he had. An exceptional run for the Radford. There is Romain Dumas in the Ford Super Van 4 and his climb up the mountain in an 8:47, 6:82. And there's the 49. Robin Shute to the top at an 8:40.080. Unbelievable drive for him.
King of the Mountain, and then in a very similarly prepared car, just not quite as extreme. Dan November, awesome time by him. Mad Mike. That right there is why they call him Mad Mike. That was crazy.
And still more stories to cover. The 18, Cody Vaschholz, climbing up the mountain, winning in the open wheel category. What a drive there. Of course, the 1949 Ford F1 that unfortunately didn't make it all the way to the top this time around. Lucy Block piloting a very unique vehicle to the top of Pikes Peak, 14,110 feet. Rivian R1T, the heaviest vehicle here, over 7,000 pounds, made it to the top, and a whole host of others joined them there.
Brett Dickey from Australia there. Brett Dickey, coming over from literally the farthest part of the globe, and then probably the highlight of everybody's race, watching Leah get that thing to the summit, the Hoona Pegasus.
And what a drive, and I can only imagine the crowd amassed there at the top of the hill waiting for that car to get to the crest. And there's the look at the start line, and no more cars will pass through the start of that line. We are complete here in the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb presented by Gran Turismo. Tommy Boylo joining me here. Tommy, thank you so much for being here and piloting through my first experience. Your final thoughts here on this event. It has been an absolute blast.
It could not have gone much better. The weather was perfect. So many records broken, so many fast times, historic in every single way. And I've had an absolute blast. I really appreciate you guys allowing me to join the broadcast here and be here all day hanging out. And it's a close second to actually driving this race. It's been fun.
And to the drivers and teams, the race fans, and the event organizers, the marshals, the safety crews, thank you so much for being a part of this historic event. And I'm Kyle Heyer alongside Tommy Boileau. I hope to see you all again next year. This has been the 101st running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. We'll see you next time.